One day, God decided to destroy the peaceful life of humanity and create a new world full of cruelty and pain, and called it the Abyss. This world was created for God's amusement, and soon the Abyss became a new home for all of God's creatures who were born directly from his heart. Though they were innocent creatures, they could not live together, so a terrible struggle began, and everyone involved became victims. All this struggle was God's pleasure, so he did not interfere, but only created a new world and new rules of survival, following which they could survive. According to the new rules, people and other creatures received rewards for each creature they destroyed, and thus developed skills to become almost invincible. So a ruthless struggle began between people and mystical creatures that lasted for a very long time, and few could get out of it alive and unharmed. The creatures that were against humanity were indifferent to pity, and did not know what peace was and were ready to follow the rules of their creator, and became accustomed to it. Meanwhile, people continued to fight for their lives, and only in moments of peace, when they had few, could they remember their lives and who they had already lost. In one of these fierce battles, almost all the enemies on both sides were destroyed, but there were still two creatures on the battlefield who did not surrender. Behind the powerless boy stood a powerful dragon who had the strength to destroy the young man, because their powers were not equal, and no one else could save the boy. And all his brothers who went to this battle have already died, and he is the last one who can resist such a huge power of the dragon. But after a hard and ruthless struggle, he had no strength left, especially since the guy looked completely defenseless against the big dragon. Grabbing the boy's body with its paw, the dragon managed to catch him by surprise, and he was unable to stand on his feet, but managed to dodge. But the young man had no more strength to fight against one of his strongest enemies, so he could only watch as the dragon prepared to destroy him. And the guy remembered those who were next to him, and those who, despite their efforts, could not defeat the creatures and died along with the chance to save humanity. Meanwhile, the dragon's mouth was filling with a magical ball, which he soon directed at the guy who had no choice but to accept the inevitable. All these events were witnessed by a girl who, thanks to her magical powers, could observe the events at a distance from that moment. Behind the girl stood two men who were also members of the clan, and turning to them, she said that the penultimate Iskander had been destroyed. The girl who spoke was a Valkyrie monarch named Ares, so all the members of her team obeyed her orders and protected humanity from death. One of the men standing next to him was Keldian, and he looked like an experienced and calculating man with good skills. Another guy named Kang Tae looked incredibly strong and brave, and with his whole appearance he showed that he was ready to fight to the end. They talked to each other and at the same time watched the guy sitting by the stone, seemingly oblivious to everything that was happening around him. This guy's name was Han So, and he was also a member of this clan, and although he heard the phrases of his associates, he was completely exhausted. There was also a huge crystal in this room that illuminated the almost destroyed building with its shine, and was called the Urkanaya Time Crystal. It turns out that this crystal was the last hope of mankind, which was destroyed 50 years after humanity came to this place. Although Hanseo didn't have the strength to fight anymore, everyone else knew that he was the last person who could go back in time and save humanity from destruction. Observing Hanseo's appearance, Kang Tae offered his candidacy for the salvation of humanity, hinting that his strength was enough to overcome all obstacles. But his initiative was immediately rejected by Keldian, who knew that he was definitely not up to it, and that he needed to have unique skills for this purpose. Hearing this, Kang Tae began to shout at him, but the argument was interrupted by Ares, who said that there was no time for that now, because the dragon could appear at any time. Passing by them, she headed toward Hanseo and decided to convince him to pull himself together at any cost to go back in time. But when she approached him, Hanseo didn't react, even though she said that there was still hope, which meant that all was not lost, and that he could return. Hearing this, Hanseo's eyes flashed with hope for a moment, but the pain of loss filled his heart again and he wondered if he had the strength. Looking down again, he began to recall all the events of his life and all the difficulties he had overcome, but they were in vain, so he had to continue fighting. I also wondered whether all this struggle had any sense at all, and whether this world was created to give humanity vain hope and thus amuse God. His entire journey in the Abyss was full of struggle, and day after day he fought against various creatures who wanted him dead, and now he is in this position. Having acquired strong skills, Hanseo has been finding ways to use them all this time, and all this has already taken away his strength and hope in the salvation of humanity, and he has accepted it. But Eris suddenly broke into his thoughts and said again that as long as they had at least a chance, nothing was over and they could correct their mistakes. She wanted him to believe in himself and not give up, and it seems that with just one look, she gave Hanseo hope that he could make it. After Hanseo had recovered a bit, he looked up and saw Kang Tae and Keldian watching him closely, listening to Ares and supporting her. Keldian looked at Hanseo and said that Eris was right, and they had no choice but to continue fighting, and it was Hanseo who had to go back in time. Kang Tae said that if Hanseo has doubts and is sure that he cannot fulfill this mission, he will gladly go instead. He also says that he is much stronger and more intelligent than Hanseo, so he will definitely cope with this task better than him, and save all of humanity from death. But when he saw Eris's angry look and realized that he should keep quiet, he started to make excuses and say that Eris was right and only Hanseo could do it. And he thought that if he continued to offer his candidacy, Hanseo would definitely change her mind about going back in time. This situation made Hanseo laugh a little. He contemplated the majestic appearance of the crystal and realized the importance of his role, but he was not entirely sure that he could not let everyone down. Having passed all the others, he is now here in one of the last and strongest clans among the best people in the world, and they rely on him. After all, it is he who must save the world and give humanity another opportunity to overcome all the difficulties of this cruel world. Suddenly, an extremely tense and decisive moment was interrupted by a noise coming from outside, and everyone was confused, not understanding what was happening. But soon they realized that it was the golden dragon who had flown in during their conversation and had come to destroy all the people who had been there. Looking up, they saw a huge gap that had formed as a result of the continuous blows of the golden dragon trying to break in. The ceiling began to collapse and huge stones flew directly at the heroes' heads. But this was not their main danger because the dragon soon managed to get through. The monster was enraged and determined to demolish everyone and everything in its path, and soon it opened its mouth and prepared to fire. At that moment, Keldian began to shout for everyone to gather and act according to the plan, but now much faster because they had not foreseen the threat of the dragon before. Immediately afterwards, he turned to Hanseo and told him to focus on what he should do when he went back in time and ignore the dragon. But in order to activate the Urkenian crystal and prepare Hanseo for departure, Can't See's mind was needed because no one else could do it. So he shouted for Kangtae and Eris to hold the golden dragon while he did what he needed to do, and gave Hanseo his final instructions. Of course, Kangtae and Eris quickly gathered themselves and were ready to do everything necessary to not only delay, but also get rid of the obstacle. So Eris said that she would be the first to attack, and when she saw more dragons approaching them, she decided to act immediately and split up with Kangtae. By striking her staff, she formed a magical circle around herself that would prevent the dragons from attacking Keldian and Hanseo and facilitate their fight. They had been acting as a team in this way for a long time, and everyone knew exactly what to do. But Eris still told Kang that it was his turn to attack. Kang prepared himself, not needing to be reminded of what he understands well enough, and activated his fire skill to strike the dragon. He managed to repel the monster's attack with his sword, but it was so strong that it only helped to delay it for a moment, so he had to come up with something else. But while Kangtae was fighting one, he didn't notice another dragon approaching him from behind and almost letting him knock him down. But Kangtae had time to react. Because of the dragon's enormous strength, Kangtae almost died at that moment, and out of surprise, he withstood the monster's blow with his last strength and thought about what to do next. Not having the strength to continue watching his comrades struggle alone against a powerful force, Hanseo decided to help them. But Eris and Keldian told him not to be distracted, and noted that he would not be able to help them anyway, as Hanseo's weapon was broken after an extreme struggle. Distracted for a moment, Eris turned to Hanseo and told him to remember the main thing, and always try to save as many people as possible. Hanseo said he would do his best and tried to show with all his appearance that, even though he didn't like it, he would accomplish this task. Eris smiled at him and told him that even in such a situation he was still himself, and reminded him once again that he should not push people away. And then she turned around and continued the fight, telling Keldian that it was his turn to fulfill his part of the plan and give Hanseo instructions. So Keldiana sulked for a moment and turned to Hanseo and said that Eris's customary words made sense, but that we should not forget that there are people among us who should be destroyed. Without it, they will only get in the way and do no good at all. Such people like a new life of cruelty and are like animals. Of course, there are people who can help, and they should be kept close to him, but their entire plan will be useless if they don't get rid of the dangers. So Hanseo should act decisively. Seeing Hanseo's abilities, many people will be drawn to him, but there will also be those who will try to stop him from taking over. And among all these people, the most dangerous is the berserker monarch Clementine, who must be destroyed without any doubt. After saying all this, Keldian looked at Hanseo again and asked him if he understood and memorized everything. But seeing the confidence in Hanseo's eyes, he knew he was ready. And now, once again focusing on the necessary actions to activate the crystal, Keldian began to use his unique abilities and cast a spell. After that, the Urkenian crystal began to move, and eventually the light around it became even more illuminated, and Keldian succeeded. So now it's Hanseo's turn. Seeing what was happening, Hanseo gathered all his strength and resolved to do whatever it took to save the future. Over time, the energy of the crystal increased so much that Keldian realized that Hanseo had to have children, and there was no time for delay. Kangtae and Eris also noticed the crystal's glow, and on Hanseo's last trip, they stopped to look at it. But soon they had to keep distracting the dragon again because it attacked again and tried to prevent Hanseo from returning to the past. Meanwhile, Keldian touched Hanseo's hand and he disappeared, and he saw only an extraordinary radiance that blinded him for a while, and he could not see anything. For a long time, Hanseo could not understand anything, especially what was happening around him. He was blinded by the glow, and all he could hear was a terrible noise and people screaming. Looking around, he tried to see at least someone and understand what time he was in and whether he had managed to get to the past or some other place. But soon he saw the people and then the place he was in. This place looked like a post-apocalyptic world, and definitely one that hadn't seen life for a long time. Realizing this, Hanseo began to smile because it meant that everything had worked out, and what could be better than going back in time and being able to make up for all the mistakes. Meanwhile, all around us we could hear the screams of people who had just been dragged into this world and could not understand what was happening. So panic was inevitable, and there was a terrible mess. People were screaming and crying, looking for their relatives or at least someone who could explain, looking at the place they were in and being terrified. What was happening resembled a nightmare, and it was impossible to understand whether it was really happening. And also because of the panic, some people became aggressive. Hanseo watched all this and realized that he could not help these people now, because they needed time to come to their senses and understand the new realities. He also returned to the past and began to recall how it all happened, and remembered the beginning when God decided that the peaceful life of people should be put to an end. Although Hanseo has never known peace in the normal world, the year he was born was a special one, and that's when people started disappearing. But not at the same time. All the news was about people who disappeared and were never found. These were random people, and it was impossible to determine the reason why this was happening. At first, the authorities tried to control the situation, but eventually it became impossible. And when Hanso turned 20, an unknown force took him away. All these missing people ended up in the other world, which was a kind of stopover between their world and the abyss. And the people who got here first acquired different skills. Due to the fact that the other world absorbed all other worlds, this place was filled with monsters, and soon it became a place of lawlessness. And Hanso remembered that when everyone from reality was here, the passage to the abyss would be open. Survivors and those who have been tirelessly trying to improve their skills and gain new abilities will meet in the fight against monsters from other worlds. And then everything will come to an end. Humans and monsters will fight to the last breath for power and for the opportunity to continue survival. And the end of Hanso was already known. He knew that soon after the portal opened, people would not be able to withstand the driving force of the monsters and would fall under this pressure with no hope of escape. But now he's here and he's decided that he's going to do everything he can to improve his abilities and change the course of events, especially when he knows everything that will happen. He also realized that all his abilities had been lost when he went back in time, and now he would have to acquire them again on an equal footing with everyone else. Soon there was silence as a crack appeared in the sky, like an eggshell from which something was about to hatch, and everyone watched in amazement. Quickly but not carefully enough, an unknown creature crawled out through the gap, which at first glance resembled a terrifying bat. The people stood in anticipation and watched the monster approach them, and soon it began to speak and said that it was the fairy's helper. And I came here to explain everything to them well and tell them what is going on and what they should do next in this new world. The fairy seemed safe and even quite friendly and cheerful despite the horror going on around her. But Hanseo, of course, already knew that this creature was not friendly at all, and that his sweetness was just a mask behind which she hid her cruelty. The fairy told them that in this world, people would have new opportunities and endless improvement that were not available in their boring lives in the past. Now they will be forced to do the opposite, that is, to destroy and take lives. And this is not only allowed, but also the new rules that should be followed. But not all people had the patience to listen and understand everything the fairy was saying, and a man's voice was heard from the crowd, demanding to be returned home. At this point, the fairy froze and looked angrily at the man, saying through her teeth that she was not finished and would not allow anyone to interrupt. The tone of her conversation changed, and now she did not look as friendly as before, and the frightened people realized that this monster was not on their side at all. Now the fairy looked very ominous, and in a much more threatening voice, she said that the laws of morality and ethics would be absent from now on in this world. All restrictions will be lifted, and everything that has hindered or held them back until now will disappear. People will be able to improve their abilities and become stronger. Now they can become like real superheroes with extraordinary powers, but of course it all depends on how hard they try. Full of joy, the fairy said that now people have a chance to change absolutely everything and realize all their worst dreams and turn them into reality. She stopped and looked at a man in the crowd and said that she would show them how to act. So in one motion, she lifted him up and took his life. After that, she smiled sweetly again and said that she apologized for being so abrupt, but she doesn't like very noisy people. When people saw what the fairy did, they were frozen with horror for a moment, but soon began to run away, trying to escape and not understanding what kind of creature it was. But the fairy was again filled with anger and ordered everyone to be quiet and snapped her fingers to destroy everyone who tried to escape or made noise. Panic began to spread again, and despite the fairy's actions, people tried to hide, and few could escape her punishment and avoid her sight. Then the fairy's eyes filled with fire, and she shouted for everyone to stop immediately, because she had already said that she hated noise, and when someone interrupted her. So now, frozen with fear and with frightened eyes, people watched the fairy, not knowing what to expect next and why this happened to them. But the fairy changed her image again, and smiling with yellow teeth said how good it was that now there was silence, and only those who would obey remained. Stretching out her paw to the people, she showed them a magic stone with a strange symbol and explained that this stone is called a rune and comes in different colors. This particular rune is not so strong, but there are others that give different abilities depending on the difficulty and appear completely randomly. But in order to get it, people have to do what the fairy did before, namely destroy all living things. After that, she asked, who wants to get the rune first? The people were frozen with fear as the fairy expected, but soon a hand was raised from the crowd and Hanso stepped forward, and the people around him dispersed. The fairy was very happy to see such impatience, although she was a little surprised and flew closer to Hanseo, praising him for his courage and enthusiasm. After flying around him and looking at him, she stopped in front of him and looked him straight in the eye and asked him to give her his hand. She put a rune in Hanseo's hand, and the fairy continued to tell him that runes change all the laws of physics and that they will give them new opportunities. She also said that scientifically, Hanseo's muscles had a weight limit of 117 kilograms, but with this rune, the limit increased to 122 kilograms. The fairy expected his expression to change, and he would be incredibly surprised by this information, but nothing changed, and he was not impressed. Now, looking at the frightened crowd, the fairy said that she could show one more rune, but no one dared to try, so she decided that it was enough for now. She also added that people should remember that no matter what the rune is, it will definitely change them in a positive direction, so they should not worry. After saying all this, she decided to throw the rune into the crowd as food for hungry animals and enjoy their greed and anger for a moment. The people did just that. When they saw the free rune, they began to run, ignoring their neighbors, and tried their best to snatch the rune to take possession of it. This action made the fairy very happy, and watching this, she decided that now she could stop and said that she had changed her mind. After all, remembering Hanseo's reaction, she decided that she would not give them any more free runes and that they did not need any help. Angry and completely depressed people were so frustrated that they could not contain their emotions. But she did not care about human suffering. She quickly hid the rune and flew closer to Hanseo, touched his ear and told him that in this way they would be able to find out their powers. Namely, by touching the right ear, a panel with all their skills will appear in front of them. And of course, everything will be in numbers as people like. So when Hanseo touched his ear, he checked his skills and saw that his strength had increased by 1. And if he continues hunting, he can improve his skills even more. The fairy kept saying that if people destroyed living creatures, they would be able to improve their abilities. But no matter whom they wish to take away, they will be rewarded for both the life of the creature and the life of the human. The fairy also said that of course the beginning was unfair, just like their lives in the real world, but now they can change everything and become better. And they shouldn't remember the past anymore because it no longer exists for them, and people will not have time for such memories right from this moment on. Not understanding what the fairy was talking about, people were puzzled. But in a moment, knives appeared in their hands, and according to the fairy, it was a symbolic gift to facilitate the beginning. Soon behind the crowd, a terrible and strange noise was heard, mixed with growls and roars, and people turned around and saw terrible monsters. At first glance, they realized that these goblins were not friendly at all, and little by little they approached the people closer to attack. Moreover, it seems that they knew exactly what they had to do, and people who had just found themselves in the other world could not believe that they had to fight or die. This horror froze people in fear, and the tense atmosphere in the new gloomy world only grew. Now it seemed that they had no chance. The fairy said that it was all training for them to understand how to live now, but people could not believe that the training would be so cruel. Meanwhile, the evil creatures did not wait for people to recover from all that had happened, and at least mentally prepare for the upcoming trials. They were moving forward right towards them, and the pack of these monsters seemed to be huge, and their eyes were glowing with fire, and their weapons were stronger than human ones. The frightened people were huddled together, backing away, trying to avoid the attack of the horde of monsters, to hide and to run away somewhere. Suddenly, a girl's voice was heard shouting for people not to panic and just quietly retreat back, not drawing the monsters' attention. But Hanseo was completely calm, because after everything he had experienced in the past, the battle against the goblins seemed like an easy warm-up, even though his abilities were gone. Meanwhile, people were moving backwards, trying to get away from this place, and suddenly stopped, pressing more and more against each other. Not realizing what was happening, they turned around and realized that a huge dome covering the entire training area and looking like a wall prevented them from going further. And no matter how hard people tried to break it and how much they begged, it would not disappear because it was magical, so all their attempts could not bring any result. And before all this, suddenly the wall began to shrink, pushing people and monsters together, and panic set in, and people couldn't control themselves. And the goblins were running closer and closer to them, and with such speed that they were stepping on each other's heads, climbing over each other, and climbing like lions seeing their prey. But this prey at the moment was people who had recently lived in a completely different world, albeit not entirely peaceful, but certainly not fighting monsters. One of the men started running toward the walls in fright, deciding that he had to get out anyway, because he definitely did not want to die. And suddenly he managed to break free and ran freely through the wall, stopped and turned around, not understanding how he had done it. At that moment, a scoreboard with the number 49 appeared on the dome, and people realized that only 50 people would be able to avoid such training. Soon another guy ran through the wall and the crowd stopped for a minute, trying to understand what was happening and whether it was worth it. But only for a moment, they quickly began to run to the wall to be among the 50 lucky ones and be able to escape the goblins. And again, Hanseo saw the same picture when frightened people do not appreciate their capabilities at all and try to save their own skin. Of course, they don't have the skills to easily fight even against the goblins, but to have a chance, they need to unite and act together. He recalled how in his previous life, during his studies, More than half of the people died because of the same thing, because they did not unite and acted chaotically. Of course, during the first fight in their lives, losses are unavoidable and there will be injuries, but this way most people will definitely survive. So everyone who had time ran away, and when the passage closed and the monsters were extremely close, people did not know what to do now and did not try to pull themselves together. One of the men began to fall to the ground from the goblin's unexpected attack and begged someone to save him, and Hanseo suddenly stopped in front of him. Without even hesitating, Hanseo swung his sword and in one swing was able to destroy the creature before it even realized what had just happened. But soon another goblin appeared and tried to destroy the boy again. But before that, he had to remove a dangerous obstacle in the form of Hanseo. But again, such attacks were in vain, and Hanseo managed to repel the attack, and now Hanseo decided that it was worth clearing out the first part of the goblins. That is, those who have already started attacking, and thus exterminate them all one by one and quickly complete the training and be able to move on to better rewards. Hanseo instantly destroyed monsters, and the people watching him didn't know how he did it, but they were still scared and didn't dare to fight. In an instant, Hanseo had dealt with the two monsters again, and he realized that now it was harder to fight with such weak abilities than he had expected. But despite the fact that his body was not the same as it was 10 years ago, his mind and experience remained the same, so he used it. Collecting runes from all the goblins he had destroyed before, he thought about how he would act next and increased his agility and endurance. Though these runes were basic, they were exactly what he needed to increase his reaction time, and of course his attacks to leave the enemy without a chance. While Hanseo was thinking about this, a goblin rose up behind him, which he had previously injured but not completely destroyed, and with the last of his strength, the creature tried to attack Hanseo. But thanks to his new runes and increased agility, Hanseo was able to see and even feel the goblin's attack very quickly and turned around in time. Thanks to this, the speed of his movements personally changed the time. And for example, now Hanseo can throw his sword directly at the goblin without wasting time on unnecessary movements. That's exactly what he did with the monster that was sneaking up on him, so he was able to destroy it and got another new rune and improved his abilities a little bit. But now, after the first blood appeared, the goblins became even more aggressive and tried to attack and especially destroy Hanseo with renewed vigor. But this is exactly what he expected, because he had learned about it a long time ago and was ready for a new wave of attack and continued to destroy the monsters one by one. So, as the number of enemies and their attacks increased, Hanseo had no choice but to save himself and others, just as Eris had told him. As Hanseo managed to destroy all his opponents, his strength and reaction grew, and the further he went, the easier it was for him to get rid of the goblins. But despite these new abilities, the struggle without the skills he had previously learned exhausted him, and a new wave of monsters was coming. But he kept his composure and his eyes remained calm and confident because he realized that he had no right to back down and let down all those people who rely on him. Watching Hanseo's bravery and how he bravely destroys all the goblins, people were inspired by his actions and decided that they had to help. So, rushing into battle, they decided that whatever happens, they have to do something, and also get rid of the goblins for the sake of their own lives and the lives of their loved ones. Without hesitation and following Hanseo, they tried their best to fight back and make their first attacks on the monsters of this new world. But their skills were not enough. Unlike Hanseo, whose strength has grown not only because of the monsters he has destroyed before, but also because of the knowledge he gained in his past life during harder battles. And also because he had already experienced all this before, so his mind was not under the influence of incredible panic, and he thought calmly and reasonably. Since he showed others that they shouldn't be so afraid of monsters and that they could try to win, people believed and soon began to succeed. Hanseo knew that there were many travelers in this place, and if you counted them all, the number would be incredible, and this is only a part of it. All of them went to this place in groups and were the so-called generations, and everyone always had the same process of learning and development. At this stage, they will be in the training zone for 3 months and will fight against creatures that are similar in strength to goblins. But time will pass and the 3 months will end, and those who remain alive will go to the next stage where they will fight against stronger monsters. And then they will become even stronger with each new stage, and eventually meet the generation of people who were among the first to get here and have developed their skills well. So Hanseo knew that while he was in the training zone, he had to use every opportunity to improve his abilities as much as possible. It will also use the future ones, because it will take a lot of strength to save humanity in a cruel world where people themselves are taking care of each other. Now that he stood exhausted after the first battle of his new life, he realized how right Keldian had been to send him at this time. After all, the initial stage was the best solution to start its new development, and thus it will not miss any chance for improvement. Shortly after the battle, the fairy helper appeared again in front of the people and was incredibly impressed and happy with how hard the people had tried to survive and praised them. She especially praised Hanseo for accepting the new rules of the game and set him as an example for everyone else to follow God's will. But this battle took many lives of defenseless people and those who tried to fight and were defeated due to unequal strength and unexpected attacks of the goblins. But the fairy did not even pay attention to how devastated people were from the pain of losing their loved ones, and the realization that they would never be able to return home. She said that if they now knew how to fight, she could remove the barrier, and they could continue their journey through the learning zone. While some people were trying to get as far away from this place as possible, Hanseo decided to test his abilities, and then realized that it was a pretty good start. During the battle, he also got a blade called the Symbol of Compassion, and for now it will be enough, but in the future he will need to find a much better and stronger weapon. Now he wondered how he should develop further and again plunged into his memories, recalling Eris, Kante, and Keldian, and wondering what they would have done in his place. Hanseo also recalled a guy he once met and what he told him about, giving him advice, sharing his own experience, and boasting about the awards he had won. During one of these conversations, the boy asked Hanseo if he knew anything about the hidden dungeon, which is located somewhere in the training area, and the artifacts that are there. But then Hanseo heard about it for the first time, so the guy told him that this dungeon is quite difficult for the initial stage, and not everyone is able to pass it. He also noted that he himself had tried to get to the end of it, and was unable to clear it of all the creatures that were there, but he was very interested in finding out what else was left. Boasting about his abilities, the guy said that thanks to this, he became one of the Valkyries, and if he went back in time, he would definitely try to clear the dungeon completely. And then Hanseo asked what would happen if he reached at least the middle of that dungeon, and the boy replied that in that case, it would help to improve his abilities significantly. One thing was for sure, the more difficult the goal, the better and more valuable the reward. So now Hanseo decided he knew what to do next, and decided to find the dungeon. Every Sunday, the training zone will change for 3 months, and so far there are only 100 people, but later they will be able to meet other participants when the fairy takes away the safe zone. At this stage, there is a treasure in this zone that no one has found yet, so Hanseo decided to find the first hidden treasure when he suddenly heard screams behind him. When he turned around, he saw a group of men trying to force a young girl to join them, saying that she would be safer that way. But at first glance, it was clear that nothing good could be expected from these people because they looked exactly like a gang of real-life robbers. Suddenly, Hanseo also heard a stranger talking to him, and he seemed to know him very well, but Hanseo didn't remember him at all. So he turned around without much interest and asked this guy if they knew each other, not realizing who he was, but the guy didn't answer. He looked quite surprised, as if he and Hanseo had known each other for years, and hadn't expected Hanseo to pretend to be completely unaware of him and the other people around him. There was an uncomfortable silence between them, but not for long, because another guy came between them and almost ran into Hanseo, shouting about how he could do that. The guy kept shouting that he had no right to pretend that he didn't know them, because they were all together before they came here. Ignoring the boy's screams, Hanseo remembered who they were and why he didn't remember them at all. It turns out that they were classmates in real life, but after they got to this place, all of them except Hanseo died, and it happened so fast that he didn't even remember them. But now, thanks to him, they survived. While he was recalling all this, he heard screams from the same girl again, and she pushed away the man who grabbed her arm and said that she would never go with them. The girl's name was Mihi, and she was also Hanseo's classmate, and now she ran up to him, frightened, hoping that the men would not touch her anymore, especially when they see that now she is with Hanso, the guy who almost single-handedly defeated a huge pack of goblins and, one might say, saved their lives as well. Mihi is an incredibly beautiful girl, so Hanseo was sure that with such an appearance, she would have problems, and one of them is those men who have already started to look at her. Of course, Hanseo didn't like these men right away because of his abilities, but they decided that as a group they could definitely defeat him, because he was just a boy. So they talked to each other and decided to invite him to join them, and if he refused, they could wrestle with him because that was the best time for him to be tired. And one of these men came forward to call Hanseo over, and he was so confident and expected Hanseo to be scared and come over right away. But Hanseo did not pay attention to him and knew that having won the first battle, these people did not realize that they were challenging the wrong enemy. The disdain on Hanseo's face was obvious. Not only was he not afraid of this gang of seemingly very dangerous men, but he decided to teach them a lesson. So he calmly stepped forward and confidently approached the man who called him, realizing that there were many people around, and it was better not to create a huge controversy. Hanseo grabbed the man's shoulder and leaned into his ear, asking if he understood what he was talking about and what he was hoping to gain. But the man didn't say a word, so Hanseo decided to leave him alone, realizing that this was enough and pushed him away. But after that, the man just went crazy and started shouting that Hanseo had no right to talk to him like that, and now he would definitely pay for his words. Realizing that the lesson had not been learned, Hanseo stopped and drew his blade, thinking that this was the case where he would not be able to keep his word to Eris. Suddenly, a slightly older, stout man whom all the members of his group called the boss, came forward and decided to stop the fight, saying that it was not necessary. After all, they are good people and have no desire to make enemies, especially those as strong as Hanseo, so he offered him to join him instead. Especially when there was such a dangerous situation in which they all found themselves, and according to him, acting together would be much wiser and they could overcome difficulties together. But looking at the boss, Hanseo understood the essence of his nature, which he hides behind a mask of politeness and friendliness. The boss had already adapted, and now finding himself in a world as cruel as his own, he could not hide his true identity. Now he's like a hyena in the wild, ready to attack its prey at any moment, and Hanseo realizes that eventually the boss will become a criminal. Holding the blade, he began to think about how best to deal with such people, and he remembered Keldian's words, which advised him to get rid of potentially dangerous people right away. But then I also remembered the words of Erase, who said that one should not get rid of and destroy without great necessity, because in the future, every choice has consequences. By alienating many people, he might not get enough support in the upcoming big fight. And remembering this, he realized that Eris had saved many lives. So at this point, he decided that he didn't need to waste time on them, because they would eventually kill each other, so he refused the offer and left. A man named Seung-ho begged the boss to stop Hanseo and fight him off, but the boss said that it was not worth wasting his energy on an ordinary boy. And what we should focus on now is how to put things in order in this world, where the devil knows what is happening, and then they will be able to dominate. In the meantime, there are strange, dangerous monsters and a lot of unnecessary people to get rid of, so that they don't get in the way. So the order for the boss was to destroy the others. He was also annoyed by this strange and evil fairy assistant who appeared at any moment and made her own rules. But there were also things he liked. This place gave them the opportunity to show their strength and achieve what is impossible to achieve in reality because of bureaucracy. So the men decided to retreat. Watching this whole situation, Taesung said that he could not believe that such people still exist, especially in such a situation when they need to unite. He also thought about Hanseo, who he thought used to be completely different. Watching him in college, Taesung noticed that he was always alone. He kept to himself and did not make friends and never heard from him. Taesung also knew that Hanseo was an orphan, but he never talked to him personally. But now he's pretending that he doesn't know them all at all. So Taesung decided to run up and shout, because how can he do this to them when they know each other? Hanseo, meanwhile, didn't know what to say, and he looked wearily at Taesung and everyone else, and couldn't think of anything else to say but that it was all about amnesia. Taesung was very angry at this answer and couldn't believe it, thinking that Hanseo was just mocking him, but Mihai started laughing because the whole situation was funny. And watching Mihi, who looked adorable, Hanseo felt very sorry for her because in the real world her life could have been different. But in this place, beauty is a double-edged sword. So as they all walked on together, Hanseo thought that if used properly, her beauty could be a great blessing. So he hoped that everything would be fine. Meanwhile, there was silence between everyone, and no one said anything until Yeonggu asked Hanseo where they were going and why he didn't say anything. But Hanseo didn't say anything, so Mihi decided to ask the same question again, to which Hanseo replied that they would find out for themselves when they got there. When they finally saw this place, they were all quite surprised and did not understand why they had come here because this place was the can station. But Hanseo was actually glad that this place existed and that the man was telling him the truth, and he hoped that he would find all the treasures he had heard about before. This station had been abandoned for a long time, so it didn't look like a safe enough place, and no one really wanted to sacrifice their lives to stay away from Hanseo. So Mihi decided to approach Hanseo and ask him again why he chose this particular place, because it doesn't seem like the station would normally be able to help them. But Hanseo thought about it for a while and didn't really want to answer anything, because all these questions that seemed to him to be meaningless were really annoying. And then I started to think that maybe it would be better to refuse them. But I remembered Era's words and replied that he had a premonition about the station, because now he had superpowers. He also added that it was in place of his lost memory, but everyone was extremely surprised and started asking Hanseo more questions about it, to which he did not answer. Then Jisung and Yeonggu started whispering to each other, thinking that Hanseo's words were just the result of him hitting his head, and they wondered if it would be better for them to just leave, to which Hanseo replied that he didn't keep anyone close to him, so they had the right to decide for themselves with whom and where to go next. And in general, he thought that in a place like this, words about superpowers could not surprise anyone, because there are already so many strange things here. But Taesung was getting very angry at Hanseo for making himself stand out more and more among the others with these words, and he began to realize that Hanseo knew something for sure. Going downstairs, they looked at this large abandoned building and were wary, but Hanseo was sure of what he was doing. Later, Taesung leaned over to Han to ask him if he was leading them in the right direction, and if he was sure they wouldn't die here. But Hansung replied that he wasn't sure about that, but they were going to meet friends, and this answer surprised Taesung. And then he thought that if they did meet some people there, it might not be so bad. But if those friends were not as strange as Hanseo. Everyone was silent again and no longer dared to ask Hanseo anything. But suddenly everyone stopped because Hanseo told them to. It turned out that he felt some kind of danger and told no one to move or take any more steps, and everyone was really scared because of that. Slowly pulling out his blade, Hanseo turned to Taesung and began to swing in his direction, and Taesung began to scream and cover himself. But Hanseo had no intention of harming him, because he needed to destroy the monster that was right under Taesung's feet. After getting rid of the giant scary worm, Hanseo calmly looked at Taesung and then at the others and said that there are quite a few monsters in this place. This particular one was called the Green Worm, because they were on the green line of the metro at Can Station, so the name is quite logical. Although this station looks like the real Can Station, it was actually quite different. and these worms live underground because they are afraid of sunlight. But as soon as they hear any noise or vibrations from footsteps, they appear on the surface and bite their prey, releasing poison that decomposes the body. So he warned everyone to be very careful and attentive in the future, so that they would not suddenly appear and do them any harm. When they heard all this, they were very frightened, because their warnings about this place were not in vain, and they did not know how to fight these monsters. But Hanseo told them not to worry because he was going to show them how to act against these worms. So he pulled out his blade and killed a few more. After that, the others began to struggle, and at first they did quite well. But Hanseo stood still and watched them. He thought that these people were quite unsuccessful, and that they could make good fighters in the future. But he began to have doubts about Sung-jin. While everyone else was studying, he was standing still and afraid to take an extra step, let alone fight. So Hanseo decided to help him. Approaching him, he said that if he didn't want to fight, he should just pass by the slabs with cracks in them, and he also said that he could pierce such slabs with swords. After these words, Sung-jin decided that he could try to fight the green worms and took his knife and began to prepare for it. But while he was doing this, he completely lost his vision, and then a worm suddenly appeared and began to attack Sung-jin, showing all its terrible appearance. It had a great effect on Sung-jin, and he was so frightened that all his attempts to overcome his own fear immediately disappeared, and he began to scream in fear. But Hanseo was right there, so while Sung-jin was screaming in fear, Hanseo ran over, and while the worm was attacking him, he destroyed the worm without letting it hurt anyone. In fear, Sung-jin ran away and hid in a corner to save himself, but in fact, he was no longer in danger thanks to Hanseo's help. So, having finally realized this, Sung-jin crawled to his knees closer to Hanseo and began to thank him for his own salvation. But Hanseo did not respond. He just kept going forward and thought that Sung-jin would be of no use, and even more so in future battles, he would become a mere burden. But while he was thinking about this, Tai-sung started to approach him, asking how Hanseo knew anything about this place and the monsters. Then Hanseo turned to him and smiled and boastfully replied that it was all thanks to his new extraordinary abilities that he could predict the future. Of course, everyone was again in complete shock, because now it really made sense that Hanseo had superpowers by constantly saving them and knowing so many things. But Hanseo didn't answer them anymore, not wanting to continue this lie, so he started destroying monsters again to earn runes. After that, he started to collect them, but saw that everyone else was standing there and not going to take them, so he asked them what was going on. He reminded them to increase and improve their rune powers and abilities, a necessity especially now that they had worked hard to earn them. Then Mihi replied that they had agreed that they would help Hanseo but would not take the runes for themselves, thus giving him everything. And in this way, Hanseo will become stronger and better able to protect them, like a coach who leads the team but remains in charge. Hanseo said that he did not agree to such conditions and that from now on, all the runes they earned should be kept for themselves and not given to anyone for nothing. He definitely didn't want to be their guardian and constantly protect them, dragging them along as his burden, and it wouldn't work otherwise. Travelers who have been wandering this place for a long time have established their own rules that all people and even newcomers must follow to avoid enmity. One of these rules is that everyone takes the runes they have obtained, and in the case of a joint hunt, the runes are distributed among the fighters fairly according to who has made the most effort. These rules help people maintain their balance because, if they don't, chaos will break out in an already strange and cruel place. And relationships based on trust alone will sooner or later be destroyed, and most likely end tragically. And most importantly, they must always protect themselves. But Hanseo knew that they themselves would eventually learn how cruel and disgusting this place was. And then they would go head to head fighting for the opportunity to get the runes. Yes, it was quite a harsh word, but now it is a reality. And it is better to come to terms with it as soon as possible to be able to survive and continue to fight for the future. After these words, they froze in place, but then Mihi was the first to break off and run to collect all the runes. And then all the others began to collect them, knowing that they were now responsible for themselves. After hearing the truth, everyone was very upset and scared, and could not believe that Hanseo was so harsh and did not want to help them, because it was a matter of their lives. But for Hanseo, it was a necessity to show them how the place was organized right away, so they could start improving their skills faster. While everyone was silently collecting runes, Tae-seong saw a strange rune in the distance that looked quite valuable and different from those he had seen before. And without hesitation, he went over to pick it up, shouting out to everyone else to come over and see this extraordinary rune, while Tae-seong was thinking about how to take it for himself. Hanseo also noticed the rune and knew that it was quite good, especially for a start, and was called the Essence of the Troll Tribe Ekrul Rune. Tae-seong began to think that if he could take possession of this rune, he could become strong and maybe even stronger than Hanseo, who boasts of superpowers. So, to confirm his intentions, he looked at Hanseo and asked him if he would keep his word and allow him to take the rune for himself. Hanseo didn't say anything and just gestured with his head that he didn't mind, and Tae-seong started to think that he was probably choking on his jealousy. But in fact, Hanseo knew that he didn't really need this rune, although it was not bad and increased regeneration power, but also increased appetites. But what about food, which can be easily obtained by stealing it with the help of force? The strength and skill of the runes determine their ranks, and only the strongest can obtain them. Smart people who immediately came to terms with the circumstances have about 100 skills, and for example, Keldian had more than 1,000 of them and was extremely strong. But despite this, Hanseo knew that everything was different in his case, and now and in the future, he needed to think about what skills he needed to acquire to be on par with everyone else. Unfortunately, this world chose him to limit his abilities, and perhaps he could not accept this yet, and accepted the rules of the game to keep up with others. In his past life, Hansung had many opportunities and did everything he could to acquire new skills, but every time he tried to do so, something went wrong. Holding the rune in his hand, it literally disappeared and did not give him any strength. And this happened repeatedly and constantly after he had acquired the 7 skills. This was a disadvantage because 7 skills gave him a big disadvantage compared to other masters, and thus he could lose the opportunity to survive. As Eris said, she realized this feature of Hanseo later, and if only they had all realized Hanseo's 7 skills earlier, they could have changed something. But despite all this, Hanso had a big plus that gave him hope that he could improve his strength and not miss opportunities. After all, without being able to increase his skills, he could still develop them, and thus most of his skills grew to a level that made him special. For example, such a skill as Dororo's Lizard Essence, which only speeds up regeneration, has only become more powerful over time, so it has kept up with the others. It could even compete with the Eternal Life skill of Kang Tae's skill, and Genglion's Quick Attack skill had reached the same level as Keldian's Cosmic Tear. For such skills, Eris called Hanseo by the nickname 7 Stars, and so despite the difference of almost 20 years, he fought and won on an equal footing with everyone else. Eris warned him that he needed to be very careful in his choice of skills in the future, so he knew he needed to focus and follow the plan. If everything goes right, it will be a cakewalk for him before they all leave the training area, and then Hanseo will be prepared. Immersed in his memories, Hanseo didn't immediately notice how excited Taesung was about his new ability, especially because it didn't go to Hanseo. Holding the rune in his hand, he decided that he wanted to study it, and after that, all his skills began to grow noticeably, making him quite strong. To begin with, a physical resistance to attack was created, and then the skill was raised to the first level. Now Taesung looked at Hanseo and thought that from now on, he was as strong as Hanseo himself, and he thought that he would be able to put him in his place in the future. After all, with such power, Hanseo will begin to respect him, and put himself on an equal footing with him, and meanwhile everyone else will see him as a leader and protect him. A little later, when everyone had collected their runes, Hanseo waved to everyone and said that it was time for them to move on, because of course this was not their last goal. While they were walking, Taesung ran up to Hanseo and told him that now 2 strong men should go ahead to be able to protect the others in case of danger. And while saying all this, Taesung looked at Mihi to see if she could hear his words, because he wanted to draw her attention to him and take a liking to her. Watching this picture and listening to all of Taesung's stories, Hanseo realized that he seems to think he's a rival, and is jealous of Mihi. Although he thought it was cute enough, Hanseo wasn't going to indulge and play along with Taesung's intentions to support him. So they went on looking at the eerie subway again and not understanding why they were forced to go down after such a danger. Mihi then approached Hanseo and asked him if he was sure that he was leading them into the wrong heart of the danger of this place. And then Hanseo said that everything would be fine and that they were going down to just ride the subway, and this answer surprised Mihi. Hanseo remembered the man who had told him about the dungeon in the training area, and how another man had come in the middle of their conversation. Then he interrupted them and said that what the first man was telling them was not entirely true, and realized how little he really knew about the good places in the training zone. After all, in this place there were faster ways to become stronger, and improve your abilities without competing against many weak monsters. He sat down next to them and told them about the subway. To be more precise, you need to go through a portal that is located near the subway in the center of the stairs. Each level in this subway has its own difficulties, and if he can go to the very end, he will receive very valuable treasures and artifacts as a reward. The man said that if he went to the 3rd floor, he would see a train that had stopped there for exactly 1 day, and if he managed to get on it, he would get what he wanted. Later, they saw the same portal, which looked magical but alarmed everyone present, especially those who did not expect to see it. Of course, everyone has already realized that this view of the Gangnam Station is definitely different from the real place, but Mihi decided to voice her opinion, confirming all the guesses. But she also asked Hanseo if he was convinced that everything would be fine after going through the portal, and that they would not be in danger. But Hanseo said that of course he was not sure. Moreover, he expected something dangerous to be there and had to go through to get the artifacts. And as he said earlier, he doesn't force anyone to go with him. After that, Taesung started to say that he would also go with Hanseo because he was just as strong now. After him, Mihi said that she would not stay here and would go with the boys to help them in case of emergency, or to earn valuable rewards for herself. Even though she said she was confident in her decision, Hanseo noticed that she was more wary and nervous. After the situation at the beginning of their studies when a gang member tried to drag her into his group, she realized that she would be unprotected without Hanseo. Namely, that without his support, People like her are seen in this world as just beautiful girls who can be controlled and used. At this point, Ji-sung and Yeon-gyu said that they decided to stay here and that they would hunt while they went through the dungeon. It seems that everyone had already distributed themselves and were ready to go, but suddenly Sung-jin came forward and said that he had decided to go through the portal as well. Tae-sung reacted very sharply to this and began to laugh at it, but he thought that Sung-jin was too weak and cowardly for that. But Sung-jin said that he made this decision consciously and was not going to make excuses to Tae-sung or explain his actions. Tae-sung's response, which he had never heard before from Sung-jin, made him very angry, and he decided to put him in his place so that he would not behave like that again. He told him to continue hiding behind others and not to show his false courage to prevent others from performing their tasks. But Hanseo abruptly interrupted this speech and said that they shouldn't quarrel and decide their relationship now because it was time for them to leave. But if they want to, they can both stay and continue. And in the meantime, he will leave because, as he said earlier, he is not going to drag anyone with him. After saying that, he went to the portal and Mi-hee and Sung-jin followed him, showing that they were ready to follow him as long as Tae-sung was very angry. And he muttered under his breath that Sung-jin and Hanseo had no right to treat him like that, thus humiliating him in front of Mi-hee, whose attention he wanted to win. But he also followed everyone else. And meanwhile, Hanseo thought about what the man from his memories had told him, and how there were more than 1,000 types of monsters in the training area. But as he thought, there must be a common factor in all this. So when they got to where they wanted to go, they saw a small convenience store. Everyone was very impressed because they definitely did not expect to see a store here, especially one that was open and full of all kinds of useful things for survival. Everyone went into the store and started looking at the goods there. Earlier, the man had told Hanseo about the store and what was in it. But seeing this place was really amazing, and the store looked more like a supermarket with everything you need. Tae-sung, meanwhile, began to think about whether he should change his weapon and take something new, and everyone else was also looking at things and thinking about what to take. Hanseo also walked around the store and looked at everything and thought that this store really looks like a reward for the brave who dared to come here. Meanwhile, he came to the shelf with the dishes and decided that now he could do some useful things with his skills, and it was good that there was a pot in this place. Mi-hee saw that Hanseo had taken the pan and started heating it up, so she ran up to him and asked what he was trying to do if he was cooking. But Hanseo said that it wasn't for cooking at all, but to cook some of the things he had collected during their hunt on the upper floors. This answer made Mi-hee's eyes light up, because she hadn't realized that Hanseo's superpowers were so strong that he could do things that would help during the battle. Hanseo took out a small bag of green liquid, which was actually the blood of the goblins, and poured it into the pot to heat it up and continue cooking. Then Mi-hee realized why Hanseo had been collecting not only runes but also the remains of monsters during their hunt and putting them in this strange bag. Then Hanseo put some worms in the pot and began to talk about how the skin of goblins becomes poisonous when it comes into contact with the worm's blood. The fact is that when the goblins evolved to fight against the green worms, it also benefited ordinary travelers who invented the poison. And now, with the help of this poison, they can help themselves during the fight and not only wound their opponent but also poison him, which will definitely help. Tae-sung also came running to the smell of cooking, and the sight of this terrible poison seemed appetizing. So he approached Hanseo and asked him what he was cooking. But when the man replied that it was actually poison, Tae-sung ran away in fright, realizing that he had almost tried it and almost died. Mi-hee also started talking about how amazing it is that Hanseo knows so many interesting things, because they would never have thought of making poison, and even more so that it can be made from the remains of monsters. But hearing this, Tae-sung got even angrier and asked what Hanseo wasn't telling them. After all, it can't be that it's all about superpowers, and Hanseo said it was true, but he actually thought his head would explode from all the information. Because when Keldian was telling them about all the possibilities of this world, Hanseo was trying to memorize everything so that he could use them when Keldian was not around. And indeed it happened, even though Keldian warned him that he should not share this knowledge with anyone because it was a skill for the future. And if someone learns about them in advance, it will only accelerate the destruction of the abyss. Therefore, you should use them when necessary. Without knowing the exact proportions and ingredients, nothing will work, so Hanseo was very focused on getting it right and getting the poison. After cooking, the poison changed its color to purple, and Hanseo poured it into a small bottle to safely lubricate his weapon. Watching Hanseo's actions, Mi-hee asked him if he could share this poison with them, so that they could use it for their weapons. Then Hanseo looked at them and thought for a moment, saying that he could let Mi-hee use the poison as well, but on one condition. For the poison, they must pay him with runes, or more precisely with half a rune of strength or half a rune of endurance for each use. Tae-sung started to get very angry with Hanseo because of the conditions he offered them, and started calling Hanseo very selfish and petty. But Hanseo replied that he didn't consider himself petty because it was the best option in their case. As he said earlier, it was the rules of travelers. In fact, he could have given the poison away for free because he didn't need their runes. But relationships based on trust quickly deteriorate. So he decided that it would be a bad idea to deviate from these rules even in the smallest way, but otherwise the mutual aid would not raise questions in the future. Mi-hee said that in that case she would pay him the necessary runes, and Tae-seong reacted very sharply, realizing that someone still agrees with Hanseo's words. But Mihi ignored him and said that she wanted to use the poison first and then pay Hanseo, to which he remained silent, deciding what to do. And then he thought that he could allow it, and when he gave her the poison, he warned her to be careful because if the poison got on her hands, it would cause severe pain. Hearing this, Taesung realized that in this case, he would not be able to use force to steal Hanseo's poison because it could harm him. He also told Hanseo that he would give him the runes later, but first he wanted to get the poison, and then Sangjin said he would do the same after the battle. While everyone was disassembling and lubricating their swords with poison, Hanseo walked further through the store, looking for anything else he could take away from the place. He found a small backpack with everything he needed and decided that he was now fully prepared for the upcoming challenges. I turned to the others to call them because it was time to go, but when I saw them, I was very surprised and could not believe that they decided to take everything with them. After all, their backpacks were filled with various things, and they were so big that they now looked like huge baits for dangerous monsters. Hanseo said that if they went like that, they would be in danger, and if they found some things they didn't want to leave behind, they should bury them in a specific place. Moreover, if they don't leave something behind, other travelers will hunt them down when they can't find the things they need in the store. Mihi listened intently to everything Hanseo said, and was fascinated by the fact that Hanseo knew so many things that she would not have thought of on her own. When she watched him in college, she thought Hanseo was just a quiet guy, but it turned out that he was not only smart, but also a good warrior. He also helps them and even protects them from dangers. And it was in this situation that he did not let them go on, but advised them to get rid of unnecessary things. Later, she began to wonder if she would ever be able to have the same abilities as Hanseo, because his strength is not only physical, but also mental. She began to recall the times when people disappeared one by one and the chaos it caused, and now she was the one who disappeared and had to fight. But Mihi did not want to die and decided that she would do everything to become stronger and contribute to the development of her team to protect them as well. And of course, she will be safer if she stays close to Hanseo, who she is sure will be able to save her in any situation. Mihi began to think about how she wants to become as strong as Hanseo, so that she doesn't become a burden to him in the future, and so that Hanseo will consider her an equal. And then they will be able to go through all the difficulties of this world together, fighting against enemies and monsters to make this life at least a little easier. Meanwhile, Taesung watched Mihi stay close to Hanseo and started to get very angry with him because he thought that Mihi liked him. So he decided to go along with them to control the situation and threw his backpack to Sangjin to carry it himself, treating him like a nobody. Then he approached Hanseo and started asking him more about his superpowers in detail and where he got them from, and also whether they will ever be able to gain such abilities like him to be able to defend themselves and know many useful recipes for poison. Then Hanseo turned to look at them for a moment and told them that such a possibility was also possible in the future, and they could develop their abilities and become as strong. They were very surprised and began to ask Hanseo one by one how this was possible and whether he was deceiving them. Then he reiterated that everything is possible, but only if they continue to improve their skills and follow the general rules. Later, Hanseo recalled Keldian's words warning him about people who have developed their abilities and have their own goals in this world. Such people can be dangerous, and if Hanseo meets them in this life, he should get rid of them immediately so that they don't cause problems. He was sure about the main enemies he knew about in the future, but when he met Taesung, he wondered if he shouldn't take him out as well. While he was thinking about this, Taesung approached him as if he sensed something was wrong and asked if he was offended by the less than friendly meeting. After all, at the beginning of the training, after Hanseo saved everyone, Taesung, instead of thanking him, attacked Hanseo with complaints and aggression about his behavior, and then Hanseo replied that he was no longer interested in resentment, so he shouldn't worry about it. They didn't know that Hanseo had already come a long way. Having lived his life in the abyss, he fought almost every day, and with each new battle, some living particle in him died and never returned. And along with it, his hope for a better future was dying. These battles were endless and there seemed to be no end in sight, so he had to fight and destroy monsters forever. Life in this place has not been easy at all and has become a battle for survival, especially in the last 5 years when the monsters have been winning. But he still fought, and even now in this new life, he does not give up and has returned to the past to try again to change all his mistakes and win. While Hanseo was back in his memories, Taesung watched him and noticed that Hanseo's behavior had been strange lately, so he began to think that he was not himself. And perhaps this is a good opportunity for him to neutralize the threat of Hanseo while he is not behaving consciously enough and may not resist. But he remembered his superpowers and changed his mind, even though they were the reason why Taesung felt uncomfortable in this situation and had to indulge Hanseo. Taesung continued to think about how he could become stronger than Hanseo, but Hanseo suddenly ordered everyone to stop. Everyone was frozen in place, and Hanseo leaned over and saw a strange slime on the floor, which indicated that there had been monsters in this place recently. Sitting on his knees, he began to think about what kind of monster could have such slime, and how to deal with it to be ready for an unexpected attack. It could have been a black snail, as he thought at first, but after examining the slime better, he realized that it was not, because snail slime gives off acid. It could also be a confused zombie wandering around the dungeons waiting for his victim, But there were no dry entrails in this slime, so it's not him. So there was only one option left, and Hanseo realized that this slime definitely belonged to a land siren, which often stays in such places. Hanseo knew that land sirens are quite slow, but they release a poison from their mouths that paralyzes the victim, and then they can attack without hindrance. But Hanseo knew what to do in such a situation to prevent the sirens from tearing themselves apart, so a smile appeared on Hanseo's face. Tae-sung, meanwhile, while Hanseo was thinking about what to do, began to say that he was acting very strangely, so he should tell him what he was thinking. But Hanseo did not react to his words and only called everyone to follow him and see something very interesting that would definitely surprise them. And watching Hanseo's actions, they were really impressed, because they did not expect that the things they use in the real world would help in this place. It turned out that Hanseo had taken several empty glass bottles from his backpack and stuffed them with rags before adding gunpowder. So they made Molotov cocktails that they could set on fire and attack the sirens before they got too close. While he was telling everyone how to use this weapon, Tae-sung began to say that creating Molotov cocktails is not such a super ability. He also said that Hanseo must feel very confident because he can now do whatever he wants in this world. But while Tae-sung was mocking Hanseo with his jokes, he didn't notice how he was fighting an even stronger desire to get rid of him forever. But remembering Eris's words about saving as many lives as possible, he decided to calm down and ignore Tae-sung. After that, Hanseo took a small stick and used it to draw a strategy for their next hunt on the floor. He explained to them that as long as one person throws a Molotov cocktail at the land siren, all the others will attack it. At this point, Tae-sung made a joke about Hanseo's artistic abilities. But the man did not pay attention to his caustic comments and continued to talk about how those who would fight on the front line would receive more runes. Hearing the state of affairs, Tae-sung volunteered to go first as the attacker to take all the rewards he could get in this battle. And when Hanseo asked who would throw the Molotov cocktails, Mi-hee and Sung-jin simultaneously raised their hands because they didn't want to put their own lives in danger. So Hanseo said that in that case they should decide between themselves who would do it, but Sung-jin was not ready to give in. And so does Mi-hee, who decides to use all her charm to persuade Sung-jin to back off and allow her to stay safer. But Sung-jin held on to his last strength and did not give up. So Hanseo, unable to stand it, said that they could throw cocktails and fight on the front line one by one. So now, having distributed all their responsibilities and knowing what awaited them ahead, they took their backpacks with ready-made cocktails and went on. They walked down a dark corridor, and Sang-jin wondered if he was really confident in his abilities and whether he should stop and retreat right now. But having gone even further, he will no longer be able to tell everyone else that he was afraid and go back because he will have to overcome the dangers on his way on his own. And he was completely unsure of his abilities and wondered if everyone else didn't think Hanseo's idea was clever enough. And at that moment, he saw Mi-hee. Even though she tried to pretend that everything was fine, her facial expressions and the trembling of her whole body told us that she was extremely nervous. So he decided to go up to her and find out if she thought the same way as he did. But before he could say a word, Sang-hong told them all to get ready. It turned out that a strange noise was heard not far ahead of them, so Hanseo realized that they had already arrived and could not go any further because the siren was there. He shouted at Mi-hee to get out the Molotov cocktail and throw it in the direction of the noise, and with trembling hands, she began to open the bag. After all, unlike Hanseo, everyone was meeting these creatures for the first time and did not know what they looked like, and Hanseo wouldn't have known in their place either. Finally getting the Molotov cocktail and preparing for the attack, she took out another lighter and set fire to the rag, which quickly ignited it. So there was no more time to think, and Mi-hee threw the burning cocktail right in front of her into the dark corner of the room where the noise was coming from. Flying very fast, the bottle landed right in front of the surprised land siren, and then the gunpowder hit it and ignited. In an instant, her whole body was on fire, and she made a terrible sound, and her burning body illuminated the whole room like a torch, and they saw other sirens. Now the battle has begun and everyone has to gather their strength. So Hanseo shouted to everyone to take their positions as discussed earlier and attack. Meanwhile, while the others were still in shock, Hanseo was already fighting the sirens, and Tae-sung, watching from the outside, was surprised by his courage. He fought so courageously and skillfully that at that moment Tae-sung realized that he had to try harder to at least approach his strength. He also felt jealous that in this battle all the powerful runes could go to Hanseo again, so he decided to fight alongside everyone else. But while he was watching and deciding to fight, he was suddenly attacked by one of the sirens who appeared out of the blue and made Tae-sung very frightened, but he was still holding a sword that was smeared with the poison Hanseo had prepared and began to swing it randomly to hit the enemy. Soon he managed to get his fear under control and dared to open his eyes and see if he was striking correctly. Finally, he managed to defeat his first strong enemy, and the lifeless body of the land siren fell at his feet. Tae-sung was very happy about this and believed in his own strength, and he realized that Hanseo's poison had saved his life, so it was a very useful thing. So, looking at Tae-sung, Hanseo smiled at the siren he had destroyed and said that this poison was still worth the runes they had paid. And now, believing that he could defeat everyone in the world, Tae-sung looked at his sword and decided that he would defeat more sirens and earn runes at any cost. The fight continued and it was fierce. Hanseo was always in the front line of the attack, skillfully destroying all the sirens. Thanks to his advanced skills, even at this initial level, he was able to cut them in half with a single swing, and they instantly fell. Of course, most of them didn't even have time to see Han Seo, who had developed the skill of agility and instantly appeared in front of them and overpowered them. Taesung also tried not to retreat, and sometimes glancing at Han Seo, he envied him and did everything he could to catch up with him while fighting the sirens. And he succeeded. Despite the fact that his abilities were not as strong as Han Seo's, he was inspired by his desire to win. As Han Seo had hoped, Molotov cocktails helped them in this case, and in addition to lighting up the room, they also damaged the sirens. Even though Han Seo's blade had become dull over time, he remained calm and focused, as he had prepared poison for such an eventuality. So he was able to inflict not fatal blows on the sirens, and thanks to the poison, they eventually all fell at his feet, unable to defend themselves anymore. In the midst of the battle, Taesung thought that while Han Seo was distracted by the sirens, he could collect the runes he had also obtained to overtake him. So he saw a few sirens near him that he thought were no longer alive and decided to steal them. But when he came closer and bent down to take them, the siren came to life and attacked Taesung, which he did not expect. Because Taesung got extremely close to Siren, she was able to release her poison and it hit his leg, even though Taesung managed to dodge it. The poison paralyzed his entire leg and he could no longer stand up and continue the fight, while the siren approached, exhausted but still alive. If Taesung hadn't been so frightened that he jumped away from her before the poison took effect, the siren would have killed him. But when they saw the defenseless prey in the form of Taesung, the other sirens turned their attention to him and began to approach him from all sides. Dragging his paralyzed leg behind him, Taesung tried to get as far away from them as possible. But Taesung was slow in comparison, so overcoming his pride, Taesung began to scream, begging someone to save his life and destroy these cruel monsters before they destroyed him. Mihi heard these screams and immediately decided to throw a Molotov cocktail at Taesung and the sirens to distract them from their prey and attack them safely. But when she opened her bag where she kept the cocktails, she saw that they had already been used up. And for a moment she was confused because she didn't know what to do. But only for a moment, because soon she remembered that because they couldn't figure out who would throw the cocktails at Song-jin, they were also the ones who would throw them. And she called out to Song-jin to drop his as soon as possible as she approached Taesung, and Song-jin replied that she should wait a bit. With trembling hands, he took out a lighter and a Molotov cocktail to set fire to the rag. But the lighter would not work. But after it lit up, Song-jin saw Siren right in front of him and, out of fright, threw a bottle at her, which broke the bottle and made him run away. When Taesung saw that Song-jin wasn't going to help him, he got very angry and started to pour out all his anger on him. Out of desperation and hopelessness, Taesung could no longer contain his emotions and said that it would be better if Song-jin did not go with them at all and stayed behind. After all, that's where he belongs, and now he's endangered someone else's life because of his insecurities. But Song-jin didn't care anymore because he was trying to save himself. The siren he suddenly saw in front of him was already approaching him, and he covered his face with his hands, hoping for salvation. And the savior did appear, and Han Seo, appearing in time near Song-jin, destroyed her with a single swing of his sword, which made Song-jin very happy but still scared. After Han Seo rescued Taesung and Song-jin, he approached him and told him to get his act together, because his fear could ruin the whole plan. After all, if you don't give in to your own emotions but stay calm and follow the plan, you won't have any problems in situations like this. After that, Han Seo turned and left, telling Song-jin to calm down and collect all the runes he had gained during the battle with the sirens. Finally, everyone was able to exhale because all the sirens were destroyed. But after this battle, they felt completely exhausted and could not take a step. Taesung, whose leg was paralyzed by the siren's venom, began to feel his leg a little bit and realized that the venom would soon stop working. Then Han Seo came up to him and said that if he improved his endurance and rested a little after the battle, he would be able to recover faster. After that, he pointed to a small number of runes and told Song-jin to take them for himself after resting, because they were what he had managed to earn during the battle. But when he saw the number of runes he had left, Taesung was furious because he thought he deserved more, especially in this battle, having made more effort. But when he looked to the side, he saw Song-jin and decided that he could take his runes from him by force, because he considered him weaker and unworthy of them. Approaching him, Taesung watched Song-jin from above and then asked if it was a tradition in his family to have no conscience and take what was not his. Song-jin didn't expect such incomprehensible words from Taesung, but he didn't expect him to come up to him and grab him by the neck. He strangled him with his hands, holding him tightly by the neck, watching him with a smile on his face as Song-jin tried to get out of this trap. But all his attempts were in vain, and then Taesung asked him why Song-jin didn't throw the Molotov cocktail when he was begging for help. Because of Song-jin's cowardice, Taesung almost died at that moment, and instead of doing everything necessary, Song-jin continued to save himself. Frozen with fear and feeling a pain in his throat, Song-jin could not say a word and did nothing to stop Taesung's actions and defend himself. Meanwhile, Taesung continued to smile and enjoy the suffering of poor Song-jin, as he tried to do everything he could to humiliate him. And for quite a long time, he succeeded in doing so, because while studying at college, he bullied him and humiliated him in front of others in order to break him down completely. When Taesung wanted to continue strangling Song-jin, Mihi intervened and started yelling at him to let go of him, because he was already barely breathing. But Taesung wasn't trying to destroy him at all. He was just pointing out his place once again. He looked at Mihi and threw Sungjin aside with all his anger. Even though he let him go, he was not going to show that he had been stopped by the girl and decided to go back to Sungjin and talk to him, or rather to humiliate him again by telling him that from now on he should remember who he is and what he deserves, and continue to follow everyone as he has always done. After that, he finally left him alone, saying that he would now take his runes, which he said he deserved more than this ignorant man. But at that moment, Hanseo intervened in their argument, stopping Taesung's hand with his sword as it reached for the runes and nearly injuring him. At this point, Taesung looked at Hanseo with anger and said that it would be better to take the runes from Sungjin, because giving them away would be the same as throwing them away. He said that he deserved the runes more because Sungjin had done almost nothing to fight, and if Hanseo agreed, he could do something different, namely to distribute all the runes of Sungjin among themselves, because in fact, according to him, they could have done it without the help of Sungjin, who was afraid to take a step. But Hanseo replied that the distribution of the runes should be fair. Even though Sungjin didn't do much, he still fought. And then he calmly approached the frightened Sungjin himself, and told him to watch his runes better in the future because it could happen again. And while Sungjin was collecting his runes, Hanso turned to the angry Taesung once again, and said that he should never look into someone else's pocket. Meanwhile, Mihi was silently watching everything that was happening, and was very impressed by how fairly and bravely Hanseo managed to stop the fight. So she dared to approach him and ask if he was angry with them for behaving so frivolously, and if he was forced to defend them. After all, everything that had happened before in this particular situation seemed to start to irritate Hanseo, and Mihi was afraid that he would want to get rid of them sooner or later. But Hanseo replied that everything was fine, and as he had said earlier, they had all decided to go on with him, so if they left, he wouldn't care. Moreover, he is not going to blame someone for this behavior, which is understandable in such a situation. Then Mihi asked him something else, namely whether his words mean that he will not leave them, and will fight with them to the end against all the dangers of this world, and protect them. But Hanseo replied again that it was just their business, so she could choose to go with him or not, but they were doing a good job to begin with, so everything would be fine. And then he stepped away from her to think and collect the remaining runes. And after counting, he realized that basically only one rune had fallen out, namely the runes of endurance and speed. And although they were ordinary runes, they were not bad either, because they were the runes he needed at the beginning of his journey. Since his characteristics depended on such runes, he touched his ear and found that his strength increased to 25 and his stamina to 24. And his dexterity and perception grew to 14 and 15, so picking up another rune, he looked up because he saw a bright light in front of him, and it was the fairy. She appeared in front of him to inform him and congratulate him on being the first traveler to get 50 points in the sum of strength and endurance. So now he got his first achievement, namely the title of Pioneer. From this news, Hanseo smiled and was also surprised that the fairy appeared. After greetings, the fairy finally looked at Hanseo and immediately asked him if he was the same guy who had been the first to raise his hand at the beginning of the training. So when she arrived here, she was very happy to see him again, because when she heard that someone got 50 points, she was very curious about who this traveler was. And while she was congratulating and slightly annoying Hanseo by sitting on his head, Mihi came over and heard that the fairy would reward Hanseo for this achievement. Mihi intervened. She said that it was not very fair because from the very beginning they had different characteristics, but when the fairy flew up to her, Mihi's voice started to tremble. She remembered the situation on the first day of their arrival and thought that the fairy might harm her, but she assured her not to worry. After all, once the fairies start their training, they are forbidden to harm travelers, especially just because someone has annoyed them, or maybe there is an exception. And pointing her little claw at Mihi, she told her that she also had an advantage over others from the very beginning of her life, so she shouldn't complain. After all, life is not fair, and especially in this place of balance, you don't have to wait, and the one who clearly improves his skills faster is undoubtedly stronger. And she should just accept the fact that she is not able to catch up with someone. But after realizing that she had paid too much attention to someone again, she returned to Hanso's. And she said that as a reward for his rapid development, he would receive any 3 runes he wished, so he could choose. As she searched through the runes in her paw, she asked Hanseo if he wanted a rune of strength or endurance, but he had his own plan, so he decided to test the fairy. But the fairy still continued her speech and said that she could also give him a healing rune that heals almost any wound in a matter of moments. Of course, this rune cannot heal fatal wounds, but it is still a good help. And when the fairy gave Hanseo such a rune, everyone else was very happy. After all, they thought that in this case, when some monster or some other magical force could inflict very strong damage on them, they would be able to save them with this rune. But Hanseo was not interested in this rune, so he approached the fairy and asked her if she had a rune that would help him resist other magic. At first, the fairy was surprised, but Hanseo asked his question in such a way that, instead of suspicion, the fairy answered him that she certainly had such a rune. So Hanseo was very happy, but he didn't show it by his appearance, and he knew that the healing runes were not bad, but the one he asked for would give him immunity from magic. And such runes are extremely difficult to obtain during training, unless you are Kang Ti, who said earlier that he received them simply by picking them up. So Hanseo decided that mastery of the runes of resistance to physical and magical resistance was much more important and also acted as protection. And Hanseo could compensate for physical attacks with the help of his experience gained in his first life, and this rune was simply necessary against magical damage. So after giving him these runes, the fairy hurriedly disappeared and waved goodbye with her claws and sent him an air kiss. Everyone was amazed by her behavior because they hadn't realized that the fairy helper was actually a girl and liked Hanseo. But Hanseo wasn't surprised at all, so when he turned to them, he didn't expect to see their reaction and just wanted to tell them that they had to go now. But they still laughed at the situation, which seemed very unexpected and funny to them, and tried to pull themselves together and not show it. As they continued to descend lower and lower, they encountered more horrible monsters on their way, which, as always, attacked them unexpectedly. But now, with the new runes of agility and endurance, the fight seemed easier than before, and now they knew who they were fighting. So the scary sight of the land sirens didn't scare them, and when they were finally able to rest again, Mihi noticed that Hanseo was doing something again. Meanwhile, he was collecting the remains of the monsters, and Mihi thought it was to make some kind of poison to help him again during the battle. But his movements looked the same as before, so Mihi decided to approach him and ask why he was moving so slowly since he had the agility runes. When she said this, Hanseo noticed her sharp eyesight, because not everyone pays attention to such details, and said that he was doing it on purpose. But then he raised his right hand and showed that it had the same symbols on it as the various runes they had received. Mihi was very surprised and started looking at her hand to see if she had one, but Hanseo said there was no point in doing so. After all, it slows down the hunt, and he does this on purpose so that the runes do not interfere with his hunting and do not fall out after he dies. So that way he can do anything and not spend extra time collecting runes, and these runes are stored as spare runes, and Hanseo doesn't use them yet. He also said that usually all his runes will fall out after someone takes his life, and in this case, he will be able to protect them. And of course, in the future, when all the rules are established by the travelers, he will be able to exchange his runes with others, receiving the necessary ones. This is the so-called trade in this world when everyone works for their own benefit and does not harm others in order to destroy other travelers. And at the same time, to be able to get what they need by buying and giving away runes that are not very important to them and may be needed by others. So after answering all their questions, Hanseo raised his hand and spun it around, but told them not to try to do so because they would not succeed. Then Taesung reacted very aggressively and said that Hanseo was still looking down on them and that he shouldn't tell them what to do anymore. But Hanseo calmly turned around and said that they should listen to his advice because at this stage they did not understand where they were. But the time will come when they will come down and feel the cruelty of his world, which still does not seem so complicated under Hanseo's protection. But by then they will have gone through many more difficulties and dangerous situations, so they have to do everything to become stronger. If they relax and think that everything difficult is already behind them, they will definitely die when they meet much more difficult monsters. After these words, Hanseo threw down his sword and said that from now on, they should just listen to everything he told them and not ask any questions. He also said that now they had to give him all their weapons, and these words surprised them and even made some of them angry again. This evil person was Tai Seong, who, when he heard that he had to give up his weapon, became angry and indignant because he did not want to. After that, Hanseo replied that his sword blade was very dull, so he asked them to give up their swords, but then they could have them back. After all, they won't be able to fight the monster down there on their own, but Taesung didn't stop and kept shouting that he didn't agree. And if they can give him all their weapons, they will be left with nothing and will not be able to defend themselves against other monsters that will attack in this place. He also added that Hanseo actually just wants to rob them, taking everything they have, but Taesung is not going to give in. As this argument continued, Mihi and Sangjin stood by, not knowing whose side they should take or whose opinion to defend. Meanwhile, Taesung kept shouting that Hanseo was not treating them fairly and could not take advantage of them at any time. After these words, Hanseo stopped him and said that if he was so confident in his abilities, he could go down and try to defeat the monster himself. But in fact, Hanseo hoped that Taesung would abandon this idea because the monster on the lower floor was really dangerous. But he forgot that Taesung is not always able to really assess his own strength, and it happened because Taesung said that he could. After that, Hanseo thought about it and decided that in this case he needed to think better about his actions because the monster's attacks could harm others. Yes, and one after which they will not be able to survive, and Hanseo will not have time to save them because he will fight against this monster who will harm him. So he said that if they decided to go with him, so be it, but they should stay behind and he would do everything on his own. It's also a good opportunity for them to see what really dangerous monsters there are in this world and draw the right conclusions for themselves. But after that, he said that he still had a choice to stay or fight the monster, and then Sangjin said that he would rather stay. And Mihi also replied that it was better to stay safe because if Hanseo says it's really dangerous there, then it is. But after Mihi Taesung's response, he began to behave aggressively again and did not want to let anyone stay on his side. So he turned to Hanseo and said that he couldn't leave his friends behind and that they could actually help him in the battle. But when Hanseo heard this, he said that he didn't remember them becoming friends and thought that Taesung should be grateful that Keldian wasn't here now. After all, he is probably traveling indigo in the purple zone now, and the memories of his real friends have brought him back to his past life. But he realized that now he had to come to his senses and continue to fight, and turned to everyone else and said that they could come with him. And then it's up to them to decide whether to fight or go back. But at that moment, Taesung was very happy, because he realized that there could be good rewards down there. But when they went downstairs and saw what kind of monster Hanseo wanted to fight, they turned around and ran back as fast as they could to escape. They were scared and couldn't stop screaming, and Mihi kept repeating that she had warned them not to go. In his mind, Taesung could not accept the fact that he had to run away, but how could he have known that there was such a monster on the lower floor? At first glance, it was clear that this creature was here from another dimension, and Taesung couldn't believe that Hanseo would be able to defeat it, and especially that he would be able to destroy it alone, because Taesung believed that a whole group of fighters was needed to fight such a terrible snake. But Hanseo was serious and decided that he would defeat the snake at any cost, because he would meet more and more such monsters in the future. And in his past life, he fought such monsters almost every day and had no problems before, but now his abilities are not the same. But to get the treasures Hanseo had heard about earlier from the man who told him about this place would have to be worth all the dangers. And now he prepared for the first attack of the snake, looking directly into its eyes, which were burning with red flames, and with their whole appearance said that they would destroy everyone. And when Hanseo dared to come to him and threatened him with death, the serpent became enraged and did not hesitate to strike first. Opening his mouth, he spat out a huge amount of magic towards Hanseo, which, if it had hit him, could have killed him on the spot by poisoning and burning him. However, thanks to his agility and endurance, Hanseo managed to dodge the blow and ran away in time to protect himself. The powerful magic that the serpent releases from its mouth is a punch that no living creature can resist, and Hanseo is lucky to have an advantage. After all, thanks to the magic resistance rune that the fairy had recently given him as a reward for the first 50 points he had collected, he was able to withstand the serpent's attack. So now Hanseo decided to think about his actions that will lead him to victory, because the snake's scales are extremely strong and almost impossible to pierce, especially with the ordinary swords that Hanseo had and those he borrowed from others. But these swords could not be broken because then Taesung would have been furious. Hanseo knew that simply attacking the serpent with swords and breaking swords would not help him, but there was still a way to hurt and poison the serpent. After all, there are vulnerabilities between the scales that are not protected, and since Hanseo's sword is smeared with poison, he does not have to strike many blows to destroy it. And when he managed to find such a point, the serpent felt pain, but it was not a fatal blow for him, but only made him even angrier, so he did not hesitate to launch another attack. As Hanseo watched to see if his attempts to hit the right area of the snake's body had worked, the snake writhed in pain and then opened its jaw. But Hanseo was calm because he knew that from now on he just needed to stall for time until the poison he had prepared earlier took effect. So when the next attack from the snake came, Hanseo managed to dodge it, even though it was extremely difficult because it was not just a blow, but a whole wave. You can't just walk away from it or resist it, and he managed to do so, and the snake was amazed that Hanseo didn't give up and kept fighting. But he decided that Hanseo would not be able to defeat him because his scales could not be pierced and he would eventually stop fighting, and he did not suspect anything about the poison. Meanwhile, it was distributed by his body, but there was not much of it, so it took time for him to feel weak and no longer able to attack. Meanwhile, Hanseo was trying his best to avoid the shockwave that the serpent was releasing from his mouth, and he was so angry that he was destroying everything. But all this created an incredible noise, and it seemed that something terrible was happening on this floor, and no one could stand it. Still not feeling weak from the venom, the snake hit Hanseo with its tail while he was distracted, and threw him back into the wall with the force of the blow. And if Hanseo's strength had not been so developed, he would have died long ago, but even though he was in great pain, he was able to survive and was not going to give up. Watching the powerless Hanseo, the serpent thought that he had finally destroyed his spirit and that these blows would finally stop or destroy him. But Hanseo found the strength to get up, showing with his whole body that he was not ready to give up and that he still had the will to win. So the serpent opened its mouth in anger to attack Hanseo again and release a new powerful blow that would knock him down and leave him unable to recover. But Hanseo has gathered himself and realized with renewed vigor that he just needs to wait for the poison to work to confront a strong opponent. Meanwhile, everyone else was on the top floor, waiting for Hanseo to return alive and tell them that they could move on. But when Mihi heard the incredible noise of Hanseo and snake fighting, she felt incredibly anxious and began to wonder if she needed help. After all, Hanseo was not indifferent to her at all, and all this time he was trying to save them and doing everything to help them develop their abilities. So now, when he was alone with a strong opponent, he probably could not cope with him, and if someone was there, he could have helped. But when Mihi announced her intention to go down and save Hanseo Tai, Seung got angry and tried to distract Mihi from it. And he began to tell me that while Hanseo was struggling there, they needed to waste no time and climb a little higher to continue the hunt and also get the runes. So when he turned to Mihi, he saw that she was already running to Hanseo's aid, ignoring the fact that she was being shouted at to stop. At this point, if Mihi comes down and sees Hanseo fighting the snake, Taesung will start to pay even more attention to him. avoiding Tai Sung. So, out of his mind with jealousy, he also started running after Mi-hee to stop her, and Sung-jin ran after them because he was also worried about Han Seo. Running into the room, Mi-hee did not immediately realize what was happening, but when she came to her senses and looked up, she could not contain her scream at what she saw. As the huge serpent held Hanso in its mouth, squeezing his hand more and more with its fangs, it seemed that Hanso had no chance. When everyone else came running, they couldn't believe what was happening, and Sung-jin also started to worry about Han Seo, but they didn't know how to save him. After all, the kite seemed very dangerous to them, and knowing about Han Seo's incredible skills, they were sure that if they started attacking him, they would certainly be defeated. But Han Seo had everything under control and decided that he had had enough of the snake's attacks, so he decided to destroy it. Gathering his strength, he grabbed his sword and stabbed the Primo Snake in the mouth, causing it to open its mouth in pain and let Han Seo out of the trap. And then Han Seo flew down, but he was already prepared for it and knew that the poison he had left in the serpent's body earlier with his sword was about to take effect. Landing on his feet, Han Seo continued to watch the serpent spin around, trying to wrestle the sword from his mouth, but it was too late. Little by little, the monster began to lose its power, and it's a good thing Han Seo only needed 3 swords to do so, because the situation could have been more difficult. But despite all this, the monster managed to bite Han Seo's hand quite hard, and Han Seo has developed his endurance, so the wound should heal quickly. Han Seo knew that in the later stages, different races show improved resistance and healing skills, all thanks to the evolution of increasing characteristics. Therefore, the poison is not so effective against them, and that is why the serpent was able to last so long, and using all its strength helps them recover faster and continue to fight. But in the early stages, poison is the most effective way to attack, and there is no way Khan would have made it this far without it. So, after the monster was completely exhausted from the poison, Hanso struck him with several more fatal attacks and finally defeated him after a long struggle. After the monster was defeated, Hanseo finally turned his attention to the others, who stood there in awe except for Mi-hee, who ran to meet him. She couldn't contain her emotions, so she ran up to Hanseo and asked him if he was okay and needed help. But without answering her question, Hanseo turned to everyone and asked what they were doing here at all, because she eventually decided to return. Mi-hee replied that it was true and that they waited until Hanseo returned. But when she heard the screams, she couldn't stay still. She was very worried about him, and as it turned out, not in vain, because Hanseo's wound looked terrible and Mi-hee said that he needed treatment. But Hanseo told her that she shouldn't worry about it because the wound would heal itself over time, and especially with his skills, it wasn't a big deal. Taesung stood back and watched Hanseo the whole time. He tried not to show his emotions, but he was actually incredibly surprised. He didn't expect Hanseo to be able to defeat the monster on his own. Of course, he knew there was a difference between them, but he didn't expect it to be that big. Now he didn't know how he would be able to catch up with Hanseo and resist him. While he was thinking about this, Hanseo was already bending over the body of the snake, and picking up the rune that fell for his destruction, Hanseo's face flashed a little dissatisfaction at seeing such a reward. It turns out it was the Scaly Snake Shockwave skill rune, and it could have been a very useful rune if he had the appropriate magic rune to activate it. Meanwhile, Taesung approached Hanseo and asked him about the rune, and Hanseo replied that he didn't need it yet because he didn't really want to have this skill. So Sungjin exclaimed whether it could mean that Hanseo would give it to someone if he didn't want to have such power and was going to throw it away. But before he could answer, Taesung pushed Sangjin away and said that if anyone but Hanseo should receive this rune, it should be him. After all, Sangjin is not a skilled enough fighter to deserve such a reward, but then Sangjin said that in that case he needed the rune more. And if you recall the previous battles, Taesung already had one strong rune, but he turned around and looked angrily at Sangjin and said that this was a lame argument. He also began to talk about how a person who always hides behind the backs of others has no right to speak out, and this argument was interrupted by Mi-hee. She said that she was tired of their quarrels and the fact that they always fight over such trivial things that are not worthy of attention. And Hanseo also decided to intervene, and he was also annoyed and said that he never said that he would give this rune to anyone for nothing. After all, he has long explained all the rules of this world that travelers must follow, and if they want to receive a rune, they must exchange it. And if one of them decides to buy a rune right now, he will make a 5% discount for such a lucky person. But you need to decide already. After that, Mi-hee asked if she could borrow the rune, and Hanseo replied that it was possible if one of the guys vouched for her. After thinking about it for a while, Mi-hee said that she agreed and went to Sangjin-na and Taeseong and borrowed the runes she was missing. Hanseo was expecting Mi-hee to take the rune for herself, since the other two guys don't trust each other, but Mi-hee didn't waste any opportunities. So Mi-hee went to Hanseo and gave him 3 runes of perception and 7 runes of stamina, as promised. But Hanseo gave her a discount, as promised. Therefore, he took only 6 runes of power from her and gave her the rune he had earned on his own by fighting a huge monster, which made Mi-hee very happy. After all, now she has gained a fairly strong skill and will be able to attack not only with a sword and poison, but also with a shockwave, just like the serpent did during the battle. But she noticed Hanseo's meticulousness with the runes, and Hanseo told her that he was not being petty, but only wanted to show them that they shouldn't get used to getting everything for free. Once they get used to it, they'll relax completely, and in this place, that's a huge mistake that will result in defeat even if Hanseo isn't there. Having said that, he went on to reflect on the fact that the presence of such a snake in this place may indicate that there may be valuable material somewhere nearby. Having assembled it, he will be able to make something very useful and necessary during the battle with the help of his experience and knowledge that he previously received from Keldian. Mihi and Songjin watched Hanseo's work and couldn't understand what was going on, but they immediately suspected that he was making something again. So they continued to watch him as he approached an incomprehensible plant that looked like metal without asking any questions to avoid distracting him. But when he broke off a piece of it, it turned out to be very soft. And then he went to the body of the dead snake and took a knife and began to break off the scales. The scales of this creature are very strong, but it was not enough to use them as a weapon, especially against the monsters waiting outside. Hanseo's actions attracted Taesung's attention, so he also approached the others and stood aside to watch what Hanseo was doing, but he couldn't keep up. Because he was moving so fast thanks to his highly developed agility skills, Taesung decided to stop him and ask him directly what he was doing. Taesung thought that Hanseo had gathered all these materials to make poison again, but Hanseo said that this time he wanted to do something different. Hanseo remembered a book he had read earlier about the 11th of 34 magic combinations that could be made from the remains of monsters and materials, namely about the needle that he will be able to get in the aftermath. But the radius of this weapon is limited, and this prevents the infliction of a secondary blow, such as bleeding. But Hanseo knew that if he could clearly identify his opponent's weaknesses, fighting with such a needle would be much easier than with a regular sword. After all, if you hit the right place, such a needle will only contribute to an improved attack. At first, the end of the needle was a little blunt, but Hanseo fixed it. Hanseo also needed an exact recipe, which required effort, but considering how long the alchemists spent creating the needle, it was worth the effort. And finally, after all the work and effort of making high-precision weapons from reusable materials, Hanseo managed to give the needle a decent look. While Hanseo was doing all this, Taesung watched him and was mesmerized by how Hanseo was doing everything with skill and confidence, and thought that he would like to have such a weapon. So he came closer to Hanseo and asked if he could make him the same needle from other materials, but what he heard upset him completely. Hanseo said that he had already used all the necessary materials and could not make another one now, and also noted that it was a rather difficult weapon to use. Taesung was very angry because he thought that Hanseo, as always, was being very selfish towards others, using everything for himself. But he did not get too upset because there were still materials to be collected, and then he would be able to collect them himself and ask Hanseo to make weapons again. After walking a little further, they were frozen in amazement as they saw a fully operational subway station connected to the energy supply. So they relaxed because the place didn't look threatening and they didn't expect any fighting in the near future, and hurried to get into one of the cars. But Hanseo got on first and sat down on one of the seats and said that they could not go with him because this train could only carry one person at a time. Of course, no one said that Hanseo should be the first person to ride the train, but he decided not to tell the others about this condition. But then Songjin came into the train car and said that he didn't understand why they couldn't go together, because there was enough room for many people. And after him, Taesung started shouting and said that Hanseo can't always follow the rules he invented himself, because it's not up to him to decide who can go. He also said that Hanseo would never have gotten this far if he had acted on his own without their help, and Hanseo stopped him by standing up abruptly. And slowly looking up at him, I asked what kind of help he was talking about. In fact, he was constantly saving them from all kinds of dangers. And calling them short-sighted, he said that they grabbed at any opportunities he gave them. But in fact, they did not even realize how little they knew. If Hanseo hadn't been with them from the very beginning, they would have died long ago or been hiding somewhere, afraid to come out and face the monsters. He also talked about the new rules that travelers set up to avoid unnecessary disputes. But in fact, there are no rules in this world, so they can do anything just like him. And now they can try to stop him and prove their case by force. But in this case, he will not restrain his forces and will prove that he is worth going first if they do not realize it without aggression. But if they do not like this method, they can discuss this situation with their lawyers later, of course, when they find them. And then, looking directly into Taeseong's eyes, he pointed his weapon at him, and Taeseong was so frightened that he could not control himself and began to tremble. Having proved his point, Hanseo left alone on the train while the others stood on the platform, gloomy, and did not understand why Hanseo had changed his attitude so abruptly. Taesung tried to digest everything that had happened and, having calmed down a bit, began to think about what Hanseo had said to him and how he had behaved. After all, observing his behavior and the way he spoke, one could not say that he was an ordinary 20-year-old young man like them. Taesung also began to think about revenge and thought that if they suddenly attacked Hanseo together, they would definitely win, or at least stop him. And if he succeeds, then Taesung will be able to take all the rewards and runes Hanseo has earned during his stay in this strange place. This risk was justified in Taesung's opinion because he thought that this was the only way to stop Hanseo, and soon he remembered his words again. And that look of a very adult man as he coldly threatened him with a weapon and seemed ready to kill anyone who stopped him. And then Taesung realized that if he had tried to continue to deny it and attack Hanseo at that moment, he would have been torn apart on the spot. So Taesung didn't know how to confront Hanseo now, as he made him retreat from his intentions with a single glance and froze in place. At this point, the silence was broken by Mi-hee, who said that they shouldn't stay here and keep waiting for Hanseo to return, but rather go back. To others to continue the hunt and gather the necessary supplies and find a place where they can stop for the night and rest a bit to recuperate. And they should be grateful that Hanseo had gotten them this far, so they shouldn't have stopped him from doing what he wanted. But Taesung was angry at Mi-hee's last words and said that she never thinks ahead because there is nothing wrong with wanting to become stronger. In this place, this is the main task, and wanting to get the best rewards, they only fulfill the task that the fairy gave them at the very beginning. Meanwhile, Hanseo was traveling by train and trying to remember everything the man had told him about the location of the treasure and how to get it. To be more precise, the first train passes by 20 stations, and at each station there are the very treasures that it has been trying to get to from the very beginning. The artifacts at each station appear randomly, so you need to act quickly and think ahead to get them all. After all, if you pass one of the stations, it will no longer be possible to return to it, because the train passes them all and then returns without stopping. This structure gave him strange feelings, and he decided that he had to stop at every station, because even if he got to the end, it was not a given that he would get something valuable. To be more precise, he will receive good rewards, but due to what he already knew before this life, such artifacts may become unnecessary for him. After stopping at another station, Hanseo walked to the place where the artifact was located, and was surprised to find that he had finally received the Maniac's cigarettes as a reward. After the first puff of this cigarette, all characteristics will begin to rise, and after finishing the entire cigarette, all abilities will be almost 100, and the whole effect will last for about 10 minutes. This discovery turned out to be simply necessary for Hanseo until he improved his abilities. But when he looked at the cigarettes, he remembered a girl from his memories who was always worried about him and got angry every time Hanseo smoked. She also said that whenever Hanseo starts to put a cigarette in his mouth, it makes him look old and spoils his young and beautiful face. The image of the girl he remembered from his past kept popping up every time he held a cigarette, and repeated that cigarettes did not suit him at all. When he returned to the place where he had parted ways with the other members of his new group, he immediately saw that they had all gone somewhere and decided to make sure. But when he walked a little further, he realized that there was no one there, and he was not surprised because he knew they could not go far, and he had already told them about the dangers. And after a little thought, Hanseo realized that he and all the other participants had 4 days left before the new treasure he wanted to get appeared. So now he has time to develop his skills, and there are 2 options for this. One is to continue hunting and get new runes that improve his characteristics, or you can complete one of the tasks that were in this world. And when completing such tasks, the traveler will receive a reward that will be useful in any case. Hanseo has already completed several tasks so far, but there is one more that will not take much time, and it is a task that NB Aren was able to complete once. This is a girl who, when she got to this place, did a volunteer internship in a prison and moved to the other world with the prisoners. And according to rumors, Hanseo heard that NB Aren trusted them a lot, but it didn't take long for them to betray her, so she decided to take revenge on them, and she killed all those people who caught her eye for 7 days and then tried to take her own life. And at that time, she became the Iskander of Doom. That's when this task appeared, for which Hanseo will be able to receive a very valuable Philosopher's Stone that increases his characteristics by 10 points, as well as healing even very severe wounds. Such awards were quite rare even in the Red Zone, let alone in the training area where he is now. But this mission contradicted one of Hanseo's missions, which is why he returned to the beginning, namely to save as many human lives as possible. Therefore, if he starts killing many people just for the sake of reward, Eris would never forgive him for such a terrible act if she found out about it. But there was still one more task that didn't require any sacrifices or much time, and Hanseo decided that he could try to complete it for now. And if he succeeds, he will be rewarded with a bag of selfish rich, but he needs to prepare and increase his endurance. All this time, Hanseo was walking toward the exit, and when he came to the store, he saw that it was completely empty, and he realized that someone had robbed them. After all, no one could have known about this store, especially in the first days of school, but those who did this will surely pay the price and end up with nothing. After all, when the moon rises, something will happen that will surprise absolutely everyone, not just these robbers. At midnight, people will realize another feature of the other world. So Hanseo decided to wait a bit and see how they would behave then, and whether they would be satisfied with what they had done. Meanwhile, something strange was happening at the entrance to the Gangnam Station. A group of men who seemed dangerous from the very beginning of the training were doing something. To be more precise, they found a store, and Hanseo and the other one went to it along the road that had been cleared of monsters and began to take out all the supplies. And all the others who were afraid to confront them and stop this robbery were sitting not far from these men and watching in amazement. They regretted that they didn't have time to keep anything because they were running away. And Mi-hee also said that they shouldn't show up and attack now. And Sang-jin agreed, because even if their characteristics and abilities were better, they would not escape problems if the men got together and attacked. Hearing Sang-jin speak, Ji-sung and Yeon-gyu began whispering to each other, because they had never heard Sang-jin talk so much before. But there was something that did not leave them alone, especially Mihi, and that is exactly how this game of gangsters were able to find and understand where the convenience store was. And without any doubt, they took all the supplies without fear that they might pay for it. And now they are behaving so brazenly and unpleasantly. But while they were discussing among themselves, one of the men, whose name was Son Ho, suddenly turned to them and waved to Tai Seong. They thought that with these gestures, Sung Ho was only provoking them to get angry and start attacking, thinking that this way they could destroy unnecessary witnesses. But in fact, Song Ho didn't mean anything by it, and he really waved to Tai Seong to show that they had fulfilled his request. But Tai Seong didn't understand why the man almost turned him in and hoped that no one but him had noticed who Song Ho was waving to. It turns out that Tae Sung had already met with these men before, and moreover, he came to them himself to offer a good deal. Realizing that he could not directly confront Han Seo Tai Seong, he realized that he could deceive him by turning other people against him. And thus, when the supplies disappear and they need to be returned, Han Seo will not be able to do it alone and will definitely beg him for help. So Tai Seong found these men himself and told them to follow him to a store full of supplies. But Seung Ho said they couldn't believe him because it looked like he was trying to pit them against that strong guy Han Seo. So Tai Seung got angry, telling them that they had no idea what kind of situation they were in, and if he wanted to turn someone against Han Seo, he wouldn't have chosen them. And when Seung Ho wanted to say something else, Tai Seung, with all the strength and anger he had in him, including because of Han Seo, swung his hand and hit him in the face. No one expected this because they believed that an ordinary young man would not be able to dare to speak out against them, let alone attack them on his own. But by punching one of the main ones, Tai Seong showed them his strength, and that he was not completely afraid of them. And finally they believed him and decided to ask him more. But Tai Seung did not let them say anything and told them that he was giving them another chance, because such an opportunity to get a lot of supplies without obstacles is rarely offered. So that's how these men found out about the store and made Tai Seung's wish come true. And when it was evening, Mihi stood at the window and looked out for Han Seo. But when she finally saw him passing by the building where they were all staying, she rushed outside and called him to join them. At that moment, Mihi realized that Han Seo had just returned to them. She was already relieved because with him, they would definitely be able to stay safe. When Tai Seung saw Han Seo, he tried to control his emotions so as not to show that he was happy that his plan had succeeded, and no one knew what he had done. When Han Seo entered the room, Mihi ran up to him and hastened to tell him that they were all in big trouble without supplies. But then Han Seo told her that he already knew everything, because on his way here he passed by the store and saw that there was nothing left. After counting all the supplies they had left, they realized that it would not last long. And then Tai Seong said that they needed to go and get theirs back. He added that if Han Seo dared to do so, since he was considered the strongest among them, Tai Seong would kindly agree to go and help him. Han Seo replied that they should think about it later, and that they should have dinner and rest to recuperate before the next challenge. But Tai Seung did not expect such an answer, thinking that he would agree to go and take revenge right away, and that he was not going to share with Han Seo. After all, they found these supplies at the risk of their own lives, so Han Seo is being very rude now, not even asking if he can eat. But if he gives him something useful that Tai Seong will like and is suitable for exchange, he will consider sharing his food with him. This behavior and Tai Seung's claim caused the room to fall silent, because everyone knew that they were still alive only because of Han Seo's protection and actions. And then Mihi was the first to break the silence, saying that she disagreed with Tae Sung's opinion and believed that Han Seo deserved to use their supplies as well. But Tai Seung didn't even let her finish and said that it was all fair, that everyone uses what they have earned, just like Han Seo said earlier. After all, while they were out here fighting for food together by hunting, Han Seo was working only for his own benefit and did nothing to help them. He again did not miss the chance to remind Han Seo of the rules he had told them and to reproach them when the vines did not work in Han Seo's favor. Tae Sung thought that this was his chance to turn everyone against Han Seo, and then they would support Tai Sung and he would finally be able to forget about the annoying obstacle. So now he decides to see how long Han Seo can hold back his emotions and not deny what Tai Sung is saying. But then Han Seo slowly turned to Tai Sung and replied that he had nothing to give him in return for some food. After all, they shared everything he had gotten in this place equally, and it was he who helped them get to the store with supplies in the first place. Tae Sung came closer to Han Seo and told him that he was deceiving them because he could share something he had gotten on the subway when he left without them. Hearing this, Ji Sung and Yongyu began to ask Tai Sung what artifacts he was talking about because they knew nothing about the situation that had happened earlier. Tai Sung turned to them and told them that when they were going through all the difficulties of the subway together, Han Seo chased them away from the last destination. So in the place he went to, there must have been something that he did not want to share and hoped to hide those rewards from others. But Tai Sung stopped and looked at Han Seo again, handed him a bar and told him that he shouldn't be so serious and should be a better friend. But Han Seo was not going to respond to all of Tae Sung's provocations and responded because he was quickly learning how to survive in this place and using every opportunity. And while Tai Sung was asking Han Seo what he meant, he didn't answer and simply decided to leave, leaving them to deal with the problems themselves. He was already very annoyed by this whole situation when he was trying to protect these people and prepare them for all the dangers, and they were only testing him. He stayed here only for their safety and because of the words of Eris, who tried her best to save as many people as possible and asked Hanseo to do the same. But in the end, he had done everything he could, so now he was only fighting the urge to kill Taesung, and suddenly remembered Kang Tae's phrases when he was about to take revenge on someone. But they always seemed quite strange and awkward to him, so he decided to just leave with a final message to them to remember to keep developing their skills. At that moment, silence and tension hung among everyone again because no one except Taesung wanted Hanseo to leave them alone and feel defenseless. But then Yoongyu decided to dilute the atmosphere a bit and make the situation less serious by telling the boys not to fight with each other. And all these ordinary household trifles are not worthy of attention, and no one dared to support her. So she turned to Mi-hee and said that they had to return Hanseo. But when Taesung heard that someone was trying to keep Hanseo in their team, he started shouting that if Hanseo decided to leave, then let him go. After all, he's already made his choice, and as soon as he needs supplies, which will happen quickly enough, or help in the fight, he will return. Taesung continued to say that they didn't need such people anymore, and Hanseo had long since shown his true colors and didn't consider them people at all. And while he was waving his hands and emotionally trying to dissuade everyone from the idea of returning Hanseo, he didn't notice that Mi-hee and Yoongyu had already decided to return Hanseo. After following Han, Seo Mi-hee tried to get closer to him and stop him to talk and asked if she could go with him. At that moment, she was very scared and her voice sounded so uncertain, hoping only that Hanzo would not be angry with her and take her with him. Seeing Hanseo walking and not stopping, she already thought that he wanted nothing more to do with the team or her. Still, she hoped that he would have mercy because he had always been kind to her and she wanted to be close to him, so she did not have the courage to leave him alone. When T saw that Mi-hee was following him and heard Hanseo's question, he said that he could take her with him because it was her choice. As he said, he doesn't take anyone with him, so she can decide whether to go with him or not. And Mi-hee's face lit up with happiness at these words. But at that moment, Taesung ran outside and started shouting for them to stop immediately. In fact, he couldn't bear to see Hanseo leave. But with Mi-hee deciding to stay with him, Taesung couldn't, so he decided to stop her, saying that she couldn't leave without returning the runes. The money she borrowed from them to buy back the rune from Hanseo, and if Taesung can forgive her share of the debt, the remaining runes will not be returned to Songjin. But then Songjin came out and said that everything was fine and Mi-hee was free to go. She also doesn't need to return her runes to him now, because he's decided to leave with Hanseo. When Taesung heard this, he went over to Songjin and took him by the shoulder, leaned over and asked him if he understood what he was talking about. Does he really think that now his father will leave Songjin's father alone after everything that happened between them, and hope that it will pass? Has he forgotten how he picked him up off the street as a homeless man, and provided him with a life, and now Songjin is being so ungrateful and insolent? But then Songjin replied that Taesung still believed that he could count on his father's protection and help, because now the circumstances had changed. Their relatives don't even know that they are still alive. They don't know anything about this place. And even if they come here, their lives will be destroyed. Taesung's previous attempts at intimidation no longer worked, and he realized that he could no longer control Songjin and humiliate him as he had before. But he hoped that after all the bullying he had endured in college, he could break Songjin and he would never return to normal life again. But it turned out that Songjin still had the strength to resist Taesung, and now that they have absolutely equal rights, he cannot harm him. Meanwhile, while Taesung couldn't think of anything else to do to stop both Mi-hee and Songjin, the latter went outside and left with everyone else. But then an angry Taeso ran out after them and shouted that they could leave now and would definitely come back later, because they hadn't brought any supplies with them. In the meantime, he doesn't care about their behavior, and when they return, he will think about allowing them to rejoin the group. Hanseo, Songjin, and Mi-hee were walking through the dark streets, and the situation was quite tense because they did not know where they were going to go at night. Songjin started asking Mi-hee if they should have brought a little more food with them, since their bags were almost empty. But while they were discussing this and passing by the shop windows, Hanseo saw something that caught his eye, namely a brand new jacket. So he took it and dressed because his old jacket was completely mangled after the battle with the serpent. And here the clothes were free, so he did not hesitate. After getting dressed, Hanseo tells Songjin and Mi-hee that since they have no food and it's no longer worth it, they need to go on and do something. But this did not calm them down at all, and Songjin could not understand Hanseo's thought process and believed that right now they should be thinking about the food, which was almost gone. And now for the first time in a long time, Songjin is no longer dependent on Taesung, so he can do whatever he wants. But he still can't feel free. Watching Songjin's anxiety, Hanseo understood why he was worried, but he knew that he would soon understand and find out about the moon. But for now, he decided not to tell them about this mysterious phenomenon of the other place, so that they could experience the full range of emotions from what would happen next. But they were so worried that Hanseo told them that they didn't need to eat right now, because it would soon be midnight and the moon would appear. Of course, without revealing the main secret. But despite these words, Songjin and Mi-hee still couldn't figure out what Hanseo was planning, and what the moon had to do with it. But only a moment later, Mi-hee realizes that something extremely strange and supernatural is really happening in the sky, and this phenomenon has left them speechless. Looking at what was happening to the moon, they could not believe their eyes and tried to understand whether it was really happening. It turns out that the moon turned into a huge cosmic eye that was constantly watching everything that was happening on Earth and looking right into the soul. It was hard not to notice this strangeness, and Mihi couldn't understand why the place had opened its eyes and what could happen to them all in this place now. Later, she heard Songjin start screaming because the bar he was holding in his hand had turned into ordinary sand, like all the other supplies. Frightened, Songjin could not contain his emotions and began to scream and ask what was happening and where all their food had gone, which was not much. Frightened and already suspicious of what was happening, Mihi looked into her backpack to check if her food was okay and found that there was only sand left there as well. It turns out that the light coming from the moon turned the food of all the participants in the training area into ordinary sand, so Hanseo didn't care about it. But it turned out that this was not all the moonlight's abilities, and again, in disbelief, Songjin and Mihi looked at the houses and were surprised. After all the people who had previously hidden and tried to spend the night safely began to glow, and were now in the palm of all enemies' hands. Looking at her own body, Mihi thought that they must also be glowing, but it was not visible from close up, and for those who were farther away, they were like fireflies. It was a serious provocation for all people because by illuminating their bodies, this place did not allow them to rest even at night and set them up to fight with each other. And when Songjin asked Hanseo if he knew that this would happen, he replied with a smile on his face that he was seeing it for the first time, just like all the other travelers. But by his reaction and behavior to all this, they immediately understood why Hanseo decided not to look for new supplies and not to take revenge on the men for the robbery. Everywhere you could hear the screams of people who did not understand what was happening. Who was surprised when people started to glow and could not hide? Some people were furious that all their food had turned to sand, and they did not immediately realize that it was all a month later, but began to suspect and fight among themselves. Close friends were attacking and killing each other, and listening to all these screams, Hanseo realized how rotten and ruthless the world really is. Hanseo specifically told Songjin and Mihi not to bring food to avoid arguments because as long as the moon is watching, it will continue. So they will have to watch and listen to all this horror happening around them until the morning, but they have not yet had serious enemies, so they do not need to hide. That's why Hanseo was calm and decided that as long as nothing disturbed them, it was time to find a good place and complete one task he had planned earlier. Meanwhile, Tai Sung Ji Sung and Yeongyu, who were left alone, also saw that all their food, which they had been protecting, had turned to sand. Yeongyu looked at Tai Sung and asked him what they should do now, since they hadn't even had time to eat the food they had and were exhausted. And there were no options to get more, because the convenience store had already been robbed by the bandits, and the places where they hunted were empty. Tai Sung realized that it didn't make any sense yet, but he was even angrier that Hanseo knew about it, and had deceived them in this way. While he was worried and mentally destroying Hanseo Yeongyu, he ran to the window and saw something very strange happening outside, and called everyone. When Tae Sung approached the window, he was first surprised to see that people were glowing, and could be seen from afar, but when he looked closely, he was horrified. After all, the people who were running right in front of their building were gangsters to whom Tai Sung had shown the store earlier, and now that they had lost them, they thought it was because of him. Tae Sung realized that if they found him and attacked him, he would have no chance against so many people even to escape. While Tai Sung was frozen in fear, Yeongyu tried to shake him up and shouted that they needed to find Hanseo immediately to save them. But when he heard that he would have to ask Hanseo for help, Tai Seong was furious and said that he would never humiliate himself like that and go to Hanseo to beg. Yeongyu continued and said that if Tai Sung thinks that the men will just change their minds and the situation will resolve itself, he is mistaken. But realizing that Hanseo would not agree to simply ask for help, Tai Sung said that they could wait until the men found Hanseo. And then they will follow them, and when Hanseo is in trouble, they will appear as saviors and offer him their help. At first, Tae Sung couldn't accept the idea and hesitated, but later he began to realize that this was a good opportunity to tease Hanseo again. After all, they won't ask him for help themselves, but will offer theirs, and then Hanseo will remain their debtor and change his mind. So he turned to the others and said that they would do so, and if they followed the same path, they would be able to find Hanseo and should follow the lighted road. But as soon as he went outside and started running along this path, his legs were tied by some strange, sticky, and strong plant, so he could not hold on and fell. Tae Sung looked at his feet and tried to tear it away from his legs as if it were ordinary grass, but it was all in vain. So then he got closer to his feet and started to tear this green root with his hands, but it was slippery and sticky at the same time, so he could not do anything. The plant was pulling his legs more and more tightly, so Tae Sung fell to the ground again and began to shout to Yeongyu and Ji Sung to help him. But they froze in place because they had already seen what was going on around Tai Seong, or rather, who was there besides them. A man stepped forward. It turns out that it was the boss of a group of bandits who told Ji Sung and Yeongyu that if they started saving Tai Sung, they would be in danger themselves. After all, now that they are here and the boss has seen them, they won't be able to run away all at once, and if they want to come up and talk, he will give them the opportunity. But when they heard all his words and saw the overwhelming number of rivals, they didn't even listen to him to the end and ran away, leaving Tae-seong behind. And then, watching his friends trying to escape, Tae-sung screamed and cursed so much that the boss came over and told him he shouldn't do it. He is too young to use such dirty words and said that the plant around his feet is called Sticky Oruna. After all, while they thought Tae-sung was busy with his pranks, they were also not wasting their time and learned some new useful skills. Then the boss changed his expression and began to question Tae-sung about why there were only 3 of them here, since he had seen earlier that there were others with him. But without receiving the answer that the boss had been waiting for, he swung his leg and decided to intimidate Tae-sung, showing that he was now completely defenseless. Thinking that the boss was going to hit him so hard that he would lose consciousness, Tae-sung began to scream and beg him not to. But for now, the boss didn't want to hurt Tae-sung without getting any information from him about the other members of the group, so he actually hit Oruna. Realizing that he still had a chance to be saved, Tae-sung began to say that he would tell them absolutely everything, and even help them find the others. The boss praised him for learning quickly, but said that there was another person from his group who wanted to talk and clarify a few things with Tae-seong. Song Ho came out of the crowd, sincerely happy that Tae-sung was trapped in their house, decided that this was a great opportunity for revenge, and said that they would have fun now. He hadn't forgotten how Tae-sung had hit him and broken his nose, and he believed that it was because of him that they had lost their supplies, which Tae-sung had recently shown him. So he told the men that they could start beating Tae-seong now, but the boss warned them to be careful because they would be working together in the future. When they all pounced on Tae-seong lying down, they began to kick him with all their might, and he tried to cover himself with his hands and withstand the pain. But remembering how his friends had abandoned him, he thought that he would definitely take revenge for them and destroy each of his group of traitors who had left him to die. And especially he will take revenge on Hanseo, who has been bothering him with his superpowers all this time, and who has put him in this position. Meanwhile, Ji-sung and Yeon-gyu ran to the place where Hanseo and the others were staying, and were shocked by what they saw. After all, they were sitting there eating the meat they had just cooked, and Ji-sung and Yeon-gyu couldn't understand how they had done it, and why they were acting so calmly. For a moment, it even seemed like they were in the real world and there was nothing dangerous around, and they were just hiking and having dinner. But Ji-sung and Yeon-gyu hadn't had a chance to eat yet, and they were feeling incredibly hungry and helpless, so they decided to come over. Yeon-gyu was the first to speak up, saying that their food looked quite appetizing, so she would also come over and have a little something to eat with them if they didn't mind. But Hanseo abruptly stood up and waved his weapon at her, and ordered her to stay put and not to cross the line he had drawn on the ground. Yeon-gyu was extremely frightened because she didn't expect such a reaction from Hanseo, and also didn't understand why Mi-hee didn't react to it and didn't protect her. And when Hanseo asked what was going on, Hanseo said only that everything would remain as it is now, and everything would be fine in the future if they did not cross the line. After all, his superpower tells him that if they do dare to cross the line, they will be seriously hurt, which makes Ji-sung very angry. And he started yelling about how Hanseo's ability was always telling him something stupid, but Hanseo said that his ability also told him that they brought danger with them. At first, Ji-sung and Yeon-gyu couldn't understand what he was talking about, and thought he was just mocking them because he was offended by Tae-sung's actions. But suddenly their surprise turned to fear because they heard a lot of people walking behind them, so they turned around and froze in fear. But they saw that behind them was the same group of men who had earlier grabbed Tae-seong, and probably after the beating he told them how many were in the group and where. The men did nothing but stand and watch everything that was happening, and the fact that they came here all together meant that they were ready to fight. And the expression on the boss's face shows that he is confident in his actions, and that he can easily defeat all the members of Hanseo's group and Hanseo himself. Meanwhile, Tae-sung stood calmly and waited for some action from the boss and his group to understand what their intentions were and whether this was the right time to end them. Next to him stood Mi-hee, who at first was a little tense but tried not to show it, especially in the presence of her enemies who had previously wanted to drag her to them. But when she saw Hanseo's calmness, she realized that this time, under his protection, men would no longer dare to harm her or even talk to her. While the two groups stood looking at each other and deciding what to do, Hanseo thought about the mission for which he would receive a reward of a selfish rich man's bag. The conditions of this task sound quite simple. You need to find as much food as possible, cook it, and eat as much as would last for several days. All this should be done while the moon is still in the sky, and despite all the conditions, do not be distracted from eating. Thus, the mission sounds quite simple, but there is another condition that says that you cannot share it, because then it will not be counted. Hanseo knew that the person who came up with this task had a rather peculiar sense of humor, but getting a bag of selfish rich man was quite useful. So he sat back down and continued eating as if nothing was happening around him, and no longer paid attention to the obviously unfriendly bandits. While there was silence between everyone, Tae-seong began to emerge from the crowd of men, heading toward the group, and when he saw those who had left him, he stopped. Ji-sung and Yeon-gyu stood and looked at the completely beaten Tae-seong, who could barely walk, but his eyes were so full of rage that you could feel it from a distance. So when they tried to ask Tae-seong what had happened to him, He began to yell at them as if waiting for this moment, saying that it was all their fault. But Yeonggu tried to explain to him that they weren't going to abandon him, because they ran to find Hanseo and bring him back to deal with the problem together. But Taesung didn't want to listen, and he continued to scream until he heard the voice of his boss behind him, who ordered him to calm down and not to waste his energy. After all, he's already injured, so he needs to recover a bit, and he's just a newcomer to their gang, so they should slow down and not interfere. Then the boss decided to turn to Hanseo and asked how he managed to get so much food and make it safe to eat. Hanseo calmly continued to eat and replied that they didn't know where the meat came from, because it was everywhere they looked. But the boss said that they had already found meat before, because of course it's not that hard. But they gave the men in their group a try and they still had trouble. Now they are lying there, barely alive and dehydrated. Hanseo again replied that raw meat is dangerous, but if you boil it in goblin blood, it will become normal. Even though Hanseo continued to eat and was far from interested in talking, the boss tried to stay calm because he knew Hanseo had abilities. Everyone was already convinced of this at the beginning of the training, and when members of the boss's group grabbed Taesung and he told them who Hanseo was. He also informed them that Hanseo had recently been in the subway on the lower floor and had definitely brought valuable artifacts with him. And also about Hanseo having some kind of superpowers from the very beginning, but the boss didn't pay attention to it because he thought Hanseo was just a normal 20-year-old. Meanwhile, Taesung watched what was happening and rejoiced in his heart because he realized that now there was someone else on his side who was against Hanseo. But while he was thinking about it, the boss came up to him and ordered Taesung to go to his friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time and talk to him. Taesung didn't get even angrier, but he didn't want to show it. He didn't understand why he had to follow his boss's orders and why he had to talk to Hanseo. He hated him with all his heart and soon realized that in this way he could really talk to Hanseo and strike him a surprise blow with revenge. But when he started to approach, Hanseo abruptly got up from his seat and warned him not to approach and not to cross the line. Mihi also tried her best to reach him, screaming for Taesung to stop immediately before something really terrible happened. But Taesung's rage seems to have clouded his mind, and he doesn't say anything to Mihi, who tried to save him, so he yells at her to shut up. After all, he considered her just as much of a traitor as the others, because she chose to stay with Hanseo instead of the rest of her group and college friends in the real world. Taesung continued to walk, and as he approached and crossed the line, he felt an incredible and unexpected pain in his leg, but did not immediately understand what was happening. Unable to stand it, he fell down and, waking up from the pain, looked at his leg, which was separated from him by the line Hanseo had created. The boss and his gang were shocked and even a little scared by what had just happened, realizing that Hanseo was not the simple young man he seemed at first glance. It turns out that the line was not a simple demarcation of the territory, but a real magic blade that inflicts schools on anyone who wants to interfere and cross. Meanwhile, Taesung lay screaming in pain and could not believe that Hanseo had dared to do such a thing, and was so ruthless that he was willing to inflict such pain because of an insult. He also addressed others, telling them that he used to be a member of Hanseo's group, and now that he had done such a terrible thing to him, he could do it to others. Taesung didn't stop and continued to say that after that, Hanseo couldn't call himself a human being because he did this to him to avoid sharing food. And then he turned to the men and told them that they should kill Hanseo right away, because he would not spare anyone and would become even stronger later. The boss realized that Taesung's words were true, and that it would be really hard to win Hanseo, and ordered his men to prepare for the fight. And now is the perfect moment, as long as Hanseo is determined to compete and they still have their weapons and the moon is still in the sky, so he can't hide. But there was something that they all could not understand, because Hanseo's eyes did not look like a young boy's, and they could not understand what he had gone through. Meanwhile, Hanseo began to think about what he should do in this case, because he realized that this time there would be no avoiding the battle and sacrifices. It would not be easy to fight against so many men, but in order to stop them and finally get rid of this obstacle, a decision had to be made immediately. Suddenly, he began to remember how Ares and Keldian always argued with each other about whether to kill people who were in the way. But when Keldian said that people who would interfere with the mission and who were a threat to Hanseo himself should be destroyed, even Ares agreed. So now he was sure that he could no longer delay and postpone the elimination of this gang from the game because they could harm someone else. Hanseo stood in front of them and smilingly began to provoke them by saying that he had a lot of runes that they apparently really needed. And then the boss ordered everyone to run to the attack. Without hesitating for a second, everyone rushed to Hanseo to kill him, but he remained calm and did not even change his expression in response. Holding his sword tightly with the needle he had made himself through his own experience, he waited for the men to come even closer and prepared himself. When they were close enough to the line, Hanseo began to run up to each of them with his sword and fight back. Hanseo moved so fast thanks to his agility that everyone else didn't even have time to see him before he appeared and struck. But they still tried to hold on and not retreat until they realized that Hanseo's skills were so strong that they hadn't even realized before. Eventually, they stopped attacking and just tried to catch Hanseo's movements to understand how he managed to move and attack so quickly. Among the frightened crowd stood the bewildered boss, who could not understand how Hanseo had managed to develop his skills in such a short period of time. because he destroyed all his fighters with such speed that they did not even have time to react in any way to close or attack back. But suddenly the boss realized that Hanseo had used all his runes against them, so soon his strength would run out and they would win. But when he saw that his entire gang began to run away, he ordered them to continue fighting and not to retreat because they were outnumbered and could still win. But he could not stop his people with his words and instructions, so all those who could run fled, while others lay in the middle of the place wounded and powerless. Looking around and seeing that Hanseo's next victim will be him, the boss decided to make him stop. So he took his knife and began to threaten that if he decided to attack him, he would definitely respond in kind and take revenge for his people. But in reality, the boss was very scared because he saw what Hanseo was capable of, so he didn't want to fight him and tried to keep stopping him with words. He said that killing people is not the same as fighting against bloodthirsty monsters because he said that afterwards he would feel terrible. He also said that Hanseo is still just a child, so he would definitely not dare to attack a grown man, because he is not like that and is not capable of destroying a person. But Hanseo continued to approach the boss because his goal was to put an end to this dispute and drive them away from him forever. So when he got very close, he took out his needle and swung at the boss with such force that he could not stay on his feet and even flew a little. It was just one blow that the boss didn't even try to avoid because he believed to the last that Hanseo wouldn't do anything wrong and would actually be scared. But Hanseo's gaze remained calm and he did not hesitate in his decision for a moment as these people continued to cause him problem. Meanwhile, Hanseo's attack caused so much pain and damage to the boss that he fell and lost consciousness. So he looked like he was dead, but Hanseo didn't mean to. He knew he hadn't broken his promise to Ares and had followed Keldian's orders, inflicting so much damage on the boss's gang that they would never attack again. At the end of the battle, at the site of the recent clash, there were men lying mutilated, some of them unconscious and some trying to ask for help. Everyone else was watching Hanseo's actions and of course they were shocked, and the most off-balance were Ji-seong and Yeon-gyu, who hadn't yet recovered from the situation with Taesung. Hanseo could only exhale and look at what he had done, but he still knew that these actions were necessary in this case and with this type of person. But after seeing the surprised and frightened faces of Ji-seong and Yeon-gyu, he decided to get rid of them, but not by force, but this time only by warning. He asked if he needed their decision to stay as a sign of their readiness to get even with him, but Ji-seong and Yeon-gyu were even more frightened by these words. So in their usual manner, they hurried to run away without answering, which made Hanseo quite amused. And he returned to his food, smiling. Miyahei and Songjin continued to watch in amazement as Hanseo acted calm and confident after such a horrific battle. Hanseo acted as if nothing had happened, and continued to eat what he had prepared in order to complete the task before morning came. Meanwhile, Mihi continues to look at Hanseo, but he tells her that if she's hungry, she shouldn't even hope he won't share with her. But in reality, Mihi was scared and looking at Hanseo, so in order not to irritate him even more, she said that everything was fine and tried not to show her true emotions. So they all sat in silence until the morning, watching Hanseo continue to eat all the food without ceasing. In the morning, the moon finally closed its eye and so the people around stopped glowing. And of course, Hanseo himself and his group no longer gave themselves away. Although after that fight with the men, no one tried to oppose them. And until the morning, the atmosphere was quite calm, except for the screams of the wounded. No one came up to him and didn't pay attention. But thanks to Hanseo's continued efforts to complete the task until the morning, he finally received his reward. It was the bag of the selfish rich man who protected the food from the lunar scythe, so it did not turn to sand like all the other food at that time. Also, this bag can hold 5 times what Hanseo was able to eat in just one night, so even though it was a challenge, Hanseo was happy to get it in the end. Despite the tense atmosphere and the silence that lasted for quite some time, Mihi decided to come a little closer to Hanseo and ask if she was okay. But Hanseo didn't expect this question, so he turned around and showed that he didn't understand. So Mihi asked him something else. She asked him if he was okay after what happened and if he had any regrets before he left them all wounded, but not taking their lives. Hanseo listened to her and noticed that she was smart enough to understand the need to deliberately take the lives of some people, but he didn't want to show it and called her a maniac. But then Mihi began to make excuses and say that she didn't mean it at all, because she was just worried that the men would not regain their strength and take revenge. But in reality, I realized that after such a rebuff, those people would never dare to speak out against Hanseo again, even if they were to recover. And she began to understand Hanseo's true purpose because he tried to protect them all the time and didn't destroy even those who deserved it. And yet he could take the lives of those people and at the same time take their runes and become even stronger than the abilities he has at the moment. Hanseo, meanwhile, was only thinking that it was possible to carry out a small so-called purge of such scum as the boss in his group. But we can't do that now because there are enough witnesses around him who can take this as inspiration and continue to destroy everyone. Therefore, it is necessary to wait until people appear who will establish certain rules, and the most important rule is not to destroy each other. especially for the sake of the runes. It will be difficult for him to establish these rules on his own, so it will be good enough if someone influential appears to lead others. Meanwhile, Songjin stopped abruptly and said he wanted to stay here. At first, Mihi and Hanseo didn't understand what he was talking about or what was going on. Songjin decided to leave the group because he knew that eventually one of those people would recover and decide to return and fight back against Hanseo. But he didn't explain his decision to Hanes and Mihi and said that, after all, he just decided to stay and continued to watch the surprise of those around him. Mihi could not understand Songjin's decision and at first even tried to convince him to stay, because what was he supposed to do alone in this terrible place without any special skills? But Hanseo stopped her and told her that Songjin has the right to make his own decisions, and if he wants to leave, that's his right. After all, as he said earlier, he does not keep anyone around him by force, and people can manage their own lives as they wish. But after they parted ways with Songjin in silence, Hanseo decided to stop and turn to Mihi and asked her if she should do the same. But Mihi did not expect Hanseo to make such a decision and said that she hadn't even thought about leaving him and being alone. Then Hanseo asked her if she was afraid of him after everything he had done, and she said that of course she was afraid, but she understood that in order to be close to Hanseo, she only needs to follow one rule, not to cross the line and not to interfere with his tasks. And even more so if she leaves now than if she decides to come back and be with Hanseo again. He will not take her back. Hanseo noticed that she had good intuition and was sure of what she was doing, and she was smart enough to understand the rules of life in this place. Her confident gaze said only one thing: she would stay with him as long as she could or until he decided to send her away. So Hanseo didn't answer her and just turned around and walked on, and Mihi quietly followed him, realizing that now there were only two of them left. Together they went to another dungeon where Hanseo wanted to complete another task, and Mihi could improve her skill. Meanwhile, at the site of the recent battle between Hanseo and the men of the boss gang, something terrible was happening, as people were injured everywhere. The perpetrators begged for help and cried out in pain, and among them lay the mutilated Tai Seong, who could not restore his lost foot and crawled away. Thinking that I had hoped in vain for the help of these men, because they all turned out to be fools and weaklings, I could not defeat only one person. He continued to crawl, thinking that he would soon regain his strength and take revenge for the harm Khan had done him. And he will also destroy all those losers who suddenly stopped, because he turned his head and saw that someone had stopped in front of him and was watching. He looked up to see Songjin and began to get angry that all this time he had been watching Hanseo's actions and not trying to stop him. But he decided not to show it and said that he was very happy to see him here, because he probably came to help him and destroy everyone else. So he started talking about how they could now unite and work together to defeat Hanseo and destroy the boss in his group. When he saw Songjin picking up the knife, he decided that he had already started to follow his orders, so he said that he should deal with the boss first, until he came to his senses and was able to fight him off. But in fact, Songjin was approaching Taesung, or was so caught up in revenge that he didn't notice. But when he turned to Songjin, he saw that he was not going to approach and harm his boss, but stopped near him and watched. Then he grabbed him, and Taesung realized Songjin's true intentions and was very scared, asking what Songjin was trying to do. But he continued to say that if they united and killed all those wounded people, they would be able to share the runes among themselves. But Songjin didn't care about Taesung, because after he saw what Hanseo was doing to these people, he realized his role in this world, and he was especially valuable to Hanseo. So now his mind was clouded with the idea of approaching Hanseo's abilities and proving himself to him. Songjin thought that having found himself in this world, he should have dealt with Taesung long ago and not continued to listen to his humiliation. All this time, Taesung had been trying to manipulate him by using Songjin's father, but he was done with that, so he grabbed the knives and stabbed Taesung in the heart. After that, he threw him out of his strong arms, saying that now he would no longer be able to threaten and intimidate him, and that Taesung was actually a nobody. Without his father in this world, he could only play dirty games, using people in them and turning them against each other. But now Songjin realized that the rules of life had changed, and from now on he would do anything to get Hanseo to let him return and recognize his strength. After Songjin had finished off Taesung, he realized for a moment that he was free and started laughing like crazy, but only for a moment. When he realized what he had done, he dropped the knife and fell to the ground and began to cry, because it was the first life he had taken, especially of a person he knew well. But he tried to convince himself that everything was okay, and that Taesung deserved this end because his life was as miserable as his actions. So, realizing that he needed to pull himself together and not show his weakness anymore, he began to hit himself in the face to bring himself to life. Taking the knife, he knew that he had to finish off the others and take as many runes as he could, and then return to Hanseo and show how he had changed. But then he began to approach the boss, who meanwhile begged him to stop and not to hurt anyone else, because it is very difficult to take a life. But Songjin decides that he will show what he can do and prove to Hanseo that he is no longer a weak-minded boy trying to save his own skin. Because earlier, when they fought against all those monsters, Sang Jin was too intimidated and looked like a weakling and a loser in Hanseo's eyes. He only regretted that he hadn't dared to show Hanseo that he was ready to fight on his side and that he wasn't going to hide anymore. I also thought that after Hanseo saw what Sang Jin was capable of, he would regret letting him leave the group and not chase him away again. After finishing off the boss, he picked up the runes and felt that with each life he took, something inside him changed, in addition to his abilities. Of course, the runes would help him improve his strength, but what was changing inside him was amazing, as if he had woken up from a long hibernation, in which you were afraid of everything around you and never tried to protect yourself, or realized that once you were in another place, you had to do everything to become stronger. But now everything has changed and he will start a new life in this place, where he will take revenge on all those who did not accept him as a human being, and will get closer to Hanseo and help him. Meanwhile, Hanseo and Mihi were near the dungeon and tried to resist a flock of birds that suddenly started attacking them. Mihi sees these creatures approaching her and decides that this is a great opportunity to use her new skill that she bought from Hanseo. So she took in a full lungful of air and focused on using as much of her abilities as possible to kill each bird. Along with the air, she released a shockwave just like the snake Hanseo fought, but while it wasn't as strong, she was able to throw the birds away. When they came back dead, she finally relaxed, satisfied that she could now fight the local monsters herself, who were constantly attacking her. But when she turned around, she realized that there was another angry bird behind her, which, while she was standing idly by, had come too close to her. But Hanseo appeared in time to neutralize the monster by hitting it with his weapon, splitting it into pieces and thus saving Mihi. As he approached her, he said that she should make sure that everything was over before lowering her weapon and retreating. Mihi said that this time she couldn't do without his help again, and didn't improve her abilities enough to finally fight the monsters. But Hanseo told her that being independent and doing everything alone are not the same thing, and having someone to support you is only an advantage. After that, he came up to her and gave her the runes she had earned in this hunt, and told her not to hesitate and not to stop improving her abilities. And Mihi smiled at the fact that even after there were only 2 of them left, Hanseo continued to follow all the rules and was so scrupulous in distributing the runes. Realizing that it had been 2 days since they were in this place and checking the skills, she realized that buying the skill from Hanseo was the best decision. But despite all her efforts, she thought about how she was still a burden to Hanseo, and this thought made it very difficult for her to improve her own strength. Meanwhile, Hanseo also decided to test his skills and realized that he was able to improve his agility to 40 points, which was very good. But I should have kept all my skills roughly in balance, but it was good that I didn't have to look for people to exchange with because Mihi was there. She was not developing her strength and endurance skills well, so he could help her with these runes, and she would give him the ones she had collected more of. Suddenly, a voice rang out around them, telling them that everyone should gather as soon as possible at the place where they had all appeared in the beginning, and those who are later decide not to come at all will definitely be punished. Mihi realized that this voice belonged to the fairy helper, but Hanseo had been waiting for this moment for a long time, because he knew everything that would happen next. So he told Mihi that they had to move on because they didn't have much time left. As they walked, Mihi kept looking at Hanseo as if she was daring to ask him something, and when he noticed, he told her to say whatever she wanted. Mihi blushed, but still asked Hanseo if he had a girlfriend. And then she kept quiet because she was worried that she had crossed the line by asking him something personal. Hanseo was puzzled by the question, but he hadn't answered yet. So there was a silence between them, and Mihi felt even more embarrassed and ashamed for asking. But all the while, Hanseo was so kind to her, so sweet, so protective, so not annoyed, even though he didn't show it because she was failing at something. So she couldn't help the fact that she started to like him, so it seemed like a good idea to show it and get to know him. Meanwhile, Hanseo was thinking about how Mihi had seemed so shy all this time, and now she dared to ask such a question so bluntly and out of the blue. But when he thought about whether he had a girlfriend, he began to remember the beautiful girl from his past life who was there. But realizing that he should still answer, Mihi said that he did not remember whether he had a girlfriend because he seemed to have lost his memory. So they continued to walk to the place where their journey began in this place and did not talk about this topic anymore. When they finally arrived at the place where the fairy had called everyone, they saw that not many people had gathered, but there were many familiar faces among them. People stood anxious and scared because they did not know what to expect next. They were still trying to do everything they could to survive and gain strength. And now the fairy has invented something again and called them to the place where quite a few people died the last time, including their relatives and friends from the real world. At that moment, the fairy assistant appeared and began to look around at everyone present. And then seeing that many had already arrived, she said that it was time to start. She also spoke with sarcasm as usual and told them that, unfortunately, they came here too quickly, of course, meaning that she had to wait. People were very scared because they knew that the fairy could take revenge on those who bothered her by interrupting her for asking questions she did not want to answer. So they stood silently, not saying a word, listening attentively to everything the fairy was telling them, and realizing that from that day on, a new test would begin for them. The fairy, smiling sincerely with her big, sharp eyes, began to say that she had very good news for them all, which would open up new opportunities for them. The idea was that if they could hold out and survive the next 72 hours, they would get out of this place forever. After such a beautiful speech, she expected loud applause because she thought that people would start rejoicing because they had the opportunity to be freed. But everyone stood silently, not saying a word, because they did not know that they could show any emotions and what other conditions were needed to be released. But the fairy did not like this reaction at all, so her expression changed, and she changed her smile to a threatening one and began to make them applaud. Therefore, people's faces showed a fake grimace of joy, and they began to clap their hands, still nervously waiting for the speech to continue. So the fairy did not hesitate and began to talk about what she thought was something huge and beautiful for them, and soon something appeared. Like everything else in this place, a huge building in front of people grew literally out of nowhere because everything here was subject to magic, and especially the fairy. While people watched in horror, the fairy continued her speech, pretending that everything was going well and that the fun was just beginning for her. It was a real pleasure for her to watch people suffer to save themselves, so she will not deprive herself of that this time. This time she called a huge beast to this place, which in her opinion looked very cute, and she did not feed it especially for today's event. This beast was in the so-called altar, but it could not be contained for long, and at any moment the creature would break out and destroy everyone. The fairy has specially thought out so that the altar can collapse and the monsters can feast on new travelers who will run away and scream. This giant was extremely scary and as big as a huge building. The monster was something like a dragon, but bigger and more dangerous. He was also very hungry, and when he saw that there were people outside the walls whom he could eat, he began to try to break free and finally eat. The people were terrified. They could not understand whether they had to fight such a monster. But the fairy began to reassure them, saying that there was a way. Who will not force them to fight against this monster, but only to put him to sleep so that he can calm down and not be able to break the altar on his own and destroy everyone he catches. So she looked at everyone again and said that she would kiss those who could guess what this method was that would help neutralize the monster. But no one tried to say anything, so the fairy told them that in order for the monster to sleep through the day, they needed to feed it 5 people. They will have to stay here for another 72 hours, so they will only need to feed the monster 3 times, and 15 people will die. Currently, there are about 60 travelers here, so a quarter of them will be sacrificed to save the rest. But for those who still have doubts about feeding the beast in this way, she decided to show a video of people trying to escape. They were travelers from another zone to study, and then they decided not to feed the monster, but to try to overcome it altogether. But it was in vain. The beast destroyed the altar and got out and began to feed, destroying everyone who got in its way, and all attempts to escape ended tragically. The monster was much stronger and bigger than they were, so it only needed to open its mouth to swallow more than a dozen people at a time. In fact, Han Seo knew that fighting such a beast alone was a waste of lives, especially for travelers without special skills. Suddenly, one guy from the crowd raised his hand and dared to ask how they should choose people to be victims for the monster. After all, these cannot be strong people who are useful in this world, and no one will voluntarily go to the monster's food to save others. But the fairy said that it was none of her business, so she didn't care how they chose the victim. Any way they wanted to do it, as long as the victims were alive. They also have only 1 hour to decide who will be the bait, and after the time runs out, they have to send 5 people to the altar. And if they fail to do so, it will be destroyed. Then they will all become food for the beast and will be doomed to death unless they defeat it. Then panic broke out among the people, and they started shouting and saying that people who were completely incapable of doing anything, and those who were in the way, should go to the monster. At this point, Mihi looked at Han Seo and saw that he was completely calm and asked him if he had any ideas on how to solve the problem. But Han Seo replied that he didn't have a perfect solution and that everything has an end and a beginning, so all their fates and deaths are already written into the script. Meanwhile, people continued to argue with each other about what to do in such a situation, and one of the men started shouting that they needed to vote. Or perhaps they could draw lots and the unlucky one would go to the monster to receive the verdict of fate. But suddenly they heard a voice. He told them that in such a situation they could choose a different path, because this place was created by someone else who was ruthless and cruel. It turns out that this guy was Song Jin, who looked at everyone and said that they didn't have to play by the rules and vote to choose a victim. Now there's no reason to rely on fate or to choose those who will die by voting, because it is a matter of survival. He began to walk out of the crowd, followed by several other people in black cloaks, including Yongyu and Ji Hong, and Song Jin behaved quite confidently. With his whole appearance, Song Jin showed that he knew what he was talking about, and the people who followed him confirmed that Song Jin was a true leader. Later, the same guy who initially proposed to draw the lot asked Song Jin what he proposed to do in that case. Then Song Jin smiled and said that there is always a solution, and started moving towards the lantern to prove to some people what was important in this place. Namely, the strength and abilities that allowed him to break the lantern into 2 pieces with one hand and intimidate those present who did not have the skills. So turning to everyone else, he still smilingly told people that they should elect people who were useless. After all, they will not be able to live as before, and people who do not develop their skills will die one way or another. So we can use this opportunity. Sang-jin hoped that Hanseo was watching him and could see how much he had become more capable and improved his skills since the last time they had met. After all, his newfound strength was the reason for his self-confidence, and this place became a real opportunity for him to show a different self. Hanseo has been watching Sang-jin and noticed that his abilities have really improved, and he's not the same boy who's afraid anymore. But the anxious man kept asking Sang-jin what they should do, because they could not just kill the weak people and go to their deaths. But Sang-jin didn't see anything wrong with it and said they should try it, and then looked at Hanseo and asked him what he thought. In fact, Sang-jin did not feel as confident in front of Hanseo as he did in front of other people whom he was much stronger than, at least for the moment. But now that he had finally shown himself to be a man of strong character, he hoped that Hanseo would appreciate it and support his idea. So he decided to tell him that he was not his enemy and wanted to be on his side, so Hanseo could count on any help from him. Then Hanseo said that it was a good idea, but he had a better solution. So if they listened, they could all get out of here alive. Everyone was holding their breath waiting to hear what Hanseo would say, and Sang-jin was especially impressed, thinking that Hanseo would definitely appreciate his idea. In this case, he did not see any better solution, but Hanseo said that in order to win and hold out for 72 hours, it was not necessary to make a sacrifice. Then everyone started shouting at Hanseo that he really wanted to fight against this horrible monster, because after the video from the other zone, they wouldn't do it. And one of the guys came forward and asked if he wanted to fight the monster alone because it was crazy, but Hanseo said that's exactly what he meant. Then another man came forward and started shouting that they needed to make a decision as soon as possible because there were only 49 minutes left. He also told Hanseo that fighting against the predatory beast is not the same as destroying goblins, and he would never have the strength to defeat such a creature. Meanwhile, Sang-jin stood still and listened to everything Hanseo said, and his mood began to change a little bit, and he was not exactly feeling bad about it. He expected that Hanseo, seeing his strength increase so much, would appreciate and praise him for not being idle during this time, but for developing. But it seems that while Sang-jin was gaining strength to acquire the initial skills, Hanseo also wasted no time in becoming strong enough to fight the beast. But Hanseo responded by stopping all the people's arguments and began to say that he could defeat this predatory beast, but he needed their help. Sang-jin was excited because he thought Hanseo wanted to take him with him, but he said that he really just couldn't finish his thought and didn't mean it. Then Sang-jin replied that he really wanted to choose the strongest, and in that case he was the right person for the role, and that's not what he wanted to explain to them. But Sang-jin said he didn't understand anything again, and asked Hanseo what he was going to do with this predatory beast to defeat it. While Hanseo was trying to express his idea, he was thinking that if Hanseo's plan was to really take someone with him, he would definitely choose her. But immediately afterwards, she denied her opinion because she realized that Hanseo would never have done that, because he wouldn't let them fight even against that snake. He always protected them from monsters they could not yet defeat, and when Hanseo was finally able to tell them his plan again, he said that he would go alone, but he will defeat the monster on his own without endangering anyone, and for this he needs to increase his skills, especially endurance, by 30 units. And if each of them shares their characteristic runes, they will take responsibility and fight the beast one-on-one. He knew that he could also smoke cigarettes and thus increase his performance even more. And he also remembered that this was not an easy task. After all, even Keldian and Eris could not defeat such a monster. But there was one person who did dare to do so, and it was the Berserker Monarch. And Clementine, despite his excellent characteristics, almost died in that battle with the predatory monster, and Hanseo decided that he had to try. So he turned to all the people again and began to say that he did not care who shared their runes with him, but that this was their only chance. This is the only way Hanseo will be able to get to the altar unnoticed, and he also reminded them that they have very little time left, so they should not hesitate. Then an older man came forward again and asked people to give him their runes for Hanseo, otherwise they would have to draw lots. His strength was not enough to help Hanseo with the runes, so he continued to ask until he heard someone calling out to him. Turning around, he saw a young girl who looked extremely strong, and she was walking so angry that the man was a little scared. She approached him and, looking at him threateningly, began to tell him to shut up, because it was obvious that otherwise he would become fodder. And why should they give away their runes which they earned so hard, just because this man has only a few and is not capable of anything? The man started to snap and said that it was all their common business and that he thought they had a democracy here, so they were free to express their opinions. But then the woman came even closer to him and said that if there is democracy here, they should all vote for who will be the monster's dinner. And of course, the voting will be completely secret, just like in the democratic country this man was talking about, and he will be one of the victims. After all, it is clear that such worthless people as this man will be the first to be chosen, because such people are useless and no one will notice the loss. In his dream democratic country, they would have done exactly that, sacrificed a few people to save the majority and move on, just like the fairy said. But the man was very scared, and realizing that he was going to get himself into trouble, he approached Hanseo and said that he was already strong, so he could just take the runes away by force. Using his skills, he will be able to kill several people and then take the runes to enter the altar and kill the beast in order to save others. But then suddenly a guy ran up to him and grabbed him by the jacket and started beating and shaking him, saying that he did not understand what he was talking about. And then, throwing him away, he told the others that they should send this man first to the monster, because time was running out. Watching all of this, Hanseo realized that people have not been able to control their emotions since they found themselves in this incomprehensible world. But this task had to be accomplished not only for the sake of the award, but also to save dozens of defenseless and innocent lives. But they had to find some kind of compromise and try to negotiate with each other, because they would wait for the time to run out and die. So Hanseo said that if they didn't like his first proposal to solve the problem, he had another solution for them. Therefore, when he stopped in front of a group of people, he began to point his finger at them and say that the next attempt to stop the beast required 5 people. These are the first 5 weakest of all, and they will be the first to go to the altar to feed the beast and put it to sleep for one day. There was only half an hour left before the altar would collapse and the monster would be able to get out and start devouring everyone one by one. Mi-hee stood in front of the open gates of the altar and looked around, nervous, thinking about something but trying to pull herself together. Meanwhile, Song-jin approached her and said that if she was so worried about Hanseo, she could just go with him and help him. He also said that he was sure that Hanseo would take Mi-hee with him because she was the only one who stayed by his side after everything. But Mi-hee smiled and said that it couldn't have happened and that Song-jin actually knew nothing about Hanseo and his plans. Sang-jin watched her and couldn't understand why Mi-hee was smiling so much, and she told him that she actually wanted to leave at first, but something stopped her. Namely, the idea that she cannot continue to blindly follow Hanseo and slowly turn into one of those who cannot defend herself. Of course, Hanseo is a good ally, but his skills and Mi-hee's skills are quite different, so she won't be able to follow the same path as her all the time. After all, she won't be able to keep up and such tasks will be too difficult for her, and Hanseo will continue to protect her as the amulet of all these people. And Mi-hee began to remember how Hanseo had recently asked all those people what they were doing while others were developing, and he was not at all interested in idle travelers. They can't keep hoping that fate will smile on them again, and someone else will save their lives forever, so it's time to make a decision. And if they want to survive this time, they have to give 2 runes each, and then they will have 3 more days to hunt for them and get them back. But if one of them decides to escape and not give up his runes, he will find them later and destroy them, if they have not already died by then. So people realized that they had no other way out of this terrible situation, and that if they wanted to win, they would have to sacrifice something. Mi-hee recalled this recent event and realized that Hanseo, as always, would keep his word and handle everything on his own with the help of the Traveler runes. And this time he will be able to prove to everyone that he was right, and by destroying the wild beast he will become even stronger and obviously save more people. Sang-jin approached Mi-hee and asked her what she was going to do now and whether she would continue to follow Hanseo's path. But in reality, Mi-hee hadn't made a decision yet, and she knew for sure that after Hanseo's words, she would definitely have to become stronger and worthy of moving with him. Then Sang-jin said that she could join their group because she was still a part of it, and her abilities were quite useful to them. And also others will be very happy to have her back, because all this time that she was traveling with Hanseo, they were very worried about whether she was still okay. But Mi-hee turned and said with a beaming smile on her face that she would think about it, because she needed more time to make that decision. And as she walked on, Sang-jin continued to watch her go, and thought that she had really become much stronger over the years. He seems to have changed not only his abilities, but also became stronger morally, and he was still not sure that he was able to get Hanseo's attention. After all, it is obvious that his proposal to sacrifice the weakest did not impress Hanseo, and he still did not appreciate how much stronger he had become. But suddenly his thoughts and plans on how to surprise Hanseo were interrupted by a strong girl, who called out to him and said they needed to talk. But the girl was so confident and said that they needed to talk face to face, so for a moment he thought that Tae-sung was in front of him. Tension grew between them, and neither of them knew what to expect next. The girl did not hide her disdain and tried to crush him morally. With his eyes, Sang-jin was no longer the weak boy who would have hesitated, and started walking away to avoid getting into trouble. But this unpleasant and tense atmosphere was changed by a man named Park Soo-young, who took the girl by the shoulder and told her that they shouldn't scare the boy like that first. But after greeting Sang-jin, he said that they did not come with any evil intentions, and that these people, including the strong girl, were members of his group. And then he pointed to the people who were standing next to him, and looking at Sang-jin and asked if he was their leader, because he saw them come together. Sang-jin was very surprised because he did not expect anyone to think that he was the real leader of a very small group of travelers. But Park Soo-young was so friendly and welcoming that Sang-jin only began to feel embarrassed when he was complimenting him. And then Hanseo said that he was not really their leader, and they were all just friends. And with a little more smile, Park Soo-yeol asked if he knew Hanseo. After all, judging by the way they talked and the fact that Sang-jin offered him his help, he concluded that they were from the same group. Meanwhile, Hanseo was already in the middle of the altar preparing to hunt the beast, and he knew that the beast was a very strong opponent, and he had to destroy it. After all the skills he had tried to acquire during the hunt in the training area, the runes given to him by other travelers should not have failed him. He also had another artifact, the Flying Cat Marble, and decided that this time he would use it to further improve his powers. Although the balance of his powers was not in balance, he hoped that Maniac's cigarettes would correct this situation by increasing his strength even more. So he started taking a pack out of his pocket and then set one on fire to see how much his abilities would increase this time. But as he lit a cigarette, he suddenly remembered that beautiful girl from his past who didn't like it when he smoked and spoiled his face. But I hoped that she would understand that he smoked for a reason, to increase his strength, and I thought that in this case, she would not condemn him. A little later, he inhaled the smoke of a cigarette several times and felt a strange tension in his body, indicating that his skills were beginning to grow. Leaning down to the ground, he hit it hard and it broke in half from such force, and a magical ball was formed from his hands that threw everything around. In this fight, Hanseo also decided to use poison to slow down the monster, which will give him more time to defeat it. Also, thanks to all these manipulations, Hanseo managed to create a colorless rune, and although it is not very different from the usual one, it grows with the level. Although such a monster shouldn't have appeared at this level because ordinary travelers can't defeat it, especially since it's a training. But Hanseo knew that the more difficult the task, the greater the reward for accomplishing it. So he smeared poison on his weapon and began to fight. And the predatory beast was full of anger and thirst for food, so he did not hesitate to eat another traveler who came to him. Meanwhile, Park Soo-yeol and his group had already come to the altar and looked quite happy because they thought everything was going as it should. Upon entering the room, Park Soo-yeol said that Sung Jin should not be ashamed and hesitate, and told him to come in. One by one, all the members of Park Soo-yeol's group entered the altar, but Sang Jin was the last to enter and looked a little anxious. Despite all the kindness and good attitude of the leader of this strange group, he felt something that could not be expressed in words, but he knew he had to cope with it. After all, he had long ago made a decision to protect and help Hanseo because he had helped him from the very beginning, and in this situation, these people could be dangerous. Meanwhile, Park Soo-yeol noticed Sung Jin's anxious state and asked if he was okay, to which he replied that he was fine and that he needed to move on. While Hanseo was fighting the predatory beast, he recalled the knowledge he had gained in his past life, namely that monster races are born like beasts. The difference is that in this world they also have special abilities, so they are even more dangerous to enemies. During their fight, the beast used 2 skills against Hanseo, and this monster decided to demonstrate one of them right now. After hitting the ground with his huge paw and breaking it, he raised his head and looked at Hanseo with his 3 huge eyes. But Hanseo remained calm and kept the cigarette in his mouth and continued to smoke it, thus further increasing his skills. Suddenly, the beast decided to attack and with its sharp clawed paw, tried to scoop up Hanseo to kill him on the spot. But the monster's movements were not as fast as Hanseo's, so he managed to dodge this attack and prepare a corresponding attack for the creature. Hanseo watched the monster change and realized that the battle would be fierce, so he decided to paralyze it before it became even stronger. Therefore, having harmed him, he was glad that he managed to stop the beast for a while, and now Hanseo would not have to use all his skills. But realizing that the beast was trying to defeat him, he decided to use his second skill called Vampire Swamp. And with this ability, the predatory beast can absorb the blood of its victims and thus take their lives, causing terrible pain. At that moment, Hanseo realized that it would be quite difficult for him to resist all the monster's actions, and that if he continued to fight at this pace, he would not have time. After all, time will run out and then the altar will collapse, and it is much easier to fight in it, and these walls keep the monster from causing even more damage. So in order to finally defeat the beast, you need to control your actions and monitor all the monster's attacks, because one wrong step and your life will be lost. The struggle continued, and Hanseo continued to attack and dodge when he attacked him, and soon realized what he should do. After all, the skin of the beast is too strong to be struck thoughtlessly on its body, and it will not do much harm, and it will continue to resist. But Hanseo had a needle, and if he could identify the right places, i.e. the vulnerable points, and hit them, he would not be able to continue fighting. The beast resisted with all its might, not allowing Hanseo to get closer, but he managed to remove the vulnerable spot between the muscles and drive the needle in, which made the beast growl. The needle hurt him so badly that he was going crazy, and at one point he was filled with so much strength that he tried to catch Hanseo with all his might. But he couldn't do it because Hanseo was much more agile and, thanks to his skills, easily dodged the claws that wanted to tear him apart. Then the beast decided to use its next ability, called Terror, which allowed it to control people psychologically. But thanks to Hanseo's rune of resistance to magic, such actions did not affect him. So he continued to stay focused and attacked. But Hanseo knew that his skill would be useless against the monsters he would meet later, so he had to find new ways to survive. But this time he did not succumb to any influence of the monster, so he only wasted his strength to inflict at least some damage on Hanseo, and the fight continued. Hanseo had everything under control, but in his past life he had studied monsters and ways to defeat them, so he was sure he would succeed. And even at the initial level, with rather low abilities, he will be able to neutralize the one and keep his word to Iris and his goal in general. But he couldn't let the monster take him by surprise, so Hanso kept his cool and all the beast's attacks were in vain. Hanso was also glad that he had managed to increase his resistance and endurance skills, because otherwise he would not have been able to attack and dodge at the same time. And after dodging another attack and smoking another cigarette, he began to feel his fighting skills improving and he understood the enemy better. Earlier, Kang Tai had said that you can feel the fight, but Hanseo just laughed at him, thinking that he was just showing off again. But now I understood what he meant, because I began to understand the next steps and saw in advance what attacks the beast would use next. Therefore, he continued to easily evade all attacks by increasing his performance with the help of smoking. So far, Hanseo hadn't had a single scratch, and not to mention any major wounds. The fight was going exactly according to his plan. But if you think about the number of cigarettes left and the time that was passing incredibly quickly, the situation became more and more tense. The altar will not stand forever, and when the monster realizes that it cannot defeat Hanseo, it will decide to destroy the structure and choose a new victim. And not just one, but as many people as the beast wants, so we had to do everything we could to save the other travelers, especially if he is given a good reward for such efforts with which he can save even more innocent people. Meanwhile, from above, Hanseo was watched by the people who had recently come with Songjin and could not believe their eyes. After all, Hanseo was not only still alive, but continued to fight the beast, looking completely unharmed. They began to think that Hanseo was really confident that he could defeat this monster, but they themselves would never have dared to do so. The strong girl said that she couldn't believe that Hanseo really dared to fight the beast of prey on his own, because she thought it was completely insane. But Park Soo-young replied that Hanseo must be quite confident in his strength, because he doesn't look tired and even in such circumstances he holds on. But soon the whole group began discussing among themselves how to quietly go down and get rid of Hanseo, while he was fully focused on the fight. But when Songjin heard their plans, he decided to change the rules of the game and shouted to Hanseo that they were already here and would soon help him defeat the monster. Hearing the familiar voice, Hanseo was distracted and didn't understand what Songjin was doing here, and he hadn't seen them before and didn't need their help. Meanwhile, Songjin kept shouting that they were coming down, and Park Soo-yeol, who was not at all pleased with Songjin's action, was embarrassed. He quickly approached Songjin and began to tell him to try to be a little quieter, because the beast could hear them in addition to Hanseo. Park Soo-yeol also pretended that everything was fine and turned around and became extremely angry with Songjin, because there was no way to go down quietly. But Songjin immediately understood what these people's intentions were, so he did not pay attention to any of their plans, but rather tried to destroy them completely. Meanwhile, Haniseo continued to fight against the predatory beast, and was very intrigued by the fact that not only Songjin, but also strangers came here. Park Soo-yeol began to tell his team that they could get into serious trouble because of this fool Songjin, and that they shouldn't worry about it now. Because as soon as they get rid of the predatory beast, they will be able to destroy Hansua, along with him and the annoying and short-sighted Songjin. Park Soo-young knew that Hanseo and Songjin had no time to pay attention to their plans, so he had to act as quickly as possible. In addition, now that Park Soo-yeol has seen Hanseo fight with his own eyes, he realizes that he is a really dangerous enemy who should be eliminated. He also considered him not a human being, but a tiger who was full and ready to destroy everything in his path. So Park Soo-yeol decided to stop him. And it was not only Hanseo's strength, but also the fact that Park Soo-young still remembered the day when Hanseo defeated the entire boss's group on his own. That night, he thought Hanseo was enjoying the fight, and that the suffering of those men was giving him great pleasure. So he decided that he could not allow such a soulless person to gain all the power, because it would mean the end for all those who would go against his will. Then they all watched Hanseo fight the predatory beast together, and realized that they should start implementing their plan. And at this rate, there would be nothing to think about, because thanks to the poison, the monster's movements were becoming weaker and weaker, and Hanseo was ready to strike. After these memories, Park Soo-young turned to the girl and told her to go downstairs a bit and see what was going on, and whether it was time to attack. Songjin watched with bated breath as the beast and Hanseo took turns attacking each other, and the fact that the monster was huge made him worry. But he knew that he was in control of the situation, and he was also watching these strangers, so if they started to act, he was sure that he was ready to stop them. The girl watched Songjin watch in silence and saw the smile on his face and realized that he might have heard about their plan and had already come up with something. Then she told the others that she didn't understand why Songjin started to behave so quietly, but as soon as she started to speak, the altar started to break down. They all began to watch the stones from the altar falling on their heads, but they could not understand what was happening because there was still time left. But soon the stairs they were standing on began to break and everyone started falling down, trying to hold on to something, but all attempts to do so were in vain. At that time, they only hoped that they would survive, but the worst thing was the thought that they were falling into the monster's lair. When the whole group finally fell, they began to examine whether everyone was alive, and also looked at the place they had fallen into, and whether the beast was near them. But later they began to think that Hanseo had done a good job, and if the beast hadn't come up to them yet, it must be very tired and wouldn't attack them yet. However, in reality, the beast was still on its feet and ready to fight, which became more and more obvious when it was finally presented with real prey. And when he saw this prey, he immediately used the first skill that Hanseo had recently tried to destroy, namely the Terror skill, and opened his 3 eyes again. He slowly approached, feeling that in the battle with these people, everything was under his control, and he could not even try to use the second and third skills. After all, these people did not even try to hide, but simply froze in fear and watched the predatory beast approach them closer and closer. During all this time that the fairy hadn't fed him, and after a very exhausting fight with Hanso, he began to feel terribly hungry, and now he could finally eat his victims. Meanwhile, Park Soo-young watched his frightened teammates and realized that he had to do something, and told them to calm down immediately. After all, he had watched Hanseo fight this monster before and believed that they would definitely be okay as long as he was with them and would certainly protect them. But suddenly she said that she couldn't see Hanseo anywhere and asked Park Soo-yeol what was going on and what they should do now. But then she screamed that someone was upstairs. Looking up, they saw Hanseo climbing up the stairs, and Park Soo-yeol began to shout at him to come down and finish the fight with the beast, and also to protect them, because before that they shared their runes to increase Hanseo's skills, and he gives up right before the victory. Hanseo calmly listened to all these claims, and in fact, he was going to destroy the beast and fulfill the conditions in this way, but it no longer makes any sense. After all, he used cigarettes and barely dodged all the attacks of such a strong enemy, but they came down and thus ruined his entire strategy. Because once the predatory beast eats these people, it will regain its strength, and then it will be even harder for it to fight against such a powerful force, so it decided to take a break. So, not paying any more attention to these people, Hanseo began to look at how many cigarettes and paralyzing poison he had left, and whether he should replenish his supplies. And then he turned and told the people as he was leaving that now that they had done their work, they should try to destroy the predatory beast on their own, and not rely on him anymore. And they kept screaming to stop Hanseo and force him to destroy the beast and save them, because their skills were not enough to stand up to it. But suddenly the girl began to scream that Hanseo had forgotten that his good friend Sung-jin, who had come to help him, had fallen down the stairs with them. So if he doesn't care about their lives, he won't mind if they use Sung-jin as bait to distract the monster. When she returned, she began to look for Sung-jin, who was not among them, and they did not notice at all when Sung-jin began to ask them if he was the one they were looking for. At that moment, they immediately realized that it was Sung-jin who had caused the staircase to collapse, and he had definitely discovered their plan and done everything he could to get rid of them. The girl began to scream that she would kill him for such an act, but Sung-jin was calm and also saw the monster approaching to kill people. The monster was indeed coming closer and closer to them, waiting for fear to paralyze them even more, and for them to be completely unable to resist their death. And he liked the fact that these people accepted the rules and sacrificed some of them to him, and it seems that they were not even the weakest. And bending over a bunch of scared and even terrified people, saliva began to pour out of his mouth from the long and longed-for absorption of defenseless people. Those people were really frozen with fear and could not even move because they realized that they had fallen into the trap that Hanseo and Sung-jin were trying to set. Park Soo-yeol began to scream, sweating out of fear that if they left them here, it would be even worse and more people would be sacrificed. But Hanseo says that this will not happen, because thanks to their desperate sacrifice, he does not have to worry about the monster breaking the altar and destroying everyone around him. And then he asked if they hadn't come to the altar on their own, and voluntarily to stop this battle with the monster and save others at the cost of their own lives. After all, as the fairy told them all to put the beast of prey to sleep for the next 24 hours, only 5 people of their choice are needed. People turned around and saw the monster looking at them with its 3 hungry eyes and began to tremble with fear, realizing that this could be their end. Now the beast could finally enjoy his dinner, so he opened his mouth in front of the people who did not even try to save themselves and was extremely happy. Hanseo sarcastically saluted their sacrifice and left, knowing that he now had 24 hours to prepare for battle. He walked a little further and stopped because he had to resolve another issue with the person who had brought this group to the altar specifically for the beast of prey to devour them. Still holding a cigarette in his mouth, he approached Sung-jin and asked him why he had brought these people here, and gave Hanseo even more time. For a moment, Sung-jin was embarrassed, but he was fine and even glad that Hanseo finally paid attention to him and finally came up to him. So Sung-jin says that he did everything he could to become stronger and prove to Hanseo that he is capable and worthy of his trust. Namely, Hanseo can use it to avoid getting his hands dirty and wasting time on tasks that are not so important. So Sung-jin once again dared to look up at Hanseo and said that he would do anything to fulfill Hanseo's orders, and he will not even argue with him, and will unquestioningly destroy anyone who stands on this noble path, and dares to somehow destroy Hanseo. Hanseo couldn't understand what he was talking about because he thought that his decision to leave the group was made because he was afraid of the harshness. So he asked him what his words meant and why he decided to return after he had already increased his strength and, as Hanseo realized, in the wrong ways. And there was something else he couldn't understand. Sung-jin had changed so much, and he was sure he would never dare to confront monsters, let alone humans again. Then Sung-jin replied that he had been watching Hanseo for a long time and eventually realized that his purpose, which he had been trying to hide, became clear through his actions. And he finally became convinced of this when he watched Hanseo fight against the boss and his other gangsters on his own and not finish them off. And even though they did not deserve to be saved in any way, and it is not clear why they tried to destroy Hanseo, he only wounded them. He did this knowing that in the future they could heal and decide to take revenge on Hanseo. And knowing all this, he still did not cause them fatal harm by giving them life. But even when Hanseo's altar appeared, it didn't matter what others said. He knew that he could get rid of all the people by force and take the runes to defeat the beast. However, Sangjin couldn't understand why Hanseo doesn't try to harm people, since it would be so easy for him. After all, anyone could say that this is not the real Hanseo, who only pretends to be such a good defender of other people in this world with such a powerful power. But then Sangjin said that he finally realized that Hanseo just didn't want to get his hands dirty, so he could do it instead. That is, to destroy everyone who does not like Hanseo, and he was sure that Hanseo would gladly agree to such a proposal because it would fit his plan. Sangjin said that this time too, he had no other way to get rid of those people who wished the worst for Hanseo, so he suffered too. But next time he'll do everything he can to make sure nothing happens to Hanseo, and he'll do it perfectly if Hanseo dares to trust him again. He also asked Hanseo to give him at least one more chance to prove that he was worth more and that Hanseo could count on his support and help. Meanwhile, Hanseo stood and reflected on Sangjin's words, realizing that people like the boss or this group leader would indeed keep appearing on his path. And if he doesn't want to get rid of such criminals himself, he needs to find someone who will do all these dirty deeds for him so Sangjin can do it. If Sangjin has really changed his attitude to this world and is ready to do everything to help, then we can agree to this proposal. Sangjin stood there waiting for Hanseo to answer, and he remembered Eris's words when she said that he should find a punisher to do the dirty work instead of Hanseo. Meanwhile, Sangjin stood and thought that by following Hanseo he could improve his abilities even more because there must be some reward for faithful service. He also thought that by helping him he would be able to learn more about him, and most of all he wanted to know about his goal and why he was so desperate to save people. Hanseo turned and looked at Sangjin, knowing that he had to make the right choice now but not sure if he could trust him. Then Hanseo asked Sangjin what he would do if circumstances came up that made it impossible for him to join Hanseo and help him. Sangjin stood and looked directly at Hanseo, and he thought that his words were a sign that Hanseo knew what was coming next. Then Sangjin replied that if he had to find Hanseo again, he would do anything for it and become stronger. And when that finally happens, he will once again become his ally, ready to support Hanseo in the fight, no matter how the circumstances develop. These words made Hanseo laugh, and he told Sangjin to come down from his dreamy clouds to reality, and turned around and walked to the exit of the altar. But Sangjin couldn't understand why Hanseo would refuse the help he offered him, since he was sincere in his intentions to follow Hanseo. He followed Hanseo and begged him for a second chance because it was his last hope that starting a new life would make a difference. Hanseo stopped again and turned to Sangjin and told him to understand the meaning of his words and that he would really have to destroy people. Then he turned around and went on to say that they would meet here tomorrow at this time when the monster would be gone and they could discuss all these proposals in peace. He also told Sangjin to collect all the runes downstairs because he had destroyed 10 people and now he could become even stronger thanks to his intentions. Hanseo thinks that he's still not sure about Sangjin, but he'll need him later so he can't pass up the opportunity to use him. He recalled Eris saying that if he went back in time, he would need people to help him, even people who were not very conscientious like Sangjin himself. After all, there are people who will interfere with the mission to save humanity, so no matter how horrible it sounds, we need so-called people who will do all the dirty work. That is why such people are called punishers who unquestioningly carry out the orders of their leader, and very often these tasks are not very good. Such a person is an important attribute for every monarch because he or she helps to cleanse the path by taking full responsibility for cruel acts and lives taken. And in this way, they help their monarch get closer to the goal, even if it means making difficult and sometimes ruthless decisions at the expense of other people's lives. In his past life, Hanseo was also a punisher, and at first he thought about choosing NBRN for this role, but realized that there was another candidate. When Sangjin appeared, he decided to give him a chance to become a punisher, and thus help him become stronger while he was on a mission. But when the second training zone opens, all the people who are here will be separated by force, and it will be extremely difficult for them to find each other. And when that happens, Sangjin may change his mind and start acting in a different way, even against Hanseo, because it's a cruel world. Hanseo was now focused on retrieving the hidden treasure, so he decided that he and Sangjin still had time to think carefully about their decisions. He decided that he would deal with it as soon as he could gather everything he needed for the next fight and finally defeat the beast of prey. The requirements to get the second treasure were quite simple, but the task required a lot of effort. So you need to do everything to finally open the treasure. But with a lot of effort, he managed to defeat the monster and thus opened a task that in the past could only be completed by the berserker monarch Clementine. This time, the fight also lasted quite a while, but after the first one, Hanseo knew all the sensitive spots of the beast of prey and could finally get his reward. Hanseo was so tired and injured after the battle that he could barely stand up, but when he turned his head, he saw that the portal to the treasure was finally open. So he rushed to go through the portal and take one of the most powerful rewards of this world, which even with his limitations will make Hanseo very strong. He was quite impressed that during the training in the first zone there was such a strong treasure, and its power was enough to defeat anyone. This reward was the ring of the Vampire King Nirma, which only Clementine had once possessed, and his abilities with it were extremely impressive and ruthless. Until now, Hanseo had been wondering where this vile berserker monarch had gotten such a ring, and why no one else had ever been able to wield such power and strength. But now everything is much clearer, and also the fact that Clementi in the past also dared to defeat the Beast of Prey and take possession of the ring of the Vampire King Nirma. Hanseo knew that in this other world there are different criteria for determining the level of artifacts, and each of them has an important meaning that should be remembered in his case. But the most important criterion of all is the color of the artifact, because it is the color that determines its rarity and power, and such artifacts are the most difficult to obtain, which is why they are kept in such secret places. As a rule, an ordinary artifact cannot be more valuable than artifacts with a higher color because such items are capable of giving more powerful abilities. But there's an exception to every rule, and they are similar to how travelers increase the value of runes, gradually achieving greater results and improving their powers. A growing artifact can absorb runes and change color, increasing its power and capabilities, giving travelers all the ways to get them. Among these items, the best are considered to be artifacts from the numbering series, and there are not many of them in particular, so they are not very easy to get to either. The 9th number in this series is the Ring of the Vampire King Nirma, which has great power and significance among all the other artifacts, and it gives not only one ability but several. It was an artifact that Clementine still symbolized, and its power was so great that only the chosen few could possess it, so he had no doubt that he considered himself one. Given the fact that the ring is numbered, it is unlikely that this is the only copy, and that others may have already had it, but Clementine was once the only owner of the Nirmak ring. And it symbolized Clementine for a reason. When he used all 8 skills in his hands, people were literally torn to pieces. It was just amazing. And now Hanseo couldn't believe that he had managed to get this artifact. Given how hard it was to get it, it was clear that it was no ordinary object. At the moment, he could only unlock 1 skill, but according to rumors, this ring has 8 skills in total, and among them is one that Hanseo could unlock right now. And this skill was called the Power of Destruction, and it changed individual characteristics and abilities of a person, including passive ones. Hanseo came out of the portal leading to the altar. When Mihi saw Hanseo, she ran up to him and asked how he was doing. She had heard from Songjin that Hanseo had defeated the monster and wanted to hear the details of his fight. All the while, she fought the urge to run to the altar and help him destroy this terrible monster. But when she saw that Hanseo was okay, she breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, all eyes focused on the altar, which began to make strange noises, and neither the beast nor the fairies were anywhere to be found. So they began to suspect that they had won the hard way. But then I looked at the scoreboard where 1 hour was counting down and saw that the time had passed. And after that, the altar did not collapse, and the predatory monster did not come out of it, but simply disappeared. Mihi looked at Hanseo, waiting for answers and explanations from him, because he was still silent without explaining anything, and they needed to know if they could really relax. Then Hanseo said that he hadn't given his word that he would deal with that monster, taking full responsibility, and of course the predatory beast would not be able to harm anyone. Mihi was amazed at Hanseo's courage, and she couldn't believe that despite all the struggles Hanseo was still calm, and that the beast hadn't harmed him. Turning around so that Hanseo could not see her reddened face, she tucked her hair behind her ear and said that of course she believed in him from the beginning, and was confident in his abilities. After seeing that Hanseo had indeed won, Songjin realized that he had not made a mistake in trusting him in the beginning, and now believed that he would do anything to make him trust him. Hanseo began to say that there was not much time left before the next training began, so everyone should start hunting right now to make up for lost rune. But while everyone started discussing their future plans with each other, and when Hanseo left to prepare for the next level, Mihi stood still and couldn't move. She lowered her head and called out to Hanseo, and when he turned around to find out what was wrong, she said that she had decided to separate from him and was completely upset. Mihi said that she's still not good enough to be around Hanseo because when he's around, she starts to rely on him and can't develop her strength. She also added that fortunately Songjin offered her to go with him, and she didn't mind because she knows many of his people who are still waiting for her and are very worried. And it seems that Songjin didn't mind either, so he said that she could certainly go with them, and they would also support her because his people were really worried. Hanseo was a little surprised that she decided to go with the others, but he couldn't help it if she decided to go, and it was probably a really good idea. After all, they will be separated when they move to a new learning area, so the best option was to do it now, if she decided to do so. So if they don't have to look for each other again in a new place, it will only be easier for him and he can better fulfill the tasks that were necessary for the salvation of humanity. So after telling her that it was a good decision, he turned around and walked on, deciding that he shouldn't stay and better spend the remaining time hunting. But Mihi stopped him and called him over to tell him that the next time they met, she wouldn't give up so easily and would fight to the end and prove that she wasn't weak. On the contrary, in the future, she will become an important and extremely skillful player on his team. So she looked him in the eye and said she would see him again and said goodbye. He smiled and also said goodbye to her, knowing that their paths might cross again in the future, but still feeling a little sorry for her because something might happen to her. Hanseo hoped that she would be okay in the end, and that if those people from Song Jin's team were really going to fight on the good side, they wouldn't harm other people. He looked at Mihi and realized that this could also be their last meeting, so he wished her to take care of herself and not to forget to develop her abilities and become even stronger. And then he turned to Song Jin because he asked him to use him in his business, so Hanseo decided to give him a chance and said that there was a task he could do. But he warned that the choice was Song Jin's and he could not decide whether to stay on his side or continue to go his own way and fight on his own. But Song Jin said he would do anything to prove himself to him and would do anything for him. And he's thought about his decision carefully and is sure that he'll help Hanseo. A week has passed since everyone met again at the starting point. The fairy assistant welcomed everyone and said that the second phase of the training would start soon. She also noted that there were much more of them left than she had expected, but it didn't matter to her because she had anticipated this from the beginning. Thanks to Hanseo's decision to save everyone and defeat the beast of prey on his own, everyone was saved except for a group of people who were responsible for their own deaths. The fairy said that it didn't matter if they were many or not, because soon they would find themselves in a new place where survival would be even more difficult, so they would need to try their best. She looked at Hanseo and said that without his intervention, most of these people would have died long ago, but he did a good job and got a good reward. To begin with, the fairy decided to change the arena with a snap of her fingers, and then a strange magic fog began to create around everyone and herself. The fairy spread her little wings and rose up, and with her people who were very surprised and could not understand what was going on, because the fairy was unpredictable. But then a bright light appeared under their feet, which scared them to death. And not everyone did. But Hanseo knew what was coming next and was ready to fight humans and monsters again. There were not only adults, but also children who were holding on to their parents not to get lost and were very scared. And it was clear that the fairy was not going to spare anyone. Among them all, Hanseo was the only one who was excited about what was to come, and knew that at this level he had done everything to develop his strength as much as possible, so he would go to the new zone prepared. Slowly, they all moved to another arena, not knowing what awaited them, and found themselves in a large room where, of course, most people did not know each other. When they arrived at the new place, they could not understand exactly where they were and began to look around in fright and at those who were in the same room with them. The fairy asked everyone if they had arrived safely. She said that before starting the second stage of training, they should adjust the number of people, or rather, reduce it. Everyone was confused when they heard this and did not understand what she meant and why they needed to decide who should live and who should die immediately after arriving in the new zone. So the fairy began to explain that from now on, they had to make sure that there were no more than 7 people in the room, and that those who were not in the 7 should be eliminated. The fairy assistant told everyone to make sure that there were no more than 7 people in the room, because she would definitely come back later and check how they had completed this task. After these words, she snapped her fingers and said that they would continue as soon as they were ready, and more precisely when the number of people she had told them was left in the room. After counting the number of people in the room, they realized that there were 8 of them. So the fairy said that she didn't even mind if there were even fewer people by the time she returned. Everyone began to think that these new conditions were cruel, and that everything had been too easy up to that point. A girl named Ji-min came forward and started to speak. She said that those who remained would work together, so they could not just ignore the conditions. And then she said that everyone should introduce themselves, and also to tell why he should stay in the group. The guy who came forward said that he would be the first to show his skills and prove his importance. He showed his sword, which glowed with red flames, and said that his name was Dechol. He also added that he did not think that any of the people in the room would be able to defeat him. Hanseo saw the man and realized that his skill was a boost. This is a skill that helps you use mana to increase all characteristics at a certain level. This skill also allows you to increase the power of your weapon by enveloping it in magic. Reinforcement is a unique and useful skill, but it will not be effective here. The next speaker was a guy named Kang Ming, who had the ability to heal. This skill allowed him to quickly restore his health and even help others. The next person to talk about himself was a man named Han Chol, who had combat skills. He was an experienced warrior ready for battle, so he was not a bad player. Then another man spoke up and said that they could not get rid of them, because he was here with his family, so it was a great blessing for them to survive together. He added that in this case, everyone else can find a way to avoid eliminating someone from his family and find other people who are no longer needed and will not be useful. However, then Daichul looked at Jimin, who started speaking first, and noticed that she had not introduced herself to everyone and had not yet demonstrated the skills she possessed. She smiled and added that she can demonstrate her ability right now, so no one should worry that she is not able to defend herself or fight back. Jimin began to approach Daichul, who had mana. Her face changed, her eyes turned purple, and light began to appear around her. The man pointed his sword and threateningly said that she would regret it if she dared to attack him, because he realized that she wanted to do him some harm. But she didn't stop, so the purple light around her became even brighter, and her eyes were as crazy as her smile. She was moving incredibly fast, definitely not like a human. In a moment, she was behind Chol and said that he definitely shouldn't have questioned her skills because she could be stronger than anyone else in the room. In one swift sweep, she got rid of Chol without him even doing anything. Everyone present was frightened and froze in place, not knowing what else to expect from her. They even seemed to think that this crazy girl might decide to destroy anyone she didn't like, so they started to back away. Jiming leaned over to the man who was already lying lifeless and took his rune. She did it so calmly and confidently that it was immediately clear that this was a common thing for her. Taking the rune, she looked at it and said that she was lucky because it might not have fallen out. So the skills that Dechol Topper possessed passed into her hands. Jimin offered to divide the remaining runes that fell from her husband among themselves, as she wanted to show that there was no need to be afraid of her, and she was ready to work only for the good of the team. But the people in the room were very impressed by Jimin's cold-blooded actions, and everyone started thinking that Jimin was crazy and that they should be very careful with her. Hanseo was also surprised by what Jimin did, but he watched in silence without saying a word. He realized that the task set by the fairy was easy because here was a person whose skill did not correspond to the current level, because she also did not waste time. He also noticed that with the changes he brought to this world, the people who now fell into the second learning zone also changed, so it was quite interesting. After all, the fact that he managed to save people and change the course of past history at the very beginning meant that he was already succeeding in his plan to save humanity. Soon a fairy appeared and said that they were the first to have 7 people left in the room, which she was very happy about. But of course she would have liked to see more participants die. She also said that now they can begin to clarify important points and continue to explain what awaits them in the second training zone. She said that she would first show them how the path of ascension works. The fairy told them that their task was simple. They had to climb to the top within 3 months. During this time, they will climb up gradually, overcoming all difficulties. They must reach the dormant volcano in the center of the second floor. As soon as they reach the volcano, they will move on to the second stage of the task. The fairy wished them good luck and told them to do their best to survive. After they were left alone, everyone started to climb up to where the fairy told them to go. After a long silence, one of the men, Han Chul, asked everyone to introduce themselves. But Han Seo didn't react to these words, only continued to walk faster and obviously didn't want to be friends with the people he was in the same group with at that moment. Suddenly, one of the men started screaming and everyone noticed that he was terrified, but suddenly started running, trying to drag his wife and daughter with him. When they turned back, they saw that the bridge was starting to collapse right below them, so if they didn't start running right away, they could fall through and die right away. But running on the planks of a collapsing bridge is very difficult, so they barely had time to take the next step. But eventually they managed to outrun the power of this world. Having barely caught up with Hanso, they were finally able to exhale and rest a bit, but they were still quite terrified by what had happened and could not get over it because they had almost died. Then the fairy assistant appeared and said that she had forgotten to warn them that over time the bridge would begin to fall apart along with the lower islands, so they should hurry. In the future, all the bridges will collapse even faster, but she will kindly give them a map so that they can follow the right path, or not as she wishes. People were very angry and started thinking that the fairy should have warned them about it earlier so that they could have prepared, and then they would not have wasted time talking. But Hanseo calmly listened to the fairy and moved on. They started to think that Hanseo just didn't want to talk to them, and that he was an associative person, so he might be even crazier. Jimin suggested that they just follow Hanseo, because they all needed to move together for safety, and he seemed confident in what he was doing. He also had good skills and did not listen to the others, so he probably had some knowledge that they had not yet been able to acquire and decided not to ask too many questions. So they all followed him through the thicket of the new island, trying to keep up with him. But it was quite difficult because they could not see the next bridge. There seemed to be no end to this journey, but there was nothing else to do. So they began to doubt that Hanseo really knew what he was doing and where he was going. The terrain did not change no matter how much they walked, and they did not realize how much further they had to go to reach the next point, and those who walked behind Hanseo whispered. Afterwards, they noticed Hanseo chewing on something and asked what he had eaten before, because they hadn't seen any food during this long journey and nothing but thickets. Since Hanchil had been watching Hanseo's behavior all along, he found it very suspicious, so he couldn't rest until he knew what he was doing. Then Hanso stopped and looked at them in surprise, showing them the bark and saying that if they chewed it, they would get a certain effect against the poison that would soon be needed. When they saw that it was just bark, they asked why it needed an antidote, because they hadn't seen any creatures before, only a dense forest of different plants. So could it be poisonous? But they didn't expect Hanseo to suddenly grab Hanchul because a huge snake started to appear behind him, sneaking up on him and ready to attack by releasing venom. This guy was attacked by a creature that was still unfamiliar to them, but thanks to Hanseo's instructions, they knew what to do, and he didn't leave any of them without help. It was a snake much bigger than they were, and it started attacking people who were completely unprepared for the unexpected attack, and yet gathered themselves and fought back. But Hanseo was still calm and seemed to know everything that was going to happen on this island, so everyone began to suspect that Hanseo definitely had some valuable knowledge for everyone. He acted so decisively that everyone began to ask him how he guessed that the snake would attack at that moment, and that ordinary bark could be used against its venom. While chewing the bark, Hanseo said that this is his super ability, which allows him to predict the movements of his enemies and react to them instantly, as well as know some other important things. They were amazed by his answer and could not understand how Hanseo had such an ability and whether he was telling them the truth, because these words seemed completely absurd. It was a runic snake, or rather an adult. The attacks of this snake could be understood by the shape of the rune on its head, but not everything was so easy. Since the pattern changed randomly, its actions were impossible to predict. Hanseo told them how to handle snakes, but they were tired. Then Hanchul, who was angry at the battle, turned around and began shouting to those who were not fighting to stop hiding behind others and start attacking and destroying the monsters. The father of the family said he was sorry, but he had people to protect, so he could not risk it because his wife and daughter could not cope on their own. Hanchul began to shout that this man was protecting his family while others had to fight in the front lines, and that he could not sacrifice them to save his family. Then he turned to Kang Min and asked him why he didn't join the fight, since he didn't even have a family to protect, and yet he still stood aside and didn't fight. Kang Ming said that he could not allow himself to be wounded during the battle because then others would not be able to heal without his help, and not everyone has the skill. Then he added that if someone wants him to help them heal, they have to pay him 3 runes, a so-called equivalent exchange for using his abilities. Or rather pay 1.5 runes of dexterity or 1 rune of mana, and this will be enough to make both parties satisfied. Hanseo also continued to compete despite the fact that others were looking at him and were interested in his actions and skills, and even seemed to be afraid of his strength. Meanwhile, the father of the family wasted no time in realizing that he should accept the rules, and approached Kang Min and said that he would pay him 3 runes if he healed his wife. Watching this whole picture, Hanchul said that he seems to be the only one who thinks this whole situation is strange, because one is fighting like crazy and the other is healing people. He also killed those who did nothing during the fight in exchange for the runes. He began to get angry with Kang Min and thought that he was only acting like this because he had the ability to heal. Suddenly, Han Choli heard a voice in his ear asking him how he liked the new place, and he reacted calmly because he already knew what was going on and who it was. He replied with a hand to his ear that everything was very strange, and asked how they were doing because they were on different islands, so he was worried about the other team members. Then the man who spoke to him told him that they were doing well, but apparently they would be able to meet upstairs, so Han Chul needed to get there. Golos also added that they had a lot of useful newcomers, and that's good because they need to expand by recruiting people, so in general, this journey brings only good things. Han Chul started to think about which of these people he could take with him, and looked at Han Seo, who had strange superpowers. Then he looked at Jimin, who had a problem with her head. He also looked at Kang Min, whom he considered an arrogant doctor with healing magic, and was not sure whether he could be trusted because he did not even try to fight the creatures. There was also a family of 3 people in whom he saw no use at all because all they did was hide behind others and worry about their own lives. He told all this to a man who spoke to him through a device, but the man told him not to worry and that the most important thing was the survival and safety of the team. Hanseo turned around and noticed that Han Chul was talking to someone. Seeing the clan symbol on his hand, he realized that there were already people who could develop the qualities of a monarch. Monarch is one of the characteristics that all monarchs possess, like such strong and skillful fighters as Ares or Clementine. By mastering this characteristic, you can become a monarch and the leader of the group. Each monarch gives the members of his group a personal symbol. This creates a connection between them and allows communication only between members of this group. But there is always a limit to the number of people in a group, so it's important to choose carefully. Hanseo realized that it seems Han Chul needs time to reconnoiter the situation, but Hanseo will also be busy doing his own thing, completing some tasks. Hanseo also knew that in the end, he needed to have a lot of power to make people listen to him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to control the situation, so monarchs were important to him. They continued to move forward without stopping, fighting with snakes and destroying snakes. They received runes but were very tired because each battle took away their strength. As they walked on, they noticed that the monsters were getting smaller and smaller, and it seems that they had finally left the place where they liked to appear and attack new travelers. But Hanseo knew that this meant they were almost to the place where the mutant rune snake's nest was located, and he realized that he was finally close to the goal he had come here for. On their way, they saw a huge snake with a symbol on its head. This snake was far from friendly, and it would be better not to approach it, because it could destroy. This snake was called a rune-eating snake, and was an adult snake, but Hanseo did not come for it, but for what such a snake carefully protects in its nest. Everyone stopped and turned to Hanseo because they didn't understand whether he really wanted to attack such a huge snake on his own, and it was even bigger than the others, so it seemed crazy. They began to say that they did not think the snake would attack them if they were at a sufficient distance, and therefore could simply walk past it without wasting their time. Then Hanseo said that he was going to fight her alone, and they could keep going and not necessarily stick together as a team because he didn't want to. But they started to say that this was not what they meant and that they should all move together, and Hanseo turned around and said that they were wrong and he was not uniting with them at all. Before the start of the training in the second zone, they all did not even know each other, and now that they were here, they could continue to develop independently, despite each other. They were just going in the same direction, but now it was time for them to separate, and Hanseo knew that at this stage it really didn't make any sense. Then Jimin said that they can't force Hanseo to move with them when he's already made that decision, so they should move on without wasting time talking. Or they could stay with Hanseo and try to overcome the snake. But it was completely comical to say such things to a man who only protected his family and himself. So he got scared and left right away so as not to show that he wanted to be with Hanseo. Some people also decided to go on without waiting for Hanseo to help him fight the snake. Hancheol realized that, as he had heard before, Hanseo was stubborn, but he couldn't leave him here alone without support, because he was already thinking that he was crazy and might die. But if he is really as strong as they say, then he could be a great member of their team and his abilities would help them grow faster. Kangmin started to say that if Hancheol was thinking of waiting for Hanseo or starting to compete with him, he should forget about it because it wouldn't be of any use to either of them. Because as long as he heals everyone, Hanseo could do without help, which means that he doesn't need a team and can help himself when he needs to. In general, he decided that Hanseo was acting like he was on a battlefield, and that this was a normal thing for him. He also noticed that Hanseo is not the kind of person who listens to others. Although it was a waste of talent, there was nothing they could do about it. Meanwhile, Hanseo continued to chew the bark of the oak tree and prepared to fight the snake. The snake tried not to attack Hanseo when the magic rune was active, but as soon as its head changed the rune, it became aggressive and rushed to destroy him. Hanseo did not give up and continued to fight the snake with stubbornness and determination. He knew that this snake was faster than the others, but it was much weaker than the predatory beast he had defeated. If you attack this snake, it switches to the rune responsible for resistance, so the damage is weak. It was a long battle that annoyed Hanseo, and he knew an easy way to win. So Hanseo tried to continue his attacks until the snake realized what he was planning to do to overcome it, and he thought of its weakness. He knew that in the center of the open area there were several trees that resembled a snake's nest, and this was the key to victory. He needed to attack these places without paying attention to the snake. In this way, the snake will forget about its own defense and concentrate on protecting the nest, so Hanseo's attacks can do him good, and the snake great harm. If you continue these futile attacks, they will not lead to anything good, or this battle will simply drag on for a long time, and Hanseo will not have time to reach the next island. So while the serpent was changing its runes on his head, he stood and thought about what he should do and how to start running to the nest so that it would not catch up with him and start attacking him. So when she finally chose the rune she needed, she prepared to attack Hanseo, but he caught the right moment and ran as fast as he could to her nest to destroy the snake. When she realized what was going on, she was very surprised because she did not realize that an ordinary beginner could know that the nest was her vulnerable spot. But despite all her efforts to catch up and outrun Hanseo to get to the nest faster, all her attempts were in vain because he moved with extraordinary skill. When he started attacking her nest, she really forgot about her own safety and tried to do everything to keep her nest safe, thus weakening herself. Meanwhile, Hanseo realized that the snake's head doesn't have any runes on it, so he can make a fatal attack that will finally destroy it, and he can take his coveted reward. The snake froze in place, its mouth wide open, and Hanseo struck it a few more times, finally giving up and dying, falling to the ground with a loud thud. When Hanseo finally managed to overcome it, he felt relieved and began to think that he had managed to defeat the snake much faster than he expected, which was a testament to his abilities. After all, it turned out that he had spent all this time developing his skills by performing various tasks and paying attention to hunting monsters. Of course, there were many obstacles along the way, but these problems will only get worse in the future, so now he will take his award, which will help in the future. As he approached the nest, he saw the snake's egg, which the snake was trying to protect. But with all his skills, he managed to outwit it and overcome it, so this egg is now his. Picking it up, he struck it lightly with a rune several times, and a yellow eye shone out of a small dark slit, and I watched Hanseo and the world I found myself in. Now Hanseo got a little snake that seemed quite tiny compared to his adult version, and also looked quite safe and quite cute. But he knew that this baby had a unique characteristic that could not be compared to the skills of other valuable artifacts of this strange but no less interesting world. This snake eats runes and spits them out at the same time. As soon as it eats any 3 runes, it spits out 2 runes that its owner wishes. Giving up 3 runes to get 2 may seem like a loss to some, but for Hanseo, the most important thing was not the quantity, but the ability to get exactly the runes he needed. Now you need to focus on increasing your magic resistance and physical damage. He told the snake that it could now rest because it had helped him reach his goal. It had also swallowed several runes that he had exchanged for the ones he needed. And now we need to get back on the road to the other island before we have to hurry again to make it. Meanwhile, the family found themselves in the depths of the forest and could not figure out where they should go because they had not improved their skills at all and were left defenseless. The map of the island that they received when they left the room did not show the entire structure in such detail, so they were not sure about the path they were taking. They also could not just walk mindlessly without understanding what was next and where the next bridge was, because they did not have the strength to resist all the monsters on the island. They were very angry that the others had thrown them out of their group and were walking around looking at every sound. But suddenly they heard a sound coming from the thicket and thought it might be a monster. The father told his family to stay behind and waited for something terrible to come out of the forest, but it was only Hanseo who came out, calmly walking his way and not expecting to see anyone. Hanseo began to ask the family what they were doing here, not realizing where the others had gone and that it hadn't been long. But they were about to reach the next island. The father of the family was very happy to see Hanseo and asked him if he had managed to escape from the monster because they did not expect to see him alive again. But Hanseo was a little surprised and looked at them and said that he was not going to run away, but only defeated the snake and finally got what he needed. The father of the family was very surprised that Hanseo was able to defeat the monster and only get a few scratches because they saw how gigantic and strong that monster was. He was also surprised that not much time had passed since they had parted ways and they had only had time to look around the monster's surroundings, while Hanseo had destroyed the terrible creature. Hanseo began to ask them where the rest of his team had gone, because he was sure they were all leaving together when he last saw them, and they had split up strangely. Then the father of the family began to tell them that they had kicked them out of their group, not wanting to keep the weak because they believed that without tails they would be able to cope faster and would not protect the losers. He tried to persuade them and told them that it was dangerous for them to just leave, but they did not listen and continued to stand their ground despite any persuasion. Han Chul ordered them to leave without hiding his anger. Everyone else supported him because since Hanseo was no longer with them, they didn't want to see any more weaklings. They didn't even think for a minute that these people would be left completely defenseless without any special skills and without knowing the way to the place they needed to go. The man recalled all this while telling Hanseo and said that everyone else went in the opposite direction and blocked their path so that they could not continue to follow them. After listening to all this, Hanseo turned and left, saying that they should keep walking because they were wasting too much time, and he was not very interested in the story. The man's wife began to say that they should go with Hanseo because they really didn't know where to go, and there were no more strong travelers left with them. So they followed him, trying to catch up with Hanseo. Without saying a word, they walked together, all four of them, and the family tried to be inconspicuous so that Hanseo would not chase them away. Stopping abruptly, Hanseo turned to them and asked what they were trying to do by following him in silence, because as he had said earlier, they were not a team. Then the man said that he remembered Hanseo saying earlier that he had never been with them, and that he could just go his own way and they would quietly follow him without interfering. It was pretty straightforward, but Hanseo said that they could do whatever they wanted, as long as they didn't ask too many questions and didn't try to get too close. In any case, Hanseo would still have to fight alone. It's hard, but thanks to this, he will have good characteristics, so everything will be fine without unnecessary interference. So he hurried to fight new, equally aggressive monsters that came his way, but it was only for the best because he needed new runes. After each battle, he would take a small snake and let it eat runes and get what he needed, namely new runes that he wanted. So he continued to fight. He knew that increasing the resistance was a great solution to start with, as it allowed him to withstand stronger blows and to facilitate his attacks for longer. He stopped for a moment and decided that he should make food from what was left, because he would not have enough time to hunt and spend energy on cooking. The family that followed Hanseo watched him grow stronger and stronger, and it seemed incredible to them. The way he fought inspired them to start fighting evil creatures as well. Jo-in, who was the man's daughter, began to think about whether they should compete in the same way. But her father told her to calm down because he didn't want her to be in danger, and he said that being together here as a family is a blessing from the gods, and they should stay together, providing each other with support and protection, regardless of the circumstances. As they spoke, they suddenly saw that Hanseo had already started to move on, so they hurried after him, trying to keep up and not lose sight of him. They didn't understand where Hanseo was going, but decided to follow him, hoping that his intuition would lead them to the right place. Suddenly, they saw Hanseo approaching a large dark tunnel and entering it without stopping, so although they were tense, they decided to do the same. They followed him and didn't realize where they were, feeling confused, but Hanseo's appearance was confident. He didn't stop for a moment and kept going. There was very little light, but sometimes small rays of light broke through and dazzled them, so they could see what was around them. When they came to follow Hanseo, they saw a large number of people and realized that this was probably their destination, so they managed to get here safely. There were already many people here who were also able to find the right path and arrive at their destination and their next departure on time. But the family did not expect to be able to get here so easily by following Hanseo, and believed that this was their final destination, so they would be safe from here on out. Other people who were in the same room with Hanseo had already come to this place and were surprised to see Hanseo here, as they were sure that he would die. But when they saw that Hanseo had returned alive and in fairly good shape, they realized that the rumors that he had fought the predatory beast alone were true. Together with them, the fairy also appeared and approached the family, who was happy that they were alive and said that they were making a lot of noise and prevented her from starting her speech. So when they calmed down, she congratulated them all and said that in any case, If they were the last ones, she could close the door and not let anyone else in. After that, she said that they could finally start the full-scale event that she had been preparing for them for so long, so she could finally present it. She once again greeted everyone who arrived on the first floor and noted that there were about 75 people left, which was not good for the fairy. This number impressed her, and she said that the next task would be a battle for tickets that they could use to move to a safer place. They could move from one destroyed floor to another. Of course, some islands were full of monsters and lava, so it is extremely difficult to survive on such islands. But if luck is on their side, they will be able to appear on one of the central islands or other islands that are full of treasures that will increase their skills. But just going there will not be interesting, so there are several rules that the fairy has prepared to make the process more difficult and exciting for her, of course. You need a boat to get around, but no more than 3 people can use it, and you need at least 3 tickets, which they will have to fight for. But if 3 people use 3 tickets, they will be scattered to different islands, and it can be either the outermost or the central island, depending on how lucky they are and how hard they try. If 2 people use 3 tickets, they can go together, but they won't be able to choose their destination. They will just end up on another random island. And finally, if one person uses all 3 tickets, he or she can go wherever he or she wants, having the opportunity to choose. And this option was the most luxurious for those who have a developmental goal. The destruction starts from the outermost islands, and the complexity of each island is very different. Therefore, the more favorable their position is, the better it is for them. If they need to, they can look at the map and get more detailed information about these islands. There are about 30 minutes left before the first floor island starts to fall apart. There were about 25 boats on this island, and the fairy said they could go. The fight started, and everyone started attacking each other to get more tickets. The allies began to deceive each other to get a chance to be on the central island, and Hanseo realized that this was the beginning of the inevitable chaos he had seen before. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him and turned around, and it turned out to be a man who was begging for help for his family, but he could not understand what he was begging for. And then the man said that he was asking him for only one thing to save his family, and that they needed more tickets to get to the central island safely. A man who was taken to this place with his daughter and wife knelt in front of Hanseo and begged for help, but Hanseo's face showed no interest. Meanwhile, the man continued to ask Hanseo to steal some tickets from others and bring them to him, hoping that this would allow him to save his family. If Hanseo does this, they can easily reach the central island, and his wife and daughter will not suffer on the islands full of dangerous monsters. By doing so, Hanseo will save innocent lives, the man said, hoping that he would act with compassion, if not for him, then at least for other members of his family. But Con S did not want to help these people because he knew that in the future, it would not bring any benefit to them or to other people who remain helpless. So Hanseo said that in the end they would have to take responsibility for their actions, and they should learn to solve their problems on their own without his help. But the man kept begging for help, saying that it was nothing and that he felt sorry for his daughter and wife, who did not deserve to die. But all the while, Hanchil was watching them, and he was also tired of listening to the man's pleas, so he decided to help Hanseo get rid of him. Hanchul approached the man and kicked him with all his might, because he had been wanting to show the man his place for a long time, during the whole time they had been walking together. After that, he said that the man talked too much and had no conscience at all, but moreover, he could not understand why Hanseo continued to listen to him and did not fight back. He said that Hanseo could just take his tickets and be done with it, and Hanchil also thought he had something to offer Hanseo that was hard to refuse. Namely, that Hanseo can join his group and he will even give him some tickets if he needs them to move on, of course, and he wants to get to the central island. Hanchul also said that among all these people around him, there is no one he really likes. And although Hanseo is very strong, he should not go alone. He showed his hand with the sign of their group and said that it was a power that one of his comrades had awakened. This power can be obtained by improving leadership skills. And Hanchil said that he had already talked to his leader about Hanseo joining them, and he was not against it, and even asked him to become one of them. But Hanseo refused his offer, deciding that it was better to act on his own and that he was not at all attracted to the idea of working for a team. After all, then he would not be able to fully fulfill his tasks for which he had returned to the past and started this difficult journey. But Hanchul began to scream. He told him that Hanseo didn't seem to understand all the possibilities, and that they were really different from all the other participants, because they had developed quite well despite the situation. Hanseo understood everything well, but this time he would not obey the monarch, because it would only distract him from the main goal, since he had already been a member of the team before. But at that time he was living his first life, so he acted like everyone else, and the idea of joining the team was really considered reasonable at the time. But now everything has changed. When Hanseo told him that he had no intention of joining his group, Hanchil decided that he obviously wasn't even going to listen to him, so he decided to waste no more time. But before I left, I thought it would be nice to impress Hanseo again, and make him think about what he was giving up and how strong his team really is. He smiled and threw the ticket he had taken from the man who had earlier asked Hanseo to help his family, and added that he was sorry that Hanseo had refused his offer. But he can't be too intrusive, so I won't force him. He also said that he was going to meet others on the central island, so the ticket is a gift. He said that they would definitely meet again, and Hanchil would ask him again if he wanted to join them, because he still could not come to terms with the loss of such a valuable member. But Hanseo realized that Hanchil had given him the tickets just as a way to get him to join his clan, and that was not his plan. Meanwhile, a fight broke out among the people for the right to own the ticket, and while the man was trying to return it, his daughter was injured and died, so everyone was watching. Hanseo realized that the fairy had taken this one to the other place on purpose, and left her alive so that they could all look at this terrible picture. In the end, it became immediately clear that even if they had not fought for existence, their deaths were already written into the script. Just like everyone else's, life here was terrible, and seeing their child dying in the arms of parents, people had to realize very well that there would be no pity in this place, and they should not break the rules. Meanwhile, Hanseo heard someone behind him approaching and calling out his name, and turned around to see that it was Jimin asking him to stop for a moment. Jimin approached Hanseo and asked him why he refused Hanchol's offer, because she thought they were a really good band, so Hanseo should have at least considered it. Hanseo replied that it was his personal reasons and didn't want to go into details. Then the girl said that she also had something to offer him. Then she took the glove off her hand and showed him that it also bore the clan's sign, and invited him to come with her because maybe he just needed some time to think. But Hanseo didn't say anything, just showed with his whole appearance that he didn't want to do it. So the girl said that she knew he would refuse. So before she left, she decided to ask him why he hadn't used his ticket yet, why he hadn't used the ticket of the man who was left. Hanseo smiled and said it wasn't out of pity. In fact, he knew that the remaining boats were the last ones, and everyone who could get up had long since done so. Whatever happens on this island now, no one above will ever know about it, and those who are still on the island cannot even defend themselves. And it was obvious. Some of them begged Hanseo to help them, trying to find a way to survive, but Hanseo had no such intention, and knew that all these people were now doomed to die on this island. He did not understand why he had to let all these people live, because it would only be an excessive burden for completely defenseless people who would not be able to survive in a cruel world. But in the training area, it is impossible to save everyone, so he had to make a difficult and ruthless choice, which in this case was contrary to his main strength, and was necessary. Hanseo said he was sorry, but he already knew that those who stayed on the island would suffer greatly because there was a sea of poison below. He knew that if people did not die now, they would still give their lives and beg for their destruction when they found themselves in the sea, where they would not only drown but also writhe in pain. Previously, all he could do was watch others suffer, but now he decided that he would end it, and this time he would stop the suffering of these people immediately. He said that they could hate him as much as they wanted, but he was merciful in his own way, and this was his way of justice in a world where mercy is just a word. Having finished with all those who remained on the island, he gathered the runes and got into the boat, preparing to go on, though with a heavy heart because he had to end many lives. But this so-called hunt brought him a lot of runes, which made him stronger and ready for more difficult challenges. But the fairy assistant was watching him all this time and said that it was unexpected for her that he was so hard and so cruel and cold-blooded. But she was a little sorry that it ended so easily and added that she would not make a fuss about what he did, because it was exactly the kind of spectacle she wanted. And then she waved her claws at him, saying that she would be waiting for him on the next island where he was going to go for treasures and new opportunities. Hanseo thought that after what he did, he had no regrets, because he came back not to save everyone, but to defeat the main enemies and save humanity. His next goal was the Central Island, where he had to reach to fulfill his mission, and where he would be able to develop his abilities the most. A little later, the fairy congratulated everyone who managed to reach their destination, and said that 1,921 people were able to get this far, so it was incredibly lucky for them. She invited them to the Land of Opportunity, namely the Central Island, where there are many treasures, but of course also many dangerous creatures. Hanseo knew that only 3 things were important on the Central Island, and the first of them was the protection of the tower that housed the crystal, which was the reason why the island had not been destroyed. The second is to increase your own strength with the help of a dungeon that is unique to this region and contains valuable artifacts to improve your abilities. And the last thing was the fact that a huge horde of monsters was approaching them, not only increasing in number but also becoming more aggressive. Their first struggle was with considerable losses, as many of them died and others were already there, and they barely survived the fight against the monsters, but not all of them were able to survive. The monsters attacked incessantly and the people barely managed to fight them off, losing hope but continuing to stand. But until the end, each of them believed that if they survived that day, even though they were exhausted, they needed to hold out for a month to survive. Meanwhile, several leaders gathered around a round table in the room to discuss the situation. Park Jong-wook, the monarch of the MK clan, began to say that they had barely lasted one day, and the monsters had almost torn their defense, so they had to make some decisions immediately. They have already suffered huge losses and no longer need to just sit and watch what is happening around them as the monsters destroy them and the island itself one by one. In the end, they would not be able to protect the crystals and would fall under the onslaught of the monsters. An Ju-hyun, the monarch of the Hwajin clan, was also sitting at the table and asked if they should wait for the others. Then Hong Xia, the monarch of the Noah clan, said that the strong monks were already here, so it didn't matter and they could continue to solve the urgent problem. And Lee Guk-tae, the monarch of the Smog clan, asked them what they had to say because the situation was becoming critical and they needed to quickly decide how to proceed. But Park Jong-guk said that the biggest problem is the lack of people in the defense forces, so they need to bring in those who are not affiliated with clans. But Hong Xia said that they cannot control independent travelers, and it can be a serious problem because they are unpredictable. Park Jong-wook said that then they should use force against them because he did not think that words could have any effect on these rebellious travelers. The next attack was due in 3 hours, and there was no guarantee that they would be able to hold out now. They could not let a loss happen and just give up. But the number of people who went into the dungeons was beginning to increase, and it was becoming a problem. At the moment, the number of such people was inferior to the clan alliance. Such people created a meaningless association called the Underground Alliance. When they began to act, they were no longer in their control, which became a problem. So Lee Guk-tae asked if the clan alliance could focus on defense. Park Jong-wook answered that it is necessary to send the clans that are on the front line to the dungeons. But An Ju-hyun began to say that if they could lower the line of the fortress, everyone would be divided. If that's their plan, the small clans should be the first to go so that there are no more losses. Hong Xia began to say that everyone was worried about themselves. But if all 900 people concentrated on defense, they would succeed and be able to defend their positions for the next month. Meanwhile, Ji-min ran into the room, and she started to say that this time she wasn't going to play a trick on Hong Xia, because she had done it often before. She said that she had important news for her that could change the situation. After all, she had been told that someone was running amok in the Underground Alliance. Hong Xia could not believe it was true, but soon they all heard a man screaming. He said that he did not want to go to the front line and that he did not plan to do anything bad, but only to hunt for at least 2 more days and then return to his duties. He said he would join as soon as he was stronger. Holding a cigarette, Hanseo pierced the man's shoulder with his needle and said that tomorrow everyone would fight monsters. After all, today this man did nothing all day, and tomorrow he will earn his own food and be able to join the fight against monsters like all the other idle people. Hanseo knew for sure at that moment that the man's characteristics were much lower than his. But despite this, he could not destroy him and decided to simply take his weapon. There was a commotion among the crowd. People shouted that Hanseo could not tell them what to do, and were outraged by his actions because they believed that they had the right to decide how to survive. Suddenly, a man whose hands were endowed with a damage-increasing skill started running at Hanseo, which was immediately clear to Hanseo especially. At the time, he thought that this was not bad for a colorless artifact because it was one of its strongest characteristics, but not enough to cause much damage. So he swung at the man with one punch, trying to show his strength but not to destroy him. Hanseo's resistance was strong, but not enough to overcome him. Hanseo hit the man again so hard that his tooth fell out, and he fell to the ground, unconscious and unable to do any harm to Hanseo with his attack. He was not interested in fighting with these men, trying not to destroy them, because they were not as important to him as the survival of the entire clan. But he could not do anything about it because this man was still considered a valuable enough resource, and his skills could be useful in the future. So such people should be left alive. And then he turned to the other people and asked if they would also not listen to him, and if anyone else wanted to prove their case. Hanseo says he only has 1 cigarette left, but it should be enough to increase his skills, so he can go ahead and kill everyone here if they don't act. All the monarchies were in the room and ran out to watch Hanseo put everyone from the dungeon in their place, and were quite impressed by such strength and courage. They couldn't understand who he was and didn't know him before, and his actions were as if he were one of the monarchs, even though there were no other members of the clan anywhere near him. Park Jong-wook knew it was the guy Han Chol was talking about, and also saw that there was a creature sitting on Hanseo's shoulder, so they couldn't understand how he managed to take it. Hanseo entered the room where all the monarchs had gathered, and said that tomorrow the Underground Alliance and the Clan Alliance would join forces and destroy the monsters. And now they will take turns hunting and defending the tower, and if someone does not agree with this decision, they should say so now. He also said that without the monarch's abilities, it would be difficult to control people, so they should take as many useful people as they can to join their groups. Hanseo added that he had made sure that those guys outside would follow the orders of the monarchs, and there would be no problems with them, so let them just follow all the points of the plan. Hong Xia thought it was good for them, but she didn't understand why Hanseo would do it, since he hadn't interfered in the affairs of the monarchs, or in the lives of the people on the central island. Then the monarch asked Hanseo directly what he wanted from them, because it all seemed strange to him, since Hanseo came with a clear plan and had such power. Lee Guk-tae could not believe that Hanseo had no ulterior motives, but Hanseo replied that he had no intention of interfering with their decisions until the rules were established. Then Lee Guk-tae said that they could not be sure that Hanseo would not change his mind and get rid of the clan alliance whenever he wanted. But Hanseo replied that he was not interested in arguing about it and had no intention of changing his mind or betraying their alliance, so they could rest easy. After that, he stood up and said that if they were so worried, he could do something to confirm his intentions, and a fog formed around him and then disappeared. Everyone got up from the table to get ready because they thought Hanseo was going to attack them. Lee Guk-tae started shouting that it was an unusual invisibility skill. Suddenly, Hanseo appeared behind Lee Guk-tae and said that he didn't think he could attack whenever he wanted without using invisibility skills, Lee Guktae began to wonder if this was not just some kind of magic trick, but a skill they had never seen before, and he was frightened because he did not know what to do. He could not believe that Hanseo had managed to catch him so easily. Then Hanseo appeared again before the monarchs, and said he had managed to get some things before coming. He tries to keep up with the trends in this world and asks them to calm down, because he had no intention of becoming their enemy, only to help them. He told them all this and added that they are in a situation that requires unity, so Hanseo suggested that everyone do their best from their positions. They had recently been opponents, but even though it would be difficult to unite, there was no time for a showdown. He knew that something much worse was coming and that everyone had to be prepared. Hanseo was about to leave the room where the monarchs were when Jimin ran up to him to talk again about what had been bothering her. She remembered the last conversation they had and said that now she would like to hear a different answer from Hanseo, one that she would definitely like. So she asked him again if he wanted to join their clan, because judging by his actions, he still wanted to work in a team, and their clan would not mind him joining. But before he answered, she came closer to him and said that this time she was giving him a special invitation, so he should not refuse. She also asked him if he was lonely traveling alone and if he had a girlfriend, because she had heard earlier that he was with one named Mi-hee at Gangnam Station. But Hanseo didn't answer, and she saw that Hanseo's face showed no reaction, so she thought that she was mistaken, and that the rumors about Hanseo's girlfriend were not true. So, thinking that there was no problem, it would be nice if Hanseo joined them, because his strength could be very useful. But Hanseo didn't answer and walked away. Jimin was surprised by this reaction because Hanseo didn't even pretend to be interested. He just kept walking and didn't pay attention to anything Jimin said. There were already people defending the tower at the time, and they needed people with the skills to continue the defense because the forces were not equal. A young soldier approached Hanchol and said that the southern wall was also held. Hanchol replied that in that case, they could go down and rest. This time, the defense was successful. They distributed people to all the positions so that there was no shortage of people to defend the wall, so they repelled the first attacks. Those people who came from the Underground Alliance refused to cooperate at first, but in the end they did a good job helping in the defense. Thanks to them, they did not suffer even greater losses. Although the situation was difficult and each battle could have been the last for some of them, Hanseo's actions helped them a lot. But given the situation during the attack, they could hardly relax because the monsters could return at any moment and attack. Hancheol was also surprised by how Hanseo could handle monsters alone, and noted his strength and determination in battle. So he decided he had to have him on his team. He believed that if he had better resources, he would have been able to recruit Hanseo long ago, as he had tried to attract his attention many times, but it was all in vain. But it seems that justice still exists, so they will be able to repel the attacks in the future. Suddenly, a young soldier started shouting that a rift had appeared in the sky. A fairy appeared from this rift and quickly flew to them and greeted them. She asked them if they had a good rest over the past 2 days, and if they were ready for new challenges. She also said that now it's time to have some fun for those who are bored because the fight is just beginning. And starting today, demons will appear during the battle. She also warned them that demons are powerful creatures, so many crystals will fall out of them. So this is a chance for them, because such demons will give them an opportunity for new power. And later they can exchange these crystals for beautiful artifacts available only here. But not only artifacts, they can also buy escape tickets and leave this place. It was amazing news and everyone was amazed, and only 5 people could use this opportunity, so we had to try to collect enough crystals. The first demon appeared very suddenly, and it was huge and very strong. He immediately began to attack and no one dared to resist his power. The demon moved directly into the crowd and everyone ran to avoid its attacks because they could not resist its power and could not believe that they really needed to destroy demon. Despite the fact that everyone wanted to collect the crystals, they did not know how strong this monster was. But soon they heard a voice outside of themselves shouting at them to stand back. It was Hanseo who was ready to fight. Taking his weapon in his hands, he began to attack the demon without fear of its power and knowing that he was definitely ready for this fight. With his skills, he quickly approached the demon ready to attack. With a sharp swing, he hit him, but the demon covered his body with his hand in an attempt to defend himself. And then the demonic monster began to create a magic ball to throw at Hanseo, hoping that it would be enough to destroy him. He swung with this ball, but thanks to Hanseo's agility, he was able to avoid the blow. He had expected such an attack from the demon, even though it was a weakened version of him. Hanseo knew that he couldn't seriously hurt the demon with his usual attacks, so he looked for other ways. Hanseo also ran out of cigarettes, but he strengthened his defense and resistance. But even with all these advantages, Hanseo's attacks were too weak, and he realized that he needed to find another approach. So he decided to use the artifacts from the dungeon. He had magical boots that increased his speed for 1 minute. So he was continuously trying to attack the demon and moving very fast. Attacking from different sides around the demon, Hanseo tried to disorient and exhaust it. And despite the fact that the demon was gigantic, Hanseo continued to attack. The confrontation between them became more and more fierce. Both were at the end of their ropes, but each of them tried to win this battle without giving up. Hanzo moved very quickly, and for a while he managed to repel all of the demon's attacks despite the fact that the demon was not a simple monster they had fought before. But Hanzo had the advantage of having learned long ago about the monsters and people who resemble monsters by their actions, which he would have to fight again in this life. So despite the fact that the demon easily repelled all the attacks of Hanzo, he did not continue his attacks and tried to catch the moment when the demon would lose control. He swung his weapon again and struck the demon's body, but because of his strong defense, it did not cause much damage, but only angered him more. So the already extremely angry demon now looked at Hanzo as a small insect that he was ready to crush at any moment and not leave a wet mark. Looking directly at his enemy, the demon prepared a new attack with a magic ball, and this time he didn't waste time shaking and scaring him. And then Hanzo threw it with such a powerful force that the magic ball was right in front of Hanzo in a moment. So he hit Hanzo directly, and it even seemed that he was finished, because of course a person could not survive such a crushing blow. But it turns out that Hanzo managed to defend himself with his sword, so even though the demon's magic hit him and he was badly injured, he was still alive and able to fight. Meanwhile, everyone on the tower was watching Hanzo fight the demon. He was face to face with a huge threat, and even the best warriors were afraid to help him. Hanchul couldn't understand how Hanzo could become so strong, because they all followed similar paths, but Hanzo had outrun them. But Park Jong-wook told him to get ready. Hanchul doubted the need to join the battle, but Park Jong-wook replied that if they didn't join the battle, others would do it first. Soon everyone started going downstairs to attack the demon and get the crystals that could fall out of it, because they saw from Hanseo's example that they could fight the demon. So we didn't want to miss this chance when the demon was already exhausted and ready to give up his life soon, and after that a few valuable crystals would fall out of him. Hong Xia and Jimin decided to watch the fighters trying to defeat the demon. Although they did not intend to interfere, they were fascinated by Hanseo's abilities. Then Hong Xia said that she wanted to see how capable Hanseo was because what he was doing was amazing, and she couldn't understand how he managed to reach such heights. The battle between Hanseo and the demon continued. Soon Hanseo noticed that other fighters were approaching him, who they thought were trying to help him defeat the monster. But Hanseo felt that the other fighters could only hinder him because he was determined to defeat the demon alone, using all his strength and capabilities. He knew he had to stay focused. The demon could use his racial ability, and Hanseo had to be ready to stop him from doing so. And even more so when there are so many people around who, if they have decided to fight, are obviously outstanding travelers whose lives are worth saving. The demon was almost exhausted, but he saw a strong opponent and was not ready to give up because he liked the fight and believed that this was only the beginning. Demon racial skills are a powerful force that is often unpredictable. They can change the course of a battle even if the opponents are stronger than them, so you should be wary of this. Hanzo decided to turn to the others and told them to all retreat because they would not be able to cope with the demonic power and would eventually die very quickly. Hanseo didn't understand why the demon hadn't used his racial ability yet, and he felt that he was waiting for the situation to become critical and he would run out of strength. But later he realized why the demon didn't do it. After all, he could not apply his skills to large areas and they were all outdoors. However, doubts began to arise among the fighters, some of whom did not want to retreat, while others hoped to defeat the demon even if it cost them their lives or great efforts. Suddenly the demon used his racial ability, the Abyss of Hell. The fire began to spread around him, burning everything in its path. One of the men began to say that the new artifact he had received in the dungeon would help him cope with the fire, but it was useless because the fire got rid of him. The fire created by the demon began to destroy everything around, and even the strongest fighters could not resist. People began to panic trying to escape the fire. Those who managed to escape the flames suffered heavy losses. Some were injured and others did not have time to escape. The flames of the demon were approaching the people, but Hanseo did not move. He held his sword tightly, watching the demon's every move. At that moment, Hanseo used his skill. It was called the Mastery of Destruction. With a single swing of his sword, he destroyed the flames that attacked him, and they passed him by while everyone else could not understand what was happening. Hanseo was sure that the demon was not yet defeated. However, he was not a simple opponent himself, and had enough strength to resist, so he consciously calculated his strength. He knew that he was the only person who could cope with the third phase of the burning hell that the demon created with his racial skill. So he continued to fight. He realized that if he did not defeat the demon, he would not be able to save the lives of the people here, and watching them in battle, he realized that they were quite valuable. The demon was ready to fight on and was preparing a new attack. Despite his fatigue, Hanseo stood firmly on his feet, ready to fight back and strike the monster again. Lee Guktae appeared on the battlefield watching the battle. He was amazed that Hanseo was able to deal with the demon on his own, and was still alive despite his injuries. Lee Guktae knew that they all started together, but there was a big difference between them, and this fact bothered him because it could tarnish his power and authority over the other travelers. The determination with which Hanseo went into battle and the power with which he struck and deflected all the demon's attacks was simply incredible, so much so that it seemed Hanseo was not human at all. Park Jong-wook said that they needed to come up with a plan because the fight was too hard, and it seemed that Hanseo needed help, or he would fight to the last, and in the end he might die that way. Hongxia and Jimin watched the battle, not knowing what to do in such a situation, but something told them that Hanseo would succeed. But over time, the long battle ended in the demon's defeat. Hanseo destroyed the demon with a few last blows that the demon could not repel, and now he could finally breathe out, so he took his crystals and rested for a while and went hunting in his clothes. A new day came and everyone was preparing for a new wave of attack and already knew what to do in this case, and did not worry as much as before because there were more fighters. Clan members began to gather and discuss further strategies for destroying not only monsters but also demons, whom the fairy also called upon to fight the travelers. Meanwhile, Jimin continued to watch what was happening and couldn't stop thinking about Hanseo, who had been stuck in her head since their first meeting. So when she was completely immersed in these memories, Hanchul came up to her and told her that if she was still waiting for Hanseo, it was not a waste of time because he would not come. After all, he was also waiting for him to finally convince Hanseo to join his clan, but he never showed up and is probably still somewhere in a dungeon or fighting other demons. But Jimin didn't want anyone to realize that she liked Hanseo, so she pretended not to understand. Hanchul, however, noticed how uncomfortable she was at his words. Hanchul began to say that everyone follows their monarchs, no matter what they are. He said that since they were the only ones here, they could speak frankly and not be ashamed. But then Hanchul felt that someone was watching them. He tried to convince himself that it was just his imagination, but it was not in vain because it was Lee Guktae. Inside the room, Lee Guktae looked out the window at the street. He was thinking that Hanseo had long monopolized the fight against demonic forces and was benefiting from it. However, he also believed that Hanseo hadn't done anything special yet because they hadn't received any messages. But members of the Lee Guktae clan were constantly watching Hanseo. But during all this time, they did not notice anything special in his actions or behavior. Apart from protecting the monster hunting tower and brief visits to the dungeon, Hanseo didn't rest. Thanks to the continuous struggle, it became much easier to defend ourselves, but a new problem arose. Those who had not yet joined the clan continued to fight with members of the alliance. Given that someone has been watching Hanseo for so long and he has kept to himself, it is understandable that his supporters may come to the conclusion that a lonely fight is better. Even the alliance imitated Hanseo because he helped them prepare new strategies and resources to prepare and gain an advantage in the fight. And it also helped. If the authorities have doubts, they will not be able to control the people as they need to. Lee Guktae thought Hanseo and his allies were preparing for something and did not trust him. Meanwhile, Hanseo continued to grow stronger and fought more and more monsters, gaining experience and resources. He collected the necessary amount of crystals, and now he could use the Fairy Helper's new offer and buy a new artifact in the store that would make destroying monsters more efficient and profitable. The first good artifact that was sold in the crystal shop was exclusive and had an unrivaled effect. Recalling what was in this store, Hanseo realized that if such incredibly powerful artifacts fell into the hands of the clans, they would definitely start competing for them. So Hanseo had to stop it at the very beginning, so he successfully exchanged his 60 crystals for the weapon of Decrodox's sentence, and prevented others from using it to their advantage. In general, Hanseo could use a wide variety of weapons, but he preferred to stick to tradition and use what he was already familiar with. Swinging his new weapon, he decided to test it right now. And it was just in time because there were already angry monsters nearby who were preparing to attack. The monsters Hanseo attacked didn't stand a chance against him. His new weapon turned out to be very powerful and destroyed everything around him that came even a little closer. With his new weapon, Hanseo was able to defeat all the monsters that came his way. He also remembered that there were only 10 days left to hold the defense, so he was quite curious to know who would take the first step to destroy the union of the clan alliance. After 10 days had passed, the travelers were reunited with a fairy assistant who told them that this time they could forget about boredom on the central island forever. Since so many people survived, the fairy has prepared a special journey for them that will open up new horizons for travelers and will also allow them to test their strength. After that, the ground began to shake, and people could not understand what was happening because it was not the time for a new wave of monster attacks and not the time to move to a new island. A thick fog began to appear on the battlefield, engulfing everything around, and panic began to spread among the people. All the remnants of the demons began to rise up, coming to life again. They flew inside the castle, gathering in a huge cluster. The clumps of demons that joined each other formed a new demon that looked very powerful. The fairy said that it was a demon that had to be fought. He was strong and very dangerous, and only by joining forces could they have a chance to win and escape from this place. The competition of this type was called the Battle with the Demon King, and the fairy told people that if she were them, she would not walk near the castle wall and try to avoid him. After all, they can't escape from here that way anyway. Therefore, they have only 3 options. The first option is to stay here and fight off the attacks of the revived monsters. Then they could escape using the crystals, but this time the monsters will be very different from what they have seen before, so you should try hard. If they didn't like this option, the fairy prepared another one for them, so they could confront the demon queen who was specially summoned to this castle. But it's worth remembering that in order to defeat such a powerful monster, ordinary developed abilities will not be enough, so it's useless to try to do so. In general, the fairy did not plan to summon the Demon Queen before because she expected them all to die by this time. But the situation has changed, so now they have come up with a new task. The fairy said that the crystals would activate 300 minutes after the monsters attacked, and that it would give them an opportunity to escape, but only 500 people would be able to do so. In other words, the other half of those who don't make it and are left behind will probably die in this horrible place. But if they destroy the queen, everyone will get out. People began to panic because they thought they only had to hold out for a month, but now they faced a greater challenge, a battle with the Demon King. Lee Guktae began to vote for holding out for 30 minutes and escaping using the crystals, and ordered everyone to get ready and stay near the crystal. Then those who were not part of the alliance started screaming because they realized that Lee Guktae wanted to escape only with his team members, and this caused even more panic among the people. This also did not please those who continued their journey alone, so they did not want to obey his words and insisted on collecting even more crystals. But Lee Guktae did not want to listen to this and began to say that it would be better for them to defend themselves than to act recklessly because they needed to save as many people as possible. But those who were not part of the alliance did not support this idea because they were sure that monarchs did not care what happened to other people if it was not their clan, and they thought that Lee Guktae also wanted to save only those who would obediently follow him. After all, even the demons of the first day killed half of the people in their first attack. Those who initially supported the idea of Lee Guktae knew that their escape was guaranteed, and they also did not care about those who would be left out of the plan of this salvation. So we tried to convince everyone else that such a plan was necessary for all of them, and that they should accept the fact that not everyone would be able to escape and get to the next level. But then Hanso appeared and said that the only way to save everyone was to destroy the Demon Queen. After all, the fairy had made it very clear to everyone that they would not escape otherwise. Everyone was very surprised to finally see Hanseo, and Hanseo said that in the end, if they destroy the queen, all the survivors will be able to escape. Lee Guktae began to ask him what he meant and whether he really wanted to take such a dangerous step, because he was not sure that Hanseo would be able to survive the battle. But then Hanseo said that he couldn't be 100% sure because the battle with such a powerful monster was unpredictable. But if they use the crystals, no doubt 500 people will be able to escape, but the rest will die. Then people started saying that in that case they would follow Hanseo, and they will try to defeat the queen together. After all, those who were not in the clans could not trust the monarchs. Hong Xia and Park Young-wook said they would fight on Hanseo's side. But then An Ju-hyun began to think that if this goes on, they need to stop Hanseo at any cost, even if it means physical violence. After all, they needed to break the morale of Hanseo and those who follow him, so that during the battle everyone would fight for their lives, and not for the victory over the demon. If they could have attacked him unexpectedly, they would have had a chance to fulfill their plan, but they had to be careful not to miss the right moment. But then Hanseo looked at An Ju-hyun and warned him not to even think about internet scene battles, and then he swung, warning him of the consequences. These actions frightened An Ju-hyun, and Lee Guktae suggested that they join forces with the others because they had enough time and a chance to overcome Hanseo. In the end, it was expected that people would want to try to fight to survive, so Lee Guktae decided that he would not act against Hanseo right now. But only if he gets the chance will he ruin Hanseo's plans. Everyone got together and started preparing for the fight. Everyone was determined that this would decide their fate. But first of all, Hanseo decided to do away with the crystal they had been protecting in order to deprive his enemies of the opportunity to use it against those who support Hanseo. Hanseo swung his weapon and the chain wrapped around the crystal. He pulled the weapon toward him, and under the pressure of such force, the crystal shattered into small pieces. So now the monarchs who wanted to hold out for 30 minutes and send 500 travelers with them to the next island could not do so. Some monarchs were very impressed by what Hanseo did, because their task was to protect this huge crystal from destruction, and now it was over in a moment. They started to ask Hanseo why he did this to the crystal, and Hanseo replied that since they were going to the castle, he knew that he didn't need the crystal anymore, and maybe even weaken their will. Everyone was amazed by Hanseo's actions because they realized that he was really looking only forward and was sure that the queen would be destroyed. They were greatly inspired by Hanseo's words and decision, so they decided to follow him and destroy this monster because it was the only way to survive. Then Hanseo told them not to follow him if they weren't ready, and in the meantime they could overcome other creatures, but they decided to look only forward. After they entered the castle, they could not believe that it was the same castle they had seen before, and where they were used to being after the fight. The interior of the castle was completely unrecognizable. Everything around was changed. The walls, the floor, even the objects themselves looked completely different and quite eerie. The palace really looked very mysterious. Candles with purple flames were burning everywhere, adding to the atmosphere of mystery, but it was still dark and depressing. Soon they heard a strange sound and were very frightened when the figure of the Demon Queen appeared in front of them, looking completely unusual. The queen was in the form of a woman with horns, and when she saw the people, she said that she was surprised that they had decided to come here shamelessly and quite impressively. She also said, laughing at their dreams, that if they decided to show up, she could have a lot of fun and put them in their place. After that, the castle doors suddenly closed and the people were trapped. At the same moment, the ground under their feet began to shake and collapse and cracks appeared. From one huge crack, terrible monsters began to crawl out, looking disgusting with huge sharp teeth and moving very quickly. At one glance at these monsters, people were in a panic. These creatures that came out of the ground began to attack people who were frozen in place with fear. But then Hanseo instantly found himself near those people who were one step away from death and, thanks to his new weapon, was able to destroy them unexpectedly quickly. And then he began to say that there was no need to panic because these monsters were no different from those they had fought before. The real problem was to get to the Demon King. To do this, they had to go through a huge gate engulfed in flames. But suddenly there were pillars of flame and huge demons in armor appeared, and Hanseo ordered everyone to stand back and not to approach them. The demons were coming straight from the flames, and their appearance was extremely threatening. They began to move toward the people, attacking everyone in their path. With a single stroke of the demon's sword, the earth began to collapse, and the travelers did not expect such strong attacks and did not know how to defeat them. And if they could still fight against these monsters approaching from the other side, they did not know how to act against the demon, who was not only strong, but also in armor. An Zhao-hyun and some of his allies noticed that the situation was becoming critical and did not understand whether Hanseo had consciously calculated his own strength and that of other fighters. But Hanseo was not at a loss and ordered them to split up to destroy the demons one by one, because while he was attacking one, the other could come up behind him and strike, and those who did not dare to fight against the guards had to defend themselves from the monsters summoned by the Demon Queen when they first came to the castle. Park Jong-wook warned about the danger of going forward without a plan, because without seeing Hanseo fight, he could not be sure that he was still in his right mind. But before he could finish, Hanseo, without waiting for the end of his speech, jumped into an attack on the monster to destroy it and prove to everyone that they would win. He couldn't let his allies hesitate, so Hanseo saw one of the guards and thought he looked like the gatekeeper from the abyss. After all, the way the demon moved was similar to what he had seen in his previous life, so he decided that he could guess the guard's upcoming attacks. Hanseo struck first, trying to quickly stop the enemy's attacks, and also used a special Decradox technique to neutralize the demon. The chains, which could stretch for miles, became much stronger thanks to a special technique, and Hanseo was able to limit the movements of the demon, who was not expecting it at all. The gate guard raised his huge sword, but at the same moment, Hanseo's weapon chains wrapped around him, weakening his attacks so he was unable to strike him. But then the guard used a chokehold to weaken Hanseo's attack, but he didn't have time because the demon's body was covered with chains and he couldn't move. Thanks to his restraining weapon and his abilities, Hanseo easily defeated the demon, and eventually he fell to the ground, unable to get up. Although the use of this technique consumed a lot of mana, it was worth it to cope with such a strong opponent, and he turned around and saw that the other fighters were frozen. So then Hanseo turned to them and asked if they would continue to just watch him or join the fight to finally destroy these creatures. Everyone was amazed at how quickly and skillfully Hanseo pinned down the enemy, because it took a little while for these monsters to appear, and in a moment, one of them was almost defeated. Park Jong-wook said that they can't just stand by and watch while those demons gain more power and study their enemies to prepare attacks. Therefore, he reminded his people of their dignity and that they should fight even if it meant defeat because their clan had no right to be shamed. Hongsha also gave an order to her subordinates, saying that those who were weaker should support their allies behind them, and they all rushed to fight. At that moment, they were embraced by a common goal and a desire to win, so they believed that they would eventually be able to get out of this dangerous place alive. Suddenly, one of the demons began to use strange magic, and Hanseo realized that he was preparing to release hellfire, so he had to retreat for a moment. The demon quickly raised his sword and struck the floor with it, causing a fracture that the whole team immediately felt. The infernal scabs of flame were approaching the fighters quite quickly, and it seemed that they could destroy anyone on their way, but the travelers did not stop. Despite the fact that the demon that Hanseo almost defeated managed to get out, they believed in Hanseo's plan and knew that there was no turning back. Hanseo was also not going to give up, so in response to the demon's attacks, he rushed to him with his own to stop him and prevent him from harming others. Although he knew that this blow was difficult to withstand, if they could find a weak spot in the demon's defense, they could pierce it, and then he would be unable to resist. The demon tried to deflect the blows and the magic used by Hanseo, and Jimin began to scream that it was a danger because the demon's hellfire could destroy him. But Hanseo was getting closer to the demon, trying to break through his defense. He continued to move forward, knowing that he could break its defense. He also decided to use one of his strongest runes, called the Firestone. It was a rune capable of breaking through even the strongest magical defenses. Hanseo held the Firestone firmly in his fist as he swung, and he did not stop for a moment as he approached the enemy, finally stopping right in front of him. From Hanseo's force, the stone broke into small crystals that flew in different directions, and at that moment the flame around the demon disappeared and its defense did not work. So now the path to the demon was open, and Hanseo prepared to inflict a blow that would weaken his power even more. And then Hanseo ordered his allies to continue fighting, ignoring the danger around them and not worrying about watching him. After all, the demon will no longer be able to use hellfire to surprise them and inflict fatal damage, so you should focus on fighting the second guardian. While Hanseo was talking, the demon attacked him again, and he barely managed to avoid it, so he also decided not to distract others. When they saw the demon almost defeat Hanseo, they were all scared, because without such a strong leader, they could not continue to fight on their own. Later, they returned to see how the other fighters were doing against another demon, and saw that many of them were unable to resist its power. And the demon was still unharmed and ready to continue the fight, so if they had not turned around and seen this picture, he would have attacked them. The soldiers realized that they needed to split up again, take the wounded and rush into battle to at least delay the demon, while Hanseo was still dealing with the first one. But they could not budge, seeing that many of their comrades in arms would not be able to escape from this place, and would be left in the castle of the Demon Queen forever. Meanwhile, Lee Guktae's fighting spirit and belief that they could win began to wane a little, so he decided this was the perfect moment for his plan. So he stepped forward and shouted to Hanseo that his plan had failed, and now they were all doomed to die before they even got close to the queen. And controlling how everyone else reacted to his words, he looked back at Hanseo while he was momentarily distracted from the fight with the armored guard. Han Chul, who continued to fight off the monsters, told Lee Guktae to shut up and join the fight if he was so confident in his strength instead of talking. After all, while they're dying fighting against demonic forces, he only stands by and watches them get closer and closer to defeat. Lee Guktae replied that he was not fighting because he was weak, but he promised to show the difference in strength between him and Hanseo, and prove that his clan was much more powerful. So he ordered his team to get ready, assuring them that everyone would see the abilities of the special unit, and they took up their weapons ready to defend their monarch. Then they began to attack, dividing into two groups, one of which rushed into the swarm of monsters that kept coming out of a huge hole in the middle of the castle, and the rest of them rushed to the demon, who had already been able to overcome few fighters before, and indeed members of the Lee Guktae clan were able to detain him and strike him. They were swinging their swords, and with each step the demon seemed more and more weakened, although he tried to resist and not give in. Hanseo looked at his allies who supported his idea, and said that they should also join the demon's attack. He swung his weapon, striking again, hoping that it might weaken the demon's defense and allow them to end their fight. The demon was still able to deflect Hanseo's blows, but it was getting harder to keep the defense up as the attacks became more and more powerful. Hanseo climbed up and began to attack the demon from above, trying to overcome him from an unexpected direction that the guard did not expect, and he struck the demon with blows that he could not repel, thus gradually reducing his ability to resist. Once again, Decrodox's sentence wrapped around the monster's body, and he could not get out of them because it was impossible to break them, and the demon could not move on. So when the chains tightened enough, Hanseo pulled them on himself and they broke his armor and the body of the demonic monster. Finally, everyone could be sure that they were on the right track, and that their desire to win was not a vain and unrealizable dream. An Ju-hyun noticed that Hanseo was able to fight the monster by himself, while they needed a whole army to cope with such a situation. Therefore, he also attacked the other demon that was still unconquered, and helped Hanseo in this unequal struggle. Still, they wanted to prove that their squad was stronger and could deal with the demon faster than Hanseo, but it wasn't that simple. Hanseo realized that these troops were created just to show off their strength, so their abilities were not enough to defeat the Demon Queen's bodyguard. So he decided to ignore their attempts and stayed focused on the battle to finish it as soon as possible. Hanseo continued to swing his chain weapon in an attempt to neutralize the monster and break its defenses. The fight was fierce, and everyone was actively helping Hanseo to defeat the demon. Meanwhile, the rest of the people fought the monsters that continued to attack all the fighters present. It seemed that the number of creatures that appeared from the ground was infinite, because the travelers could not distract themselves, or take a breath and rest for a moment. It didn't take long for the first guard to be defeated before Hanseo managed to wrap Decrodox's chains around the second demon's neck. After that, he pulled the chains sharply and in one movement took off the demon's head, and it fell to the ground with a noise and his body fell with it. Now the two guards of the Demon Queen were overcome, and the gate to the entrance to the room where the queen was located was open, and the fighters could move on. Hanseo looked very focused and seemed to be thinking about nothing at the moment, but how he would finally defeat the queen, and then move on to the next level. Watching him, Lee Guktae realized that he had noticed Hanseo's abilities from the very beginning, but even then he hadn't been able to appreciate them enough. After the battle, everyone stopped to rest, and the atmosphere in the air was not pleasant, not only because of the deaths of their comrades in arms, but also because of the tension between the clans. One of the monarchs took the crystal and approached Lee Guktae and said that they could now exchange the fragments for artifacts from the store to improve their equipment. Thanks to the alliance and the joint fight against these Demon Queen monsters, the teams have expanded, so now strengthening the squad has become a priority. Lee Guktae replied that he wanted to let his clan be the first to receive the new achievements. Even though he was a temporary commander, he believed that the forces of the unit belonged to the Alliance. Park Jong-wook was surprised that he hadn't noticed how the Alliance was able to assemble such a powerful group and now have a great advantage over other monarchs. Hong Xia replied that as far as she knew, they were preparing this in secret. But she didn't understand how the Alliance managed to convince the monarchs to leave their old alliances and form a new alliance. Perhaps this happened because everyone felt the danger hanging over them and decided to unite to fight. Hanseo seemed indifferent to all of this. He focused only on his plans. After all, judging by his knowledge, he was sure that this fight was just a warm-up for what was to come. Hongxia approached Hanseo and said that she suspected the alliance of trying to put a spoke in the wheel of his ideas and eventually destroy everyone with their actions. But Hanseo replied that he had long realized what was happening and decided not to interfere until the alliance took open action against him. He also said that he had already prepared everything to prevent the alliance's plans from coming true and would not allow them to interfere in his affairs. Han Chul approached his commander in Hongshi and said that the alliance was now on the front lines, and that this made it much easier for them to fight effectively. Jimin was not sure that they would be able to stop and not act against them, as everyone had refused to help them before. To get out of here, they had to defeat the Demon Queen, but some people were tired after fighting the monsters and thought they couldn't continue the fight. Some people began to think about joining the clan because they saw no other way out of the situation and believed that it was the only way out. However, one of the women said that fighting the Demon King was the only way, and if they had decided to act according to Hanseo's plan from the beginning, they should not back down. She confidently approached Hanaseo, and at that moment, all eyes and attention were completely focused on her and what would happen next. The girl approached Hanseo, greeted him, and said that she was Song and young, and that she wouldn't mind discussing some of Hanseo's details and things that had been bothering her for a long time. When the girl approached, Jimin almost fainted with jealousy because she couldn't understand what was happening and what her intentions were towards Hanseo. Sung and Young tried to touch Hanseo, but he did not understand her intentions and reacted with restraint, showing no interest in waving her hand away. The girl was quite strange and told Hanseo that she wanted to introduce him to someone important, and she would wait for him to make a decision. Since Hanseo didn't respond, she turned around and told him to find her then, and that she would be on his side waiting for an answer. Jimin continued to be jealous and seemed to start hating Song and Young not only because of her attention to Hanseo, but simply because this girl exists. Everyone already knew that before, Sung and Yeon had ignored their attempts to talk to her and had contact only with those who had not joined any of the clans. But Hanseo did not pay attention to this girl or what was said about her, because he did not want to listen to another attempt to drag him into one of the clans, and said that everyone was leaving. They came to a long dark corridor with a purple glowing floor, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Soon they heard a voice ridiculing their attempts to fight the Demon Queen, saying it looked very foolish and naive. It was a fairy helper who stopped them, and said that she had good news for them that could make their task much easier. The fairy told them that they did not need to defeat the Demon King to open a portal to another island. It is enough to just hold out for 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, the crystal on the throne will activate and a portal to any island will open without restrictions as it was before. The fairy added that they could still buy a pass for a crystal and wish them good luck, and said that they would meet on another island where they would face new challenges. They entered the throne room where they saw the Demon Queen sitting on the throne and parts of demons flying around her. Seeing that quite a few travelers survived, she decided to take action and waved her hand and ordered her monsters to rise. After that, the monsters that were in the huge cloud of mucus and the remains of other creatures began to break out of it and finally came to life again. They scattered in different directions like wild animals frightened by a loud and unexpected sound, and these monsters were extremely angry. The soldiers who came to the throne room with Hanseo watched in fascination, and the fairy was quite impressed that these newcomers were able to reach her. Although they were exhausted after the previous battles, their courage and desire to stay alive became the basis for fighting the demonic forces to the end. And so the next wave of attacks began, and now everyone was well aware that only by working together could they get out of this fight alive. The monsters summoned by the Demon Queen flew around her throne, terrifying everyone present, and then rushed to the people, and Hanseo reacted in time. Sometimes the monsters that broke out of the huge cloud of remains looked like ghosts, and when they saw that Hanseo was ready to fight, they united. But Hanseo knew that this Demon Queen was weaker than the one in the abyss, so the Demon Queen's attacks seemed predictable to him. Hanseo used his crystals to buy a pair for the Decredox sentence, and this artifact allowed him to attack in two ways, namely separation and merging. Thanks to his skills, Hanseo threw a knife at the monster, which split into several similar knives, and several of them hit the ghost's body. So even though Hanseo tried to throw them directly at the queen, and the monster she summoned protected her, she was still very angry with Hanseo for his actions. She decided that this was disrespectful to Her Majesty and that Hanseo was being too arrogant because she was sure that Hanseo had no right to do so. She got up from the throne and said that it was a good attempt, and Hanseo tried to attack her with his weapon, but she easily deflected all his attacks. Despite all Hanseo's attempts, the Demon Queen did not give in and was still in good condition ready for a new wave of attacks, so she decided that she would strangle him. And she started to attack Hanseo using her magical power. The Demon Queen was able to intercept Hanseo's weapon and use it against him. And then she summoned a huge mystical dog that attacked Hanseo extremely quickly, but thanks to his skills, he was able to dodge the attack. Then Hanseo shouted to Hongxia that he would deal with the Demon King and let them focus on fighting the monsters she had summoned. After all, he could not fight the queen and instead repelled the monsters' attacks from all sides, as such a fight would have dragged on for a long time. But there were too many monsters and they could hardly handle them, so Hanchul shouted to the Lee Guktae clan to start competing and join the battle. But Lee Guktae ordered his men to stay behind and not interfere in the fight, knowing that he would be able to get the opportunity to fight Hanso again. Jimin started to shout that she knew that this mean Lee Guktae would not interfere and would stay away, and she always found him quite unpleasant. Hanseo immediately realized what they were up to and decided to deal with Lee Guktae. He told his brothers to detain the queen for a while so that he could talk to him, but his comrades had no idea how to do it, because the enemy's power seemed invincible and it made efforts to destroy any attempts at resistance. Suddenly, she created a huge hand that took up the entire throne room, and then she immediately began to attack Hanseo, trying to crush him. This huge arm moved with incredible speed and strength, so that in comparison, the weapons and Hanseo himself looked like small insects that could be easily crushed. Hanseo was distracted for a moment by his own thoughts and how to solve the problem with the monarchs against him, and he was frozen for a moment by the unexpected attack. But he was able to stay unharmed because he was helped by Park Jong-wook, who used his strength to shield him from the blow of a huge hand, risking his own life. Park Jong-wook could barely withstand the blow and said that they would not be able to fight for long if the situation did not change soon, so Hanseo needed to hurry. He also added that their forces were at their limit, and they would detain the queen while Hanseo dealt with Lee Guktae, who was interfering with his concentration. So, realizing that the situation was under the control of the monarchs who supported his idea, he hurried to those who by all means did not want this idea to come true. Meanwhile, the clan stood aside and discussed the fact that there were too many people and monsters around, and they did not expect other people to be able to hold out for so long. There were so many monsters that they could not understand what exactly was happening, and did not know whether they should continue to stay away or intervene in the fight. They saw how the soldiers were suffering and thought that they should help, but suddenly the guy who said all this got a sword in the back. Seeing this, An Ju-hyun prepared to attack, but when he turned around, he saw Lee Guktae approaching him with the intention of attacking. Lee Guktae said that they should all attack the humans while they were distracted by the monsters, but An Ju-hyun was against it. He believed that Lee Guktae would not get away with it and that he would have to pay for his betrayal. He ordered his team members to attack, but when he turned around, he saw that they had already been killed by Lee Guktae's men. And such cruelty horrified him. After all, some of them were still alive and the traitors ruthlessly attacked them, killing them right in front of their monarch, who could not do anything about it. And Lee Guktae's people were pleased with what was happening, and it became immediately clear that their monarch had warned them about this development from the very beginning. He was very angry, but he knew that the battle was not over yet, and that the Lee Guktae clan would not get out of here alive if they continued to betray. But Lee Guktae did not care because he had his own plans that did not give anyone a chance to survive except his men, who faithfully carried out any of his orders. The monarch considered other people unworthy to be in the same alliance with him, and said that they would rather die for the monarch than live. An Ju-hyun couldn't understand what Lee Guktae was talking about, and was quite frightened by this unexpected development. But before he could recover, Lee Guktae rushed at him to kill him, and he barely managed to escape thanks to the timely help of Han So, who protected him. Hanseo said that Lee Guktae's methods had not changed at all, and that he intended to stop his plans while there was still an opportunity. And this time he will not be able to refuse or somehow justify his actions when everything has already become obvious. Then Lee Guktae told him that Hanseo should be fighting the Demon Queen right now, not here wasting time on idle chatter that made no sense. And also that it was too late to intervene in these showdowns because everything was obvious in Lee Guktae's mind, and Hanseo's fighters would become mere bait for the queen. Lee Guktae finally showed his true colors and said that he considered his men to be just pawns that Hanseo had to eliminate during the training. But Lee Guktae also knew that even if they couldn't defeat Hanseo, they could keep him here longer and the queen would destroy everyone else. Then Hanseo said that he was not going to interfere, but came to offer a deal and asked if Lee Guktae was ready to listen, because the deal was valuable. Meanwhile, the battle continued and all the fighters were so tired that they couldn't wait for Hanseo to return and help them deal with the queen, as well as with huge monsters that looked like dogs that the demon queen summoned and kept attacking all those who approached the queen. One of them almost harmed Hanchul by attacking him, but Hanseo appeared in time to protect him by swinging his weapon directly into the dog's body. It was obvious that Hanseo was quite skillful with the chain, and everyone thought it was due to his training, but in fact he had long been used to using it in the past. The chain first wrapped around the dog's muzzle and then around its entire body, after which Hanseo pulled the weapon on himself, and the chain cut the monster into pieces. Hanseo's movement seemed amazing, and no one in the room could match his strength except the queen, who wanted him dead. Then the fighters started asking Hanseo where he had been all this time, but he replied that he was preparing for what would happen next in this fight and after it. After these words, they froze in place because they could not understand what was being said, but they had to come to their senses because the demon queen was not going to leave them alone, and they turned to hear Jimin's cry, who continued to fight the queen, but was defeated when she tried to harm her, and now could not recover from the damage. The demon queen was completely unharmed and said she was getting bored, so she began to control a huge arm that struck at everyone who stood in her way. And one of these blows almost hit Hanseo, breaking the floor he was standing on. But Hanseo was able to dodge it and, falling to the floor, raised his sword in front of him. Throwing his sword, he multiplied them, and they began to fly towards the Demon Queen. Then she deftly dodged the attack and tried to avoid being wounded. But even with the abilities this creature possessed, all attempts to escape from such an attack would have been futile. So Hanseo finally managed to hit its weak point, and most of the swords still hit her directly in the body. And along with the swords, she was bound by the chains of Hanseo's weapons. So now she was screaming in pain and could not move. This made the queen very angry because she did not expect Hanseo to dare to strike her like that. And it upset her even more because it was a human being who had hurt her. She stood there tied up and injured, unable to continue fighting on equal terms with Hanseo. But she said she would not let it go and would show Hanseo where he belonged. What Hanseo did surprised everyone behind him, and although they came here to defeat the queen, no one was ready to experience the moment when she was defeated. But when they came to their senses, they wanted to help Hanseo, but he stopped them, making it clear that he could handle it on his own and that interference would only hinder him. Suddenly, a purple ball of magic flew from the Demon Queen's side right at Hanseo, and not seeing it in time, he had no chance to dodge it. Everyone fell down from the force of the blow and later began to look around and worry because they did not know what had happened and whether Hanseo would be able to withstand the attack. For a moment, it seemed that Hanseo was finished because only a huge column of smoke and fire remained on the spot where he landed, covering everything around him. Hong Xia said that she couldn't believe Hanseo had died so easily because he had always been extremely strong, and she began to believe that he was invincible. But suddenly Ji Min, who was injured after the queen's attack, started shouting that it was not the end of the story because she saw something from above, and everyone looked up. At the top they saw Hanseo, who was fine and ready to continue the fight, and it seemed that he was only miraculously unharmed. They could not understand when he managed to get up and how he managed to survive such an attack, and were extremely happy that he was fighting again. And while they were watching Hanseo and wondering how he managed to escape, he was already preparing for a new attack to end the battle. He grabbed his sword and swung at the queen with such incredible speed that she did not even have time to react, but only screamed in pain. It was a devastating blow that left all the other fighters amazed, and watching them get closer and closer to their goal, thanks to Hanseo, was incredible. It turned out that Hanseo was able to hit the queen's arm right on the spot and disconnected it with his blow. And from the outside, it seemed that finally the queen was finished forever. Unable to withstand the pain and showing no reaction, she collapsed and fell, and a moment later started laughing, louder and louder with each passing second. What happened to her made her even angrier, but not only inside, because her eyes glowed with hellish flames and sharp fangs began to appear from her mouth. She said that she had not felt such pain for a long time, and instead of the lost arm, she began to use the giant one she had created earlier, and which had now grown into it. Hanseo realized that his enemy was planning to absorb all the magical energy and use it against him, but he didn't want to drag out the battle and had already decided to end it. Then Hanseo pulled out his weapon and assessed the situation, and decided that it was enough to end the confrontation. So he prepared for the final blow. He also got one of the runes that was supposed to help him escape if the queen decided to use everything she could against him. Indeed, she had no intention of letting Hanseo, a mere novice, win this battle and humiliate her in front of other travelers. Meanwhile, the creature began to form a new magical attack to quickly destroy Hanseo and subsequently all of his other assistants. But she didn't have time to complete the formation of magic because Hanseo started acting faster using his skills. But when she saw this, she threw the almost formed layer at him so that he could not get close to her, because she already knew that she was certainly more vulnerable than she was before. But Hanseo was able to avoid this magic, and all the queen's attempts to fight back did not stop him, so he continued to approach her closer and closer. Hanseo approached her, moving quickly and carefully to get to the queen. The demon queen prepared to defend herself, and her hand grew larger and larger, absorbing the surrounding magic and creating a huge force. As Hanseo approached the queen, he shouted that he needed a two-handed sword. Hanchul reacted quickly and threw the sword to Hanseo to continue fighting. Hanseo grabbed his sword and continued to attack with all his strength. He was right under the hands of the Demon Queen, and she struck him with a powerful blow. The blow was so strong that everyone thought that the Demon Queen had crushed Hanseo, and how he could have dealt with such powerful forces. But Hanseo suddenly appeared, and everyone was shocked to see him strike again, and the Demon Queen was shocked because Hanseo was not killed. Using her arm, Hanseo was able to get closer to her head. With a quick leap, he was in front of her face and swung his sword to deliver the decisive blow. Although it was very difficult, he managed to strike the Demon Queen in the neck, and again caused her unbearable pain. But Hanseo knew that the battle was not over, and in order to win for sure, he needed to completely destroy the queen, and only then would she retreat. After that, she bowed her head, not understanding how Hanseo managed to inflict such pain on her, and how he knew exactly what kind of blows to give her to neutralize her. Her huge arms, which had previously delivered terrible blows, fell to the ground and she became much smaller, losing some of her power and magic. Everyone thought that the battle was over, but the crystal on the throne was still not moving. Then Hanseo said that it was not over yet. preparing for the next stage of the battle. The Demon Queen began to laugh even after the defeat and said that she had not felt such pain for a long time. She raised her face and everyone saw how she had changed. Having changed her image again, she no longer even remotely resembled the Demon Queen she had been since their first meeting. Having changed and become even more evil. Filled with magic, she created a huge wave of impact that carried Hanseo back. The entire hall began to collapse and everyone realized that the queen was not yet defeated. Then she decided that from now on she would show her full power using all her magic and raised her hand to strike Hanseo with a decisive blow. But suddenly, a blade cut into her. She didn't understand where the weapon came from, but she saw Hong Shu standing next to her, ready to defend her team from the attack. Paying attention to her, the queen remembered that there were also small insects in this room that were also waiting to be destroyed, so she decided to get rid of these travelers as well. Then she directed her power at the monster she had revived and tried to attack Hong, Xia, and the other so as not to be distracted by them. Ji-min hurried to protect her commander from the attack and repel it, because her main task as a team member was to protect her monarch. Hong Xia said that they had detained the king for a short time, and now they should think about retreating and fighting the monsters. Then the Demon Queen replied that they could try to escape, but soon everything would be gone because she planned to destroy the place to the ground to leave no trace. Frozen in place, she reached forward in preparation for the last blow and thanked them for making her laugh and then prepared a huge layer of magic. She threw a ball of magic at Hanseo and the wave from this blow spread throughout the throne room, destroying everything around. So everyone who was there began to fall from this force, not knowing what would happen next and whether they would be able to defeat this creature after it activated its powers. But now it was not only against Hanseo, but against all the soldiers. They found themselves on the ground, burned and confused, trying to check who was still alive. The dust was thick around them, making it impossible to see anything, but they saw the light. Hanseo's magic was visible even through the thick dust, and it gave everyone strength. Even the queen could not guess where Hanseo was. But when she saw him, she could not believe that he was still alive and ready to attack again. Hanseo was still holding on and said that he would be much quieter now because he was ready to fight and finish this battle, and the queen did not understand why he was so strong. But she was ready to take revenge for this insult, so she grabbed the knife Hanseo had thrown at her and tore it out of her body, preparing to kill everyone who stood in her way. She said that there was no time for games anymore and that if she could use her true power, everything would be different and they would have died long ago. But while she was talking, the crystal suddenly started moving and glowing, and people realized that all the conditions for activating the portal had been met, so it meant they had won. Everyone began to shout, happy that Hanseo had finally realized what they had dreamed of, but the throne room was filled with fire again. Hanseo thought that the two hearts of the Demon Queen should have been destroyed by the stab he had given her with his knife. Everyone was surprised when the queen reappeared before them, looking even more powerful than before. Breaking the rules, she decided to deal with the people. She was even ready to be punished in order to take revenge for this insult. But a fairy helper appeared and ordered her to stop, because the queen could not act in her own way. A huge hand broke through the castle ceiling and grabbed the queen, holding her tightly, not allowing her to move. They began to hear a voice speaking to the queen and threatening to punish her for breaking the rules and using magic in the forbidden zone. After all, she had no right to do this at this stage, when all magic battles were supposed to be controlled and not harmful to learning. And the fairy said that the only one who would remain buried in this hall would be the queen, because she would not allow her to escape from responsibility. Then the queen began to say that the fairy had brought her to this place, and now she was forbidden to use her power in an attempt to limit her abilities. And then a huge hand that came out of the sky grabbed the demon queen even harder so that she could not escape and destroyed her. The fairy's expression changed and she said that this is why she doesn't like to deal with half-breeds, who always think they know better what they should do. And after that, the fairy said that there was a small mess, but she was able to fix it and control the situation, and then her hand crushed the queen. She congratulated everyone on the victory and noted that few people dare to do this, but they did it, and that there is only one award, so she will give it to the one who has done the most. So the fairy gave Hanseo a magic stone that, when used, temporarily increased the effectiveness of runes to 99 for one day. But after the effect of the stone ended, the value of all the runes dropped to almost 0. And then the fairy said that now she had to go to take care of other things. Hanchul began to express his dissatisfaction that all these efforts were for the sake of only one person receiving the award. But Park Jong-wook began to tell Hanseo not to worry, because everyone knows that it was he who killed the Demon Queen, so he deserved to be rewarded. And there was no one who could take that power away from Hanseo. Hongxia started to say that she didn't think the Smog clan would stand aside, but now they were quiet. None of them showed up even when everyone was competing with the queen, and their absence was becoming more and more suspicious. Ji-min began to say that they should deal with them, not giving the traitors a chance to escape from retribution. But Hanseo replied that perhaps everything was already over, and there was no point in continuing to look for them and think about revenge. No one understood the words Hanseo had just said because it had to end, and this only added to the tension, and then something strange started to happen. The symbols of the monarchs of the clans that disappeared began to disappear, and this could only mean that they had died, and no one could understand how it happened. After that, Hong Xia found out that Li Guk-tai had planned to destroy all the monarchs from the very beginning, so he was a traitor, and this shocked her because she did not expect it. She couldn't believe that they used a special unit to kidnap the monarchs, breaking all the laws and rules that had been established before. Everyone was very surprised, but Hanseo was acting too calm and mysterious. Then a thought flashed through his mind that the cleanup was probably over and he could move on. It turned out that a few minutes ago, the Li Guk-tae clan, taking other monarchs hostage, appeared in the forest using crystals. Once in this place, they could not understand exactly where they were because it was their first time here. And judging by the fact that there is a tall tower, it was the right destination. This was good, although his original plans were different as a false monarch. He was ordered to kill as many people as possible on that island, along with the monarchs. But now his plans had changed unexpectedly, and he hoped that his life and the heads of the monarchs he had managed to take hostage would be enough to fulfill the order. It was quite easy for him to set a trap while the monarchs were worried about Hanseo, and when he offered Li Guk-tae to negotiate by giving him the crystals. Using them, they could climb to another safer island. So Li Guk-tae decided that he could now join the monarchs in a special unit, and to control them. Hanseo warned him not to cause trouble, but suddenly, someone threw a sword at one of Li Guk-tae's men, and it caused chaos among his squad. They heard a voice rejoicing that they had indeed come to this place, and that he was pleased that his preparation had been worth it. Li Guk-tae said that the person who just spoke to them does not show himself, so he is very weak and they have every chance to get rid of him, but they couldn't move because their legs were attached, giving them no chance to escape or attack. Then the voice said again that it had left a trap in the city and that it seemed to have prepared for their arrival for a reason. This is a consumable that is activated after a certain period of time, so they came just in time. And then he added that it is extremely useful to know where the enemy is. Li Guk-tae could not believe his senses because he could not see the person behind him. Suddenly, he felt a terrible pain in his back and fell to the ground without realizing what had happened. An Ju-hyun begged not to be touched and was ready to do anything to avoid further pain and suffering. After all, he was here against his will and did not want to harm anyone, and he changed his decision to support Li Guk-tae because he was a hostage. But a masked man flew over and slammed An Ju-hyun to the ground with all his might, saying that An Ju-hyun did not have what he needed. Therefore, he would do without his help and had only one goal: to wait for the people coming up from the central island and destroy them. When he first heard about the central island and the tower, he could not even understand what it meant. But as always, he had no doubt about Hanseo's strength and intentions. He recalled Hanseo's words when he asked him to use him, and he said that if he really wanted to, he would give him a chance to prove his intention to serve. If the masked man can do what Hanseo is saying now, he will become stronger than those who started out like him, thanks to the orders he will follow. The masked man was Sung Jin, and he knew that believing Hanseo and following him was the best decision he could make. Now all he had to do was wait. Meanwhile, in the same forest, a woman and a man were talking about Li Guk-tae and how he had to fulfill the task they had assigned him. Then a man named Lee Won-gyun said that the last time Li Guk-tae got in touch from the castle was when everyone decided to fight the Demon Queen on their own. So maybe something went wrong because they agreed that Li Guk-tae would often report on all the events that happened to them on the central island. Therefore, he must have died there from the power of the Demon Queen, who destroyed them from the very beginning, because the idea of fighting against her was simply ridiculous. But Lee Won-gyun guessed that this would happen, so his death is not important, and it seems they have a rather annoying intruder. They knew that people would come to the Tower Island anyway because it has more rewards than the others, and there is only one way to get there after using the crystal. Therefore, they expected that other travelers would appear on this island, and then they would all die at once at the hands of the real monarch, Lee Won-gyung. The map that people received from the very beginning showed that there were hundreds of islands that existed and could be climbed. Han Seo said that the islands were divided into 3 general levels. After passing through the ascension path on the first level, they will get to the second floor, which also includes a central island, and then the third level begins. The idea of pursuing high rewards to become stronger was quite clear and obvious. Meanwhile, all the participants in the battle gathered in the throne room to rest. Han Seo told them that if they went to the islands for the sake of rewards, they could get into trouble. So you should think twice before choosing an island. They had already been almost destroyed on the central island, where they had also come only for the reward. So Han Seo advised them to think very carefully. He turned to the other fighters and said that surviving on the Tower Island was much more difficult than on the Central Island, and that they had to be careful. People were confused. Hongxia asked Hanseo if he was also going to the Tower Island, because there were many treasures there and he was strong enough to overcome all difficulties. Before Hanseo could answer, In-young began to speak, and she also had her own opinion about whether to go to the island. She said that the rewards could be obtained on any island, but Hanseo warned them that they had to answer for themselves. Hongxia began to think that she thought Hanseo was someone who constantly took risks, but it seems she was wrong in her conclusions, and even he doesn't take risks. Then Park Jong-wook began to say that Hanseo's words made sense, and they should take this into account before making an important decision. But everyone was very exhausted after the battle and needed to rest, because not everyone could withstand such a serious battle and the need to recover quickly. Therefore, it would be better to go to a safer place where they could rest and gain strength before the next challenge. As they were about to leave, Park Jung-wook wanted to thank Hanseo for everything, especially for saving them. He shook his hand and said that he hoped they would see each other again, and that he was grateful for everything that had happened, thanks to Hanseo. Hanseo also answered him and said that they would see each other again, of course, and that they would do everything they could to become stronger and survive in this world. Jimin asked Hongshu if she should also prepare to leave. Hongshi told her that there was nothing wrong with taking Hanseo's advice. After all, everything he has done for them so far has been in their favor and saved their lives, because without him, they would have all died long ago. The other people also started discussing it among themselves. They knew that even if Hanseo could not cope with all the difficulties, they had to think very carefully. Hanseo asked everyone to decide quickly because there was even less time left, and they should hurry before the island disappeared and everything they had done was not in vain. Then Park Jong-wook replied that in that case they would go first. As he approached the portal, he turned around and wished everyone good luck. He told them to hold on because they had to live to see the next meeting. Hongshi offers Jimin a goodbye, but she says she shouldn't. She said it coldly and ironically and added that she didn't know about goodbyes, but she was sure that they would definitely meet again. After everyone had left, Hanseo asked Sung In-young why she wasn't leaving as well, because he didn't understand why she was staying. But she told Hanseo that she wanted him to go first and that she needed to check something before she left. He didn't object and went to the portal, but told Sung In-young that they would meet again on the next island. And for a minute, Sung In-young froze in place, because she didn't understand what Hanseo was talking about and how he knew which island she was going to go to. Song In-young started talking to someone and said that she didn't know where everyone went because she hadn't heard any information about their future plans and didn't know where Hanseo was. Lee Won-gyun said that it had been quite a while since Sung In-young had told them about the situation, but they thought those people were still coming, so they waited, hoping that everything would soon fall into place. So everyone took their places in the thickets of the forest to destroy the enemy and attack by surprise. Lee Won-gyun also ordered them to prepare for an attack as the crystal began to spin, and Lee Won-gyun thought someone would appear soon. So he decided that he would take on the first person who appeared on this island, and then he ran to the crystal and prepared to attack the first person to reach the island. Soon someone passed by and Lee Won-gyun started to attack, but he saw Seon In-young. He couldn't understand why Sung In-yeon was the first to appear on this island. She barely managed to dodge Lee Won-gyun's attack until he realized who he was attacking, and she landed on the island and said that she was greeted quite abruptly, which she did not expect because she thought that they had already sorted everything out before she arrived. Then Lee Won-gyung asked her why she came first and where the others were, because they had agreed, and he did not know where the others from the central island had gone and how they had bypassed them. Sung In-yeon said that she had specifically waited until everyone else had left and only then entered the portal, deciding that there was no one left but her. She asked if no one had really come because she was sure that someone else must be on the island, and Hanseo could not have surfaced in everyone's mind. But Lee Won-gyun replied that she was the first and no one else had shown up yet, which surprised him and raised doubts about the true intentions of all the participants. She was very surprised because she was expecting others, so she asked Lee Wo if he was sure that no one else was on the island. Then Lee Won-gyun asked her if she was sure she was the last one, because there was really no one else in front of her, and she assured him that she saw everyone leave. Lee Won-gyung was very angry when he learned from Song In-young that Hanseo had once again prevented them from fulfilling their plans. He was also angry at the monarchs who had escaped. He despised him because everything they had planned was now in jeopardy. Hanseo and everyone else got on his nerves because they were constantly making his path more difficult. They were unable to destroy any of them, so they tried to find the portal with the help of their people in vain. Lee Won-gyun asks Song In-young if she knows why Hanseo is doing this, but she said she couldn't know for sure. Then Lee Won ordered them to warn their people to get rid of Hanseo on the other islands if they encountered her. But the woman replied that Hanseo was strong enough to compete, and then Lee Won-gyun said that they had to get rid of him by all means, because Hanseo doesn't destroy people. If his men attack Hanseo, then maybe something will come of it. Lee Won-gyun said that they need to remember their goal and what the monarchs did. Then Lee Won-gyun ordered to destroy all obstacles by any means necessary, and to prevent Hanseo from saving other people, and went on. Sung In-young asked if they were going to wait a little longer, but she was told that there was no point in waiting any longer because it was clear that everyone had already left the central island. After they left the place of their ambush, the crystal began to glow again, and Hanseo came out of it, knowing that he was in a trap, so he waited until everyone left. Hanseo began to think that if Lee Won-gyun was still the same, he should immediately confront him and then destroy him. While he was walking through the forest and thinking about what he should do next, Sang-jin was hiding in the thicket in the middle of the forest, sitting so quietly that no one noticed him. So at first Hanseo himself passed him by, thinking that Sang-jin had either moved on or was somewhere else, because enemies were waiting in this place to capture him. But when he saw Sang-jin in the thicket, he asked him how long he was going to stand there and not show any signs of his presence. He greeted Hanseo and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but as he said, he had completed his task and everything went according to plan, and brought the earrings of the 7 siblings. Sangjin had ideas about how Hanseo was going to use the items, but he still didn't understand what they were for. Hanseo praised him for a job well done, and then he started to put on the earrings. Sangjin turned to Hanseo to tell him that he was moving on to the next island, but he was surprised by what he saw. He hadn't expected to see Hanseo looking like that, and he hadn't realized that the artifact he had brought had such power. But Hanseo said that he would be more inconspicuous in this form. Putting on the earrings, he turned into a girl, and now no one will recognize him. The tower on the 3rd level island was huge and rose to the clouds. On the 1st floor of the main hall, there were many people from other islands. It was quite a crowded place, and it was better to go where there were fewer people to avoid unnecessary attention, and not to fall into the trap of enemies. The guy who started with Hanseo thought he was lucky to get here because it looked like the best awards were here, but there were fewer people. So the boy could not understand why the fairy assistant had not yet appeared, and did not explain anything with sarcasm as usual. He also couldn't see Hanseo anywhere, which surprised him, because he was sure that Hanseo should have appeared on this island by now. But soon he looked at a girl who seemed quite familiar to him, and when he saw her face, he was amazed. When the girl saw the guy staring at her, she went up to him and greeted him. Hanseo, in the guise of a girl, asked this guy why he was looking at her for so long, and if he wanted to ask her something, or discuss it, but the guy didn't say a word in surprise. Later, he asked if they had met before, because even the way they spoke was familiar to him. Another guy came up to them and asked if they wanted to join his team because they were missing 2 players. The guy hesitated, but Hanseo said that they didn't mind, because it was just in time and helped him hide even more among the crowd of travelers. Enough people had already gathered, so they were preparing to go to the next stage of the challenge. The guy who invited them to join his clan said that it was difficult to find new people because many had already joined other groups, so it was a difficult task to find someone free, but they managed it. Then they noticed the scoreboard at the entrance, which meant the number of people in the room. One of the men started talking about how the guy talks a lot, so they should just enter the portal. One girl asked how many people would survive the battle, but they could already guess who would die, so it was not worth wasting time. Some of them probably wouldn't survive the fight, but they couldn't stop. Hanseo didn't say anything, just watched what was happening. He was well aware that this was a great opportunity for him to be completely invisible. And then they all went to a room with many monsters. He knew everything would be fine if they attacked at the same time. It was their plan to attack their enemies and protect each other simultaneously. But during the battle, they decided to separate the groups. This way, they will try to reduce the risk of attack and will be able to destroy the monsters faster. But those monsters continued to attack. Their ruthless power left no chance for peace. They were ready to do anything to destroy all the travelers. With their huge fangs, they tore through the earth. It was a frightening picture, and each blow of a giant ant could cause great destruction around it. But the team still managed to dodge the attacks of these monsters because everyone wanted to survive and move on to the next level. While Hanseo was wearing the 7 siblings earring, his performance was halved, so it was harder to fight. But it was inevitable because otherwise he would have been constantly hunted and would not have been able to perform his tasks in peace. He was not going to stand out. But it seems that in this situation it was necessary because the monsters were strong. So he took his sword and decided to protect those who could not resist the monster's attack. So he rushed to defend the girl who almost died. With one blow, he hit the monster right in the head, but it wasn't enough, so he struck again. He flew high up and landed on the monster and stabbed it right in the body. The blow was strong, and the monster could no longer resist Hanseo's strength. Previously, he would have been able to defeat him with his bare hands, but now he needed at least 2 blows. The girl thanked Hanseo for saving her. The girl said that it seems that this woman was able to defeat the ant because she had competed a lot on other islands and had definitely met people who were much stronger. She was looking for a guy who helps people and uses chained weapons and said she was hoping to meet him to get help. So the girl asked if they knew about Hanseo because she needed to meet him. But Hanseo didn't answer and said they had to go. But the guy came up to Hanseo and said that it didn't look like talking could destroy them, so they could talk calmly and explain the situation. The girl asked the boy if he knew anything about the man she was looking for because he was able to make an invaluable contribution and became very famous. The boy replied that he knew him a little bit because they had started together at the 1st level, so the girl started asking more about him. She had heard rumors among travelers about Hanseo's incredible strength. Everyone who met him noted his extraordinary ability to fight. She asked the guy again if he knew where Hanseo was because they were definitely partners, but the guy said he wasn't sure because Hanseo was always busy. He began to think that if it was Hanseo, it was definitely the guy he knew. He also noticed that this girl looked very similar to Hanseo. Her demeanor reminded him of Hanseo. He remembered the last conversation he had with Hanseo, especially how he had tried to protect them all and fought the beast of prey alone. It was one of the most remarkable moments that left an impression of Hanseo on everyone. If Hanseo had not been with them at that moment, many people would have died. Thanks to his skills, he was able to save them and they continued on their way. The guy was sure that Hanseo had become much stronger by now. After all, a lot of time had passed and Hanseo was developing his abilities incredibly fast. Meanwhile, people continued to compete and collect awards. They didn't stop and sought to finish off all the creatures as quickly as possible and move on to find even more awards at this level. Suddenly they noticed that there were no artifacts. With low complexity and a large number of people, the quality of artifacts decreased. It was obvious, and they realized that complications lay ahead. Soon they saw a portal that looked like the one they had come through. So they began to think that this was an opportunity to move to a new stage, and they started moving in this direction, and maybe they could get more valuable artifacts there. But one man started talking about how he could not let this happen. This was quite unexpected. The man's words caused a stir. After all, no one expected anyone to decide to become a traitor at the very beginning. He said that the more people, the smaller the reward. But going with fewer people also made no sense, so the man decided to kill everyone, and then go into the portal himself and take the best artifacts for himself. Without hesitation, he began to destroy everyone he saw on his way. Out of surprise, people did not even have time to dodge his blows. The man took people's lives and said that they were dying because they were thinking about how to avoid the battle. He thought they were weak and easy to kill. For him, there were no principles, only the goal of getting the best possible awards. Over time, the man began to approach Hanseo. After all, he wanted to destroy him as well. The man who attacked him knocked the sword out of Hanseo's hands, which was quite easy. Later, Hanseo pretended to be critically wounded. Having dealt with Hanseo, the man went to the others and then asked the girl to hide behind him, and when he told her to run as fast as she could and save herself, he was ready to do anything to protect a completely innocent child who ended up in this place only because of the cruel games of God, and the girl was ready. She stepped forward and took out her crossbow, telling the guy to move away and not to interfere because she might miss and not hit the scoundrel. Turning around, he was amazed to see that the girl, who he thought was defenseless, was able to shoot a dangerous man when he lost his attention. The girl hit him in the head with a primo, and of course he didn't even have time to say or do anything, so he got what he deserved. The boy started to praise the girl because it was a very brave step, but the girl reloaded her crossbow and said that she was just lucky. It was the first time he had ever used this weapon, but the boy didn't mind, and continued to praise her skill even after the girl pointed the crossbow at him. Before he could even finish speaking, she suddenly shot him in the head and brutally ended the last living traveler in the room. Overjoyed, she gathered his runes and those of the man whose life she had taken earlier, and hurried to tell her monarch, Won-gyung, the news. She said that although she could not find Hanseo, she made sure that all the others were destroyed, and would continue to do everything to catch Hanseo on the next floor. She said she was on her way, but while she was busy talking, she didn't notice that Hanseo, who had pretended to be dead earlier, started to rise. He came up to her and asked why she was so surprised, since it was not him that she had been trying to find and destroy on the orders of her monarch, Won-gyung. But until she understood why this girl was alive and why she called herself Hanseo, he took his real weapon and chained her up so that she could not move. The girl was even more frightened and began to say that she didn't understand what was going on. And then Hanseo came closer to her, and for a moment she saw his real face. Realizing that Hanseo was in front of her, she wanted to say something, but she couldn't because she was speechless and couldn't believe that she had been so easily deceived. Then Hanseo told her to be very quiet and not to worry because no one would find out about it, and he would still do something for her. Namely, he will say hello to King Won-gyung when he meets him, so that he can realize how close his men were to neutralizing the enemy. The girl was so scared of everything Hanseo was saying that she just stood there listening to him and realizing that soon she would be finished. After all, Hanseo could not forgive her and King Won-gyung for deciding to hunt him, and for thoughtlessly and cruelly killing everyone. In one sharp movement, Hanseo pulled the chain and the girl fell without any signs of life, while Hanseo thought that the monarch had made a big mistake. Since it was very short-sighted to leave only one person here to hunt, Hanseo did not expect them to be so poorly prepared. But judging by the fact that they are at the same stage, they will definitely meet again. So he started thinking about his next plan and remembered that they are now in the training area. Therefore, it would be logical to go now to the dungeons where there are many valuable artifacts and not a few monsters, and various traps to destroy inexperienced travelers. A secret dungeon is a place where you have to pass all these tests through the rooms and get to the third floor where even more valuable artifacts are located. But he had to get to a real dungeon that no one knows about yet, and that is outside the training area. So Hanseo knew which room he needed to choose for the next stage and went to it with all the others where the fairy was already. She was sincerely happy to see so many people in her room, and that they had chosen the most dangerous one and said that the next tasks here would be no less dangerous. The fairy said that this is room number 2, and here they will have to pass the test, according to the conditions that she will now tell them all. She also praised their intuition because they chose this particular room, which is a real treasure island and differs from the others in its content. Here they will be able to get extremely valuable treasures guarded by monsters, so to get them you must first destroy all the guardians, and then bring what they get for destroying the guardians to the center of the island and exchange it with her for artifacts, and they have only 2 weeks to do this. The fairy also said that only those who exchange the treasure will leave the room, but if they collect all the necessary 50 artifacts, everyone will be able to escape. so one girl went forward. She said that this was not an easy task, but that in order to accomplish it and make everything fair, we should join forces and split into 5 groups of 10 people. At first, everyone started arguing, but the girl said that this was the best solution because they would destroy 2 guardians in teams, and those who did so would be saved. And the travelers who could not survive or defeat enough guardians would die, so it was logical. After listening, everyone else agreed. Some people started talking about how they were in favor of forming a team, but they would not form a team because they already had enough people in their group and were ready to go. And others who traveled on their own also began to discuss among themselves how they should unite, because they realized that they had no other choice now. So when everyone had figured it out, they had to find the treasures and report to all the people gathered at the centers. There were 128 keepers in total, so they had to make it. But Hanseo knew that he didn't need any extra eyes, so he had to be very careful and act on his own to find what Kangtai was talking about as soon as possible. So while everyone was still figuring out the terms, Hanseo went to the forest, but one girl noticed him doing it and started thinking that it was very strange. But Hanseo did not see this and continued to think about Kangtai's idea to find an artifact similar to the Philosopher's Stone on this floor and in this room. Then Kangtai told me that people are interested in treasures and that all spheres are usually thrown away. But if you collect all 32 spheres, you can exchange them for an artifact. Such an artifact perfectly imitates the Philosopher's Stone, although of course it differs from the one that NB Aaron was once able to get for destroying others. But Hanseo knew that he could use this reward, so he decided to act on his own to find him as soon as possible and save everyone else. All the while he was walking through the forest, he tried to be as quiet as possible, but it didn't work because the stone that seemed ordinary turned out to be a monster. The noise from the fight between Hanseo and this guardian was heard by quite a few travelers who were nearby at the time, and were also hunting. And then the fairy told everyone that the first 2 guardians had already been destroyed, and one girl said that if it goes on like this, they will quickly complete the task. But she was suddenly distracted because another monster started attacking her, and she was able to dodge it quite skillfully and quickly. And after she landed on her feet, she struck him again, almost killing him. But before she could strike again, an arrow hit him. She turned around and saw a member of her team behind her who had destroyed the monster, and instead of thanking him, she said that he was supposed to protect her. But he smiled and said that he didn't have to do that because she was doing a great job. And she decided to ignore him because she was interested in something else. Namely, that someone had already destroyed the 2 guardians from the very beginning. And she was sure that it had to be someone really very capable and strong. This girl's name was Injay, and she was the monarch of her clan. And she didn't like being called a monarch at all, so she got angry every time she heard it. She turned to her team and said that it looked like those who were ahead were gone, so they could go ahead and look for the guardians. But a moment later she spoke again, this time to stop everyone because she heard someone approaching them, and also had a strange feeling. It turned out that they were indeed being approached, but not by monsters, but by another clan that had their own plans for what to do at this stage of the treasure room. These people discussed that there were many strong travelers among the players in this room, so they should use this chance to become even more capable. So while others are searching for treasure, they must hunt monsters that can also bring them considerable rewards and strong runes. But the best way would be, as they thought, to wait for those who would destroy the guardians and hunt them down, taking away their treasures and killing other people. After all, the task given by the fairy is ideal for catching several travelers, and no one will notice if several people disappear. All this time, Injay and her team were hiding in the thicket, and thanks to her powers, Injay could not listen to what the robbers were saying, because she could sense their intentions. But there was something else she felt, and it did not come from them at all. She had already noticed the danger and aggression from the very beginning of their studies. Suddenly, they heard a voice behind them that did not belong to one of Injay's team members, so they turned sharply to see a stranger. It turns out that it was Hanseo in the form of a girl who said that he was also watching these robbers and believed that in such a situation, control was most needed. Everyone stood there watching in amazement and could not understand why this wounded and beaten girl came to them and what had happened to her. But Injay had a strange feeling, and at that moment she realized that the dangerous aura was coming from Hanseo, whom she had never met before and had only seen once. That's when they were all in this room. But one of her team members thought that Hanseo might threaten them, so he took out his arrows and started threatening them with his weapon. I couldn't understand why this girl had crept up on them so unexpectedly and unnoticed, and was now asking for a favor, and she didn't look weak at all. But Hanseo again tried to reassure these people and explained that he did not plan or want to do them any harm, only to make a deal that would benefit both sides. Hanseo mentioned that during the passage of this stage, many travelers died because of some thieves who followed the orders of their monarch. That's why he found this group under the command of Monarch Injay to offer them his idea so that everyone could survive and continue. But there was something that Injay couldn't understand, namely her suspicious feeling that started as soon as this girl, Hanseo, showed up. And it was mixed, because in addition to the extreme danger that lies behind the mask of an ordinary person, Injay felt that this girl had the same intuition as her. So they stepped forward and ordered everyone to immediately put down their weapons and not try to attack anymore, because they wanted to talk to him personally and find out what the offer was. Although the boy from her clan was still unsure whether to trust this suspicious stranger, he followed Injay's order and left. I looked at Injay and saw that she was extremely worried and definitely very nervous. So I realized that this was a sign and I had to be prepared. At this point, NJ was already asking the stranger what she wanted, and she should share her offer since she didn't seem to need any help. And although they may not be that strong, they will fight back as a group, and if she wants to harm them, they will not stand still and will take revenge. Then Hanseo said that the deal was simply that they didn't need to destroy the Guardians and search for treasure right now, but rather fight the criminals on the front lines because he didn't have time for that. But Injai replied that they would not be able to get rid of so many people in that time, because 40 people was not enough, so the forces were not equal, and what would be the benefit for them? But then Hanseo replied that he didn't need to fight everyone, only the 10 people he would report, and they were much weaker, so it wasn't a problem. Injai must use her powers to capture those people and force them to join her plan, so that's all he needs, and he'll be sure to thank her afterward. Even though Injai did not want to be a monarch at all, and the number of people in her group seemed to be a burden, it seems that this stranger was not deceiving them, and she agreed. She was reluctant to take responsibility for most of the travelers, but Injai decided to accept the offer and said that they agreed. So when they left to fulfill their end of the bargain, Hanseo checked his performance and realized that it would now be easier for him to fulfill the tasks of the King of Intelligence. Meanwhile, as Hanseo continued to hunt for the Guardians, Injai and her clan had almost finished the mission and were thinking about what they should do. While they were discussing this among themselves, one girl from the clan started talking about how they didn't have to treat them so rudely and take them hostage. After all, they're all smart people who have the same goal and can discuss everything. And when they said they didn't want to join the Injai clan, she got angry. But only for a moment, because she knew that it no longer made any sense, and she didn't care whether they joined by themselves or by force, because they were already part of her clan and had its symbols. So she ordered everyone to continue with the task, but she herself could not understand where the stranger was and why she was so interested in saving others. This was not some kind of task for which she could get a good reward, but rather a selfless courage and salvation of humanity, which Injai could not understand. And just when Injai was beginning to think that they had been deceived, a boy from her clan said that he saw something extraordinary in the middle of the thicket, and a fairy said that all the guardians had been destroyed. At that moment, Injai realized that the stranger had fulfilled her promise. So they all rushed to the fairies to exchange the sphere for something that could free them. When they gave the sphere to the fairy, she asked if they had completed their tasks in this place, and if they could now finally leave this room and go to the 3rd level. Enchanted, the fairy took the sphere in her little paws and said that it was the perfect treasure she wanted, but still hoped that more players would be affected. But because the task was completed, she offered Injai, as the monarch who brought the treasure, to choose a reward among very valuable artifacts. To further confuse Injai's mind, the fairy offered her all sorts of rewards that could help her personally, and she wondered if she should choose a number that would save everyone. Seeing the fairy playing tricks on Injai's head in her hesitation, the other travelers began to shout, trying to beg Injai to choose the right number. After all, they had enough treasure to choose the number 50, and thus give all of them a chance to get out of here and continue their journey and survival. Although all those rewards were very tempting, Injai listened to the voice of her conscience and chose the number 50 so that they could all be saved. But before telling the fairy about her decision, Injai turned to all the people and said that such a solution was certainly useful, but too boring. So she said that she, as a monarch, ordered them to compete with each other to see the spectacle, and they had to do it if they wanted to get out alive. When people heard this, they were furious because they could not understand how their monarch could be so petty, and soon noticed that their symbols had disappeared. After choosing the number 50, Injai and her clan hurried to escape from this place in order not to fall under the hot hand of angry and powerful other travelers. When they ran away, the people were shocked and looked at the fairy, waiting for an explanation of what would happen next, and the fairy asked them if such an order would have worked. Although she was disappointed, she opened the portal so that they could get out, because she was not going to deceive them and they did not succumb to their own greed. When all the other travelers saw the portal, they ran to it without any questions or actions, because they knew that in this world we can expect anything from this fairy. When they were already running away, one of the participants who had been taken prisoner by the Inche clan freed herself and told her other people that she would help them free themselves. After all, they need to get out of here because the fairy warned them that the portal would close soon, and to tell the monarch all the news about their situation. Therefore, when everyone was free, the girl immediately contacted the monarch Wan Gaiong and informed him that they had already passed the stage, and unfortunately did not find Hanseo. After all, strange and unexpected circumstances prevented them from doing so, and they were sure that Hanseo had long since moved on to the unreconciled stage and was moving on. But the monarch said that he was not interested in this now, but he was already at the 3rd stage and there was a horror going on, so he ordered everyone to go to him and help fight. Hanseo overheard their conversation, rejoicing that his trap had worked, and remembering Keldian's lessons about their plan to save all of humanity. Then Keldian told me that the dungeon on the Tower Island was an unusual place, and that because it was so confusing, it would be very difficult to capture Wan Gyun. But in order to find and destroy him, you need to prevent him from leaving the training area and catch him on the 3rd floor of the Tower Island. But if you think about the best stage and floor to catch him on, The third floor will be the most convenient. After all, terrible things will happen on it, and the monsters that are there will destroy travelers without any effort to prevent them from getting out of this place. In this case, Won-gyun will need support and help in the fight, and despite all other tasks, he will call on all members of his group. And only then will they be able to lure him into their own trap and get rid of him before Won-gyun causes an even worse disaster and becomes even more violent. Having blocked all the exits and entrances, Won-gyeon will not be able to get out and stay on the third stage, which simulates the world of the Abyss, although it is very different from the real one. But Hanseo was already ready because all his plans were successful, and he also had the Philosopher's Stone, albeit an ordinary copy of it, but no less powerful. Now Hanseo was glad that he could finally put an end to all Won-gyun's evil deeds at the very beginning, and destroy him after he got a good look at his face. When Hanseo passed through the stage and rushed to this criminal, Injae and her clan were still following him and trying to figure out whether they should continue to follow him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the third floor was truly hellish, and Won-gyong and his clan fought with all their might to repel all the monsters' attacks. But they did not seem to end and were approaching from all sides, which greatly broke the spirit of the Won-gyong clan's struggle, and they were not sure that they could survive. After all, those monsters were not only unusual, but also real insurmountable creatures that were quite similar to those outside the classroom. Won-gyeong's people continued to fight and defend their monarch, but not all of them managed to survive the battle, so Won-gyeong began to worry. Suddenly, when he was left unprotected, one of the strongest monsters attacked him, but he managed to react and cover himself with his hands, holding them straight ahead. He tried his best to resist it, despite the fact that the monster's fangs were right in front of Yeon-gyun's face, and yet he managed to defeat it. After that, he looked at all the other participants in this battle and the members of his group, and realized that they all needed an incentive to continue. Standing right in front of the body of the terrible monster he had just destroyed, he addressed all his people and said that they must continue to fight and not lose heart. After all, this is their task not only to themselves to survive, but also to their monarch, who needs their help and orders them not to give up for any reason. He also said to himself that he had taken revenge on so many people who had stood in his way until now, that he had taken revenge on all the villains, and that he could not give up now. And also all those people whose lives he took to make his job easier. He did so much, made so many efforts, so he can't leave right now. But there was something else about this terrifying place that haunted Won-gyun, namely the feeling that this place lives as one organism with all these monsters. But apparently it was all because of a strange crystal that was set in this place, and for some unknown reason, Won-gyun saw some shadows of people inside it. When the monsters finally became fewer and no new ones appeared, Won-gyun stopped right in front of this crystal and tried to understand why it was there and what its essence was. Then, when this happened, the fairy helper appeared and with a sly and evil smile beckoned to Won-gyun to come closer to the crystal and examine it closely. These words were like an electric shock to Won-gyun, and he realized that what the fairy had just said might mean that the crystal contained something dear to him and important. In a moment, he rushed to the crystal and could not believe what he saw inside it, as if his heart had broken again into 1,000 pieces that could not be put back together. That which was so important to him, which caused him to change completely, and it is the reason why he will never be a person who is able to forgive or pardon someone. All this was in that crystal because only a second later he saw the face of a young girl, and bitter tears rolled down his face which he could not hold back. Once again, his soul was torn when he remembered the loss of his dearest daughter, with whom he was together in this ruthless and evil new world. At that time, he was a member of the clan of another monarch to whom he obeyed all the time without any objections, and one day they fell into a trap that killed many. His daughter was very badly injured at the time, and when they were forced to flee, fighting off the sinister monsters, she begged for help from her father and the monarch. She was unable to even get up and take a step, but then the father did not have time to save his daughter because the monarch stopped him at the last moment. After all, the monarch said that now Won-gyeong should only think about how to keep his monarch safe, and his beloved daughter could not be saved. Therefore, it is not worth wasting time on such talentless people as her. After these words, a storm broke out inside Won-gyeong, and he destroyed his own monarch. He realized that he could no longer be subordinate to a man who only cared about his own safety, and did not even try to save the people of his clan, who, moreover, find themselves in these dangerous situations only on his whim. That's when he became monarch through a dirty path, but the right one in his opinion. Everything he had now, the way he had become, was just the consequences of surviving in this world. But it was not what finally made him one of the ruthless monsters of the other world. And the moment when he realized that after killing the monarch, his daughter died, and he could not bring her back to life despite powerful forces, which he had just taken possession of. It was at that moment that his heart became absolutely cold, and his goal was only revenge on all those who were to blame for this. And only this reduced the pain. He leaned over the crystal and was morally dying again from such heavy memories, but only a moment later the fairy said that it was possible to return his family. After these words, the woman who had always been by Won-gyun's side realized that in this case, she would be able to bring back her own son, whom she had also lost here, to save his children, to make sure they would be around again, and to close the most painful one early gave Wongyun hope that he would be able to get his daughter back. But in order to return someone from this magical crystal, it was necessary to destroy one person. But of course it could not be a person from the clan of the monarch Wongyun. When Wongyun heard this, he became angry again, because before that he had done everything to kill as many people as possible, so now it is an extremely difficult task. But a moment later, one guy from the Wongyun clan said he received a message that a new member had appeared on the 3rd floor and was an outsider. Hearing this, Wongyun realized that this is who would be the sacrifice to bring back his beautiful daughter, someone who should have been destroyed long ago. The person who appeared at this stage was already approaching Wongyun's group, and when his men began to attack this person, he neutralized them all, although he did not let them die. After all, it was Hanseo who came to Wongyun's life, and, as Eris ordered him, tried to avoid the deaths of other people who would become part of the new abyss. When he came and looked into Wongyun's eyes, he asked if he was the one he had been waiting for so long and trying to hunt down so that he could no longer save people from death. And to destroy his plans for revenge, Wongyun had only one thought in his mind: how to finally destroy Hanseo and bring his daughter back to life. Hanseo, meanwhile, was only thinking about the fact that he had finally reached one of his main goals on this island. And now that he saw Wongyun, he realized that he was not what he had imagined before. Until now, they saw an ordinary girl who for some reason came to them and watched them threateningly, waiting for one of them to attack and start a fight. Hanseo, meanwhile, was preparing to destroy Wongyun, knowing that he would not stop and would destroy everything and everyone in his search to save his daughter and his own son. What he will do to the travelers in the future cannot be compared to his actions now, or to those terrible monsters who are against humanity. But even if Hanseo destroys this evil monarch, he will be able to save countless people and find his son, who will be fine without this father. When Hanseo realized that there was no point in stalling any longer and took off the 7 brothers' earrings, everyone finally saw who was really up against them. Wongyun couldn't believe that Hanseo, who had been trying to ruin the plans for some unknown reason, had come to die for him to save his daughter. This thought made him so happy that he was ready to destroy him in a second, and shouted to Hanseo to get ready because he was going to die because of his stupidity. He shouldn't have shown up at all because now Wongyun has even more reason to hunt him down and save her daughter, even though he was just a copy. The fairy told them this because from the very beginning, before bringing everyone to this world, they made copies of all the participants in order to mock them even more, showing the travelers who they had lost to the living again. So with a new wave of anger, he rushed towards Hanseo, ready to use all his strength to do so. But suddenly, a huge crack appeared between them on the ground, and in a moment, a monster appeared that looked like someone else Hanseo had fought in the first dungeon, when he started a new journey with his former classmates. And in this place, the monster was gigantic and extremely dangerous, ready to hunt. Realizing that Hanseo might take advantage of the situation to escape, Wongyun told Song In-young to follow Hanseo and make sure he doesn't hide. But in a moment, Hanseo shouted that there was no reason for this, and swung his weapon and wrapped a chain around the monster's body, which squeezed the monster. They were so strong and wrapped around the monster so quickly that it could no longer make any movements, despite the fact that it was quite powerful. But there was no reason for that anymore, because in a moment, Hanseo pulled the chain around himself, and then the monster froze in place with no signs of being alive. And then it broke into several pieces, and now Hanseo said to Wongyun that they can pick up where they left off and finally put an end to it. And then he rushed to Wongyun so that he could never again harm even one innocent person, guided by his own fictitious goals for revenge. So when Hanseo was flying towards him, Wongyun froze in place and couldn't move because he didn't expect Hanseo to deal with the monster like that. Of course, he had heard that Hanseo was not a weak traveler with noble plans, but seeing it with his own eyes was terrifying because now he wanted to destroy him. It seems that Hanseo was not a person who fought as if it were his last fight, and it was clear from his movements that he still had enough strength. The monarch's men did not allow Hanseo to get closer to Wongyun, and protected him with all their might. But it was all in vain because their abilities were not equal. He used chains to repel them all, preventing them from approaching or attacking him, and yet he did not harm them too much to avoid taking their lives. But it was quite difficult because they were approaching from all directions, and Hanseo was trying to save his monarch and destroy the enemy who suddenly appeared here. Meanwhile, all their attempts to do so were unsuccessful because Hanseo continued to approach Wongyun and repelled all the attacks of the monarch's men. Realizing that Hanseo was approaching very quickly, Wongyun told his men not to give up and to do everything they could to stop this madman. Then Sung In-young also broke into the fight and began to attack Hanseo. So the fight became even more fierce because Sung In-young had good abilities. Meanwhile, Sung In-young herself realized that she had made a mistake in her observations and failed to fully appreciate Hanseo's strength, even when he was fighting the demon. But Hanseo continued to attack, and he was not at all interested in the fact that these people wanted to destroy him, because his target was the monarch, who had to be destroyed immediately. And the monarch, realizing that they were losing this battle, began to shout to his men to push Hanseo further and not let him win and destroy everyone. After all, they had fought for so long, killed so many people, and could not give up because of Hanseo, so he must be stopped and his plans must not be allowed to continue. Watching Hanseo, everyone realized that this battle could end in a matter of minutes and not in their favor, and that he would destroy everyone. So, after realizing this, everyone began to attack Hanseo without fear that they might die in the name of their own monarch, because it was an honor for them. Hanseo realized that the monarch would not surrender and would never retreat, so he would throw all his men as expendable material to delay him as long as possible. So he decided that he had to use more of his skills and other magical skills to do whatever it took to get closer to the monarch. But it was getting harder and harder to fight against these people because they had also activated their new abilities and knew that Hanseo would not destroy them completely, so they had no fear. Despite the fact that Hanseo was guided by his main rule to leave as many people alive as possible, it was difficult to fight against those who were trying to destroy him. Moreover, suddenly the monarch's men began to attack not only from all sides on the ground, but also from above, which Hanseo did not expect. So he sharply defended himself by swinging his blade. He swung the blade so hard that it wounded the soldiers so badly that they died immediately. So Hanseo realized that he had no other choice. Although his plans were not to destroy all these people who may have been in the grip of the evil monarch out of fear and did not know what they were doing. After those people were fatally wounded, good runes fell out of their bodies, which Hanseo immediately picked up and then took the same snake from the first island out of his pocket. For a moment, everyone stopped, because it was the first time they had seen a person take over a monster of this world, and it was even stranger that this snake was piercing runes. And after that, she spat out two of the same ones Hanseo wanted, even though the rules said that people and other creatures had to fight to survive. But it looks like these two have worked well together and are happy to be able to do what they have to do, i.e. the snake eats the runes, and Hanseo gets the ones he needs. But soon this silence was interrupted by Won Gyun's shouting that everyone should immediately attack again and not allow themselves to be destroyed, because it would only play into Hanseo's hands, who is enriched by their runes. Then the woman stepped forward and decided that it was her time to detain Hanseo and prevent him from carrying out his plans with her monarch. When she used her magic, strange magic circles formed around Hanseo, and at first, Hanseo couldn't understand what was happening and what kind of ability it was. But soon strange green roots appeared around his feet, preventing him from moving and attacking anyone near him. This moment was used by Song and Young, who rushed at Hanseo and tried to destroy him in one fell swoop, but he quickly reacted and did not allow himself to be harmed. Although this was a good attempt, it was not enough to destroy him. So when the monarch realized this, he again began to shout to his men to take revenge on Hanseo for preventing them from moving towards their goal, and for those who have already died trying to hunt down Hanseo earlier, and those who have rotted in this battle. When Hanseo broke free from the roots that the woman had made, he was able to fight again against the members of the monarch's clan, so everything they did was in vain. After all, sometimes it seemed that Hanseo was simply invincible, a man who had enhanced his abilities in ways they had never even guessed. Realizing that her magic would only delay Hanseo for a short time, the woman decided to use her magic against him again, so that the others could attack. But Hanseo realized that this battle had already dragged on for too long, so he needed a different plan, not just to kill everyone and then the monarch himself. After all, the latter had not yet thrown a single blow in this struggle, but only threw his men at Hanseo without sparing them and using them as his means of security. So when the woman used the magic again, Hanseo succumbed to it and his legs again froze in the strong roots that did not give him a chance to move his legs and attack. So he stood there and fought off all the others, and in a moment he destroyed them and started running towards the woman who tried to detain him. In mid-air, he gripped his blade tightly and prepared to kill a few more fighters who were not allowing him to press freely and appeared seemingly out of nowhere. He waved his blade and did not care about saving the lives of those who might deserve it, because then it would last a very long time. Using his magic, Hanseo was able to deactivate the woman's magic, and it impressed her because she couldn't understand how this boy managed to do this. While Hanseo was trying his best to fight off Won Gyun's men with his blade, he was also dragging a chain that was also fighting off all those who were left behind. And those who were still alive after one blow, and then recovered, also used magic to attack him again, and prevent him from approaching the monarch Won Gyung. So now he was very close to the woman and attacked her to neutralize her, and suddenly she regained her magic and used it again. It was at this moment when almost all of his enemies were dead, and when he was so close to Won Gyun himself that he was forced to stop because he could no longer take a step. If earlier the roots had only trapped his feet and he was still able to fight, this time the roots wrapped themselves around his legs and then further. Unable to withstand this force, Hanseo fell on the circle while the roots continued to bind his legs, arms, and entire body, and then tightened quite a bit. At this point, Won Gyung realized that the battle was finally going according to his plan, and he was able to take control of the situation with the help of his team, which was fighting for their monarch. He went up to Hanseo and said that now he himself was trapped and that this was his end, because he had not calculated his strength and had not given his life immediately. But Won Gyung will be able to save his daughter, and now she will always be by his side, and he will not let her die because he will continue to destroy everyone who is dangerous. So he swung his sword with all his might and hit Hanseo in the shoulder with it, after which he could no longer escape the trap and harm Won Gyung or anyone else. After all, this is only his plan, and he must get rid of every traveler who refuses to obey the monarch's will, especially if they oppose him. Won Gyun believed that his mission in this world was of utmost importance, and that he was only doing his best to survive and become the strongest, or rather the most unconquerable. Then no Hanseo will be able to dare to oppose him and try to compete and test his strength, believing that Won Gyun's plans are not so good. But when he was about to strike Hansu a fatal blow and fully enjoy his victory, he suddenly heard Hansu address him. Hanseo said he was tired of listening to him and asked him if he had finished his speech, and he looked up to look directly into Won Gyun's eyes. At this point, Won Gyun was very frightened and couldn't understand why Hanseo was still smiling and seemed to still not realize that he was in a hopeless situation. Meanwhile, Hanseo realized that his plan had worked perfectly, so he raised his hands and took hold of the sword blade and pulled it out of his shoulder, even though it hurt. And then he picked him up and stood right in front of Won Gyun, asking him if he was finally ready to fight him one-on-one and destroy him, since Won Gyun had been trying for a long time. But up until that point, he had only used his men against Hanseo and had not risked his own life. Then Won Gyun replied that he was ready and drew another sword. But he did not have time to use it, because immediately after his words, Hanseo picked up his blade and prepared to strike the monarch with a blow that would disable him. Seeing this, Won Gyun shouted to his men to immediately attack Hanseo before he regained his strength, realizing that he was now face to face with the enemy. And it took incredible speed to prevent Hanseo from striking. So before anyone could move, Hanseo stabbed Won Gyun in the chest with his blade firmly in place. When they saw that their monarch was wounded, they all started to worry because their dangerous battles had never turned in this direction before. So the woman was also very scared. It was a real shock to see how the one they had been trying to capture for so long had passed all their dangerous traps and brought Won Gyun to his knees. Because of this pain, the monarch simply could no longer stand on his feet. It affected not only his body, but also his image as a dangerous and ruthless monarch. When all the other fighters of his clan started to move towards Han to stop him, Hanseo told them to think carefully about whether it was worth their lives. So those who did not stop were destroyed because Hanseo could no longer fight cautiously and repel the attacks of people who cannot understand that they cannot win. The last person he dealt with was Song In-young, who did not stop trying to overcome Hanseo to the end and eventually knelt down before him, helpless. At that moment, everything that still happened broke Won Gyun, who was already barely alive and could only watch his men die in a meaningless battle. The thought of Hanseo appearing in front of them and destroying the entire clan by himself made Won Gyun so angry that he started shouting at Hanseo, asking how he could do such a thing. All this time, Hanseo has been doing everything to protect people, but in this situation, he has destroyed an entire group. And how can he call himself a normal person after that? Listening to all of this, Hanseo went deep into his memories and mentally returned to the past when they had already tried to stop Won Gyun and succeeded. On that day, he and his group, after an extremely hard and ruthless fight, managed to wound Won Gyun and were only one step away from killing him. It was impossible to imagine all the terrible crimes he committed, the number of people he killed, and he did not even think about the consequences. Then Won Gyun shouted that he did not understand why they were chasing him and should now also be destroying the hypocritical monarchs because of whom he had lost his daughter and son. Hano's thoughts were again drawn to Won Gyun's shouting that he was not going to obey the rules of monarchs, and these ridiculous conditions not to destroy other travelers. Because these rules only prevent him from achieving his goals, and even if Hanseo wants to convince him now, he will never give up on his goal. Then Hanseo looked at Won Gyun and said that he had come for his life not because of the rules established to preserve peace among other travelers, and he's definitely not going to give him a chance to reform, and in general, he's just a step he has to go through to achieve what he came for. Then Hanseo recalled Keldian's words again, who spoke about the basis of their plan, not only to unite humanity, but also to change this cruel and unjust attitude. They had to use all options to pass the competition of the three paths, and prevent what would happen in the future at any cost, and without hesitation. Even if you have to destroy everyone in the training area, it is necessary to achieve your goal and prevent a catastrophe that may occur. Hanseo also mentioned the words about the importance of making decisions that always help to find the right path. And it seemed that Eris was against such actions. She was not ready for the sacrifices that were necessary to achieve the goal, and could not understand why they had to destroy people to save others. But Kangtae told her not to worry, because if it was important, he would take care of everything himself, destroy everyone who stood in their way, and take their goods for himself. Having done this, he will be called a hero and become a Casanova, because such achievements cannot be ignored. Then Eris replied that although she did not agree with the idea of sacrificing the minority for the majority, she understood the situation and supported Keldian. But they need to become stronger because they do not know what will appear in the secret dungeon, and they need strength when some other problem breaks into their plans. Therefore, in this case, they need to come up with another way to become stronger without having to destroy everyone in a row, leaving peace and justice. They began to think about what they could do, and at that moment Hanseo appeared, scaring Kangtae, who was very focused, with his appearance. He fainted from the surprise and almost died, but fortunately Kangtae was strong and coped with such a strong fright, and later got up. Then Keldian began to talk about how the secret dungeon of the tower should be good, but it will not be possible to clear it only by hunting well, because you will need to pay attention to strategy, and allies who can help them. After all, there are people they need to take care of before graduation, and without them, this plan will not make sense. Kang Tae said that if they destroyed all the bad guys and absorbed their runes, they would become much stronger and able to cope with the trials. Strong enough to be able to cope with secret dungeons and pass all the tests. They need to get rid of those who interfere with their goal by any means necessary. So they need to use all possible resources. Keldian warned Hanseo about something, namely that he does not need to change anything in their plan, because all decisions have already been made and the path has been determined, so you just need to follow it. Hanseo came back to reality and told Lee Won-gyun that he was trying to destroy him. He also went over the heads of others to get here, which proves that Lee Won-gyun is a ruthless man who has no chance of salvation. Now, it's not surprising why he got into this position and faced Hanseo. After all, he had chosen this path and the consequences were inevitable. Then Lee Won-gyun replied that he thought Hanseo was saving people, but now he sees who he really is. He told Hanseo that if he found his son, he should take care of him because his child was the last thing that mattered to him in this cruel world. But Hanseo replied that he didn't have time for that, and that if everything went according to plan, everyone, including his son, would live. And then with a sharp swing of his sword, he finished off Lee Won-gyun. And there was no doubt that he had fulfilled this point of Keldian's and the others' plan. So he stopped for a minute to think about how he could get to the next stage. At that time, Injai was also on the 3rd floor with her team, and she started to get bored and didn't understand how much longer they had to stay here. I felt that it was all for nothing to protect this place. And then I started to think about just leaving and not staying there. But later, Injai felt that somewhere here was what they needed, and her instincts told her that she could not ignore them because they always led her to the right goal. In fact, Injai wanted to just follow Hanseo, but she thought they might get caught, and so she was hesitant about what to do next. Then Hanseo appeared, still in the form of a girl, and said that he had left them here on purpose to guard this place well. Then Injai, who was frightened by Hanseo's unexpected appearance, said that they not only guarded the place well, but also managed to catch those who followed them. In any case, Hanseo had already dealt with everything, and now they could move on. So Hanseo praised them for a job well done and let them go. Injai was not expecting this, so she said that she had to find out what Hanseo was doing there, because she felt that there was something important that he was hiding from them. When they walked a little further, they saw the fairy assistant, who was very happy that there were new travelers so she could have fun again. The fairy began to tell them about the red cross that was located here and what it meant. And Injai also saw that a battle had recently taken place on this spot. So she realized that her decision to follow Hanseo and her keen intuition had not failed her as always, and she learned the secret. Meanwhile, Hanseo left the 3rd floor and got rid of Lee Won-gyun. Now his path was clear and he could move on without any more obstacles. Also, he didn't need a disguise anymore because he knew that no one else would hunt him, at least if everything went according to Keldian's plan. He came to a place where travelers who did not want or did not have time to join any of the clans gathered, and were preparing for a new stage that the fairy would announce. This was the 4th floor, which was called the Preparation Zone, and here a new stage began, and they had to pass the last test to move on to a more difficult zone. The purpose for which Hanseo came to this island was getting closer and closer, and he tried to stick to the plan they had made in his past life. The fairy said that the 4th floor was the Preparation Zone, the last stage when they had to complete the preparation and move to the red zone, where things would get even harder. To get there, they had to create a boat similar to the one used to travel to the central island, but it required much more effort. Now we didn't have to take tickets from each other, but only collect materials for the boat that could only be obtained by hunting monsters nearby. Having created one boat, you could take anyone with you, so a large boat was preferable because it allowed you to take more people to a safe place. Also, such a Choshev allowed clans to move together and everyone had a list of necessary materials. While everyone was discussing what they should do, someone turned to Hanseo, saying that they expected to see him here much earlier. It was Song Jin who said he had been here for quite some time, and that's why they started collecting materials for the boat much earlier than the others. Hanseo said that he had already gotten rid of all the obstacles so they could start working, but he would not be with them for the time being. Hanseo also asked Song Jin if he had found the materials Hanseo asked him to find to make sure they were available before starting work. And he replied that he had already prepared everything on the ground floor. He also asked Hanseo if he would look like a girl again later. Song Jin also said that there are not many materials for a large boat, and they should remember that time is short, so they need to act quickly to not miss the chance. And that Mi-hee had taken care of it and had already found all the necessary resources to make the boat, and had also changed a lot and become almost completely unrecognizable. Hanseo didn't expect to hear that Mi-hee was here, but he didn't say anything to Song Jin and gave him his snake, knowing that he would be ready to use it if necessary. He said he didn't need the snake anymore, but Song Jin could find a useful use for it because Hanseo saw his potential and believed that the snake would be useful. He also said that they will not have many more opportunities to meet later, so they need to act quickly and follow the plan. After all, the red zone is much more complex than the training zone, and you need to be prepared for much harder and more dangerous tests that lie ahead. Song Jin said that he was able to become stronger thanks to Hanseo, and is grateful for his help, which allowed him to grow and develop as a traveler. And he wished him good luck, saying that now they would meet at the top, where he hoped he would also get there in one piece. Hanseo said nothing, just waved his hand and left, not wanting to linger in conversation because his goal was much more important than anything else. Sangjin didn't expect him to answer, but he thought it would be nice to hear it because he was hoping for some kind of reaction. At that moment, Injae appeared with a guy from her clan. They were moving on because they had also made it to the 3rd floor and were now preparing for the next stage. She came in and said that they were very late because they had spent a lot of time at the Red Christ, but it was not in vain. They had gained important knowledge, and then she ordered Won Gyun to leave because they had to go. It was important to avoid any unnecessary conversation or noise to avoid drawing attention to themselves. Injae said that her people were reliable, so there was no reason to worry because they could rely on them in any situation. Won Gyun was alive and well, but they knew they had to stay away because any mistake could cost them dearly in such a dangerous situation. Also, Won Kyung did not remember anything, so it could not be too dangerous, and he said that he knew what the place was and only remembered walking with his daughter. And then Won Gyun's daughter came out of the portal. Injae began to think about how she only wanted a strong leader, but she didn't expect that rebirth would bring with it loss. She ordered the twins to stay back because she needed to talk to the fairy who was leading them and try to get more information about what was happening. Sangjin overheard their entire conversation, and although he tried to remain unnoticed, he felt that this information could be useful to Hanseo in the future. Meanwhile, Hanseo was walking through the jungle. He knew that most of the monsters were in the center of the training area, so there shouldn't be any problems. After all, his path led in a completely different direction. Inside the tower, each floor and room is different, creating confusion. There are rooms that imitate the real sky, but all this was created on purpose. To complicate the test, the fairy said that the tower ended on the 4th floor, but in fact, there were 5 floors, and each of them also hid treasures that no one knew about yet. The dungeon where you could get the hidden treasure was on the 5th floor. It was difficult to reach it in the usual way, so Hanseo decided to use the destructive power of the Nurma ring to get into the hard-to-reach parts of the tower. In this way, he could make a hole in the barrier surrounding the tower, so it didn't take him long to overcome this obstacle and get to the next floor. Now he was able to climb the outside of the tower, and as expected, the hole quickly closed after Hanseo passed through it. It would have been difficult for him to do it without the Nurmok ring, but the performance was not as good as Hanseo wanted. He increased his characteristics by only 40 using Won Gyung's runes, which gave him a certain advantage, but it was not enough for his full power. And yet he had not done the minimum to become stronger, and now everything depended on how he would cope with the difficulties ahead. And for the stage at which he is now, Hanseo's characteristics were already much higher than other travelers, and his goal was not so ordinary. If he had followed the usual conditions and overcome all obstacles like others, there would have been no great danger with his experience. He climbed the walls of the tower for a long time, and finally reached the right place when he saw the entrance to the 5th floor dungeon. According to Ralph Lauren, nothing is known about what is inside the dungeon, but Hanseo had to be defeated at any cost. Although he knew that something dangerous was about to happen, he drew his swords while it was still quiet, and he scattered them around this floor in case he needed more, or to use them for his attack skills. After Hanseo climbed up and approached the entrance to the secret dungeon, the creation of the monster based on Hanseo's memories began. This is how this 5th floor worked, and the monster was generated so that Hanseo would have a hard time fighting it, not only physically but also mentally. So when Hanseo saw him, his face changed because he recognized the image of the huge golden dragon that had caused him so much pain and suffering before. He could not believe that he would have to go through one of the most difficult moments of his life again at this very moment. Hanseo remembered Keldian and the other people of his clan who fought that day against the monster when their strength seemed hopeless, but they did not give up. The attacks of the golden dragon were so strong that even the strongest people in this world did not know whether they would be able to survive after meeting this monster. But they knew that all of humanity was counting on them, so they had to hurry up so as not to let everyone down and fulfill their mission. They could not stand still because they had to get to the crystal ball to fulfill their mission and save humanity. And finally, to destroy this monster that has already taken not only many lives of strong and experienced people, but also their brothers. So they left the command of Embiaran, and Hanseo was completely broken at that moment because his girlfriend was killed in the battle. Hanseo could not understand why this happened. It seemed unfair because she died protecting him, giving her life. He recalled the moment when he was threatened with death, but he was saved thanks to his beloved, who was dying in his arms, and this was the worst test for him. This girl sacrificed herself for her lover, but Hanseo could not accept the fact that she had changed places with him, taking on his fate. After all, he was the one who was supposed to die in that battle, and she was supposed to live a long time and would certainly receive support from other members of the clan. But what happened was that she was no longer around. But he still kept in his memories those moments of their last conversation, and the seconds when he could still see her eyes. At the time, she was still happy that Hanseo was okay, because for her the main thing was that he survived, even if it meant sacrificing herself. She said that he could not leave without finishing what he had started, because her death would only make sense if he stopped the dark forces once and for all. So he has to hold on and not give up because of her death, because his team and other people who have to live in this world are counting on him. When she died, it broke Hanseo, leaving him with bitter pain and despair. He couldn't believe he would never see her again. Hanseo could not hold back his tears, and the pain of loss became unbearable as his heart broke with longing. That moment of losing the closest person he met at the most difficult moment of his life changed his attitude to absolutely everything, and he became different without her. And now he sees this monster again, the one who took the life of his beloved, and it awakens in him rage and a desire for revenge. And it was so unexpected that it completely confused him, because he could not understand why this dragon appeared before him again at such a moment. But he remembered the rage that arose from the death of his girlfriend, and this gave him the strength to fight. He met his opponent again, and this battle was not only a fight with a monster, but also a test of his spirit. The secret dungeon created monsters that were the strongest in the memories of those who came to the entrance of the 5th floor. According to Hanso's memories, the 5th dungeon created the Golden Dragon, and he was happy because now he had a chance to defeat the dragon and take revenge. Even if it is a weakened version adapted for the Red Zone, he must give his best to win. He looked at the items he had received during the clearing of the secret dungeon and realized that he could use them at that moment. He took the Philosopher's Stone, or rather a copy of it, which he got for a treasure hunt, and realized that it could be decisive in the battle. After exchanging 32 spheres in the 2nd floor room, he received a copy of the Philosopher's Stone, and now had the opportunity to increase his powers. He was perfect, and if you use him, the values of all the runes will reach the red rank, and he also had Demon's Neuritis, which he received for destroying the Demon King, and now he has become even stronger, ready for new challenges. He had one day since the absorption of the Neurite that gave him an increase in each characteristic to 99%, which greatly enhanced his strength. But when this time passed, all the characteristics would drop to 0, and this could be a big risk because Hanseo could not afford to lose such an advantage. Immediately, he began to use the first skill of the Norma Ring, hoping that it would give him an advantage in battle. Together with this ring and the power of the demon Nirma, his power of destruction reached 99%, making him incredibly strong. So Hanseo prepared to strike the first blow at the Golden Dragon, came closer to it, and swung in preparation for the decisive battle. But his sword broke immediately when he tried to strike the first blow, and his wounds were not deep because the dragon's scales were extremely strong. The Golden Dragon was covered with these scales, which gave it extraordinary protection and minimized damage from enemy attacks. Then the Golden Dragon began to prepare to use its destructive breath and opened its mouth to create a huge fireball that, if it hit a person, could completely destroy them without leaving a single trace. But in a moment, the dragon launched this ball directly at Hanseo, and he had no choice but to fight and avenge his loss. Hanseo had only a few seconds to decide what to do, but his instincts told him to use all his strength. Meanwhile, Sangjin and Mi-hee destroyed the monsters that appeared on the way and continued to collect the necessary materials to create the boat. They searched for everything they needed and did not allow any monster to escape or leave them without resources, fighting to the last. Finally, they destroyed the last monster they needed to collect materials, and now had everything they needed to start building the boat. But Mi-hee wanted to go with Hanseo, but it was impossible because she had to fulfill her part of the mission. After all, Sangjin knew that even if Hanseo followed the path he had planned, it would be difficult for him to stay with them because of the dangers ahead. Mi-hee didn't understand why Sangjin thought so and tried to ask him more, but he didn't want to talk about his guesses. Sangjin replied that they were still following him, even in the shadows, because each of them was connected to Hanseo, and that united them. Hanseo continued to fight the Golden Dragon, realizing that the situation had not changed since the dragon had hunted them before, and the danger remained. But now Hanseo had the opportunity to dodge the dragon's blows, giving him a chance to change the course of the battle as he had in the past. He realized that in order to win, he had to act quickly, so he hurried to the side to avoid a direct collision with the attacking dragon. As soon as Hanseo ran away, the dragon tried to direct its attack, but because of Hanseo's speed, the attack passed him by without harm. However, Hanseo knew that simple weapons would not help him defeat such a strong opponent, so he began to prepare a more powerful attack. Justice and Decredox's sentence only revealed their power when Hanseo used them together, which greatly enhanced his attack. Therefore, Hanseo decided to use the enhanced version of Decredox to gain additional power and effectively resist the Golden Dragon. He also decided to use the second skill of Nirma's ring, called Bleeding, which was supposed to add power to his attack. Thanks to this, the chains became even sharper and wrapped around the dragon's neck, causing him pain and significant damage. By pulling on the chain, Hanseo managed to deal a powerful blow to the dragon, and the Golden Dragon did not expect such a development and could not turn away. Hanseo was confident that his reinforced version of the weapon would be stronger because its power depended on the combination of all available resources. However, despite his best efforts, the Golden Dragon's scales were too strong, and Hanseo wasn't sure if he could break through them, even with such strength. So Hanseo tried to keep a cool head and not lose hope because there was no time for doubt, because every second was important. And even if his weapon did not withstand further blows, Hanseo had to be ready to continue the attack and not give up until he reached his goal. But the dragon swung its tail and pushed Hanseo away, causing him to temporarily lose his balance and end up on the ground. Hanseo was unable to hold the chain, and the Golden Dragon immediately seized the chance by launching a powerful fireball at him, which almost completely destroyed his defense. The fireball flew only a few centimeters away from Hanseo, but he managed to quickly dodge it, avoiding a direct hit, which was a miracle. He grabbed the chain with his bare hands using his agility and did not give the dragon a single chance to attack further, which surprised everyone around him. From the very beginning, when Hanseo came to the 5th floor, He stuck his swords in the ground, and now he used them to wrap chains around them. In one motion, Hanseo threw his swords at the golden dragon, using all his strength in hopes of piercing its defense and delivering the decisive blow. But the golden dragon reacted in time and flapped his wing, breaking the swords flying at him and stopping the attack before they reached their target. But the chain tightened more and more around the dragon's neck, which gradually caused him pain. But he continued to struggle to escape from this trap. Every time the dragon tried to strike or repel an attack, it only caused him more pain and harmed his strength. At such moments, doubts had no right to exist, so Hanseo decided not to stop even if his strength was not enough to win. Meanwhile, Sangjin tells Mihi that Hanseo is getting stronger every day and is now ready to face any challenge that awaits him. Sangjin knew a few people they could take with them on the ship, and Mihi asked if they were his friends. He was not entirely sure whether they were good friends, but he believed that they could be useful in their business. He spoke about Injai and her team, as well as Wang Gyun, whom he considered very valuable to Hanseo and his plans. Meanwhile, the poison on the island was spreading, creating a huge danger and people could barely escape. Some people had already gotten all the necessary materials and made a boat, so they were ready to go. Suddenly, Johan ran up to them and asked to be on the boat. After all, he also helped to build this boat, and they simply could not leave him here to die in the sea of poison that was taking over this island. But when he asked them to take him away, they threw spears at him. At that moment, Johan was very frightened and could not understand what was happening, feeling betrayed. The people on the ship were ready to leave and did not intend to take Johan with them, considering him an additional risk. Johan thought that they had an agreement, and that if he helped to collect the materials, he could go with them on the boat. But he was mistaken. They laughed at him and wished him good luck, which he would definitely need because he had not counted on such a betrayal on their part. All he had to do was try to make the boat in the time he had left, despite all the difficulties. From the very beginning, he felt that he could be used for their own purposes, but he could not predict how quickly it would happen. Now he needed to hunt very quickly to get materials for the boat and had little time to think. But suddenly he heard a strange sound that made him stop and listen carefully to what was happening around him. And when he turned around, he was very frightened by what he saw in front of him, not expecting such a danger in this place. After all, when I approached the wall, I encountered a barrier, and now someone managed to break out of the same barrier by breaking it. It was Hanseo who broke through the barriers on the island, and was finally able to return ready for new challenges and change the course of events. Johan did not expect to see Hanseo, or anyone else for that matter, appear so suddenly as if plucked from the heart of this dangerous situation. He could not understand whether the person in front of him was real because the situation looked so unreal that it was hard to believe. Luckily, the ground was not yet filled with poison, and Hanseo had time to recuperate after a difficult battle with the dragon in preparation for new challenges. He was injured, but despite his wounds, he did not give up and moved on to fulfill his mission and achieve his goal. Johan watched Hanseo and couldn't understand who he was and why he looked so wounded, as if he had survived some incredible battle. The way Hanseo came through the wall impressed Johan because his blows didn't even leave any scratches on the wall, which was absolutely incredible. Johan didn't even know that it was possible to go further through the wall, and this fact made him wonder what Hanseo was really capable of doing. Hanseo continued to walk, ignoring Johan because he had no time to talk. He had to move on with his mission. Johan realized that Hanseo was really in a hurry, or he just liked walking around naked because all his clothes were torn. Hanseo knew that he had to build a boat and there was no time to waste because every minute could be crucial for their survival. Johan said that if Hanseo started even right now, he would definitely not be able to build the boat on his own in such a limited time. But Hanseo didn't listen to him and abruptly took to the sky, ready to act quickly so as not to lose precious time. Other people continued to fight monsters to get materials because without them, they could not complete the construction of the boat and set off on a journey. They could not waste a single free minute, and one of the monsters was a Galapagos crocodile that looked very threatening and could be a real danger. People were not sure whether they could handle this crocodile because it looked much stronger than any they had encountered before. But at that moment, Hanseo appeared and said that if they couldn't handle him, he would do it himself without hesitation. He approached the crocodile very quickly and struck it with an impressive level of speed and strength, not giving it a chance to respond. People couldn't believe that Hanseo was going to fight a crocodile with his bare hands because it seemed absolutely ridiculous and dangerous. While Hanseo was getting to the monster, Johan, who had talked to him before, was running after him, but he couldn't catch up because Hanseo was extremely fast. Johan finally got to the place where Hanseo was fighting the crocodile and asked the people standing nearby if they knew anything about this guy. But it was their first time seeing him and they had no information. They could not believe that Hanseo could destroy the monster so easily because his strength and speed were impressive. People who watched Hanseo fight the monster alone could not understand who he was and why he had such enormous strength. After several blows, the crocodile was finally defeated, and Hanseo said that he had defeated it because it was just in his way. He didn't need the material from this crocodile at all, and people asked Hanseo if he wanted to pool their resources and build a boat together. Then Johan said that he would also give them his materials, but only if they took him with them on the trip. But the people said that the boat they were going to build had only 20 seats and there was no room for it anymore. They started arguing with each other about who would take the material from the crocodile because they both needed it and couldn't decide how to distribute it fairly. Then Hanso gave them the material from the crocodile and said that he was building a ship with 500 seats so they could use it for themselves. The main item for the 500-seat ship is the heart of a stone lizard, without which it was impossible to build such a ship. The material for a larger ship becomes harder to obtain with each stage, and the amount of resources required increases exponentially. Hanseo planned to build a huge ship by destroying a monster that, according to Johan, he would never have been able to handle alone. Hanseo told people to tell everyone that the monster was no longer a threat. Johan couldn't believe that Hanseo would allow them to go with him, because he thought he had always been self-sufficient and didn't like to depend on others. The fourth floor was the preparation area, and everyone knew that they had to work urgently to gather all the materials for the future ship, because time was running out. Johan brought all the materials he'd been told, and hoped that this time he would not be deceived, because he had already fallen into traps. And this was his last chance. Suddenly, everyone heard a strange sound and a new monster appeared in front of them, which scared everyone because they were not prepared for such threats that appeared suddenly. People began to think that the monster was flying right at them and prepared to fight, not knowing how to counter such a large and unpredictable threat. The monster landed and the ground beneath it cracked, which frightened people even more. The force of his landing was so great that everything around him shook. But Hanseo fought against him and the monster's fall ended in his death, so he didn't harm anyone and people were able to feel relieved. He had destroyed one more monster he needed and was ready to go. But everyone watching Hanseo could not believe what they were seeing. When Johan saw again how strong Hanseo was in wrestling, he couldn't believe that such people could exist at their stage of training. Hanzo addressed the fairy assistant saying that he had brought the heart of a stone lizard, and it was time to exchange the materials needed to build the ship. The fairy checked if there was still time and made sure there was. Then she asked Hanseo if he knew that the ship also needed other materials. He replied that of course he knew, and that all the necessary materials had already been brought, so now we could move on to the next stage of preparation. The bag of Celtic slug and the Iran wood brought by the others became payment for a place on the ship, opening up the possibility of going with Hanseo. He also had a silk rope, which turned out to be an important element for the ship, and Hanseo collected all the necessary materials to complete the construction. The fairy said that all these materials were needed, and it was very good, but she could not understand where the heart of the stone lizard was, which was the key element. But Hanseo showed her the monster he had just destroyed, and told her that she could take the heart she needed for the ship herself. Then the fairy congratulated him on collecting all the necessary materials, and said that Hanseo was the first to get so many things to complete the ship. But as she spoke, the poison had already reached the training area, and the situation was becoming more and more dangerous, forcing everyone to act faster. The fairy thought these people were very impatient, and she liked it better when they were shaking with fear because it gave her more power in her hands. Finally, she built their ship. Everyone looked at the ship and could not believe that it really existed, because its size and appearance made it look like a legend. Hanseo said that everyone who brought materials could enter the ship, and people rushed to him, ready to go on a journey without wasting a moment. The fairy told the people not to worry about the voyage because she provided them with the best service that guaranteed comfort and safety on board, so they could travel safely. She asked them to make themselves comfortable and informed them that the arrival time to the red zone would be 3 days, leaving everyone enough time to prepare. From that moment on, she would no longer interfere and the ship began its journey while the fairy watched everything, making sure that everything was going according to plan. The first destination outside the training area was the red zone, known for its danger, where even the most experienced could not always survive. The landscape they were watching was striking because it was both beautiful and scary, with red water giving everything around them an ominous atmosphere. And all the people should have been grateful for the opportunity to travel on this ship, which was their only chance to avoid the poison and survive in such a dangerous zone. Hanseo took them aboard the ship without any conditions, and they wanted to know his name because so many circumstances united them on this dangerous journey. Meanwhile, Hanseo was reviewing his abilities, and now they were almost at 0, which made him cautious because every step could be fatal. Hanseo received his first skill, Dragon Art. It was a power that could change everything he knew and gave him a huge advantage in the fight. Hanseo could only have 7 skills and Dragon Art was among the strongest. This was a great start, giving him a significant advantage in future battles. Suddenly he heard the voice of a man shouting that there were broken ships ahead. This surprised him because no one expected this on their way. The people who were in the poison were begging for help. Their situation was critical and time was running out to save them. They could not and did not want to die because no one was prepared for such a terrible fate, even in a world where life was becoming more and more unpredictable. The people at sea were those who had once abandoned Johan when he helped them gather materials for the ship. Now their situation was miserable. Suddenly monsters appeared from the poisonous sea and began to attack those who were still in the water. Everything became even more chaotic and dangerous. They pierced them through with their weapons, and people died instantly before they could realize what was happening, because it happened so fast. Panic broke out on the ship. People were running around Hanseo, not knowing what was happening, but he already knew that this was just the beginning of a new test. People noticed that the ship had changed direction and began to guess that it was Hanseo who had changed course, although they did not understand why he had done so. Everyone was looking at him, waiting for an explanation, but Hanseo remained silent, so people did not understand why he decided to change his path right now. The ship's direction changed so abruptly that everyone on board grabbed the railings in fear of something terrible happening. No one was sure of Hanseo's actions, and everyone mentally questioned his decision, fearing that it could cost them their lives. They started begging to stop because they remembered how other ships had already crashed and did not want to repeat the same fate without a chance of rescue. If there are monsters on the way, they will all be destroyed, and then none of those on board will have a chance to reach land. Someone thought that Hanseo wanted to save them all, but it seemed simply impossible and even more dangerous than staying on the old course. People didn't understand why Hanseo was so desperate to save them, even though everything looked hopeless and as if no attempt could change the future. Johan was screaming at him in a panic, demanding that he stop because if they got closer to the monsters, the chance of survival would disappear instantly. Suddenly, survivors began to climb onto the ship, their bodies torn apart by poison because they had just sailed across the dangerous sea. Johan didn't understand where they came from or how they managed to get up because everything happened so fast that it seemed like a dream. The survivors were furious because they had heard that they were going to be abandoned and now demanded explanations, hanging on to their lives to the last. They did not believe that they could be betrayed and clung to the ship as if it were their only hope of escaping from the poisoned sea captivity. They rushed to Johan, accusing him of treason because they thought he could have saved them, but decided to leave. Suddenly, a knife whistled in the air and crashed into a wooden beam, causing everyone to stop and look at Hanzo. Hanseo warned that the monsters were coming, but no one understood what he was talking about and did not believe he was serious. But when the ship shook, people finally felt something gigantic touching their board, and their minds accepted the truth. These were monsters called Red Zone Guards who were already approaching the ship and preparing to attack. These creatures could live only in the poisonous sea. They were hardy and ruthless and destroyed everything that boldly entered their territory. They didn't have any sophisticated tactics because they hit accurately and painfully, just piercing the hull of the ship to drown everyone inside. People began to panic when they felt the planks cracking under their feet because the monsters were already breaking through the bottom of the ship. Everyone realized that death was near and the only thing left to do was to find some way to escape the attack. They began to think that monsters should be attacked from a distance and from a height to increase the chances of success. But the monsters blocked all their attacks and they realized that they could not do it by conventional means. Hanseo said that if they could not cope on their own, he would go alone and take responsibility for their rescue. He jumped over the side of the ship and risking his life began to swim to the monsters in an attempt to save the rest of the people. People on the ship thought Hanseo was lost because he dove into the sea of poison without any protective equipment. Rumors began to circulate that Hanseo decided to commit suicide because his act looked crazy and senseless. But in fact, Hanseo was determined to fight the monsters himself without help. Thanks to the dragon's art, poison could not penetrate his body, which allowed him to move without harm. In addition, his magic was pumped up to the red rank, and this should have been enough to win the battle with the monsters. Seeing him in the sea, the monsters began to attack, and there were a lot of them, and they thought that they could easily deal with the one who so thoughtlessly dared to oppose them. But the fact is that they were not ready to fight such a strong opponent as Hanseo, and for him, fighting these creatures was a light warm-up. Hanseo had special skills to fight such creatures, and the monsters did not realize who they were facing. The art of the dragon allowed Hanseo to strengthen his strength and even change his body into something similar to a dragon. Legendary artifacts and abilities like his dragon art were usually called zero-numbered because of their uniqueness. The art of the dragon undoubtedly deserves this title because its power was unprecedented and incredibly powerful. But Hanseo could not fully utilize the potential of this technique because it had its limitations, which he was well aware of. Hanseo's hands began to turn into dragon claws, which he used to tear monsters apart, and his blows were so strong and powerful that they pierced their bodies. Seeing this, the other monsters felt afraid and now they decided to run away even though Hanseo did not allow them to. Hanseo realized that if he allowed them to escape, they would attack again, so he decided to end this threat once and for all. He chased the monsters without giving them a chance to escape. He destroyed them one by one without giving them a chance to gather. Despite the numerical superiority of the monsters, Hanseo continued to fight, destroying everyone who came his way. When the monsters realized that they could not escape, they began to attack Hanseo from all sides, but he was ready to deflect all their blows. Hanseo easily deflected blows even when he was surrounded on all sides, giving his enemies no chance. He even managed to take the monsters' weapons and use them against them, which gave him an additional advantage. Hanseo destroyed one of the monsters by ripping off its head, sending it to its death in an instant. And so all the monsters were destroyed and Hanseo was able to look around to assess the situation, which finally began to calm down. However, something seemed strange on board the ship, so he decided to return to check what was going on. Water was already penetrating the cracks on board, and people began to panic because the situation was becoming critical and the ship could sink. They could not cope with the poison that was seeping through the boat and quickly spreading throughout the ship. The monster's weapons came through one of the cracks and the people screamed, but it was Hanseo who was almost wounded, although he escaped the attack and returned to the ship unharmed. People could not believe that he was alive because everything looked so incredible that they did not understand how it was possible. Hanseo didn't say anything, just calmed everyone down. People could not believe that he was so calm because his actions made the hole in the ship even bigger. It was urgent to stop the flooding, but people were indecisive. Meanwhile, Hanseo was tearing up the wood with his bare hands to make planks. People decided to follow his example and take more boards to close the holes as quickly as possible and prevent the poison from entering the ship. But Hanseo said that the holes needed to be covered with mucus to prevent the poison from entering, and that was the only right decision. They quickly secured the boards but could not stop the spread of poison inside the ship, trying to find at least some solutions. Hanseo ordered everyone to get off the ship because the poison would weather on its own and they shouldn't stay in it to avoid getting poisoned. If they stay and continue to breathe the poisonous air, they will die without a chance of rescue. Hanseo had to make a lot of effort, but he did it, and now everyone could rest. In addition, he received something very useful for his broken weapon, a cursed trident that could withstand the effects of poisonous water. The trident was ideal for fighting underwater and became an important tool in their further adventures. Hanseo told everyone on board to look ahead because something important was coming. People couldn't understand what else they could see because they were already amazed by all the events that were happening around them. But when they came to the side and looked out, they saw land. It was the land they had been waiting for, and it looked like a real salvation after all their hardships. The boat almost reached the shore, and they could not believe that they had reached the red zone so quickly, where new challenges awaited them. But they couldn't understand why the ship didn't stop, since the journey was supposed to last 3 days. Then Hanseo appeared and said that this was not yet the red zone, but a place with a different purpose. But people couldn't understand what kind of tree could have such roots, so Johan asked Hanseo if he had started telling them about this landscape. Suddenly, the roots began to move and the whole ship began to rise, and a monster that was much larger than the ship rose from under the roots. The monster was getting closer and closer to the ship, and its huge body was raising the waves. People were very scared because they did not know how to fight such a monster. It was the first time they had ever seen such a terrible monster, and they were not sure how dangerous it was. The monster had huge yellow eyes that were frightening in their appearance, and each look pierced the hearts of people, causing a feeling of fear and helplessness. The monster continued to approach them, and with each movement, its huge body raised more and more waves that rocked the ship. The waves covered the ship, forcing people to hold on to anything they could to avoid falling into the sea, and the fear never left them. The poison from the sea penetrated through all the cracks of the ship, irritating people's skin and leaving burns because they had no protection other than their clothes. But the monster's target was not people because it ate the roots of the tree, absorbing them because these roots had incredible power that it needed to exist. Even if they were just roots, their size was so huge that they exceeded the size of a small island, and this made the monster extremely scary. The ships that sailed from the training area ended up on one of the thousands of islands made of roots, depending on which route the ferry chose to travel. This tree was created by the Elfheim, a race of creatures who lived in the red zone and whose existence was closely linked to this dangerous environment. To protect themselves from danger using secret genetic engineering, Yelfheim was able to create a tree that was supposed to protect them from all dangers, and these mutants appeared with only one goal: to destroy the World Tree. Humans failed to protect the tree in the past when it was attacked by mutants. The destruction of the World Tree was the very end that everyone feared, because with it disappeared the last hope for restoring balance in life. But this time it was going to be different, and Hanseo knew that the Calamity Fish had just filled its stomach, so the monster had to move slowly. Hanseo needed to start from the route on the outskirts, so Hanseo took the wheel again, changing the route, and Johan didn't understand what was happening. Johan thought it was wrong, and Hanseo should have asked other people if they were willing to accept such a risky mission. Hanseo then realized that there might be those who disagreed, so he said that if there were, they should disembark now. After all, he really needed to follow that monster, so whoever doesn't want to go with him should raise his hand and leave the ship now. And he would let them go, but everyone was silent, so the ship sailed on. Finally, they came to the outskirts of the place where the World Tree was beginning to grow. Arriving at this point, people saw the World Tree, and although it looked majestic, they realized that this tree was gradually dying. Despite this, the island still resembled the earth, and the roots of the tree were very large, and people could not even tell how deep they went into the ground. Hanseo suggested that people stay here because there were still 2 weeks left. He told them that everything would be fine if they just kept climbing. But Johan didn't understand what 2 weeks Hanseo was talking about. The fairy said that they just needed to go to the World Tree and everything would be fine. But Hanseo did not answer Johan, only said that he had no time for delay and had to go immediately after those who had gone ahead. He realized that he had to act quickly because the pestilence fish could approach the roots in 2 weeks, leading to a major catastrophe. He needed to find one person who could help him cope with the danger because it was too risky to leave everything to chance. But first of all, he decided to destroy the ship to prevent others from using it and to prevent his enemies from seizing his advantage. He believed that the others were already at the cross, so he had to quickly find the right person and convince them to go with him without wasting a minute. At this time, Johan looked around, hoping to see Hanseo, but he had long since disappeared and was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, they noticed a strange object on the left side, a cross in the middle of the tall trees that looked like an ancient symbol with a special meaning. It looked as if someone had placed this cross on purpose, and they decided to come closer to understand what it might mean. But Johann warned them not to approach, because if the cross is really a trap, then everyone will be in danger, and they should be careful. He suggested sending a small group to check first because it was too risky and could be expensive to go all at once. Someone said that a few people could check the situation and only then decide whether it would be safe for everyone to go there at the same time. But suddenly someone objected that it could only help others and was of no use to them, so it was not worth the risk. A voice came from above and everyone looked up to see 3 travelers, 2 men, and an elderly woman who seemed experienced. The woman turned to the men and asked them to deal with the situation before people got scared and ran away without realizing what was happening. One of the men came down to the group, looked at them carefully, and said that he saw 148 people in front of him. He thought it was strange that so many people came together without the support of clans or any official organization. Then he said that they from the Valkyrie organization belonged to a group of assistants created by Iris and came here to help. His name was Aaron Pat, and he said that they had to lead people out of this place to help them get through all the difficulties and get out alive. Aaron said that the fairies would not interfere anymore because they decided to leave them alone to learn to cope without outside support. Although the observation will continue, there will be no help from the fairies, so everyone must rely only on themselves and their strength. People could not believe that they were left alone and doubted Aaron because they were not sure that his intentions were really good. 2 more men came up to him and said that no one would come near him with such a speech because they did not trust strangers with orders. Then people asked who gave the order, and one woman said that Eris did it, uniting them for a common mission. She was the monarch of Valkyrie, and 20 years ago she left her assistants here and went to the Orange Zone. Although it seemed strange, the helpers were really there to help people adapt and survive in these conditions. This area was the outskirts of the roots and was far from the global tree, so support might not have arrived in time. That is why without the support of assistance, people would not be able to travel a path full of dangers that lie in wait at every step. The people discussed the situation and agreed, and then Aaron suddenly accused Minchul of not listening to him. Minchul objected, saying that it was Aaron who could not hear anything, and that quarrels only hurt the case because it was important to remain calm now. After that, Johann spoke and said that they would go with them only if the argument stopped and everyone focused on the main thing. But no one heard him because people had already started quarreling with each other again, not noticing that everyone else was just waiting. Then Pam Ferris spoke up, saying that they were wasting time and were responsible for people, so it was better to stop arguing. She reminded us that it was time to get people to safety and that delays could have serious consequences. During the movement, Iran warned people not to think of attacking them, because it would not help and would only create new problems. He reminded us that 30,000 travelers, including assistants, have been here for a long time and have seen things that are unimaginable. Aaron said that newcomers must quickly learn that there are creatures in this world that are more terrible than humans, and they need to know how to act. The Red Zone had its own rules, one of which forbade touching newcomers, but suddenly everyone heard a strange sound of fighting. Aaron asked them to ignore him, but people kept looking at the one who was fighting near the main group. He again said that no one could fight here, but Minchul had already seen the fight and could not look away. He thought the movements were familiar and focused on the girl who was fighting not far from them at high speed. The ground shook with each blow, dust rose into the air and gradually covered the space around us, making it impossible to see. It turned out that it was Han So and an unfamiliar girl fighting, and although he didn't want to hurt her, he had to repel her attacks with all his might. He didn't understand why the girl was attacking him because he had no enmity with her and wasn't going to get into any conflict at all. But she did not listen and attacked further as if she did not hear his words, even though he tried to stop her without force. It seemed that something made her very angry, and she decided to punish Hanseo by showing him his place. She thought that he had just graduated, so he didn't know anything about the Red Zone and wasn't worthy of a serious conversation. In her eyes, Hanseo was just a newcomer trying to explain something, even though he didn't understand what was going on around him. Even before the battle, she stood on the edge of the island and thought that the fish of disaster was approaching and that time was running out. Her face was serious because she did not know whether she had the right to act independently and whether this would be a fatal step for her. She wondered whether she should take revenge for her parents because after their death, the desire to destroy the fish of disaster became her main goal. She believed that she was doing it not only for herself, but also for her younger brother, who was dragged into this battle and deserved better. She wanted to end this monster, but she doubted whether she should tell anyone about her intention to destroy the fish of disaster. She was afraid of being considered crazy because no one would risk their lives to destroy a creature the size of a mountain. And it was at that moment that she saw Hanseo, who addressed her by name, asking if she was really Sophia Virage. She stopped and asked him how he knew her name because she didn't expect newcomers to know about people who had been in the Red Zone for a long time. She also noticed that he didn't have any special weapons or equipment, but he said he came to discuss the fish issue. Sophia was surprised because she could not believe that someone had just arrived and already wanted to plan something, let alone fight the fish of evil. Hanseo said that she would have to help because it was important, but Sophia said that she had never seen him before and did not trust him. Her wariness was expected, and Hanseo began to wonder if he should mention Kang Tae's advice that might have helped. He said that they should join forces because she would have to lose again as she always did, and lose her chance to win. He asked her if she wanted to continue suffering from the fear that her brother could be sent to the red zone because of her mistakes. And he added that the victory over the fish gives a chance to change everything and maybe even save the life of her brother, whom she wanted to protect so much. But such words only made her angry because she decided that he did not understand anything and had no right to talk about this creature. Blinded by rage, she rushed toward him with the intention of hitting him, but Hanseo managed to dodge and jump away. It was hard for him to believe that Sophia was so angry because he wanted to negotiate, not start a meaningless fight. But the fight began, and although her first attack failed, she did not stop and went on the offensive again, trying to gain an advantage. Hanseo dodged again and hoped that she would finally realize that they didn't need to fight, because that wasn't the main goal. He tried to stop her by persuading her to talk, because without harmony they would not be able to defeat the real evil. But Sophia didn't want to hear anything. Her anger was stronger than her mind, and she couldn't accept the way he spoke to her. She believed that a newcomer like Hanseo had no right to discuss such things with her, because he had not yet learned how to survive here. She even thought that he might be an agent of Kvadratus who was just annoying her and trying to provoke her. In her anger, she began to use magic without thinking about the consequences, seeking only to destroy the one who caused her anger. Hanseo was shocked that Sophia had resorted to such force and used one of her most dangerous skills against him. She used the balls of ice light and they instantly began to freeze everything in their path, creating a fatal threat. So Hanseo decided not to hesitate, and although he had not yet fully mastered the art of the dragon, he decided to apply it. He knew it was risky, but he had no other choice, so he took a deep breath and prepared for the transformation. Using a special technique, Hanseo activated the first level of transformation, and his strength began to grow with each passing second. The fight became more and more fierce. Every move was dangerous, and the strength of both participants gradually reached its maximum. The ice balls instantly froze everything they touched, and even the air turned into an ice trap for Hanseo. Sophia said that now he would definitely not escape because the bullets leave no chance, but she drew conclusions early. She wanted to know who had given Hanseo so much information, and was surprised that he had survived her attack. It seemed impossible to her that anyone could survive such an onslaught, so she did not understand how he survived at all. But Hanseo was alive and said that she was not the only one with skills, and that he also had something to answer to her magic. He used the first skill of Nirma's ring and the ice wall in front of him shattered. It was a technique of the power of destruction, and when he struck the ground with the dragon's paw, a wave of force cut through the space around him. Sophia was shocked because she did not believe that her skill would be destroyed, and began to doubt whether she was okay. She didn't know that the dragon art could be learned while studying, and it made her wonder who Hanseo was. She didn't realize how strong Hanseo's defense mana was, and that he could withstand such an attack with almost no losses. But even with all her doubts, she remembered that she had been told not to waste her energy on the fish of the calamity, because it was impossible to defeat it. She knew that it could be the end and that no one in her circle would have survived the fight with the fish. However, she didn't want to give up and decided to destroy the fish along with the past by taking to the air with the skill way of heaven. She won't let anyone look down on her and has to prove that she can defeat even the likes of Hanseo. Her beliefs did not change because she considered Hanseo a weak newcomer who had no right to say anything to her. But the new attack was already flying at him, and Hanseo activated the skill again to deflect the blow and not give her an advantage. He managed to narrowly dodge it, but in his heart he felt that Sophia would not stop until she had exhausted all her strength. Her attack was fast and dangerous, and Hanseo again avoided a blow, proving that he could fight even against such an opponent. After another evasion, he came closer and asked if they could now finally talk without fighting. Sophia still did not believe that he had survived, but she realized that she was dealing with a strong opponent who could be trusted. She recognized Hanseo's strength, but doubted that he could really defeat the fish of disaster, which had already killed thousands of people. For her, this monster was more than a monster. It was a natural disaster, and there were even those who considered it a deity. Sophia was exhausted from the fighting and no longer believed in victory, saying that Hanseo should leave before he became as broken as she was. She considered the struggle against the fish of the evil one a futile affair because even after many attempts and losses, no one came close to victory. But Hanseo replied that he would not have come to her and asked for help if he did not believe that he could defeat this creature. He said that he had a plan, but that he couldn't do it without her support, and Sophia said that she wasn't going to continue this fight. After all, this was the 14th attempt to destroy the calamity fish, and she saw no reason to believe that this time would be any different. Sophia said that it didn't matter what Hanseo said because she had lost her faith a long time ago and didn't want to risk her own life anymore. Everyone knew her as a fearless girl who tried many times to defeat the fish of Legia, despite constant failures and defeats. She watched her parents die right in front of her when the calamity fish attacked, and after that her life changed completely. Her first attempt failed, as did all her subsequent allies, and she only miraculously managed to survive the monster's trap. However, she went into battle again and again because she could not accept the fact that this creature still exists and no one has stopped it. Hanseo reminded her that if she could survive 13 attacks, he should give her a chance to try again. He said that he was not asking for blind faith, but only for a little trust, because together they could do more than they could do alone. His determination reminded Sophia of a mentor who once taught her to fight and supported her when everyone else had given up. She was silent because she didn't know what to say. She was in doubt and couldn't make a decision right away. Finally, she asked him why he was so determined and what made him so stubborn about trying to destroy the calamity fish. Hanseo replied that he wanted to save millions of lives because he believed that this creature would destroy all life if it was not stopped. Sophia was stunned by these words. She did not believe that someone was really ready to fight for others so selflessly. She said that Hanseo was crazy because no one had ever risked so much to save the world as he was doing. Aaron Pat was watching their conversation and was interested in what they were talking about, but he did not dare to interfere. He felt that the atmosphere was too tense and that it was better to leave the two alone so as not to spoil the moment. He decided to just walk away without interfering, but at the same moment Hanseo threw a trident at him, forcing him to stop. Trident stopped Aaron by grabbing his cloak, and Hanseo asked why he was leaving without saying goodbye or hello. Aaron couldn't understand how Hanseo felt his presence because he really didn't want to be noticed. Sophia approached him and asked what he was doing here, but he did not explain, saying only that he was glad to see her. Hanseo remembered Aaron because he had told him about the dungeons in the subway earlier, so he was surprised to see him again. By this time, the newcomers had already reached the camp, where there were hundreds of people, and the newcomers immediately realized the scale of the events. Their location was temporary because the situation on the island was changing, and they had to move constantly. Minchul explained that if the calamity fish destroys the extreme roots, they will have to leave this place and look for a new shelter. The center provided answers to all questions and explained how to survive in the new conditions of the red zone. One of the newcomers asked if there was anything to eat because everyone was tired, and the woman who was preparing the food greeted them with a smile. She said that she had prepared something delicious, but the dish did not look like what she had promised. Johan could not believe that they would have to eat this jelly, but the woman assured him that it was completely safe to eat. Although the jelly looked strange, it contained all the necessary substances to support the body, even in extreme conditions. She explained that if they don't like something, they can try monster meat, but it is toxic and dangerous, so they could only muster the will to start eating this jelly because they had no other option. The woman also said that after the meal, they would receive tools for collecting jelly to have supplies for the next days. After making sure that everything was under control, Minchul decided to leave the newcomers and went to talk to Aaron Pat. He asked where he was and what happened during the fight that everyone had just seen between two strong opponents. Aaron was sewing up his cloak and said that Hanseo had fought with Sophia and that it was a real crazy fight. He added that he didn't want to talk about it anymore and asked how the other newcomers in the camp were doing. Minchul said that the situation has stabilized and new people have already begun to adapt to the conditions of the red zone. He said that the new group is much stronger than the previous ones because the zone has become tougher and only the strongest survive. If it were not for the leecha fish, each new group could leave more people behind, but most die on the way to the roots. They had to live closer to the center because the fish swallowed the outskirts, and the ferry assistant knew this, so she made the conditions more difficult. But now there was no one who would dare to take on such a challenge as Hanseo, because he was the only one who was ready to fight Sophia. Meanwhile, a strange man with a crazy smile climbed to the top, which immediately attracted the attention of the others. He was looking around the area as if he was looking for people he could use for his own purposes and already knew who he wanted to contact. At the time, Hanseo and Sophia were planning reconnaissance and discussing what needed to be done before starting a new phase. Sophia asked him if he had taken an extractor because it would be almost impossible to survive in the red zone without it, but she did not hear an answer. She didn't like the fact that he was answering questions with questions, and it annoyed her because she had important work to do and didn't want to waste time. Hanseo took the clothes in his hands, but Sophia thought he was going to change right there, and it was extremely uncomfortable for her. He explained that he was just checking the clothes she had given him, thanked her for her help, and said that he was not going to undress in front of her. Before they left, they had to go to the assistance center, which provided travelers with temporary shelter and was critical. Here, everyone waiting for their families exchanged experiences and shared knowledge about the dangers of the new and constantly changing zones. Sophia spoke with a girl from the help center who promised to find the necessary information, even though the request was complicated and would take time. The girl found a list of survivors near the neighboring routes and said that some newcomers had already become key figures. She advised to check the second routes, but it would take more than 2 days, so Sophia would have to wait for the final results. Sophia realizes that her brother is not yet in the red zone, so she needs to focus on the main task of the disaster fish. Hanseo asked if she was done because they needed to discuss the plan and quickly continue preparing for the battle. Sophia clarified what exactly he meant and what kind of strategy would supposedly help defeat the monster on the island. He explained that he planned to get inside the fish and use a special weapon to destroy it from the inside. In fact, he was going to become a weapon himself, and Sophia did not understand why he would take such a risk because it looked ridiculous. He was convinced that fish could not be killed from the outside, and that is why he needed a ship to realize his plan. Sophia had a 13-seater ship, but she had to prepare it for a journey that could cost her her life. Hanseo mentioned that he had a 500-seat ship, but he left it behind. Sophia could not believe that someone would leave such a ship. He said that he was not a beginner and would not have left it without a good reason because he knew that the ship would be needed. Sophia still did not believe him and believed that such decisions required experience that Hanseo did not have. Then he said that he had special abilities that allowed him to cope with any situation even without much experience. They had a strong card in the form of a ship, and they just had to use it wisely so as not to miss the chance. His voice and confidence reminded Sophia of her mentor, and with each word she began to trust him a little more. She decided to collect the necessary materials because time was running out, and the mission required full commitment. Before she left, she threw Hanseo a weapon and said that it was better than the trident he had now. It was the same weapon she had given him in his past life when she was his mentor, and it was symbolic. It was this weapon that once helped him survive in this cruel world and has now returned to him for the second time. There were things that did not change, and Hanseo felt that it was time to trust his former teacher again. Thanks to her skills, they already knew what materials they needed to prepare for the fish hunt. He guessed that she was referring to her encyclopedia, and Sophia was surprised that he had figured out her abilities. She explained that she is able to visualize any information and knows much more than anyone else in the red zone. To create a poison against fish, we had to collect all the ingredients and act very quickly because there was no time left. In order to get rid of Apon's vibes, he had to be lured to the appropriate place where Sophia was to place the bait. When Sophia saw the attack, she changed her plan and ran away, realizing that she needed to adapt quickly to the situation. It was a strange guy from the mountain named Jangasu who had been watching them for a long time and now had his own plans. He suggested that Sophia hang out together, which made her angry because she was busy and had no time for such things. She did not hide the fact that she wished him to die and said that he disgusted her with his tone and insolence. She didn't want to waste her energy on a man like Jangasu and was ready to simply ignore his presence. But he replied that her closeness to him meant something because it was Sophia who attracted people like him. He was once her ally and came back from the belly of the fish of calamity, and now he is here again to influence events. He decided to interfere with all of their plans and didn't want to stop until he got what he wanted. He warned that he could be useful and Sophia should not underestimate him, because he would show his capabilities. But Sophia easily repelled his attack, showing that she should not be threatened because she was much stronger. She broke his magic and he could barely stand up, feeling his strength draining out of him. Jangasu fell to the ground, unable to move, and this only confirmed that he should not have messed with her. She said she hates people who don't know their place and considers Yangasa a typical example of such people. He replied that she left him no choice and began throwing swords at her in an attempt to break her defense. Then he took off his hat and opened his third eye, which immediately made Sophia wary because it meant a threat. She started to get nervous because she realized that this ability could be dangerous, and she needed to act immediately. Jangasu asked her if she knew about his third eye, which he called a lighthouse to observe everything around him. He warned that he had ties to the lighthouse and that Sophia's interference would end very badly for her if she did not stop. He wanted to make sure that Sophia was not weakened after her defeat by the newcomer, and still had the strength to stay on top. She replied that it was none of his business and that she would not waste time arguing because she had more important tasks. She also said that she was not going to tell him anything, refusing to cooperate, and was ready to go her own way without wasting time on him. Sangjin guessed that she wouldn't say anything, but he had long been prepared for such a scenario and hadn't counted on it when planning other options. So he decided to simply use his research skills to observe her and find out the information he needed, even if she was silent. Sophia asked Youngus what he was up to, but all Youngus could say was that Sophia was still soft on him, even if her actions could have been stronger and more decisive in a different situation. Sophia replied that a person like Jangasu should have simply died inside the fish back then, and that would have been the best thing for everyone. But Jangasu replied that this was very heartless because she should have joined the Quadratus when he gave her a chance, and it was her chance to survive. Quadratus was an organization that turned fear into awe, forcing even the strongest to hold back in fear of its power and ruthlessness. But Sophia was not going to join such an organization because she believed that one cannot call oneself a human being when one sacrifices others, and then to take the relics of the dead people for sale without thinking about their souls or the consequences that this may have for those who are left without their loved ones. Because of them, so many people ended up in the stomach of the fish of calamity, dying for greedy goals and paying for illusory hopes that turned out to be only a deception. They were deceived by their promises to safely rise to the top roots, which turned out to be just a cunning trap for the most powerful. After all, he thought he was only making money using his skills, not realizing that his methods could lead to suffering and losses he did not understand. Such people would not have lived long anyway because their illusions about the world were lies and they could not see the truth even in the most critical moments. He hoped that Sophia would soon wake up from her illusions and see the true face of this world, realize how wrong she had been, and how much she had lost. Perhaps with the passage of time, and after making a few more attempts to defeat the fish of misfortune, she will realize that everything is in vain, and she will not be able to change her fate. Then they will meet again, he said, and quickly ran away, not giving Sophia time to think or to consider what had happened between them. Before, she could not have imagined that Jangasu would change so much because he was absolutely normal and there were no signs of any internal changes. They had once fought together against the calamity fish and barely survived, and these memories were still hard to push out of her mind because of their terrible reality. She wondered whether she should follow Youngasa now because she could have stopped him, but her doubts kept her from deciding what to do next. But she remembered Hanseo's words that she needed more materials to kill the fish with a solution of oblivion. It was a solution that was a combination of all known magical knowledge and experience. First, it was necessary to get one of the main ingredients, namely the heart of Cucullus, which was an important component for the preparation of this extraordinary solution. To find it, you had to first find a deep valley between the middle and extreme roots where the cuculli like to hide from dangers and enemies. Cuculli avoid the fish of disaster by hiding in the edges of the roots, and they close in the root, making a nest inside where they can live quietly without unnecessary worries. The other ingredients for this solution were not so difficult to obtain because they were readily available and did not require as much effort to obtain as Cucullus's heart. But Cucullus' heart was hard enough to get, so Hanseo decided to do everything he could to achieve his goal. The danger was approaching very quickly, and Hanseo used the dragon art to speed up the process and be prepared for any unforeseen situations. And he heard the sounds that meant the Cucullas were approaching, so he decided that he would deal with them, get what he needed, and also try to fight with the weapons Sophia gave him. Soon the cuculli appeared right in front of him, their eyes blazing as if ready to attack without mercy. They were rapidly approaching Hanseo, and he was fully prepared for their attack because he had already had experience fighting such monsters. He began to fight back using his skills to defeat the monsters, and every move was as efficient as possible, and his strikes were precise and unmistakable. And one by one, these monsters were destroyed, their bodies falling to the ground, but Hanseo had no time to stop, because new threats were already on the horizon. He continued to move on, not letting any obstacle stop him. Every step brought him closer to his goal, and he was ready for anything that could happen. Thanks to his speed, he moved very, very quickly, and the monsters could not even realize what was happening before they were already on the ground. He began to doubt the strength of his weapon because even with such speed and strength, it was difficult for him to fight against the Cucullas, who were becoming more and more aggressive. He had to attack more cautiously because until he found a better weapon, each blow could be fatal and he could not afford to make a mistake. So, without breaking his axe, he continued to make precise and effective attacks, trying to withstand the onslaught of monsters and not give them a single chance to counterattack. And he threw one of the axes directly at the monster, hitting it exactly, and together with the axe, the monster fell lifelessly into the sea of poison, while the others continued to attack. But Hanseo didn't have time to waste his attention on them, continuing to fight other monsters. And the other monsters did not stop. They continued to attack from all sides, as if each of them was trying to get their share of the victory in this battle. Then Hanseo threw his second axe, and the axe came like a boomerang and returned directly to Hanseo's hand, preventing the enemies from escaping. On her way, she destroyed another monster, so when she saw this, fewer monsters attacked Hanseo, and those who remained looked extremely large and very strong, still ready for battle and their eyes burning with rage, ready for the last push. But there were also those that seemed smaller, and most of them were extremely large, responding to each blow with their scale without any mercy. But Hanseo felt quite calm fighting against them. He continued to deliver blow after blow. Each of them was accurate and gave no chance for retreat. Right through the sea of poison, he approached the monsters closer and closer without stopping. And each step he took was a warning to those who were still on his way. And he easily attacked them. Every movement was like a flash of fire that destroyed them on the spot, leaving only a dark cloud of poison and lifeless bodies. Finally, all the monsters were killed, but it turned out that they were only young individuals, and he will have to face stronger and more experienced opponents ahead. He knew that there must be an adult monster somewhere, and if he continued to use this skill, he would lose his stability and magical power. He began to collect the runes that fell from the dead monsters and began to realize that there were not many red runes, which indicated their rarity and power. He stopped for a minute and tested his skills to see if he had enough strength to continue to fight the new dangers that might lie ahead. But suddenly he realized that someone was watching him through the thicket of roots, and this made him alert, ready for any attack or unforeseen attack. He was using his axe too carelessly, and therefore it became too weak to withstand the strain of previous attacks and did not provide a proper defense. Stopping for a minute, he looked at who was in the bushes, hoping it would not be another monster that could add more difficulties to his struggle. And it turned out that this observer was Jiangsu, who was carefree and smiling as if he had no intention of attacking or creating a new threat. He said that he had a proposal for Hanseo and wanted to give him a chance to change his future by making a choice that could affect his entire fate. He invited him to join Quadratus with him, where some people were already waiting for Hanseo, which opened up new opportunities for his development and strength. He said that it was a pretty good offer, so Hanseo should just accept it, because the chance he was giving him would be very beneficial for him. But Hanseo did not answer and simply threw the axe near him, demonstrating that he was not interested in such proposals and was not going to change his path. Jangasu was very frightened by this and said that Hanseo was simply out of his mind, not understanding why he did not see the opportunity in such a proposal. He decided that Hanseo was too weak to do this and that his refusal was a sign that he was not yet ready for real challenges. Jangasu said that Hanseo was completely inadequate because he did not understand how a novice could dare to attack someone stronger with such confidence and self-assurance. He believed that Hanseo was very proud of himself because he had been trained, and therefore he felt that he could safely attack others without consequences. He understood that Hanseo liked Sophia, but he refused to believe it, finding no reason to believe it and not taking it seriously. Hanseo told Jongas that he refused his offer because he did not want to participate in senseless actions that would only endanger his life. He knew about an organization that worshipped calamities and creatures called Quadratus, and was aware of all its dark sides, which did not appeal to him. They called it a journey, and it was watching people fall victim to the fish of the calamity, which made their lives worthless. Hanseo realized that he had to get rid of this organization because it was the only way he could stop their atrocities and put an end to their manipulations. He wanted to destroy them all one by one because each of them was part of this vile group that brought only evil and destruction. Hanseo told Jongas that he didn't understand why he had to listen to someone weaker than himself, because it didn't make sense. Jongsu went completely crazy and said that he did not understand why this was happening. He said that if Hanseo did not bring him, those who were waiting for him would go crazy, and it would become a big problem. Hanseo will have to follow him whether he wants to or not, because he has no choice and it's only a matter of time. Jongsu believed that those waiting for Hanseo would not sit idly by. Hanseo was going to get all the important information from Jongsu that could help him in the fight against the organization and its dark plans. Jongsu took out his weapon and told Hanseo that they would now see who would have the last word. He was ready for a serious fight. He threw the sword in Hanseo's direction to surprise him and show him that Hanseo should be careful with it. The sword flew with great speed and pierced the air but stopped right next to Hanseo's hand. Hanseo did not feel seriously threatened, so Jongas decided to give him another chance to realize who he was dealing with. If Hanseo remains injured, his value will be greatly reduced. Jongasu planned to take him alive, which gave him a certain advantage in this battle. Hanseo replied to Jongas that he really hit him unexpectedly because Hanseo had never fought him before and his tactics were completely unknown. Jongasu couldn't believe it and thought Hanseo had just hit his head and didn't take his words seriously. He thought Hanseo should just shut up and sit quietly, so he attacked Hanseo again, but missed. Hanseo managed to duck and throw Jongasu away, and when he fell, he did not have time to recover from such an unexpected blow. But Hanseo was already preparing his next attack, planning to strike again. Hanseo said that he needed Jongasu's information to defeat Quadratus, so they should cooperate, but Jongasu didn't want to listen to him, thinking that Hanseo was just wasting his time and didn't see the point in such a conversation. Jongasu realized that when Hanseo had launched his last attack, he had lost sight of him and could not understand how he could act so quickly and unexpectedly. He realized that Hanseo had extraordinary characteristics, and probably had unusual abilities because his fighting style was so effective and unique. Hanseo replied that he shouldn't be so happy because he had just started and intended to prove his superiority in battle, so he had better be prepared for a more serious offensive. Then Jongasu asked whether it was really worth increasing his characteristics and changing his skills for the sake of battle because he was not sure whether it would really help. Jongasu was very frightened and could not understand how Hanseo managed to attack so quickly. Hanseo asked Jongasu if he was scared, but Jongasu said he was not scared at all and tried to stay calm. So now he decided to use the blade called the Forgotten Blade because he was sure that Hanseo would not be able to dodge such a blow. He also used a skill called a Parallel Slash and started running toward Hanseo, ready to deliver a powerful blow to defeat him. But Hanseo stood still and was not going to run away, knowing that he had enough strength to repel all attacks, even if they were very strong. And now he was trying to cut Hanseo's hands into two, but then Hanseo used his skill and stopped the sword from passing through. He used the power of destruction, which allowed his arm to remain intact, and he easily stopped Jonga's blow. Moreover, Jongasu's blade broke into small pieces, which shocked him because he considered his weapon almost indestructible. Jongasu couldn't believe what had happened, because his blade was capable of cutting through anything, and now it was broken by Hanseo's hand. Even masters of energy manipulation couldn't easily interrupt high concentration attacks, but Hanseo was much stronger than they could have imagined. But before Jongasu could recover, Hanseo grabbed him without giving him a chance to escape, and he couldn't even dodge the attack. He threw him to the ground so hard that even his shoes could not stay on his feet, and Jongasu could not even think about escaping. Jongasu was hit so hard that blood started pouring out of his mouth, and this was only the beginning of his suffering, which has not yet ended. But Hanseo said that Jongasu didn't die because he didn't throw him too hard, and that was the only thing that saved him from certain death. He approached Jongas and lifted him up, asking if he was conscious, as he was afraid that he might have already lost consciousness from such a strong blow. But suddenly, Jongasu grabbed his arm trying to free himself and used his skill to block Hanseo's attack. It would have worked because his bronze jade skill allowed him to create a barrier that significantly restricted his movements, and Hanseo felt resistance. Only if Jongasu could escape Hanseo's grip would he have a chance to recover, but it looked unlikely because his strength was at its limit. But Hanseo was not going to let him go and hit him again, not allowing him to escape, leaving Jongasu without the opportunity to get out of this fight alive. Jongasu couldn't understand how Hanseo managed to destroy his skill and overcome his defense. He didn't expect it to be so strong. After Hanseo continued to beat him again, Jongasu said that he would tell everything just to make it stop, and he would stay alive, even though he was injured. Jangasu said that he had no choice because his travel income was not very good, and this was the only way to survive in the current situation. So he just followed orders because it was his duty, and deep down he was a good guy who didn't want to hurt anyone. If Hanseo lets him go, Jangasu will give him runes that can be useful to him in further battles and quests. He'll even tell him who sent him after him, and Hanseo decided to show him exactly that he should only tell the truth. And again he struck him to stop him talking and put an end to it without giving him the opportunity to regain strength for another escape attempt. It was such a strong blow that Jangas would not be able to recover for a long time, and he realized that he would no longer be able to fight. But Jangasu didn't understand why Hanseo was hitting him, because he had said everything he wanted to and didn't understand why he was being tortured anymore. Jangasu started yelling at Hanseo because he didn't understand why he continued to beat him, even after he told him everything and followed his orders. He believed that Hanseo had beaten him like a dog, and did not know what else he wanted from him, because he had already given all the necessary information to end the fight. He said that Quadratus is an organization that worships a higher power that governs their actions and determines what they should do in any situation. In addition to their usual travels, they also carry out orders from other clans, obeying them, and this was part of their duties in this world. This time, the task was to follow Hanseo after he had completed the training, and understand what he was planning next to gather more useful information. This order was issued by Kals Morn, a member of the Mayak clan who usually leads special missions to ensure the success of their strategies. And together they control the 6 main roots of the world tree, so these clans are considered the strongest and have great influence on everything that happens around them. And this could only mean that there are even more clans involved that may have their own interests and influence on what is happening around this conflict. Then Jangasu replied that this was true and that some of his assistants were involved, but this time he received the order directly from Kals Moren. Now Hanseo has found out everything he wants to know, because Jangasu must be crazy to keep quiet. But Jangasu said that thanks to his eye on Hanseo's forehead, it was now over because it was his unique power that could change the course of events. But he was very surprised by Hanseo's answer and expected him to be frightened and beg him to fix the situation somehow. Jangasu continued to say that Kals Moren is the commander of the Lighthouse Assault Force, and now Hanseo will not be able to escape from him because they are on the way to victory. Now we just had to wait because Jangasu had used his eye before the fight started, and now everything depended on how things would develop. Jangasu wanted to say that Hanseo was now a sitting duck, but he didn't have time because he struck him, leaving him unable to finish his thought. He hit him so hard that Jangasu began to lose consciousness, and even his ability to resist began to weaken. Hanseo realized that it was not difficult to defeat Jangasu, and although he managed to hurt him, he quickly overplayed his hand. Suddenly he realized that he had already been found and that Kals Moren was hunting him for some reason, but Hanseo couldn't remember him. But for some reason, when Hanseo first appeared in the red zone, he found out about him and wanted to catch him. But this man was distracting him from important things, and it irritated Hanseo because he had much more serious problems to solve. He had also heard for a long time that there were monsters he needed nearby, so he didn't hesitate to deal with them before the reinforcements arrived. The flock of creatures was indeed approaching, not him, but a group of people, and Hanseo realized that his plan was no longer such a priority. Then the group used the skill of concealment to avoid being noticed by the hopefuls, that this would give them a chance to avoid a collision with the approaching monsters. And the herd of creatures could not see them because of this skill, but one of the members of the organization said that he thought they were finished. After all, they did not want to be bait. However, they needed to hold their breath to use their concealment skills. It would be extremely difficult to use it all the time, so they prayed that those monsters would not find them. They couldn't understand why they were bothering with one newcomer, and then one of the members of the organization asked why this was happening at all. And we're talking about Hanso, whom they didn't know until now, and why this guy Kalsu Morin was there. Another told him that this was true and believed that Jangasu was having fun somewhere instead of fulfilling his task. Suddenly, they saw a bird approaching above them, and it was a blue carrier pigeon bringing important news that forced them to act. And only one person could create a pigeon of this quality, so they immediately realized who was trying to contact them. After receiving the message, they realized that they had to go to Lake Kukulov immediately. When they came to this lake, they saw Jangasa and could not believe that he had really lost because he had been very strong before. It was good that he lost consciousness in a place where there was no poison, and this saved his life, although it did not improve his condition. When the group arrived at their destination, Hanseo was gone and they couldn't believe that Jangasu, who had survived in the belly of the fish, couldn't handle the newcomer. But Jangasu also noticed that his weapon was missing and his wound was tied up, which surprised him. It turns out that Hanseo left him a special gift and took his weapon in return, which irritated Jangasu. Jangasu could not recover, but he had to get up to report all the information about Hanseo, despite his pain and weakness. Jangasu tried to remember what Hanseo had said to him, but his memories were hazy due to the pain and shock of the recent events. And all the other members of the clan could not understand what was happening to Jang-su and began to suspect that he had been poisoned. They decided to carry him in their arms. Well, just in case, they decided to contact the nearest operator and the one who ordered Han Seo to clarify the situation and get new instructions. When Karls Morin received the message, he was very angry because the situation was not what he expected. His anger was so strong that he crushed a carrier pigeon with his hand without controlling his emotions. Karls Morin decided to go to a place and took another girl named Rachel with him, hoping to get more information or reinforcements. When he arrived at the place he was aiming for, Karls Morin suddenly appeared on the ship, leaving everyone amazed. The people there did not expect Karls to arrive in person. Jang-su, who had already done a great job and came back after almost being defeated by the newcomer, took the lead. Karls Morin approached Jangus and looked him up and down, assessing his condition, studying every movement and focusing on his expression. Jang-su called him by his first name, and this made Karls Morin very angry because he did not expect this from his subordinate, especially in such a situation. He did not expect the Quadratus clan to be so incompetent and asked them how they were going to wash away such a disgrace. People began to say that they would take full responsibility because they had a plan to fix the situation and had already begun to act. But they had a much bigger problem because of the Gerts they had been collecting in the valley, which had now become dangerous, causing even more concern. After all, they all escaped and are now heading closer to the clan's ship, which caused panic among the team members who began to prepare for defense. People could not understand how the Herdas managed to escape because it seemed that they were completely under control and had no chance of escape. And most importantly, how did they manage to find their ship? Because once the Gerts start running, they cannot change their direction. And they only go forward, so they had to be in the place where the Quadrature group drove them. They could not believe that the Hertz had managed to escape because the plan looked perfect. It turned out that Han Seo had not only bandaged Jang Seo's wound, but had also put something in it that helped the Gert to track their ship, enhancing their search ability. If not for Aaron's skills, they would not have learned anything, because everything was extremely hidden and almost imperceptible to those who do not have such skills. But they could not understand what kind of newcomer dared to do this and how he knew that it was possible to do this, because it seemed impossible for ordinary travelers. For Karls Morin, Han Seo was becoming more and more interesting every day as his power grew and his actions became more unpredictable. He began to see him not just as a random player, but as an object that deserved special attention and could influence his plans. So Karls Morin thought about how best to use the situation to take advantage of it and change the balance of power in his favor. He ordered one of the clan members to bring Han Seo to him to assess his abilities and to understand whether he was worthy of attention as a potential enemy or ally. Karls Morin had to see Han Seo after all he had done and determine his real strength and potential. But they were surrounded by a flock of Gerts, and their ship could not withstand such a load for long, posing a serious threat to everyone on board. But Karls Morin said that he is now in charge and is not afraid of anything, and does not like to repeat his orders, indicating his confidence and determination. Karls Morin said that he would deal with the situation himself, but one of the clan members had better hurry up and find Han Seo, because time was on their side. After all, Karls Morin believed that these actions were not enough to stop Han Seo, and that he would achieve his goal anyway. He decided that he would make Han Seo regret his actions and leave him no opportunity to hide or avoid the consequences. To do this, he used his power and directed it directly at the pack of Gert, destroying them instantly without leaving a single chance of resistance. After that, a huge explosion was created that blew the Gerts apart and destroyed them, making even the largest creatures fall down without strength. The explosion was so powerful that it destroyed most of the Gert's pack, and they were scattered all over the ship, creating chaos among the clan members. The sound of the explosion was so loud that it spread far and wide and was felt as a shockwave that passed through all living things. Even at a great distance, Han Seo heard it immediately because he was extremely sensitive to such signals and knew it meant danger. And also that his plan worked, and that Karls Morin and the other members of Quadratus received his gift. Han Seo used the extractor to find food, but unfortunately he failed and felt his hope for a quick solution to the problem begin to fade. Some of the roots of the World Tree absorbed poisonous substances in the water, while others purified it, maintaining the balance that was vital for the ecosystem. Han Seo had a bag of selfish rich man's food, but it would not last long, and there was only one place where there was food: the lake in the deep tunnel where the adult Kukuli lived. The water here is not as shallow as in other places, and he will have to build a bridge to cross the lake of poison, and this task required a lot of preparation. Han Seo took the Queshi seed, which absorbs poisonous water, and grows into giant lotus leaves that can help him cross. He stood on a hill and threw the seed. Once in the water, the seeds began to germinate instantly, forming green stems that gave hope for overcoming the dangerous path. And in a few minutes, a real bridge appeared over the sea. After that, Han Seo quickly crossed the foliage to the next bank, leaving only scattered green lotuses behind. It would have been much easier for him to continue on. Han Seo climbed over the leaves that spread over the poisonous sea, creating a safe path along which he quickly moved forward. But as soon as he stepped on the last leaf before the shore, something made him stop abruptly and tense his muscles. Before him appeared a flock of huge Gert, whose eyes were burning and ready to attack at any moment. Karls Morin stood among the monsters he had destroyed and looked into the distance, feeling satisfied with the work he had done, but his mind was full of new plans. He asked his assistant if a carrier pigeon had arrived with information, hoping to get new instructions from his people. But Rachel replied that the person who fulfilled his order was still on the way, and the message had not yet arrived, which irritated Kalsmorn. Then Kalsmorn said that even the best use of the intelligence skill can only be effective once a month, and they had already wasted it. He approached Jongus and said that if he hadn't shown the way, he would have been at the bottom of the poisonous sea with the entire Quadratus clan. He turned to Rachel again and ordered her to take them to the last place he had mentioned, where there might be important information or new traces. Kalsmorn said that he would deal with the situation himself, because there are special advantages to hunting prey with your own hands that should not be missed. He believed that Hanseo should stop running away because he would soon be caught and there would be no point in running away. Meanwhile, Hanseo was still on his bridge and was fighting the Kukulas using his last strength to fight them. He had almost no strength left. He could barely swing his sword because he had very little energy. His body practically did not obey him, and he felt exhausted. He didn't notice the man behind him shooting an arrow, but it was only the beginning of a new danger. Hanseo was able to quickly turn around the moment he heard the sound of an arrow flying past him, and felt its danger. The people who were hunting Hanseo lost their opportunity to catch him, because he escaped the trap again. Hanseo quickly realized that the man was using a highly accurate skill that made avoidance almost impossible, and the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. He realized that such a skill would be very difficult to dodge, and realized that he needed to act quickly to avoid being trapped. Hanseo began to deflect the arrows. Despite all his efforts, one arrow hit him in the arm and pain instantly engulfed him. His blood got into the poisonous water and the nearby Kukuli smelled it, which drew their attention to Hanseo. The cuckoos instantly began to move in Hanseo's direction, and were already very close to him. He tried to repel their attacks, but they became even more aggressive because of the smell of blood. The fight was getting harder, and Hanseo had almost no strength to fight back, so the people decided to go down and bring Hanseo to them to finish the hunt. But the girl they sent to get Hanseo didn't want to go down to the monsters. She thought that splashing water would ruin her hair and appearance, so she didn't want to risk it. But then Hanseo would have been able to escape because the Kukuli were only interested in those who were close by. So they forced Miller to go down to Hanseo to stop his escape and fulfill their part of the plan. After all, those people realized that Hanseo could escape if urgent measures were not taken, because the Kukuli were already distracting his attention. So even though she refused, they began to threaten her, so she finally jumped and prepared to attack Hanseo. One of the clan members said that while Miller was coming down and trapping him, she would also send a carrier pigeon to communicate. They needed to get Hanseo. Miller went down to Hanseo and told him that he would have to entertain her until they could complete the operation. All members of the clan had to cover Miller. Miller was not very happy to have to do this task because she had not participated in such missions for a long time. She ran up to Hanseo and told him that they could start now. Now Hanseo had two opponents, Miller and Kukuli, and he had to repel their attacks simultaneously. At first, he repelled Kukuli's attack and then quickly turned his attention to Miller, who was already right next to him. She flew up to Hanseo surprisingly quickly and swung her sword at him. But she didn't hurt him, so he was able to deflect, and after he fell on his back, he hit her and ran back. Miller said it was a good trick for someone who could barely stand, but he would have to take responsibility for the scratch he made on her face. After all, she's not going to hold back even if Hanseo surrenders. Hanseo realized that Miller was closing the distance between them, and it was dangerous to make a mistake in such a situation. Everything was in Miller's favor. She was prepared for such a fight, and the longer it went on, the more advantages she had. So Hanseo decided to change his strategy. Miller was shocked to see Hanseo suddenly change his strategy and prepare for an attack, because she did not expect such a turn and felt anxious. She couldn't let him control the situation because every second was against her, and a delay could cost her defeat. So she decided to strike first, trying to prevent him from even thinking about a counterattack, because she was sure that everything was in her hand. But Hanseo moved so fast that she simply couldn't keep up with him, and couldn't react to his maneuvers. His every move was calculated, and her attack looked hopeless, and left no chance of success. She couldn't understand why he was retreating, because it seemed strange after his confident attack. She thought he had another plan, and that made her even more wary because it wasn't that simple. And she started to get very angry because she felt that Hanseo was not just running away, but preparing for something bigger that she couldn't foresee yet. He took the blade to Jangus, and Miller said it was not good to take someone else's weapon, although she was sorry that her hand had a bleeding wound. The wound was getting bigger, and Miller's blood attracted the approaching monsters to her, increasing her danger and making her feel even more helpless. Other members of the clan started shouting at Miller to get her act together and not to delay, but her condition and bleeding made it almost impossible. But she couldn't because the monsters could smell her blood, which made the danger even greater, and it was no longer a matter of fighting but of survival. It turns out that this was the second skill of the ring that Hanseo used to bleed, giving him an advantage while Miller was fighting her wound. The second skill was unlocked when you reached red rank, and it was not just bleeding, but an ability that could change the course of the battle in favor of Hanseo. Keeping the bleeding going required a lot of mana, so Hanseo tried to run away from Miller because his every move became difficult, and he needed time to recover. But the monsters who could smell her blood perfectly helped Hanseo, and at that moment their help became decisive in his attempt to escape from Miller. Now they were on equal footing, and Hanseo had a chance to escape, although the situation remained tense and he could not stop to avoid becoming a victim. All the other members of the clan needed to help Miller urgently because she was in danger, and her condition was deteriorating with every passing second. And to catch Hanseo very quickly, because if they failed, Karlsmoren would never forgive them again, and that meant serious consequences for them. They decided to split up, attacking monsters and catching Hanseo, each with a different task and a hope that it would work. Suddenly, Hanseo stopped and turned to the clan members who were chasing him, their eyes full of determination, but he was ready for it. He thought they were very strong, but he had a surprise plan for them that they could not foresee, and this gave him an advantage, and he pulled the rest of the hurts out of the bag and threw it right at the members of the group, even though they didn't realize what had happened, not knowing it was a trap. Miller rushed at Hanseo, saying that now he would not be able to try to escape, but her words were laced with anger and confidence in her victory. But suddenly she saw a huge monster's head approaching in front of her, and her plans changed dramatically as the danger became more real. The blood of the monsters became the perfect bait to bring the cuckoos into a state of madness, and now they have lost all control, attacking everything that moves. They attacked the people, and they no longer had time to catch Hanseo, because now they had to escape from the frenzied attack themselves. He left them saying that they could now have fun alone and felt the situation was completely out of his control. Hanseo moved on in search of roots that could give him at least some food, because he had almost no strength left and his body was on the verge of collapse. But he realized that all the roots were dry, and even in the most promising places, nothing grew, making him feel hopeless. He hoped that he wouldn't have to go very far, and that once he reached the red zone, it would be much easier to find the resources he needed. A group of newcomers also wandered around the red zone trying to find food, because there was none in their settlement, and survival was becoming increasingly difficult. One of the men met them and told them to go back to the lower roots because it was their territory and they did not allow outsiders. But the newcomers answered that there were no nutrients left in the lower roots, and they were too tired to return. The resources in the lower roots had long since been exhausted, and it was now almost impossible to survive there. But the men said they needed to manage their resources more efficiently, so they could not afford to help everyone who showed up. After all, this route was strategically important for the survival of their group. They asked if the newcomers were confident that they could fight for this route, because it was not just a booty, but a territorial conflict. The men believed that feeding the newcomers meant losing their chance at life. So the newcomers turned around and walked back, very angry because they didn't get what they expected, and all of this only increased their disappointment. Of course, the lower roots had not provided enough food for a long time, but there were a lot of monsters that did not give them passage and consumed even more of their energy, each battle exhausting them even more. And every time they tried to go higher, they encountered other clans that were just as determined to defend their territories. They could not understand whether they would have to die of starvation because they already felt that they were running out of strength and had to make a decision. But when they had not gone far, they heard strange screams and turned around to see someone attacking the men who had chased them away. And it became even more unpredictable. When they looked closely, they saw that it was Hanseo, and he had grabbed the men who were preventing them from passing, and now they were in a very difficult situation. The men standing at the entrance realized that Hanseo had managed to kill the captain of their squad with one blow, and now they were scared and did not know what to do. The newcomers saw the men running away so they could eat, and felt much more confident because Hanseo had solved everything. And they did not expect the day to come when they would be able to rejoice in such victories. After all, their life before that was just a struggle for survival. They decided to use their extractors as soon as possible to get food, because this chance was very important for their survival. They were very happy that Hanseo solved their problem in one move, showing that even in such a situation, there is a way out. Johan went up to Hanseo and wanted to thank him, because he was pleased that he had protected them, and it was a real surprise for him. But Hanseo did not recognize Johan, with whom he had sailed on the same ship, and was therefore surprised to see him after all this time. Johan asked Hanseo what he had been doing all this time and why they hadn't seen each other for so long, because it seemed like an eternity. They met for the first time since the day they arrived in the red zone, and now their paths have crossed again, causing a storm of emotions for each of them. Although it was not so important now, because Johan was very happy to see Hanseo, and realized that this meeting was of great importance to both of them. He thanked Hanseo and said that without him, they would have starved to death due to lack of food because the situation was very difficult and hopeless. But Hanseo replied that he was also just hungry, so he did it because it was hard to stay exhausted in such conditions. Johan dared to ask Hanseo for something else and said that they needed the ship they had sailed on to find a way out of this situation. After all the paths were blocked by other clans, but Hanseo did not want to hear about it because his goal was completely different, and he did not plan to retreat. But Johan continued to follow Hanseo, saying that he was not just asking because the roots here were dry, and the fish was destroying everything around them, and they needed to act. Johan asked Hanseo to go up on the ship together to find a way out of this situation, hoping for his help because without it, it would be very difficult. But Hanseo said that he would solve the problem soon, and they could stay here for now so as not to risk even more while waiting for a solution. Hanseo said that he would soon destroy the fish that was attacking the world tree and all problems would disappear, so they need not worry about their future. If the calamities disappear, the red zone will prosper and everyone here will be safe, because he has already decided how to deal with this threat. But if we are talking about Hanseo, the man who performed so many incredible feats, then this may be true because his strength has long been a legend. But Hanseo replied that he needed to save as many people as possible because he could not leave them to their fate, even if it required great sacrifice. This is why he came back, even though he did not understand whether he really wanted to, because his doubts sometimes took over and he felt lost in this world. Hanseo gave Johan a glowing imitation stone, saying that he would need it in the future, although he could not predict when he would use it. Johan was left alone and couldn't understand why Hanseo said that because there was something in his words that made him surprised and even anxious. He thought Hanseo was an incredible person because his actions and determination were truly impressive, and he was someone who never gave up even in the face of the greatest difficulties. Just like the time he gave them the boat despite all the difficulties, Hanseo always found ways to solve the problem, even when everything seemed hopeless. They thought he was talking about the impossible, but he saved them all, and Johan was convinced that Hanseo was the man who made the impossible real. Hanseo gave Johan hope, and he hoped that this time everything would work out and they would be able to find a way to salvation, believing that this path would not be easy but possible. It was natural to compete for the survival of humanity, but Hanseo had a very strange feeling that haunted him, a doubtful and uncertain feeling that something was wrong. He couldn't focus on what he needed to do because his thoughts were constantly distracting him from his goal, like an invisible weight pressing on his mind. He arrived at the place where they were supposed to meet Sophia, and could not shake this feeling, which became even more acute as he waited for her arrival. Sophia said that she had gathered all the necessary materials except for 2, but decided to come anyway because she was running out of time. She noticed that Hanseo looked quite worried and asked him what was wrong, but he was in no hurry to explain his worries as if he was afraid to voice them out loud. But Hanseo said that nothing happened, except that they were being chased by a few people who wanted to catch him for some reason, and this added to his stress. Sophia said that she already knew that Quadratus was hunting Hanseo and that they were also following her, so she had to be careful because the situation was much more complicated. Hanseo said that he had already met them and they wanted to bring him to Karlsmoran, but he knew that this was only part of their plan that was yet to unfold. Sophia could not understand why Karlsmoran, the commander of the assault squad, would hunt Hanseo as it was too risky and unnecessary. Hanseo replied that he had managed to detain them, but Sophia considered Karlsmoran an invincible enemy and said that even Hanseo would have a hard time dealing with him. So she suggested that he work together to increase his chances of success against such a strong opponent, because it would have been impossible to do it alone. But Hanseo said that one of them would stay to collect materials and the other would be bait for Karlsmoran to trap him until they captured him. Sophia started arguing with Hanseo, claiming that the lighthouse was a whole alliance of clans in the Red Zone with a lot of people, and that complicated the situation. In addition to their numbers, this alliance included many veterans who had spent years in the Red Zone and gained invaluable experience, making them even more dangerous. Many of them were ready to leave the Red Zone, and among all the units, the most dangerous was the Assault unit, which left little chance for any enemy. Karlsmoran held an important position of command in this unit, wielding enormous influence which made him even more dangerous in any conflict. Sophia said that they must act together, otherwise their chances of survival in this dangerous world around them would be too small. They should have collected the materials before other members of these clans found out where they were, and started looking for them to destroy them. Hanseo said that it would not be easy because he left an artifact that could greatly interfere with Karlsmoran's plans by detaining him for some time. Karlsmoran grabbed Johan by the throat and threatened to kill him, his voice as cold and ruthless as his gaze. He said that Johan had only one choice: fulfill the conditions or die like the other newcomers before him with no chance of salvation. All the other newcomers had already been destroyed, and Karlsmoran threatened that the others would die in agony if they did not surrender Hanseo as he ordered. Johan didn't even notice when he was found and how he managed to gather so many people so quickly in this place that had now become a trap. Johan replied that they knew nothing about Hanseo and had no information about his whereabouts, trying to remain calm even though he was trembling inside. Then Karlsmoran realized that he was on the wrong track and that it was all a waste of time, which made him even angrier. So he rejected Johan, deciding that there was no point in wasting any more energy on him, and his patience was running out. Karlsmoran leaned over to Johan and asked him his name. Karlsmoran said that a newcomer to Johan does not have much common sense if he behaves so brazenly and thoughtlessly without realizing his own danger. He added that he could smell Johan's lies, and that he even knew that Hanseo had passed through the area recently, leaving traces despite his attempts to hide. Even though Hanseo had tried to erase most of his traces, Karlsmoran could still smell him, as if Hanseo had been here recently. Hanseo's mistake was that he left his clue when he tried to set a trap, which was his fatal step. So now Karlsmoran decided to get down to business and punish Johan for his disobedience, realizing that this was a chance to reveal the truth. He asked Johan again where Hanseo was, but Johan still stood his ground and said that he really didn't know where Hanseo was. But Karlsmoran still smelled a lie, and this convinced him that Johan knew more than he was trying to show. So Karlsmoran decided to destroy him. But I stopped abruptly in front of his face, feeling that something was wrong, and suddenly he began to laugh very loudly, as if he had realized something important. He said that he smelled Hanseo suddenly appearing nearby, and looked in the direction of Kal's Morin, and saw Hanseo standing on the hill as if waiting. Hanseo stood motionless as if waiting for Kal's Morin to approach him, and he smiled as he looked Kal's Morin in the eye with a mysterious confidence. Kal's Morin was very happy to see Hanseo because it meant that his search had finally been successful and he could finally finish the job. Hanseo asked if they were looking for him, realizing that Kal's Morin had long since noticed his presence as if to play with him. Kal's Morin asked Hanseo if it was really him, because he looked transparent and doubts crept into his heart. He quickly ran up and hit Hanseo in the face, but it was only an imitation of what Kal's Morin expected, as if he understood his every move. A consumable artifact called the Imitation Stone created a water circle, so Hanseo probably took it from Jangasu, leaving only the scent to attract Kal's attention. Kal's Morin guessed that this Jangasu had been cleaned out, and even if it was a decoy, he was happy to follow Hanseo to find him. Meanwhile, Johan's mutilated body was lying on the ground, and he was very worried about Hanseo, not knowing what would happen to him next and feeling imminent danger. Lake Kukuli was a specially created place where Kukuli laid their eggs, and this place was a break in the outer roots of the world tree on which the balance depended. The space formed between them was filled with its nutrients, which neutralized the poisonous water in the upper reaches of the lake, cleansing it of poison. This fluid also had the ability to heal wounds, speeding up the recovery process, which could have been decisive in the battle. Hanseo realized that his clone had disappeared because Kal's Morin also told Hanseo that he had finally found him, because he was tired of chasing him and wasting his energy on fruitless searches. He called Hanseo a beauty who finally showed her tail, but Hanseo replied that for a dog like Kal's Morin, his sense of smell was much worse than he expected. After all, he couldn't find it without a clue that Hanseo had left behind, but Kal's Morin couldn't understand what Hanseo was talking about. But only a moment later he started laughing, which surprised even his companions. Kal's Morin thought it was all very funny and decided to check whether Hanseo was as strong as he had heard from others. And if it turns out to be untrue, Kal's Morin will execute him by burning him to death to punish his impudence and stupidity. Hanseo was also very pleased with all this because he knew it wouldn't happen today, and suggested that Kal's Morin play hide and seek again. Kal's Morin was very annoyed that Hanseo dared to run away in front of him, which further fueled his rage. He wasn't going to lose sight of Hanseo, so he kept up with him and followed him all the time, ready to catch him at any cost. He chased him right on the ground, creating a magic ball to quickly reach Hanseo and prevent him from escaping. It was a fire jade art called the Red Jade Discharge, and it had incredible speed and destructive power. He launched it directly at Hanseo, trying to hit him, but he quickly dodged, preventing Kal's Morin from reaching his goal. Hanseo pulled out a specially prepared seed from his bag and quickly threw it into the water. From there, it began to sprout in a flash, forming a new bridge across the lake. There was not much poison in the lake, so these leaves won't last long, but as long as Hanseo is moving, everything will be fine. Kal's Morin started shouting after him, believing that Hanseo would not be able to escape, and that he would definitely catch up with him. This was to Hanseo's advantage, so he decided to use the sword covered in Gert's blood to cover his tracks. If you mix it with Hanseo's blood, the smell will intensify, and the monsters will be able to determine his exact location. Hanseo continued to move forward without stopping, leaving traces behind him so that Kal's Morin and his henchmen could catch up with him. The smell of blood really attracted a lot of attention, and a large number of Kukuls started moving towards Hanseo, trying to grab him. But Hanseo was too agile and fast. Kal's Morin thought that Hanseo had nothing else interesting to do. After all, he was not going to be afraid of the Kukuls who were everywhere and trying to attack because he had enough strength to fight them. Kal's Morin decided to use his power. All he had to do was burn the Kukulas and tear them apart using his magic. So he started throwing his layers of magic right at them, and with each blow, the Kukuli were torn to pieces. After tearing them apart, Kal's Morin was very pleased with himself. As expected, getting rid of the Kukulas was much easier than he thought. But Hanseo did not stop looking at him mysteriously, and Kal's Morin said that he would be next. After all, he would not be able to escape anyway, and Kal's Morin convinced Hanseo that the best thing for him was to accept the fight. Hanseo said that Kal's Morin's words made sense because he himself realized that the moment of struggle was approaching. But Kal's Morin couldn't understand why Hanseo was so calm, and it annoyed him because he expected Hanseo to be scared. Hanseo knew that there was nothing better than winning, so Kal's Morin would definitely try to drive him into the water, but Hanseo was ready for that. Hanseo told Kal's Morin to bring him what was his, and he threw himself into the water without waiting for an answer, and Kal's Morin thought Hanseo was stupid because he was sure he could find him even underwater, especially when Hanseo came out to breathe, but Kal's Morin preferred hunting to fishing. So he decided to throw magic balls into the water and see how long Hanseo could stay underwater, avoid his attacks, and maneuver. Hanseo held his breath and swam underwater, but soon saw the fireballs approaching him. He realized that Kal's Morin was going to shoot at random to lure him out of the water, hoping that Hanseo would not last long. As soon as he floated out, he was immediately roasted alive, and Hanseo couldn't use Dragon Art because he had no mana left. But he had already prepared for this battle, knowing that he would have to use other methods. He ate an alham pouch in which air collects in a bud and is released when it blooms. With it, Hanseo could stay underwater for a while, so he ate it and swam deeper to avoid Karl's Moren's magical attacks. The Kukuli were moving toward him and had already begun to attack, and Hanseo did not expect this, so he stopped for a moment. He knew that the disaster fish was not the only natural enemy of the Kukulis, and that he had to be prepared for other monsters that could attack him as well. It was easy to find monsters with such a disgusting smell that it was hard to even approach them. He took out Arkavan's gallbladder, which had such a disgusting odor that it could be used. The Kukulas were approaching Hanseo and smelled this smell, and thanks to it, they managed to get rid of the attacking Kukulis. Kukuli mix venom with nutrients to spawn, creating their lair to have protection and a breeding ground for future offspring. Each of these leagues led to the poisonous sea, and Hanseo decided to move there. Since Karl's Moren attacked him with fireballs in the water, it was easier to track the direction of the attack. Hanseo managed to break away, but the fire art still caught his arm, leaving him wounded. He decided it was time for a counterattack and threw his blade straight towards Karl's Moren. It was a weapon artifact used by Yhongasu and Hanseo. Karl's Moren decided that this was too strong a weapon for Hanseo and decided to take it away. While underwater, Karl's Moren shouted to Hanseo, but all his words were just gurgles. Karl's Moren realized that he could not breathe and could not believe that the artifact was not working. But Hanseo managed to steal his artifact and decided that he would now use the Karl's Moren artifact to his advantage. But Hanseo will give him something in return so as not to leave him with nothing. Hanseo decided to steal the artifact of Karl's Morena, which allowed him to breathe underwater. After that, he decided to use the 2 skills of the Nirma ring to strengthen his attacks. He used the bleeding and wounded Karl's Moren with his weapon, and he called this action horrible, but his blood was quickly heard by the Kukuli. One of the Kukulis tried to attack Karl's Moren, but he reacted in time to repel the attack and use his skills to defend himself. Karl's Moren did not realize that he was at a disadvantage and should have retreated, but he decided to continue the fight to the end. And he told Hanseo that it wasn't over yet and that he would definitely get him again. This was to Hanseo's advantage, and he was glad that Karl's Moren had surrendered so quickly. Now he could take what he needed and get out of here, because Hanseo had kept Sophia waiting because of this situation. But through the Kukulis' lair, he managed to swim out into the poisonous sea and saw Sophia waiting for him on the shore. Sophia said that these are the extreme routes and that this is where she first met Hanseo. She could not understand when he would come and thought that she should figure it out herself without waiting for his help. And she was most interested in finding out where the ship Hanseo was talking about was located. She was sure that many people would want to take the 500-seat ship. If Hanseo fails to get to her because he couldn't save the ship, there's nothing you can do about it. Everything will be lost. This ship must be torn up for sure, but she thought she could offer him her 13-seater. She was thinking about all this when she suddenly heard a noise. She turned around and saw a huge ship appear on the horizon. The poisonous water almost covered her with a wave, but she managed to duck out of the way, saving herself from danger. She could not understand where this ship had come from so suddenly, but soon saw Hanseo on board. He greeted her and said that she should get up because they had to leave immediately. They were sailing on a ship and the waves crashed against the side, creating the feeling that they were traveling through endless, restless water. Sophia couldn't believe that Hanseo had hidden the ship at the bottom of the poisonous sea and wondered if Hanseo was a fool or a genius. I also couldn't understand how he found the time to collect all these runes. Hanseo then replied that he had also received them from a so-called friend, although he did not know where exactly. Thanks to him, his magical power reached its limit and he felt stronger than ever. But Sophia still could not understand how he managed to do it, and exactly how he managed to survive in such conditions. Therefore, getting such seeds was quite a challenge, and Hanseo could not have known the process of germination in the poisonous water. After all, it hasn't been long since Hanseo came here, so how does he know this? And how he knew so much about local monsters and plants. But his skills were much more important. They were quite high for the first year in this world, but it still didn't explain anything. He had combinations of items that most people would not even think of. He wasn't that strong in terms of characteristics, but he behaved as if he knew what he was doing. Combinations allowed him to strengthen items or create something new. And this is what gave him an advantage in many situations. And it allowed him to make his power or the power of his allies even more effective, and he created a potion called a Sophia would never have thought of using poison against the leechafish. Despite her skills as a librarian, even she couldn't figure out the combination Hanseo was using at a glance. She realized that Hanseo was hiding something. After all, he knew about the 7 phantoms that were the key to unraveling the mysteries of this world, and the reason why she was here protecting the place was the fish of calamity. Sophia wanted to ask. And also the pestilence fish was close and they had to act quickly. They looked at the water and instantly waves appeared and soon the fish itself. It was huge and hard to miss because its size made the water rage around it. They also noticed a ship that was the only one in the sea and it was sailing directly towards the fish of the disaster. Hanseo asked if Sophia knew how to get inside the calamity fish and she said that as long as the calamity fish does nothing, they can get in through its gills. From that moment on, Sophia had to listen carefully to everything Hanseo said. If she doesn't, Hanseo will go alone and she won't be able to fight with him. Sophia told him not to worry because she would not get in his way and would follow his plan as long as they had a chance to get rid of the fish of misfortune. Then Hanseo replied that she shouldn't worry because she had made the right choice and he would definitely keep his word. he decided to change his tactics and take a different approach. He would not have a second chance, so he needed to do it right the first time. The ship continued to move forward, but suddenly starlings appeared. Some of them passed by, but some hit the ship, creating a huge hole. At this rate, they would quickly be underwater and the ship began to sink. It seems that someone noticed their ship and decided to destroy it. It was Karls Morin, and he ordered additional starlings to attack their ship because this weapon was prepared specifically for Han Seo. He decided to see how long the ship would last. Most of the shells still passed by the ship, but created huge waves that could turn the ship over and sink it. Sophia began to shout that they should attack immediately, but Han Seo stopped her, saying that now was not the time for hasty decisions. Sophia said that if they were not sure, they would not succeed. They only stayed afloat because they used special seeds. But Han Seo replied that Pisces can sense magic, and Pisces did not pay attention to the strongest attacks. Sophia knew as well as Han Seo that Pisces reacts only to magic, although it is probably because of the magical power in the World Tree that Pisces feels magic so clearly. Now they were in a very disadvantageous position, with no clear options to get out of this situation. Sophia thought that she had not come so far and spent so much time to find herself in such a desperate situation. But Han Seo was not going to give up. He had a plan and knew that they had no way to fight the enemy at long distances. Sophia realized that Han Seo was trying to use another object he had created. Han Seo turned to Sophia and asked her what she thought about fishing, and Sophia replied that she had already decided to trust him, and if this was their only chance, they had to do it. The entire damaged ship was still afloat, but everyone knew it could break at any moment. Karls Morin believed that the ship would soon begin to sink, and Han Seo did not look so insurmountable. They decided to bring all the remaining harpoons and destroy the ship to the ground. But suddenly they noticed huge wooden boxes falling from the ship. They tried to lighten the weight of the ship so that it would not sink earlier and continued to throw garbage overboard to reduce the load. Karls Morin ordered his team to hit the crates, so they started using spears to destroy the crates that were falling from Han Seo's ship. Such actions significantly shook the ship and it began to collapse, but Han Seo sailed on. A monster was already hiding under the water, ready to attack those who made so much noise and attracted his attention. Karls Morin's ship had already relaxed, thinking that Han Seo's ship was beginning to sink, but suddenly they felt a jolt. It was a huge monster, the Kraken, who decided to attack them when they were most vulnerable. It turned out that the Kraken surrounded them from all sides and tightly embraced them. Karls Morin did not expect to see the Kraken, because this monster usually does not appear on the surface of the water and rarely attacks. So they thought that they needed to go through the gills and break through while they still had the opportunity to escape from the monster. But if they go through the gills, they could lose Han Seo. Then Rachel stepped forward and said she would deal with it and not let the monster stop them. She pulled out her sword and began to cut the Kraken's tentacles that wrapped around the ship. The monster obviously did not like this and began to get even angrier at their actions in response to their resistance. But Karls Morin said that if Rachel was ready to act, she shouldn't delay. They had already lost too much time. Karls Morin realized that Han Seo was actually going to rely on these actions to the end and had no intention of changing his strategy. The fish of evil began to sink deeper, so they had to hurry. It was also impressive that even when they were underwater and moving through the gills, they remained dry without feeling moisture. It was thanks to the magic inside the licha fish, whose environment was created to make groups like Quadratus feel like they were on a regular island. The fish of calamity was a huge mass of flesh that slowly pulled them in. Therefore, they had to remain attentive and not miss the chance to enter the tunnel without missing the opportunity to escape from danger. It's good that Dronzer was with them, who was just a fan of this place and talked about the fish of disaster so that people definitely wanted to join Quadras. Meanwhile, Rachel approached Karls Morin and said that she thought they needed to recruit promising travelers for the Quadratus clan to strengthen their forces. But these words made Karls Morin very angry, and he replied that he knew all this, but now they needed to be patient and take their time. Once inside the evil fish, they will not be able to get out whenever they want, and Han Seo will be able to do anything without the need for a guide. It will be a real miracle if they don't stumble upon his lifeless body among those who have already fallen victim to the fish. Inside the fish of misfortune was a stomach that served as a small dimension where what was absorbed created a huge island. The island formed inside was no different from a dungeon. The flow of magical power was distorted, so it was difficult to catch any smells or detect the presence of an enemy. But Karls Morin still did not like this place, and he did not like it. They turned their attention to the wrecked ship and the half-digested, lifeless bodies lying among the wreckage, so they began to guess that these might be the travelers they were looking for and following on their journey. Jongsu considered this place beautiful and blessed. The only thing that is well absorbed in the stomach of the evil fish is the juice of the World Tree, which gives it wonderful properties and strength. The remains of the Elfenheim who created the World Tree were collected here. If there are so many bones and skulls here, what could have happened to the artifacts that once existed in this place? And in the past, Jongsu got out of this place alive only because he found an important artifact here. If they were ready to serve the Calamities as part of the Quadratus, then everything they wanted would be fulfilled. Jongsu continued to glorify his clan, believing that all their success and power was due to the Fish of Calamity and its blessing. He said that it was because of the Fish of Calamity that they were given. But he warned me that I could not use attacking skills or make loud noises because it would attract the attention of dangerous creatures. He continued to tell them that if they followed the instructions of the square, they would be able to continue enjoying life. But suddenly he heard Hanseo's voice. Hanseo said they had nothing to worry about because it would take a big explosion or a catastrophe for the skeletons to get up and attack. He showed the ship of Quadratus and everyone turned around to understand what it was. Thanks to Hanseo's magical power, the ship exploded and continued to explode, falling apart. People were falling straight into the sea with the wreckage and had no chance of being rescued. Hanseo said that Sophia did it on time and they shouldn't worry because everything went according to plan. But Jangasu thought it was all very bad and that they could face bigger problems from this explosion. Kalsmorin was not interested in all this. He saw Hanseo and realized that he had been so close to him all this time. He thought that Hanseo had come to die by his hands and ordered the crazy Yangas to get out of the way. But he was frozen in his tracks by what he saw. The skeletons lying everywhere began to come to life and approach people, their bones burning with blue fire. The Elfenheim army was sent to destroy the evil fish and put an end to its hostile actions and influence. It was the cursed army of Galandon, namely Phantom Knights who came out of the darkness to destroy enemies and protect the world. The Phantom Knights were approaching people. Their goal was to attack and destroy everyone who got in their way. People didn't expect this because Jangasu said they just had to get the artifacts from the Fish of Lich. No one mentioned fighting magical creatures, and soon there was an explosion whose force pushed everyone back, scattering people in different directions. Such a powerful action required great skills and strength, so it was clear that the situation was out of control. Kalsmorin told his men to attack to destroy all the spirits, and his men rushed into battle without hesitation. Kalsmorin began to use his magic to strike at the Phantom Knights. After all, there was nothing that could stop his mastery of Fire Jade. He was ready for any difficulties. The people from the Quadratus clan began to rejoice because they believed that their assault squad commander would easily handle them. But Jangasu told him that these spirits would not die easily and that they were not easy to defeat. After their deaths, these spirits rose again and fearlessly went into battle because they were the defenders of this place. And their cursed bodies allowed them to be reborn endlessly and fight again. And as long as the pestilence fish is alive, these spirits will continue to be reborn and become stronger. So the spirits continued to attack the people without stopping, leaving them no chance of escape. Kalsmorin ordered his men to keep up and hold their positions to prevent the enemy from breaking through the defense and destroying them. Jangasu began to flee because he could not risk his life in such a dangerous situation. He decided to run away while he still had a chance, but he couldn't figure out where Hanseo, who had created all this chaos, had gone. He began to think that Hanseo had come here with Sophia. At this time, Hanseo was thinking that everything had happened just as Keldian had said, and the first line of defense of the Phantom Knights had to be occupied with something. Hanseo also described the plan of action in general terms to Sophia, so that she would know what they should do next in the battle. Hanseo described the plan of action in general terms to Sophia, so that she would know what they should do next in the battle. So now Hanseo has decided to move on to the next important stage, as the plan has already begun to materialize. He decided to approach the core of the Calamity Fish to fulfill his main goal and stop its threat once and for all. Its skin could not be pierced by attacks, but the core was different, and it was the only way to defeat the fish. So Hanseo drew his sword and prepared to destroy the core of the Calamity Fish, but he heard Jangasu's voice behind him calling out to him. He threw his blade at him, wishing for his death, hoping that it would stop Hanseo. But Hanseo reacted and turned away from the blade in time. He was very angry that Jangasu had disrupted his plan, so turning to him, he ran to attack Jangasa and put an end to his interference. Rushing at him, he easily threw him to the ground, trying to stop him. Hanseo asked if Jangas hadn't had enough the last time he had thoughtlessly attacked him, but Jangasu was ready to do anything to prevent Hanseo from destroying the core of the Calamity Fish, even at the cost of his own life. He said that Sophia had failed and that she had entrusted Hanseo with the job. Kalsmorin wanted to destroy Hanseo himself, but now he wanted Jangas to do it too, because he couldn't let the Fish of Disaster be destroyed. He shouted to one of the men of his clan, ordering him not to miss and to hit the target to finally destroy Hanseo. He was sure that Hanseo would not be able to escape from them, and that his destruction was inevitable. So he threw his arrow at Hanseo, and it was very unexpected. Jangasu was happy that Hanseo was injured, but he did not take into account that this injury did not stop him. They were amazed to see that under Hanseo's skin there was another black skin that protected him from all attacks, making him almost invulnerable. Hanseo used the Dragon Art in time to use transformation to strengthen his powers. This was impossible because the arrow's force had to be sufficient to destroy even the strongest obstacle with a single shot. Jangasu was sure that he had never seen such a skill before and did not understand how Hanseo was able to develop it so quickly. If the first hit did not work, the clan members decided to shoot as many times as necessary to finally achieve the result in victory. Hanseo said he could have helped them get out, but they left him no choice. The first transformation he used exhausted most of his strength, but Hanseo quickly recovered. Jangas did not get out easily because Hanseo was already prepared for all the difficulties, and Hanseo has already decided that he will pay for all his atrocities against humanity and for always preventing him from fulfilling his plans. People continued to fight against the spirits who were not destroyed and remained alive even after numerous attacks. Morin ordered his men to continue the attacks without giving the spirits a chance to recover. Their regeneration rate was increasing and they could not resist them. If this goes on, the spirits will simply exhaust all the strength of the people and they will not be able to continue. People will always be at a disadvantage when fighting a constantly renewing enemy that does not lose strength. Hanseo realized that this is how spirit magic works and decided to use the Fish of Disaster as a tool to change the situation in his favor. If they die here, they will end up like the others and become part of this world. They decided to use the artifact of the world tree, which consisted of fragments that were almost impossible to obtain in the modern world. The artifact allows you to use, but people started shouting that they couldn't do it because they had already tried and failed to activate the artifact. But for some reason it doesn't work in this place, and it looks like they are doomed. Sophia appeared and told them not to try, as it would not do them any good and would not change the situation. You can't get out of the stomach of the fish of misfortune that easily. Morin said that he would not let Sophia go so easily because she was in his way, and he was ready to do anything to stop her. He also said that at least one of the 7 phantoms would definitely find out about it. But Sophia replied that while she was desperately looking for a way to destroy the Fish of Disaster, they did nothing. Instead of whining, they needed to find a way to get out of here, not remain inactive. Even the communication between the clans did not work here, and no one could help. No matter if you're a living person here or not, no one will know what happened to them because this place absorbs all traces. Sophia said that she would leave Morin a parting gift as a symbol that she was not leaving this unanswered. After all, in the end, she received all the information she needed and is now ready to move on. Morin told Sophia that communicating with newcomers is bad for her. After all, Morin was the commander of the Lighthouse's assault unit, who was entrusted with the responsibility of managing the Red Zone. Therefore, he will have fun with Sophia, one of the 7 phantoms, all day long, sparing no effort. He began to use his magical powers against her, trying to break her spirit and force her to submit. But she also did not stand idle and showed all her abilities to not let herself be defeated. All her actions passed by Morin, who could not understand what she was really up to. And then he said that Sophia could not survive, so she was not worthy of being called a phantom. But Sophia replied that she did not intend to aim directly at Morena because her goal was completely different. Suddenly, a commotion began inside the stomach of the fish calamity, and this attracted the attention of everyone nearby. The entrance to the stomach wall was slowly closing, and Sophia said that she was just stalling for time while she looked for a way to close the genres with the help of her librarian skills. Morin began to curse Sophia while she waited, hoping that this was the last time they would meet. Rachel said that the ship they arrived on had disappeared and the Phantom Knights continued to attack those who remained. Morin shouted that we had to quickly lower the ship and get out of here because the situation was becoming critical. He said that once they got to the gills, they would open again and they should just wait. He ordered his men to provide support because they needed to close the distance between them and the enemy. He repented that Sophia would regret what she had just done when he got out of here. After all, he was the commander of the assault unit and could not die here. He decided to use the Fire Jade Artificer again, specifically the Crimson Jade Discharge to attack, and he threw it at a group of knights trying to destroy them all. Without letting them recover, he did not tell his people to follow him, but suddenly everyone stopped because Hanseo was standing in front of them, preventing them from going any further. He was holding Jangasa, who was barely conscious and had no strength to fight. Now Hanseo really looked like a thief appearing here in front of them, ready for anything. Maybe it was, but Hanseo didn't care. He didn't pay attention to what the others said. Morin thought Hanseo was very self-confident and fearless and was not going to accept Hanseo into his ranks. Before Morin could finish speaking, Hanseo rushed at him to attack. He was even frightened by the surprise, but decided that he had to fight back. He took out his sword and struck Morin, and Morin did not expect this, and from the blow he fell to the ground, losing the ability to resist. This attack was so unexpected that Morin's people and the members of the Quadratus began to worry. After all, they did not expect Hanseo to be able to knock down their commander, who had always been very strong and almost invincible. Rachel began to worry about him and quickly rushed to his aid. Morin could not believe that Hanseo had managed to knock him down. After all, he had been running away from him all this time. But Morin believed that even so, Hanseo had no chance of winning. He believed that Hanseo couldn't compete with him, only because he had absorbed his own powers. He was going to crush Hanseo and take the power he had stolen from him earlier. Rachel said she would help and promised to use her skills, but the commander ordered her to keep quiet because he was not so weak that he needed help and could solve everything himself. Morin ordered his men to detain the Phantom Knights so that they could not intervene and help Hanseo. Hanseo said he was going to get out of the place anyway, but Morin said that Hanseo was just a beginner and was not capable of standing up to him. With these words, Morin rushed to the attack, preparing to strike the decisive blow to Hanseo. But Hanseo remained unmoved and was not going to retreat, and raising his sword, he prevented Morin from striking. Morin expected more from Hanseo, hoping that he would surprise him with his strength, but he saw nothing new. But Morin made sure that Hanseo could not become stronger than him, and in this battle he was completely powerless. So Morin decided that there was no way he could lose to the newcomer and said that it was now the end for Hanseo. And everything could have been different if Hanseo had simply joined Morin. After all, now Morin has managed to put his sword right through Hanseo's chest. Cal's Morin continued to say that the reason for Hanseo's death was very simple, and it was obvious to everyone. Hanseo is much weaker than Cal's Morin, and he has no chance in such a fight. Hanseo did not give up and continued to stand even after being hit. With his bare hand, he grabbed the sword stuck in his chest, ignoring the pain. And he said that now he would return the favor to Cal's Morin without sparing a second. Cal's Morin stabbed his sword right into Hanseo's chest, thinking that this was the end of him, but not realizing what would happen next. But Hanseo continued to smile and said that he could say the same about Cal's Morin. After he said this, Cal's Morin was very surprised and did not understand why Hanseo did not beg for mercy. Hanseo said that the Phantom Knight's artifacts are quite good and can do many things that seem impossible for others. So he thanked Cal's Morin for the gift, but Cal's Morin was sure that he had hit Hanseo's heart. Now he realized that Hanseo has a skill that allows him to change his physiology, which allows him to modify his body, but Hanseo said it was too late to think about it. With his dragon's paw, he passed through Cal's Morin's chest, and the last thing Cal's Morin had time to think about was how Hanseo managed to survive. After all, even if he changed his image, his heart remained the same, and he did not fall down lifeless after that. After he defeated Cal's Morin, Hanseo took up the sword to pull it out of his chest, despite the pain. After struggling, he finally succeeded and was able to pull the sword out of his chest. Thanks to his skill, he managed to create 3 hearts, so the enemy hit only one of them. The peculiarity of the transformation is that it turns out to be an imitation of the original skill owner. Dragon Mastery literally borrows the power of the dragon, allowing you to use its strength and abilities, although it also comes at a significant cost to the body. That's why Hanseo's body changed and became more powerful. Compared to dragons, the human body is too inefficient. The transformation back into a human body is very difficult, so Hanseo felt pain all the time. His runes were at about the 35th level, which meant that he still hadn't reached the peak of his abilities. He still lacked the skill to keep up his form, but he had no choice. But now it was only a matter of time, and Hanseo knew he had to act quickly to have a chance to win. He had to hurry, otherwise they might not have time to complete their mission. He left behind Jangasa, whose situation was very difficult, and seeing Hanseo moving away, Jangasu was still watching with his third eye. After that, it closed by saying a phrase that memorized him. Hanseo finally made it to the core of the Calamity Fish in preparation for the last stage. The others had not yet appeared here, so this was his chance. And thanks to Sophia, he quickly received information about the core of the Calamity Fish. It was high up, so it was very difficult to get to it on your own. And fish have a special defense mechanism for critical situations that was supposed to protect the core. And these were not only Phantom Knights, but also other forces that provided an additional level of protection. A special defense system responded to any approaching threat. It's simple, but there's nothing more effective than this system. So Hanseo could simply cut through these defenses. But given the fact that thanks to regeneration, the fish regenerates very quickly, he realized that this decision would not change anything. Therefore, to prevent the fish from recovering, he needed to use the liquid he had recently prepared. And this was the only way to deliver a decisive blow because other methods did not work due to the constant regeneration of fish. Hanseo lifted the poison liquid above him and broke the bottle in half. And this liquid not only turns things into stone, it also hardens on all surfaces. And it reduces regeneration, and as Hanseo expected, the alchemist's recipes worked perfectly and the liquid worked as he had hoped. Thanks to Sophia, Hanseo realized that all that was left was to reduce the number of tentacles to neutralize the defense of the Calamity Fish. He jerked his sword sharply and struck a powerful blow, piercing several tentacles. The Fish of Calamity felt the blow and began to emit a very loud cry that echoed deep in the underwater world. She began to move chaotically, trying to hide in the water, but Hanseo did not give her a chance to escape. Mincol and Aaron Pat watched from the shore, closely monitoring the unfolding situation. They discussed the words of Grandma Ferris they had recently heard and tried to understand what she meant. Aaron Pat decided that his closest assistants should remain on standby. Minchell said that he had never seen fish get so excited about something and create chaos around him. They couldn't understand what made the Calamity Fish so angry because before it was more calm, and now it acted as if something was hurting. The Fish of Calamity looked as if it had swallowed fire and was now in great pain. Suddenly, from the direction of the Calamity Fish, they noticed a new menacing silhouette approaching. Aaron Pat said that there is no time for reflection or delay. While Aaron Pat was watching, Sophia, who was approaching him, abruptly fell right on top of him. He was hit so hard that he lost consciousness for a moment. Sophia seemed to feel the pain of it too, but she kept moving. Sophia said that she almost crashed and that it was good that she was able to land on someone. They could not understand where Sophia came from and why she fell so suddenly. Sophia looked calm, but the Pisces was moving more and more and her movements were becoming more chaotic. Aaron Pat had never seen anything like this before and realized that the Fish of Distress was really in terrible pain. Sophia watched all this and wondered how long she had been trying to destroy the Fish of Disaster. Previously, everyone thought it was a silly prank. But now Sophia saw that it was much more complicated and the Fish of Disaster was actually much stronger. She only regretted that she could not do it with her own hands, although she could have helped. But finally, she will be able to free herself from this damn guilt. So now she realized that Hanseo had really kept his word. She tried to find a safe place to stop the fish and prevent it from approaching, but it was all in vain. But when all these attempts failed, she would again find herself near the shore and watch. With its huge body, the fish of evil nearly hit Sophia and Minchol, and together with Aaron and Pat, they tried to escape from the debris that was falling on their heads. They could not understand what was happening to the fish and why it decided to get out of the water. Then they realized that the fish of misfortune was spitting out what it had swallowed, and Minchol began to ask Sophia why she was behaving this way. But Sophia said that she and Hanseo had done what everyone had been waiting for. But now they have no time and need to move away from the extreme roots, otherwise the fish of calamity will crush them. She took the boys by the cloaks and dragged them away without any time for discussion. Other people who were on the island watched what was flying in the sky and were surprised by what was happening. And we realized that this skill that you don't see is similar to Sophia's. She was watched by a guy named Mikkel, who was approached by a girl who said that the pitfish might attack again. But Mikkel only asked the girl if she had sent the report, and what she needed to know was whether everything was done correctly. She said that she had just sent a carrier pigeon to say that they would be watching what was happening on the island. But Mikkel replied that this would not be enough and that he needed to send another pigeon. After all, this could be the end and the balance in the red zone could be destroyed. But the calamity fish was already making sounds with its last strength. Hanseo was still inside the fish of misfortune. Yellow liquid began to pour out of the walls of the fish's stomach, covering Hanseo from head to toe. It was a difficult test for the human body, and Hanseo felt his strength gradually depleting. The load on the body increased due to the use of the first type of transformation. More importantly, the tentacles of this sea creature had reduced regeneration. However, attacking it in the center was the only way to break through its defenses. Hanseo rushed forward, trying to overcome all obstacles in his path. He needed to get to the creature's head as quickly as possible to stop its movements. He moved quickly, using his strength to destroy the tentacles. Finally, he got close to the core of the fish of disaster, overcame all obstacles, and focused on ending it. He swung his sword and was sure that his strength was enough to destroy it. The sword struck the core with a loud sound, and Hanseo felt it penetrate the creature, causing great pain. Hanseo was convinced that the fish of calamity was in pain. Hanseo struggled to keep the sword in place, and then he decided to move on to the next stage of the plan. The first way to destroy a sea creature is to destroy its core inside. The second way was to go through the blood vessels connected to the creature's internal organs. After that, Hanseo had to find the heart of the creature and destroy it, because it was the weakest link. Hanseo decided to use the artifact he stole from Kaltzmorin. Thanks to this artifact, he could breathe even inside the creature without feeling a lack of air. The breath he stole from Kaltzmorin became the key to survival in such conditions. He had the best plan, and he was confident that he would be able to implement it to the end. He kept moving according to the plan, dodging the tentacles that tried to capture him. He cut the tentacles that he could not avoid and continued to move. He didn't notice when one of the tentacles suddenly hit him right in the back. The blow was strong, and Hanseo felt terrible pain, but he did not let it stop him. One of his hearts was wounded, but he found the strength to go on. Turning around, he cut off the tentacle that had struck him, and the pain did not recede, but he had no time to recover. Time was running out, and Hanseo knew he had to act immediately while he had the chance. The path was getting harder and every step was difficult, but he did not think about retreating, only about winning. While driving, he saw the tentacle approaching again and decided not to stop. His strength was getting smaller, but he realized that if he retreated, he would lose. The last chance was to move on, so I gathered all my strength and tore the tentacles in half. In order to avoid another attack, he used all his strength and accelerated so that the tentacle could not catch up with him. Finally, he got to the place he had been striving for so long, and this place was the energy center for the whole body of the fish. He saw fragments of the divine stone scattered around him, gleaming from the inner light. The stone was once the base of the world tree and had incredible magical power. Over time, it split into numerous parts and mysteriously ended up inside the fish of calamity. Hanseo gradually approached the stone, feeling the atmosphere change around him. His movement slowed down when he felt something strange and became alert. Suddenly, he stopped when he heard a noise coming from the surrounding walls, and this alarmed him even more. Monsters with huge fangs began to appear from the walls surrounding the stone. Their fangs grew bigger and the monsters quickly approached, threatening Hanseo. He decided to fight to the last, and he was not going to give up once he was in this trap. The monsters looked like huge snakes with dark, scaly bodies and long fangs. One of them rushed at Hanseo, but he gathered his strength and cut off his head with a powerful swing of his sword. The other monsters did not stop and continued to attack from all sides. Hanseo summoned all his energy and destroyed everyone who tried to approach with precise blows. While he was fighting the monsters, one of them wrapped itself around his leg, trying to keep him in place. Hanseo didn't even notice how it attached itself, and while he was distracted by the tentacles, more and more monsters appeared. Together, they surrounded him so tightly that he was no longer visible. The tentacles squeezed him tighter and tighter, blocking any possibility of escape or struggle. But Hanseo gathered all his strength and tore them in half, creating a path for himself. Swinging his sword at the stone, he tried to pierce its wall, but it turned out to be much more difficult than he expected. It was extremely difficult to cut directly through the vessels, to break the blood vessels that connected the stone fragments to the fish. He tried to break all the connections, but they were extremely tightly connected. Hanseo did not give up and continued to swing his sword, destroying the stone. After breaking the last barriers, he finally saw the true appearance of the stone, which was not what he thought it would be. It turned out that the stone was much smaller than he had expected, and given that its strength was sufficient to support the Fish of Calamity, it was extremely useful. Finally, Hanseo was able to get the stone, but suddenly the Fish of Calamity started moving even faster and fragments flew at Hanseo. Since he took the artifact inside, the space began to collapse, creating a danger. The pace of destruction was so great that Hanseo realized that he would not be able to get out of here. While he was thinking, he didn't notice another tentacle approaching him and trying to destroy him, and the tentacle threw him back so hard that Hanseo flew down, losing his balance. He was unable to hold the stone in his hand and slowly began to lose consciousness. When he lost consciousness, he found himself in the belly of the Fish of Calamity with no chance of survival. Meanwhile, one of the men received an order to find Hanso, the man who destroyed the Fish of Disaster, and went in search of him. On the shore of the island, the Fish of Disaster lay lifeless, broken, and destroyed. One guy stood next to her and told the others that Deputy Commander Lee had already arrived at the scene. Lee Hong appeared in front of them, and it was the man who was the deputy of Cowles Morin, the commander of the Assault Division, who was in charge of the operation. He got closer to the fish and realized that the rumors were true. He found a mask of Cowles Morin next to the fish, confirming that something terrible had happened to him. He had been entrusted with the responsibility of managing the Quadrature, but Li Hong could not understand what had happened to him. The bodies of the Quadrature clan members were also found nearby. As previously reported, everything points to the fact that they were all victims of one person. The man who told all this information asked Li Hong what they should do now. Li Hong replied that since the commander was no longer there, they should reconsider the strategy and structure of the unit. He threw away his mask, which surprised the guy standing next to him. And Li Hong is not like Cowles Morin, but he got his status only after a few years spent here compared to Li Hong. Then Li Hong remembered it and asked if there were any survivors. The guy said that the search was ongoing, but after the disaster there was little chance of finding artifacts in the fish. But Li Ho did not understand how such a large creature could die without a single rune, and he doubted that nothing useful remained after the battle. They never found out whether anyone managed to get out of there alive or not. Li Hong ordered his men to find any trace of Hanseo to find out what happened to him. We also had to check whether Yongus was able to see something with the help of the Thousand Eyes. He thought about everything that had happened and decided to move on, approaching the Fish of Misfortune. He realized that in this part of her body was the heart, which was probably the source of her strength. Parts of her body continued to die, but what exactly happened in this place remained a great mystery. They could not believe that Hanseo was so strong and capable of doing such a thing. Li Hong said that he was now the commander of the assault squad, and they had to move on. A guy ran up and said that the travelers were coming here from the villages. Li Hong said that they had to keep the place secret and asked why there were no guards. And the guy replied that there were too many travelers to stop them. But Li Hong was sure that all was well. The travelers only wanted to see the disaster fish, so he didn't worry until they came up. People began to realize that this huge monster was finally dead and that there would be no more threat from it. They couldn't believe that someone had finally managed to destroy this huge creature that had kept them in fear for so long. Sang Jin stood among them, and he had heard about the Fish of Calamity before from those who had survived all these horrors and from Hanso. He had also heard that there were incredible artifacts here, so he came forward and started shouting to people, asking if any of them wanted to take possession of the artifacts. People didn't understand what artifacts we were talking about, because hunting became difficult in the red zone and there was not enough food. What was there to say about artifacts, since even surviving in these conditions was not easy? Thus, Sang Jin made a noise in the crowd, and people decided to start a discussion. They thought that there were more of them, and that they could take away the artifacts from others and appropriate everything they could find. But Li Hong started shouting that he was here on orders and that this place was under control, so everyone had to retreat. He ordered his men to deal with those trying to enter the area and interfere with the task. All this was watched by a strange creature that resembled a huge golden eye hiding behind a tree. After it saw everything, it flew to Sophia to tell her what had happened. Sophia asked people to gather near the lighthouse fish to pay attention to the lighthouse clan, but something created a real stir among the audience. Everyone started to panic and couldn't understand what was happening, and she wanted to know who the guy was who was spreading rumors about everything that had happened. She noticed that there were people in the crowd who deliberately provoked others to create more chaos. Sophia didn't understand who these people were or why they were acting this way. It turned out to be Hanseo's team, but she didn't know it yet and didn't understand their role in the events. She decided that it was beneficial for her. It was good that she managed to attract the attention of the lighthouse, but she knew that people would not be able to hold on for long without help. She decided to act. Time was short. If one eye of God was not enough, she would have to take several, and each required a lot of power to control the white spheres. It was hard to manage all the areas, but there was no other choice since Hanseo had disappeared 3 days ago, and she believed that he was alive and she had to find him at all costs. Hanseo was lying unconscious on the shore of the island, not moving or showing signs of life, and there was no one around, only the fairy assistant silently waiting for him to wake up. The fairy was happy because she finally saw him after a long separation and began to wake him up with her little paw, hoping that he would wake up and open his eyes. Hanseo didn't respond to the fairy's attempts, so she said she would kiss him if he didn't wake up, and then he suddenly stood up, although he was not quite conscious. Although the fairy was a little sad that she couldn't kiss Hanseo, she was still happy that he had come to. It seemed that Hanseo had managed to recover before the transformation was completed, and was now ready to move on. Luckily, he got everything he needed, but he was not very happy to see the fairy helper wake him up. The fairy told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked if he missed her. Hanseo, without answering the question, simply asked her what she was doing in the red zone. Then the fairy said that they don't just appear unless something special happens. She could not just sit and watch what was happening, so she decided to intervene because things had gone too far and needed to be addressed as soon as possible. But she said that she was not angry with Hanseo for his actions and even praised him. She decided to see if Hanseo would be disturbed if she told him that the calamity fish didn't need to be destroyed. She pointed to the shore where a huge creature was lying and asked if it was his job because killing the fish calamity was not a mandatory task for the players. She reminded him that even if he did, there was no reward because the system did not set this as a goal, so the act remained invaluable but unnoticed. She wondered how he would react if he found out that he would not receive anything for such an achievement, because it would be too disappointing even for someone who had won anyway. Hanseo realized that for observers it looked sad when someone risked their life, and in the end did not receive strength or even gratitude for their actions. Hanseo decided to play along with the fairy, even though he knew she wasn't the type to be genuinely happy for others. But he didn't give up playing because something in her eyes changed. The fairy admitted that they couldn't decide what to do with Hanseo for a long time, because they had plans for him and wanted to use his potential for their own purposes. They believed that it was best if he threw himself into the abyss and fought to the end, because then he would be most useful and no one could stop him. Now she had a new offer that was beneficial to both of them, because it gave Hanseo the opportunity to develop further and continue on the path he had chosen. For the destruction of the Calamity Fish, he could get 8 skills, among which was one special ability from the Lord of the Undead series, and it was very rare. This ability allowed you to summon phantoms and subjugate them, creating your own army, and this opened up huge opportunities for further struggle. Since the maximum number of skills was limited to 7, this ability became even more valuable, but the fairy warned that the next reward had other difficult conditions. Hanseo immediately realized that these were not ordinary bonuses but real artifacts, and although the fairy wanted to continue, he said that this power was enough for him. The fairy was surprised by his decision because she hadn't yet had time to explain what he would get in return, and he had already accepted the terms without waiting for full information. He said that he did not need to know the details because the second award was related to the cleansing of the world from the disasters, and he wanted to take on this important work. The fairy asked him if he realized how difficult it was, but Hanseo confidently made it clear that he was ready and no longer doubted his choice. She was delighted because she did not expect him to agree without hesitation, and nevertheless took on the task without hearing all the conditions. Hanseo threw himself into the sea of poison, saying that they would see each other again, and disappeared into the depths, intending to complete a new dangerous mission on his own. His actions made the fairy happy because if he had chosen the easy way, she would have been upset, but now she saw that he had a real potential. It was very difficult to identify all the disasters in the red zone. Even the experts did not know their exact location, and the fairy hoped that he would be affected. At that time, the massive roots of a tree called the all-devouring root were moving underground, and its power was so great that it destroyed everything around it. This root was angry because it could no longer hear the voice of the fish of the calamity, and it was through it that it could learn what was happening on the surface and control the environment. The calamity fish was his ears, so its death meant he lost contact with the surface and went into a rage, destroying everything that touched his many roots. Meanwhile, Hanseo made it ashore exhausted but not broken, because he felt that his strength was gradually returning and he could now continue to act. He had not yet fully recovered, but he was ready for a new battle because he knew that the real battle was just beginning, and there was not much time left. After accepting the fairy's conditions, he realized that everything was much more serious than it seemed at first glance, and from now on he would have to be even more careful. He recalled that Kang Tae had warned him about a crystal that accelerated the destruction of the abyss, and so he had to act even faster than before to prevent a catastrophe. He recalled that Kang Tae said that he could not go back to the past himself because he had other responsibilities, so the mission fell entirely on Hanseo's shoulders. Now everything depended on him, and his every decision could change the course of events, so Hanseo had to fight without the margin for error. This task could no longer be transferred to someone else because only he could cope with it, and only he realized its seriousness. He thought about his girlfriend, and this thought became another incentive to fight because he wanted to do everything possible to preserve hope and their future. There was no one around, so he could only hold on to his memories and keep going because he could not stop even for a moment. He dreamed that during this crazy journey he might meet her again and feel the warmth he had lost so long ago. He knew that he had to save humanity even if it took his last strength, because his path had long since become much more than a personal one. The memories of her inspired him not to give up because he believed that he could still finish what he had started, and then everything would make sense. Even the most cruel losses. His skills allowed him to fight the most dangerous enemies, and although he did not seek rewards, the fish of the disaster was an important part of his plan. The victory over it helped to maintain the balance in the red zone and gave us a chance to prepare for the next battle with the evil that could appear anywhere. Now he got what he wanted, and fulfilled his promise to Sophia because it was she who had been working for a long time to get to this point, and this victory belonged to her as well. He thought it would be nice to meet her again, but for now he had to visit a place where he could find answers and understand what to do next. But suddenly people appeared who ran to him and shouted something without understanding his actions, because they believed that he was creating unnecessary chaos and disrupting order. Soon a large group came running and tried to catch him like a predator, and Hanseo immediately realized that these people definitely did not come in peace. He thought it was a great opportunity to warm up for the upcoming battle and at the same time find out who these people were and why they were trying to stop him. It was a good thing that there were many strangers around because everyone could have some useful information. So Hanseo quickly rushed to them to find out more. One of the men was nervous when he saw how well Hanseo looked, and he promised that he would take care of him so that he could talk without any obstacles. It didn't take long for all the hostile people to be destroyed, and Hanseo proved that he was capable of handling any threat on his own. During the interrogation, he learned that 3 days had already passed, which meant that the disaster had begun to intensify and that the situation was becoming more and more dangerous. He was shocked that he had been unconscious for so long, and it made him even more worried because now everything could get out of control. If he does not act quickly, he will lose this opportunity because disasters spread very quickly, and there is no time to think or prepare. He rushed forward because he didn't want to delay and knew he had to get to the right place before things got even more complicated than they already were. Suddenly, a green crystal fell in front of him and stopped him, and made him wary because it was clearly an intervention from the outside. Hanseo looked up and saw a stranger and realized that he was being stopped on purpose, and the reason for this was still unknown. In front of him stood a man who asked if all these rumors about him were true, thus creating an atmosphere of intrigue and tension around the meeting. This man's name was Mikkel Levanon, and he was part of the Valkyrie clan and also belonged to a group of assistants, which explained his appearance here. Mikkel was happy to meet him, but Hanseo was not in the mood for conversation, and said that he had better tell him why he had come, because there was no time left. Everyone knew that Sophia was looking for Hanseo, but they didn't know if she had found him, so when they saw him alive, they realized that he had made it. Mikkel said that he would do everything to make Aaron Pat answer for the Phantoms because he had done a very dangerous thing and would definitely pay for it. He said that Aaron Pat had done something stupid and now the situation was out of control, so he had better not take any more risks. Hanseo had become their main target, and now everything depended on how he would behave and whether he could withstand the pressure of the events. One of the Phantoms approached Hanseo and drew his sword, preparing to fight if necessary because his goal was more important than any explanation. Suddenly, Sophia's magic began to manifest around her, surrounding the space and changing the balance of power, making everyone wary of a new threat. Sophia finally managed to find Hanseo, an important achievement because the search took a lot of time and required constant concentration. She asked him why he was constantly wasting time talking to those who could not help, because it irritated her from the very beginning. But inside she felt relieved that he was alive and still around. Mikkel came up to her and asked why she was helping Hanseo as part of the Phantoms. He said that the Phantoms are already aware of the events and have received all the necessary information about the situation in the area around them. They knew that it was Hanseo and Sophia who had been in charge of the situation from the beginning, and now, thanks to them, control of the events remained in the right hands. Sophia said that she had long ago decided to protect Hanseo and would not allow others to interfere because only he knows how to complete what began in this place. She ordered him to run away because he had more important things to do than talk to Phantoms, and she created an opportunity for escape by distracting the pursuers. Hanseo realized that he didn't have time to explain and had to move on. Sophia supported him by covering his back to gain a few crucial minutes. Mikkel denied it and said that they simply misunderstood each other because he wanted to know if Hanseo had really defeated the Fish of Disaster that everyone was talking about. He was trying to find out whether it was this person who destroyed the Fish of Disaster because it changed the attitude of the Phantoms and could affect their further actions. But Hanseo didn't understand the significance of this. He wondered why it was so important and how it related to his mission, which was much more serious. Mikkel just sighed and said that in that case he would have to act differently because if he didn't understand, he wouldn't see the whole picture. He stretched out his hand in a gesture of offering an alliance, making everyone surprised because no one expected such a decision, especially from a representative of the Phantoms. Sophia was wary because she did not understand why Mikkel was proposing an alliance and why he was trying to join someone who was a stranger to them yesterday. Hanseo also didn't understand what the benefit was and why Mikkel was so insistent, because there was some suspicious logic to it that made him suspicious. Then Mikkel said that he could provide support from his assistants, and believed that such an offer would be quite beneficial for both parties. He was convinced that an alliance with Hanseo would change the course of events at this stage, and help change the state of affairs in the Red Zone to the benefit of all. He reiterated that such cooperation is beneficial because it gives both of them a chance to win, although he still hoped that Hanseo would agree without hesitation. Sophia felt that Mikkel was hiding something, so she told Hanseo not to trust him, because there was definitely more to the proposal than meets the eye. Mikkel didn't hide the fact that he wanted to change the Red Zone because nothing had changed since he came here until Hanseo destroyed their ideas. While they were talking, a giant stem of an all-devouring root burst out of the ground, mixing the soil and destroying everything around it. The ground began to tremble and pieces of the surface fell down as the root grew and swallowed everything around it, forming giant funnels. Even magical attacks did not stop this creature because its stems were too strong and could not be destroyed by conventional or energy attacks. But the monster was not alone. Several more creatures rose from the ground and began to attack from all sides, forcing people to panic and flee. These creatures moved quickly, showing cruelty. They chased people and devoured all those who made too much noise, forcing others to flee. Such creatures rarely came to the surface, so everyone was shocked because they did not understand what made them appear here and at this moment. People were begging for help, but the sounds of the monsters drowned out their cries. He shouted that staying here is death and called on everyone to unite to at least try to survive in the conditions of complete chaos. But Hanseo stopped him and said that if Mikkel really wanted to help, he had to go with him because there was no time to think. Mikkel was surprised because he did not understand where he wanted to go when there was complete danger around him, and it seemed that there was nowhere to run. But Hanseo assured him that the place was close by, so it was better to focus on the next step because every second counts now. He pointed to the master standing further away and said that their path was there. Mikkel did not understand why this place was so important. Mikkel suspected that Hanseo was joking because it looked too dangerous, but he remained calm and confident, as if everything was going according to plan. Mikkel couldn't understand what it meant to go inside, but Hanseo tied their hands with a magic rope and pulled him into the darkness. Together they rushed right into the stem that burst out of the ground, and Hanseo felt the space around them change, shrinking and pulling them further. Inside it was just as he imagined, dark, cramped, and eerie, and the monster's mouth seemed like a bottomless trap leading to the unknown. Hanseo focused on his own but remembered that he had pulled Mikkel with him and saw him falling down without controlling his landing. He turned around and thought that Mikkel looked like he wasn't ready for the fall, and the whole scene looked very uncertain even for him. Mikkel accused Hanseo of making a foolish decision because he did not understand why he was dragged into this chaos and why he had to risk his life in such a situation. It all seemed absurd to Mikkel, who did not expect to find himself inside the monster, not understanding what he was supposed to do next. But Hanseo reminded him that he had promised to help him, and it was time to fulfill his promise, although Mikkel immediately said that this was not part of his plan. Hanseo said that all calamities have a common feature, although the others did not understand what he meant, and their confidence began to wane. Mikkel didn't understand his words, everything seemed confusing. But before they could say anything, they noticed a strange movement inside the monster's mouth. Hanseo prepared for the battle and told Mikkel not to hesitate because 6 monsters were approaching them and were ready to attack them all at once. Mikkel was afraid because the shadows were moving too fast and he felt that it was a trap from which it would not be easy to get out alive. He exclaimed that fighting with so many enemies was suicide and suggested that they run away, otherwise they would all die here. But Hanseo replied that the main thing now was concentration, so he activated the dragon's power and decided to go forward because it was too late to retreat. For Hanseo, there was no going back, and he broke through the crowd of monsters without giving them a single chance to win. One by one, he tore them apart with his sword and did not stop, because he knew that only complete determination would help him survive in this meat grinder. Mikkel watched from the sidelines and did not understand how Hanseo managed to fight without rest, because his movements were precise and ruthless. He was afraid because these monsters seemed too strong, and he saw no point in fighting them alone. But he also couldn't understand how Hanseo remained so calm and resolute, because he seemed completely unimpressed by the situation. Sophia appeared next to him and said that Mikkel did not understand yet, because he had just started to get acquainted with the main character and had not seen everything he had experienced. She watched Hanseo destroy monsters and couldn't believe that he was still silently moving forward, even though there was only horror around him. Mikkel shouted that it was time to run because the situation was becoming critical, but Sophia and Hanseo talked calmly as if nothing threatening was happening. Sophia said she came to help, and Hanseo said that in such a situation, determination is important, not doubt, so Mikkel should leave if he is afraid. Mikkel decided not to back down and joined the fight because he realized that he could not just stand by while others risked their lives. He reminded himself that he had promised Hanseo he would help her, and now it was time to prove that he could keep his word despite any threat. He looked at Sophia and asked if he would finally see the true power of the 7 phantoms, because he wanted to understand what made them so legendary. He was most interested in whether he could personally see what Hanseo was capable of, and whether he really had the power to change the course of the entire struggle. After all, it was he who changed the situation in the Red Zone, and now Mikkel has begun to believe that real change is indeed possible. Sophia already knew that Hanseo was not like everyone else, because even after a short acquaintance, it became obvious that he had incredible strength. His abilities gave him a chance to lead others, and this made him a key figure in the fight against the Calamity. So the 3 fighters rushed into the decisive battle because there was no time to hesitate, and every moment could decide the outcome of this battle. Although they had less and less strength left, they continued to fight because they knew that stopping would mean a complete collapse for everyone around them. All three acted in a coordinated manner, relying on each other's skills and support because only together could they withstand the enemy. Mikkel admitted that they are holding on for now, but their strength is already running out, and there is a threat that the next wave will break their defenses. He asked Hanseo how much longer they could hold off the offensive because he realized that they could not delay any longer and that new actions were needed. Hanseo replied that the number of monsters had decreased, and that meant the end of the first wave, so they could only hold their ground until the next attack. Sophia said that she had been watching the calamities for a long time, and now, thanks to her skills, she was able to determine the approximate location of one of the main enemies. She cast the Eye of God into the crowd of monsters to find the exact location of the calamity, because time was short and she had to act as quickly as possible. If this root is like the fish of calamity, external attacks will do nothing, so you need to get inside and strike it from the depths. The root was weak inside the demon's mouth because it was there that the passage to the heart of the creature was formed, and only from the inside it could be destroyed. The real body that absorbed everything was deep beneath the world tree, so finding the right way to it meant opening up the possibility of a blow. There was a passage through the mouth from which the monsters climbed, and that was where the point of impact was, so Sophia realized that this was where the decisive blow could be struck. She finally identified the place with the help of God's eye, but to take advantage of the chance they had, to get there as soon as possible. She told Hanseo that she had found the entrance, but the connection to the eye had been cut off because of the monsters, so it was up to him and his ability to make it through. Hanseo replied that this was not a problem for him. He was ready to overcome any difficulties and transformed into a dragon by activating a new power. He said that he could do it in a minute because his body had gained new capabilities, and he no longer doubted his chances of winning. His movements became clear and purposeful because the battle for the red zone was important, and he was not going to stop until he reached the goal. With confidence and new opportunities, he pushed forward, knowing that this strength would allow him to overcome obstacles and destroy enemies. Sophia saw that the transformation was much stronger, and Mikkel immediately realized that Hanseo was using a dragon-related skill. What he saw impressed Mikkel greatly. He could not imagine how Hanseo managed to master such skills and gain such a rare power. Sophia said that this form does not last long, so they need to act quickly because they may not get a second chance to get to the center. She added that even with such strength, Hanseo can't fight all the monsters alone, so she'll have to help pave the way for him. Sophia stepped forward to protect Hanseo, and Mikkel added that he had already called the clan to the surface, and hoped they would be able to help in time. He didn't know how long it would take, but he hoped that with support, they would be able to overcome the monsters because he could no longer stand aside. Even though he had no confidence in his own abilities, Mikkel did not stop because he realized that the support might not be in time, and the battle was already in full swing. Mikkel and Sophia stood in front of Hanseo, protecting him from the monsters, knowing that only by working together could they make their way to the goal. Hanseo looked at them, and this picture seemed familiar to him because he had seen friends covering each other in battle once before. The memories of his old comrades made him feel warm and determined because he remembered how they had once fought together and never gave up until the end. But there was no time for nostalgia because the monsters attacked and Hanseo realized that he had to use everything he had saved for the decisive moment. He pulled out the stone that he had extracted from the body of the Fish of Evil because he believed that now was the moment when his power would really be needed. Sophia and Mikkel could not understand why he took the stone because they had no idea what he was going to do with it. But Hanseo said he would break the stone into pieces because he had a plan to use this power to stop the monster's advance. He was convinced that the power of the stone would be the key to victory and was willing to take risks to gain even a small advantage. Then he pulled out the sword he had taken from Dongetsu earlier because he knew that this weapon could help him destroy everything that would stand in his way. When Hanseo started swinging his sword, the monsters fell one by one because his strength was so great that no one could get close. He remembered that Sung Jin was good at equipment because the Forgotten Blade turned out to be an extremely powerful weapon with a special ability. Hanseo asked Sophia and Mikkel to hold up their swords because he was going to use the technique of magical resonance to transfer some of his power to them. This was the first time he used this relic to its fullest potential, as he activated its power-up abilities and prepared for the last decisive attack. But the true potential of this weapon is revealed only if it is combined with the energy of the Divine Stone, which is why he prepared everything in advance. Hanseo shared the stone's power with Mikkel and Sophia, so that all three could fight on equal terms and increase their chances of winning the battle. Meanwhile, new monsters appeared on the surface and spread throughout the Red Zone Island, so the threat was getting stronger. One of the guys was nervous because he couldn't understand why the reinforcements hadn't arrived yet, and why they were left alone at such a crucial moment. Suddenly, he noticed a pigeon with a message from Mikkel, and realized that help was coming, so he had to act quickly before it was too late. When he saw the message, he realized that it was time to act because Mikkel needed help, and only a united effort could change the course of events. But as soon as he tried to grab the pigeon, it fell down and it became clear that it was done by people from the Valkyrie clan, which completely changed the situation. He asked Aaron Pad if he was already aware that the Mayak clan was looking for Hanseo, and if he understood the threat this situation posed to the entire red zone. I was surprised to hear this because no one expected such a turn of events. Eren said that this was an internal matter of the lighthouse, and that the disasters were only subordinate to them. Because of this, the Valkyrie clan's assistants had to retreat because their presence only hindered the resolution of the main conflict. But Ehrenpat objected and said that they could not leave because they were already surrounded by monsters and would have to fight, regardless of other people's orders. It seemed that the entire red zone came to life as giant stalks burst out of the ground and attacked simultaneously from all directions. Li Hong said that now they have to deal with the monsters that remain on the surface themselves, because there will be no external help. Everyone understood that there were more important tasks in the village, so the destruction of the enemies fell entirely on their shoulders without reinforcements from above. At this time, Han Seo and the others continued to fight inside the stem against the monsters that attacked from within without ceasing. Everything looked like a real hell because it seemed that all the monsters of this world had gathered in one place to destroy them once and for all. When Mikkel saw Li Hong, he was surprised and asked what he was doing here, because he did not expect to meet him in the middle of this crazy battle. Li Hong said that Mikkel should be responsible for his actions because he is on the territory belonging to the clan and has no right to act independently. He said that this place is under the control of the Mayak, and it's time for Mikkel to stop meddling in other people's affairs and return to the surface. But the way they came in was already blocked by barriers, and all attempts to escape were futile because new monsters were approaching them. Han Seo instantly reacted and destroyed the enemy and told Li Hong that if he wanted to survive, he had to fight instead of standing on the sidelines. Li Hong was shocked because he hadn't expected Han Seo to be so strong, even though he had previously thought that he was an ordinary player with no experience. He realized that Han Seo was not a random person, and that there was no point in wasting energy on confronting him, but rather focusing on the common threat. He decided to report the situation to the management and deal with Han Seo later, because the monsters were the main problem right now. Despite the fact that Han Seo had just arrived, he demonstrated exceptional skills and acted confidently, proving that he was able to adapt quickly. But Li Hong believed that it was all thanks to Sophia, because without her support, Han Seo would hardly have reached such a level of power in a short time. He believed that if he eliminated Han Seo, he would be appointed commander of the assault unit, because it would be a logical development on his part. But Han Seo came up and said that they would not last long in such conditions, and that they urgently needed to change their strategy to avoid defeat. He raised the dragon's paw, and Li Hong did not understand what was happening, because he did not expect to see a manifestation of such a level of power from a stranger. Han Seo divided the power of the Divine Stone among all his allies, but it was very exhausting because each one took a part of the energy. But despite his fatigue, for the first time he decided not to act alone but to work together with others because only teamwork could save everyone in this battle. The fight continued successfully because, thanks to the new strength, the fighters became more enduring and could effectively destroy monsters without losing momentum. People spent less effort fighting the monsters around them, and this allowed them to save energy for the next clashes without losing their morale. The all-devouring root sensed that something had changed on the surface, and its intuition told it that the situation was out of control and it should be wary. To protect himself, he created a huge dome that glowed with blue light, but at the same time, he realized that it could become his weakest point. He became aware that an intruder had appeared on his territory, and this thought caused anxiety because outsiders usually brought serious problems. To stop the threat, he summoned magical creatures that looked like humans, but were driven by other goals and were created for defense. The battle was becoming increasingly fierce, and Han Seo ordered everyone to push forward because every minute counted, and it was unacceptable to waste it. Li Hong watched and did not believe that this was possible. The power that Han Seo gave to others was so great that it seemed unreal. Inside the demon's mouth, the defense was even stronger than outside, and Li Hong decided that if he could get deeper than Han Seo, he could succeed. He was ready to attack, but suddenly felt his power weakening, and he did not understand why he was suddenly losing his magical energy. The monster grabbed him with its paw, and he could not escape from it, feeling the magical energy gradually leaving his body without the possibility of recovery. He realized that he could no longer feel the flow of power. Sophia used magic to free him from the monster's clutches, but warned him that it was the last time. Li Hong was shocked that she helped because he considered her a heretic, and could not imagine that he would ever receive support from her. He ordered his group to immediately take up positions and destroy the monsters because there was no time to think, and the situation required immediate action. Meanwhile, Sophia began to lose control of Han Seo's power because she realized that her energy was almost exhausted and she would not be able to help anymore. The power that Han Seo had given her became unstable, and she no longer understood what was happening in the part of the red zone where he had disappeared. She didn't know where he went, but she remembered how it all started and was worried because this path seemed too dangerous even for him. Han Seo said he had to keep going and couldn't stop, even though Sophia asked him to stay because she couldn't let him die alone. Besides, they still hadn't dealt with the masters who were threatening them from the outside, but Han Seo said they wouldn't be able to move as they were now. So he decided not to share his strength and asked them to watch his back. But Sophia decided to go with him because she didn't want to leave him alone. Once at the root, Han Seo saw something strange happening to him and realized that there was more to it than meets the eye. He also noticed that this part is guarded by creatures that do not allow anyone to go further and are ready to stop anyone who dares to approach. He knew that the guards would show up as soon as he made the first step because the security system was supposed to work against any intrusion. The last trap before him was complex and dangerous, and any mistake could cost him his life, but Hanseo was ready for this test. And although these creatures were rare and unknown, he did not hesitate because he had no time for doubts and took the first step toward his main enemy. But this guard was surprisingly agile and avoided all attacks with such ease that Hanseo had to reconsider his entire combat strategy. Hanseo did not stop and continued to hit even when the opponent looked invulnerable because he knew he had to fight to the end no matter what. With each movement, the enemy became stronger and Hanseo could no longer stand it, as his mental stress reached its limit and his strength began to leave his body. When the guard saw this, he tried to counterattack and swung with all his might, forcing Hanseo to immediately go on the defensive. This blow was so powerful that it could have crushed him, but thanks to his skills and endurance, Hanseo was able to stay on his feet and not fall. The enemy was difficult to hit because his body was strong, his movements were fast, and every attack was precise, so Hanseo realized that he had to act even faster. He hoped that his strength and skills would help to inflict damage, and at least partially break the enemy to tilt the battle in his favor. After a powerful blow with the relic, the guard felt pain in his arm, and this was the first sign that he could be defeated. But the wounds were not as serious as expected, and Hanseo had to summon all his will to continue the fight without delay. This enemy was one of the Elfenheim generals, a representative of a special army that influenced the course of events due to its unique abilities. The power of these creatures grew because they were part of an ancient security system that remained active even after the destruction of its creators. Hanseo's right arm was damaged after the last blow, but he continued to fight because he knew that surrendering here meant death. He could not fully repel the attack because he left some of his strength to others, so now he had to fight with limited resources. This greatly complicated his situation because, without full strength, he could not confront the general on equal terms and had to look for other ways. Hanseo's plan was almost perfect, but he did not take into account that the Elfenheim generals have their own relics that they use very effectively in battle. Hanseo awakened one of the relics with a fragment of the Divine Stone, hoping that it would give him the necessary strength to continue the fight. But using this relic turned out to be much more difficult than he expected, because controlling its power required much more effort. To win, he had to gather as much power as possible from the relic and the Divine Stone, because that was the only way he had a chance of success. The main target was not the Elfenheim generals themselves, but the source behind them that made them so powerful and dangerous. He wanted to know what exactly gave them such power, because only by revealing this secret could he understand how to stop them once and for all. But unexpectedly, a second security system was activated, indicating that a new wave of more powerful enemies was now approaching the battle. Before Hanseo's eyes, Galandrin's army appeared, looking formidable and preparing to attack without any delay or warning. The situation was becoming increasingly difficult, and even Hanseo was no longer confident in his strength, because he knew that this battle could last for a very long time. But despite this, he had an advantage because he possessed forces capable of fighting such enemies and was ready to take advantage of every opportunity. It was at this moment that other allies appeared who had already fought the monsters and were ready to help him restore balance in the battle. They joined him without delay and joined the battle in an effort to support Hanseo and reduce the burden on his shoulders. Now the forces were approximately equal, which gave them a chance to win because the enemy no longer had a decisive numerical advantage. People did not understand who these creatures were and why they were here because they were not the usual monsters, and their appearance only increased the sense of danger. Sophia recalled seeing such creatures in the stomach of the lichefish and realized that they were connected to the past and carried something very dangerous. Leon felt that the magic around him had changed. Li Hong asked how far he could go, but Hanseo couldn't answer because he was focused on the battle. He did not expect this battle to be so difficult and realized that the situation had become so complicated that he would have to completely change his plan. He had no right to be distracted because he was fighting Elfenheim, and every move mattered because losing the initiative meant losing everything. Hanseo tried to attack with only one hand, but it was not as effective and he had to make more effort to keep up. Suddenly, a magic stone appeared and Hanseo realized that his enemy could use it to strengthen his attacks at any time. His blows were not strong enough because the Elfenheimers recovered quickly and their counterattacks became more and more dangerous. Hanseo realized that this battle would last longer than expected, so he decided to sustain himself with the dragon art to keep himself in control. He was constantly restoring his body through the technique, but noticed that with each use of strength in it, he was getting less, and fatigue was accumulating faster. The consumption of magical energy was too high even for him, so the feeling of exhaustion was getting stronger, and had already begun to affect his movements. If he didn't change his approach, his blood vessels might not survive, so Hanseo focused on one goal to avoid making mistakes that would be fatal. The Elfenheim are creatures that until recently ruled the Red Zone. To protect themselves from the dangers of the outside world, they created the World Tree and used secret genetic engineering to do so. And also, what was its foundation and gave life to everything in the red zone? They also created a plant and hid it deep in the roots of the world tree. But over time, this plant stopped functioning because of the calamities, so the root, which was originally created to help the plant, turned into a root that eats everything and became a calamity. This explains why the plant has become uncontrollable and irritable. However, without enough power, the root can only buy time and exhaust those who try to harm it. So that's probably why the security systems were activated to protect themselves. The Elfenheim army, or 5 generals, are the eternal guardians of the plant. Thanks to the magic of preservation, these creatures have been transformed into eternally living fighters. They have retained the propulsive and regenerative abilities they possessed at the maximum level of their powers. Elfenheim bodies are stronger than human bodies, which makes them excellent and incredibly powerful opponents. But Hanseo knew that if he used the Dragon Mastery to activate the transformation, he might be able to defeat these creatures. Most of all, he must beware of their ability to regenerate, which is constantly reinforced by the central heart with the help of the power of the plant. It's like competing against zombies that keep regenerating, and at this rate, it will never end. So the 5 generals are just a distraction for Hanseo, who is trying to destroy this calamity. And he knew he had only one target. So when one of the Elfenheim, or rather Fabian, started attacking Hanseo, he activated the Ring of Nirma, the power of destruction. He decided that he would use the transformation to maximize the flow of magical power and direct it to one place. And he will also use the power of the Nirmak Ring on top of the initial power of the Relic and the Shard of the Divine Stone. And he will try to make his way forward with all the power he has. And when Fabian was ready to grab Hanseo, he stabbed him with his sword all over his body with incredible speed. Fabian screamed from the surprise and lack of understanding of what had just happened. But Hanseo also knew that even if Fabian's armor was created with the Relic of Galadrinan, they will not be able to completely block the power of destruction of the Nirma Ring. So when Fabian is wounded, Hanseo decides that he has enough time to continue with his plan while one of the enemies regenerates. He succeeded, but unexpectedly, when Hanseo had already passed the wounded Fabian, he faced a new threat from another Elfenheim. These were the beads of Ekadrin, each of which is as strong as Fabian's armor. In other words, Hanseo could destroy them, but only if he put even more effort into it. But unexpectedly, when Hanseo was about to destroy one of them, it split on its own. A surprised Hanseo stood watching Ehedrin and could not understand what had happened. After all, it was definitely an attack from him. And why did he change his mind so abruptly when his goal is to destroy, or at least delay, the one who is trying to harm the central heart of the plant? But in a moment, he realized his cunning plan. He did it on purpose and released magical energy around the relic to force Hanseo to attack. So Hanseo suspected that this might mean that the main part was not damaged and the relic was still intact. And now Ehedrin began to attack Hanseo with renewed vigor to make him regret his intentions of coming here. But this time Hanseo managed to repel his attack, even though he found it very difficult because of his thoughts and confusion. Hanseo realized that even if he destroyed the relic's form, its power would remain the same. It was all too complicated, and Hanseo couldn't figure out how to proceed, and realized that his guesses about how to defeat these creatures and destroy the central heart as soon as possible were wrong. And now he had to continue to fight these creatures and come up with a new plan, remembering everything he had already known or learned from Keldian before he went back in time. Meanwhile, the other travelers continued to fight against Galadriel's almost insurmountable army. But despite all their efforts, they could not destroy the creatures without them coming back to life and attacking again. One of the fighters was so tired that he could not even remember how many times this had already been going on. His magical power became unstable, and he could not move normally because all his strength was almost spent fighting the creatures outside and on the way to the very depths in the central heart. And now there is the invincible Galadriel army, which seems unwilling to die and is attacking the strangers more and more. It was simply impossible to fight without Hanseo's strength. But while he was thinking about it, he noticed that one of the monsters from Galadriel's army was back and preparing to attack. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting traveler began to ask his commander how much longer they would have to compete. After all, he was already very tired and realized that even attacking nonstop, the number of these creatures did not decrease. Then Michael, who was immersed in the struggle, shouted to them to keep their attention and continue fighting. But this traveler was sure that they were in this situation because of Michael's assistant. At that moment, Sophia appeared and said that there was no point in complaining in such a situation. She used her power and the power Hanseo gave her and threw them into the Galadriel army to delay them a little longer, while Hanseo fought stronger enemies. Sophia told the soldiers to forget about everything and focus on fighting Galadriel's army. Otherwise, they could all die because there is no turning back, and there is no time to complain or look for fault. Watching Sophia, Li Hong reflected on the fact that he had previously believed that Sophia Viraj had destroyed the first calamity. But after watching her all this time, he realized who was really willing to do this. Besides, Kang Hanseo turned out to be stronger than he had thought, and he decided that he needed to tell one person the exact information again, and everything else can wait until they get out of this terrible and dangerous place. So without anyone noticing, he quietly created a pigeon and sent it to his boss. Meanwhile, Hanseo continued to fight Ehedrin and thought about how to end this fight as soon as possible before the strength of all participants was exhausted. During the fight, he did not know where to go because while he was blocking one attack, two more appeared at once. and he could not defend himself from them. So if it's impossible to avoid the attack, no matter what he does, Hanseo decided to attack himself. And after he had recovered from the blow in a moment, he rushed to Elfenheim and wanted to hit him, but was thrown back by a strong blow. The pain was so intense that Hanseo thought his leg was being severed, but that was not what he was thinking. And after enduring incredibly intense pain, he was able to pull himself together. He realized that if this was only part of the damage, he could use the rebound to break through, and he ran harder, even though Ihidren continued to attack him. But Hanseo knew that if he could land one accurate shot, it would not be a big deal if he was wounded. So he was wounded, but it didn't hurt Hanseo too much, so he kept moving forward. Meanwhile, Ihidren began to prepare a new attack, and when he saw that Hanseo was too close, he decided to block his attack. But Hanseo knew that it was too late for him to block his attack. And when Hanseo ran past him, he was very surprised because he didn't try to stop him, but rather defended himself so that he couldn't harm him. But this time, Hanseo managed to deceive Ihidren, and pretending that he was going to strike again, he actually had a new target. So he went straight to the central heart, and before the Elfenheim could realize what had happened, he swung his sword with all his might and hit the target. Hanseo's sword cut right into the heart, and then it began to crack. A few moments later, it broke into 2 parts. So Hanseo finally did what he had planned from the beginning, and despite the obstacle, he passed it and was able to reach the central heart. After all, the struggle could not continue like this, and he had already lost too much time here, and this was only the second disaster he had to overcome on the fairy's instructions. In addition, other participants in this world were fighting with him, so we could not let them suffer. So now that the Elfenheim were confused and still couldn't understand what had happened, Hanseo instantly ran past them, and they didn't even notice him striking them, because he decided it was time to end it. At the same moment, all those monsters who fought against other travelers in this place and who simply could not die no longer came to life. Sophia breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that it was finally over. It was also quite unexpected because all the knights of Galadriel's armies stopped moving. Suddenly, Kong Hanseo appeared next to them and said that their power source had run out, and they were all safe now. Everyone was surprised to see Hanseo because he was beaten up, but despite this, he received a new artifact and was calm. Hanseo also said that this was only the beginning, and they should move on. But Li Hong was furious and asked Hanseo if he was really going to go even further. After all, they had almost died in this fight, and Li Hong couldn't believe that Hanseo was still full of strength and confidence, that he could overcome the next difficulties. After all, if he did, his clan, the Lighthouse, would be gone, and they are not going to voluntarily put themselves in that kind of danger. Li Hong said that his men and he followed Hanseo because it was an emergency. Hanseo said that was true, but he took up his sword, and at the time, Li Hong was sure that they had reached an understanding. But when he opened his eyes, he was furious because he saw Hanseo just swing his sword at him, and without feeling any pain, thought he was just in shock or still under the influence of Hanseo's power. Still, he couldn't believe that he hadn't noticed Hanseo trying to attack him. Li Hong started shouting at him, wondering how he could do this to him after they had literally been watching his back while he fought the stronger monsters. They did not allow Galadriel's army to attack by surprise, but Hanseo calmly rubbed his hands together and said that Li Hong had misunderstood him and he hadn't intended to attack at all. And with this wave, the mass was only paving the way for itself to continue. But as if he remembered something, he turned to Li Hong and the others and said that he had completely forgotten to ask them if they could hold their breath. It turns out that Hanseo cut the wall with his sword and some kind of liquid began to pour out. Hearing the strange sound, Li Hong and his team returned and were horrified by what they saw and could not believe that Hanseo was crazy enough to put them in such danger. He did not even ask them if they wanted to continue to help him, and moreover, Li Hong warned them immediately after the battle that they planned to return. It turned out that it was not a simple liquid, but a poisonous sea that in a moment swept over and lifted all the people of the Mayak clan. But Li Hong did not remain silent and began to shout at Hanseo that he had gone completely insane, and did not even seem to realize what he had done. When the wave of poisonous water finally brought them to land, they began to look around and couldn't believe that Hanseo had just tried to kill them all. Li Hong couldn't believe that Hanseo had done this, even after they tried to leave. And then Li Hong realized that he didn't want to use Hanseo before, but it looks like he has no choice now. And if he can get out of here, he will put Hanseo in his place. Then he pulled out the feather with which Kals Morin and his men had once tried to escape from the Fish of Disaster. It was an artifact that could be used anywhere in the Red Zone, but in this particular place it could not be used, as well as in the place where Kals Morin used to be. Then Hanseo said that the pen cannot be used inside the Fish of Calamity or the World Tree. To be more precise, it simply does not activate because these places are not dungeons. Hanseo also said that the fragment of the Divine Stone also restrains its use. It is in this place that the all-eating root parasitizes the World Tree. That is, in the middle of the roots in the center of the Red Zone. Hanseo realized that they were close to the plant, and since he brought the Relic of the 5 Generals with him, He needs to awaken it using a fragment of the Divine Stone. Only by increasing the number of Hanseo relics did it become much easier to stabilize the mana pouring out of the fragment. However, he cannot use it to the fullest extent because the power of the fragments of the Divine Stone was originally available only to the true owner of the relic. So now everything will be much easier for him. While Hanseo was recalling all of this, Lee Hyun kept asking him how he could do something like that to them and act as if nothing had happened. He also said that he would be able to officially take over as commander of the assault unit as soon as he got out of here. Therefore, Lee Hong cannot get away with all these actions. But Hanseo replied that he had forgotten that he hadn't told them something else, and if they wanted to leave, they had to deal with the main body first, and not with those monsters who were only trying to delay them and stalling for time to completely exhaust them and then destroy them. But now there's no turning back, so there's nothing left to do but keep going to the end. He also said that all of them have excellent resistance to poison, so they will cope with this task perfectly. After these words, the people from the Mayak clan began to say that it was really better than being burned alive. But Lee Hong continued and shouted at Hanseo not to try to talk to him like that anymore. After all, no one is allowed to give him orders. But Hanseo didn't even want to continue listening to what Lee Hyun was telling him, so he just turned around and walked on. He said that he didn't care and let them do what they wanted, because it wouldn't change anything anyway. Hanseo also said that it's not so dangerous here anymore, so whether they go with him or not is their choice. But if they decide to follow him, they will get out of here alive. After that, Hanseo guaranteed that the red zone would change forever, so they shouldn't miss the opportunity to follow him. When he heard that the red zone would change forever, Mikkel sulked. After all, he had wanted this place to change for a long time. The red zone has been like this since he came here. Watching Hanseo confidently move forward, Michael thought that he needed someone like him. He needs a storm to raise the calm tides. He needs Hanseo. And after that, Michael realized that this is exactly why he had to be careful what he wished for, and a smile appeared on his face. But while Hanseo was walking away, Lee Hong came forward again and said that his clan, the Lighthouse, would act independently. And even if Hanseo asked them for help, it would be too late, so he would regret daring to look down on them. But Hanseo interrupted him and said that they were free to do whatever they wanted because he couldn't force them to go with him. And I thought to myself that he really tried to live up to Eris' expectations, but it doesn't always work out the way we want it to. And while Lee Hong continued to snap at Hanseo, Sophia continued to observe the environment and noticed something strange. In a moment, monsters appeared in front of the people, looking just horrible, like a mixed-up blob of flesh with sharp teeth, and they were growing from everywhere. People could not understand what kind of monsters they were because they had never seen them before, had never heard of them, and did not know how to resist their attacks. Hanseo saw these monsters and realized that they were disembodied monsters, so if they appeared, it was like the plant was going crazy. These monsters don't look like full-fledged creatures that can live in this complex ecosystem, but Hanseo was sure that they would disappear as soon as they exhausted their life force, and until then they would consume everything that came their way. So everything fits with his hunch, and Hanseo is sure that this root has lost control of the plant. But it was not so simple, and Hanseo laughed at Root's attempts to stop him, because he was sure that such ill-considered actions of this calamity would not interfere with his plans. So while this was happening in this place, God knows that in the camp people continue to fight for survival. Their everyday life turned into an endless struggle with monsters that would not give up and appeared out of nowhere. They also had to constantly search for supplies to ensure that all the residents had the strength to fight. Exhausted soldiers would return from the battlefield, while others rested and filled the pantries with nutritious food. Johan also helped other travelers, and the poor man was running around fulfilling the orders of his commanders. Having finally finished his task, Johan sat down to rest and thought about how everything had turned into a complete mess over the past few days. Johan thought it was just an absurd story, but it seems that what he had heard earlier was true. Even now, when he thought back to the first time he encountered the calamity fish, his hands trembled. But there was something else that Johan couldn't understand, because when did Hanseo start planning to destroy the calamity fish in the first place? But Johan was thinking out loud, and because of his fatigue, he didn't notice anything happening around him. So when a man in a black cloak approached him and asked what he had just said, Johan was very frightened. The man asked Johan again if he had met Kong Hanseo. Looking at him, Johan realized that this traveler looked very strong, so he must have been one of the first people to enter the red zone. But in a moment, he had disturbing thoughts that someone was hunting Hanseo again, just like Kaltz Morin had tried to do recently and failed. Johan couldn't figure out if this mysterious strongman was part of the same organization, but when he realized that he didn't know where Hanseo was anyway, he calmed down. And then he asked who the man was because he had a rule that he was not going to break. Namely, he did not talk to strangers. He also started shouting that there were many helpers around, so there was no point in threatening him. But the man apologized and said that Johan had no reason to worry because he was asking for something else entirely. Taking off his hood, the man apologized again and said that he had completely forgotten to introduce himself. So it turned out that all this time it was Song Jin, and he was interested in Hanseo because he was his friend. That's when Johan started talking about how he used to think it would take much longer to get to the red zone, but he was able to get there much faster with Hanseo's help. Hanseo had saved Johan many times before, and although he knew Hanseo was special from the moment he received the ship, He didn't believe that people like him could exist, but he always asked himself the same question: why Hanseo was doing all this and what he was trying so hard to achieve. But Songjin said that he didn't know all the details himself, so Johan asked him again if he hadn't said earlier that he was his friend. Then Songjin was very embarrassed and began to make excuses, saying that Hanseo always has an ace up his sleeve and is not the type to explain his every move even if someone asks. So even though Songjin would like Hanseo to trust him more and tell him about his goal, he has already made up his mind. Songjin recalled the moment when he promised Hanseo to be his loyal friend and to remove all people who would threaten him from his path, and also to follow his orders without any unnecessary questions. After all, Songjin, like Johan and many other travelers, was once saved by Hanseo. That's why Songjin chose this path, so that he could be closer to Hanseo, who had become his idol, and so that he could need Songjin. So Songjin knew that he had to do whatever it took to catch up with Hanseo. And now Songjin thought that Hanseo wasn't looking for him in the red zone just because he wasn't strong enough. While Songjin was in his memories, he did not notice that enough time had passed, and his men called out to him and told him that they should move on. So he came back and said that although it was a pleasant conversation for him, he had to move on and they would see each other later, if there was an opportunity. But then he stopped and said that if he met Hanseo again, he should give him something. But then he said that he didn't need to, because he would meet Hanseo soon and tell him in person, because he was sure that Hanseo would do the same. But Songjin knew that he was still far behind, so he would have to make more efforts to see Hanseo as soon as possible. I also thought that Hanseo must be fighting desperately right now, which was true because the place where they were was a real horror. Different monsters kept appearing right out of the walls and immediately attacking everyone they saw. These attacks were completely different and unpredictable, so they did not always manage to dodge or at least understand how to defend themselves. But Hanseo could destroy these creatures without any extra effort. It is fueled by mana with a fragment of the Divine Stone, so you will have to focus on the power and not the time used. Meanwhile, Li Hong watched Hanseo struggle against such a powerful force and not even make much effort to do so. He couldn't believe his eyes because he knew Hanseo was strong, but he hadn't even realized how strong he was. Li Hong just couldn't understand how Hanseo was gaining strength so quickly, because Hanseo hadn't said anything about it before. But very soon, Li Hong began to guess that perhaps Kal's Morin died at the hands of Hanseo, which is why he is so powerful now. After all, to destroy one of the strongest travelers in the Red Zone means to gain a powerful energy and power? Li Hong's thoughts were interrupted by Hanseo, who told them to just remember that the way back would not do any good except for a waterfall of poisonous water. So again, it's up to them, but it's better to go forward with him. So he said that he would not wait any longer, and was already leaving, and those who would go with him should also join him. And after Hanseo left, one of Li Hong's subordinates asked his commander if they should follow Hanseo, because it seems that only he knows how to find a way out of this place. So then Li Hong said that if they wanted to survive, they would have to follow Hanseo, and it seemed like they should do it as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the Root was preparing a new attack for his enemies, and had almost finished creating it. He made a creature that possessed the natural abilities of the plant, and this creature was called Alpha. And then the Root ordered Alpha to awaken a life form that would rule the Red Zone. After these words, the creature raised its hand with long claws and, breaking the protective shell, came out like an egg. Pleased that everything had turned out exactly as he wanted, Root told Alpha to follow his orders. Specifically, Alpha had to find these aliens as soon as possible and destroy them. But suddenly, Alpha refused to follow the Root's orders and said that a man like him should have no reason to serve any evil. Then the Root became furious and broke down in rage and shouted that how dare the Alpha talk to him like that. After all, it was he who created him, and Alpha is almost like his child, and is also a copy of him. Alpha was very surprised and asked Korin how dare he call him his creator. Alpha didn't even start running, but after taking one step, he was instantly near the Root and struck its trunk with his fist. But the Root was very surprised. Of course, he did not expect that, having created a creature that could defeat those uninvited guests, it would immediately decide to turn against its creator. The Alpha hit the Root and demanded that it give him what he needed right then and there. Korin still couldn't believe it, but Alpha repeated his order and told him to hand over the key to the arsenal immediately. When he realized that Alpha did not want to perform the tasks ordered by Root, he became even more angry. And when he heard that he also demanded to give him the key to the arsenal, he used his power and threw Alpha back. But this did not affect Alpha. In fact, he wasn't even surprised and said he was bored. Alpha said that Root didn't even realize what situation he was in right at that moment. After all, the Root has been continuously releasing monsters from itself to protect itself, and because of this, there is no time and energy to restore the plant. That's why Alpha continued to insist that Root give him the key, and then he could change the course of this battle. Since it is already clear from all of Korin's attempts that if we do not intervene immediately, these people will be able to destroy him as well, just as they did with the almost invincible Fish of Calamity, which no one could destroy despite many attempts. All this time, Root had been listening carefully to the Alpha and realized that even though he had attacked him very unpredictably, it seemed that the Alpha was still following orders. So if you play along or start working for a common goal, then he will be able to remain unharmed and not fall at the hands of ordinary travelers like the Pitfall Fish. That's why Root said he agreed. In a moment, the root opened its bark and told Alfie to take the key that he had played with, taking away by force and wanted to take possession of. But it turns out that Alpha also had his own plans to deceive the root and take something else much more valuable and important. And when Root fell for this lie, Alpha was very happy because now he saw an artifact that would make him even stronger. But without it, Root would not be able to continue to defend himself as he had done before. It was a divine stone, which Alpha immediately grabbed, but Root was very frightened and began to shout at him not to touch it. And why would he need it anyway, since they had agreed that Root would only give him the key, even though he didn't want to? But this was the only way he thought he could force the Alpha to obey his orders. So Alpha took the stone for himself, and he was very happy, unlike Corrin, who became almost helpless without this artifact. But Alpha no longer paid attention to the screams of this lich, and said that even though he had taken away the key, he would keep his word and deal with all the uninvited guests in this place. Meanwhile, all the same uninvited guests, as the Root and Alpha believed, continued to fight the endless influx of monsters released by the second calamity. Li Hong used all his skills to prevent these terrifying creatures from harming him. But despite all his attempts, it was far from easy. Sophia Virage also used her artifacts to check how many monsters they still had to destroy, and whether they would face another wave of attacks later. And Mikhail fought with all his might and kept shouting to all the fighters to hold out a little longer. After all, they had almost reached their goal, and these monsters had to end one day. While all of them were fighting desperately, a new attack was already being prepared, and for all participants in this battle, such an attack came as a great surprise. After all, roots began to appear right out of the ground, which at first were not large, but very quickly grew to incredible proportions and became simply gigantic. So now all the travelers who fought in this place were attacked not only from the sides by the same monsters, but also from underground. Although they were very excited and even confused, Hanseo appeared a moment later and told them to beware, because he would deal with the threat himself. With incredible speed, he rose up and began to swing his sword, cutting the roots into tiny pieces. So as soon as he landed, the pieces just started to fall, and Hanseo's strength was so incredible, and even that threat was not an obstacle for him. But that wasn't all the attacks the root had prepared for the strangers, and soon a new monster landed behind Hanseo with a loud sound. But Hanseo was not confused, and even while the dust from the monster's blow was still in the air, Hanseo rushed into the battle without even seeing who he was going to fight. It turned out that these were the same monsters that came out of the walls of this place, and immediately began to attack everyone present, and especially Hanseo, who was closest to them at that moment. But he posed the greatest threat, and this time the monsters came out all at once, so the deformed creatures were the same, but they released the energy of the blow. But again, for Hanseo, these monsters were not a threat at all, so he did not stop to rush into battle with them. And in less than a minute, all of them were destroyed without even coming close to the other still surprised travelers. Hanseo realized at that moment that the internal defense system of this place was definitely much weaker than the defense system of the Calamity Fish. Not only that, but the monsters themselves were much weaker, especially at this level. Watching all the other fighters, Hanseo thought that they were doing their best to help him destroy this evil, and also to protect themselves at the moment and in the future and make their stay in the red zone tolerable. Hanseo also realized that it was getting easier and easier to fight against these creatures, and even those who had been reluctant to help with the task at first, like Li Hong, were now fighting hard against all the monsters. But the fact that the monsters are weakening may indicate that the root does not know what to do next to stop the danger and is cornered. So Hanseo began to think about whether he should head straight for the main goal instead of wasting his time here fighting the weak monsters. But suddenly, the atmosphere in this place changed, and all the roots that had been growing out of the ground abruptly stopped. But Hanseo sensed danger like some of the other travelers, so something definitely happened, and Hanseo realized that he had to check it out immediately. Rushing to the root, he began to run without thinking, to make sure that the root was still activating new monsters and to find out the reason why they had all stopped appearing so suddenly. Finally, when he approached the root, he was very surprised. Everything looked almost exactly the same as it had before, but something was different, and Hanseo realized that the root's energy was gone. As Hanseo approached, the artifact, which was covered by roots, stopped glowing. Like a shot, the thought flashed through Hanseo's mind that he had to go down immediately. After all, someone had gotten to the root before him and taken a fragment of the divine stone. But he could not understand how this could happen because no one could do it. He again ran incredibly fast to the edge of the cliff where the root was and ducked down, feeling that something he had not expected was about to happen. Before Hanseo knew it, he heard a voice behind him, and it was Alpha, who said that Hanseo was much smarter than other people whom he considered to be small insects. After all, he seems to have managed to use the key the right way, even though Hanseo doesn't belong to their race. So, coming a little closer to Hanseo, smiling and holding the Divine Stone Alpha in his hand, he offered to talk to him a little about the key, and he asked if he understood correctly that Hanseo had the key. The key is the real name of the 5 relics possessed by the generals. The reason why they are so named is quite simple. After all, if someone gets all the relics, they can gain full power over the World Tree. But Alpha called this relic the key, so it could mean a lot. After all, only the Elfenheim Hanseo had met in the Abyss did that, and the only one Hanseo could remember treating relics in this way could not possibly be here right now. And this could only mean that this creature who calls himself the Alpha is only a copy of the creature that is in the abyss. Realizing that Hanseo not only possessed the key, but also knew the original name of the 5 generals' relic, he said that it was just great. But Hanseo told him that he had only heard a little about it, and then he immediately asked Alpha what he wanted to talk about. Then the Alpha replied that Hanseo should give all those keys to him, and then get out of this place once and for all. He also added that such an insignificant insect as Hanseo has no right to possess such valuable artifacts. But then Hanseo said that in that case he also had an offer for him. And he told Alpha to give him a fragment of the Divine Stone. After all, a false creature like him does not deserve to possess it. For a moment, when he heard these words, Alpha froze and even seemed to be frightened by Hanseo's unexpected boldness, and, in his opinion, contempt. But then he laughed so hard that his laughter seemed crazy. Alpha also said that such a tiny and defenseless insect as Hanseo is not capable of destroying him. He saw Hanseo about to attack him, so Alpha pulled forward the stone that Hanseo wanted to take, teasing Hanseo that he wasn't going to give it back. Hanseo stopped and his expression changed from confident to serious, not understanding what he was saying. But Alpha kept laughing and then said that in that case Hanseo left him no choice, so he prepared to attack. He raised his hand and a huge sword began to form from the first small square fragments. He held it tightly in his hand, and the sword looked simply magical, made up of small pieces like a puzzle, and had a magical blue sphere in the middle of its blade. But later the same sphere turned red. Hanseo was surprised to see this weapon, and fear flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected that such an opponent who was only a mere copy could wield such an extremely strong and powerful weapon. Raising the sword upwards, a black magical flame with a strange red glow around it began to form. An arsenal is a thing that can store enough weapons for 100,000 people. So now Alpha says he's going to use his power to put Hanseo in his place. Strange green spheres with signs in the middle began to appear from the black circle that formed over Alpha's sword. And the longer Alpha held his sword, the larger the circle became and the more spheres appeared on it. Alpha called Hanseo a meaningless insect again and said that now he would have to fight with all his might to save his skin. So when Alpha was ready to attack, he pointed the green spheres directly at Hanseo. But Hanseo also managed to prepare himself while Alpha was boasting about his abilities and created his own blue sphere, which he also sent to Alpha. And between them formed a blue-green flame of energy clots that opposed each other's power. Seeing that Hanseo also had something to fight back with, Alpha was surprised that he thought to use the 7 sacred relics, the weapons of the 5 generals. But even in this case, the Alpha had another idea to make Hanseo beg for mercy, and he threw green rays of energy at Hanseo, which this time came not from the Alpha, but from above. When Hanseo saw them, he froze in surprise again, and an instant plan began to form in his mind to escape the attack. He knew that every single sphere was very weak. It was like the Relic of Echidron, only even weaker so that ordinary soldiers could use these abilities. But now all these spheres were flying straight to Hanseo, and their number was limitless. But thanks to his developed skill of agility, Hanseo managed to dodge this attack and jumped aside with his hand on the wall. Since these spheres are enough to arm 1,000 soldiers, the power is, accordingly, incredibly powerful. Especially if you consider that they are all directed at one very capable person. Even though Hanseo managed to avoid the first strike of these spheres, they did not disappear. And without destroying him, they immediately began to pursue Hanseo wherever he tried to escape. He needed time to figure out how to proceed and how he could fight against the Alpha Force. Then Hanseo stopped, and when the spheres were very close, he swung his sword and destroyed several at once with one blow. He realized that this clone was using a recreated weapon, and Hanseo had an idea. Without stepping back, he raised his hand and created a clot of energy in it, the same sphere as the ones Alpha had tried to throw at him. And Hanseo managed to take control of all the other spheres released by the Alpha, so they all flew in the direction of that creature. Accordingly, they moved quickly, and the sphere on Alpha's sword changed its color again and became blue, as it had been from the beginning. But Hanseo wasn't going to attack the Alpha right away. He just wanted to give him time to realize that he wasn't such a pathetic insect that couldn't stand up to a mere copy of the creature. So the spheres circled around Hanseo and Alpha, and he was frozen in disbelief at what was happening, and could not understand why he could no longer control his own spheres that he had created. But then his surprise turned into indescribable anger and he started screaming. The arsenal works in a different way, so the magical power it was supposed to channel into the 7 spheres dissipates by itself. Alpha kept screaming and couldn't believe that his incredible power had just been stopped by an ordinary traveler who had just recently passed a few stages of the training zone. But Alpha did not know the main mystery, and Hanseo possessed not only the knowledge that other people could achieve at this level, but also the knowledge that he had gained in his other life, which was the knowledge of the future. So when Alpha asked Hanseo if he really knew the magic code, Hanseo replied that he had already told him before that he had heard something. And for a moment, a picture flashed in his mind of a mysterious man telling him about this valuable knowledge. And then Hanseo said to Alpha that he was surprised that even though he was only a clone, Alpha had the power to call upon the arsenal. He said this and came even closer to Alpha. But observing his surprise and anger, he said that even a good weapon can prove itself in the hands of a skilled fighter. And pushing himself up from the ground, Hanseo raised his sword and began to attack the Alpha. He asked him if this was really all his brain could do. Hanseo's eyes shone with confidence that now, with one swipe, he would be able to destroy his enemy and take the fragment of the Divine Stone, and then continue to destroy all other evils. Meanwhile, despair flashed through Alpha's eyes, for he had not expected this boy to be so skilled, and he realized that he had miscalculated his strength from the beginning. But it was a big mistake to go up against Hanseo with a weapon. When the sword was almost at Alpha's head, he looked at it with frightened eyes and realized that it was over. The force of Hanseo's punch was so strong that the Alpha could not stand it, and the lady did not fall, but managed to hold on to her body. After all, his strength was not so weak that he could destroy such a powerful creature with a single blow. But still, he could not hold his sword in his hands, and it fell out of his hands. It was not far from the Divine Stone fragment that he was holding tightly to keep it out of Hanseo's hands. But even though he was strong and knowledgeable, Alpha was very frightened by Hanseo's skills. He immediately approached him again and swung his sword, and the force of this blow threw the Alpha even further away. Hanseo wasn't going to give up because he was almost at his goal, and only one more obstacle remained to be destroyed that could threaten the peaceful existence of the world tree. Hanseo swung his sword once more, aiming for Alpha's body, and hit him right in the throat. From the pain, Alpha could no longer hold back his screams, but he was still alive, although he was quite exhausted. His strength was almost exhausted, and he had no time to recover between Hanseo's attacks. Realizing that these attacks were not enough, Hanseo realized that he needed to use even more of his strength to destroy the creature. So he raised his hand to use another skill, and when he saw this, Alpha ran away to try to dodge it. Meanwhile, blue magic spheres began to form around Hanseo. Watching Alpha try to escape, Hanseo said that this time he would not be able to escape again, and pointed these spheres directly at him. Immediately, they started flying toward Alpha, who was moving at such an incredible speed that when they tried to hit him, they just disappeared. And the Alpha still continued to run without stopping, holding a fragment of the Divine Stone tightly in his hand. But when he realized that this only slowed him down and the spheres were already catching up, he threw the stone away, thinking that if he could save himself, he would pick it up later. Alpha realized that Hanseo was a master of magic, but he still couldn't understand how he managed to do it and control the key so skillfully, given all the risks involved. Even if he was using the Divine Stone fragment, it still didn't make any sense. Looking at Hanseo, Alpha realized that he looked like someone who had 10 years of experience with magic. If we look at it this way, then perhaps Hanseo is now at about the same level as Alpha. But realizing that he was now one step away from his death, Alpha realized that Hanseo was actually superior to his strength and skills. But he was determined to survive, and it seems that until he had a moment to realize his situation, he could not believe that he could die now. So when this thought fully settled in his head, an indescribable sadness appeared in Alpha's eyes. But it wasn't even the realization that he would simply disappear from this world once and for all. Realizing this truth, time stopped around Alpha, and he looked with fear into his near future, where he could be destroyed by Hanseo in a few seconds. Alpha did not want to accept the fact that he would die for nothing when he had not yet done anything. He remembered his people who had once died in the struggle and believed that they had now returned to this world to avenge them. So Alpha said that he would not die now and would not be defeated. And now in this fight, he must survive for the sake of his goal. After all, his goal was much more than what the root ordered him to do. He stood firmly on his feet and watched Hanseo approach with a new and possibly final attack, drawing his sword. But Hanseo was too close, and with all his strength, he swung at the Alpha and struck him with his sword to split him into two. But it seems something didn't go according to his plan because Hanseo didn't feel the blade cut the Alpha. Looking at the Alpha again, he was surprised to see a magical shape forming around him, and it was because of this that Hanseo failed to deliver his fatal blow. Looking at what Alpha had done, Hanseo realized that there could be no mistake in his guesses and that this was definitely the 6th item in the numbered series, namely the armor of a heavenly fighter. This armor is an impenetrable armor that absorbs the force of weapons and becomes only stronger. Therefore, it cannot be pierced by weapons that it has absorbed. Well, in this case, it was a new problem for Hanseo and another obstacle to destroying Alpha. But it wasn't all bad because now Hanseo had another new reason to destroy Alpha. Alpha's armor was indeed extremely strong, and despite all Hanseo's attacks, it did not do him much damage. That was what Hanseo expected from the subject of the numbered series. The power of this armor began to irritate Hanseo quite a bit. Meanwhile, Alpha thought that even though the armor could not absorb the full force of the weapon, it still protected him from death. Even though they saved him, the situation was still critical. And unfortunately for Alpha, he could no longer use Arsenal at that moment. If he managed to combine it with the armor of the Heavenly Warrior, victory would be his. But if he doesn't think of something right now, his demise is only a matter of time. And as Hanseo's attacks continued to put pressure on Alpha, he realized that he had another idea to save himself and destroy Hanseo. After all, he has a weapon in the arsenal that is inaccessible due to the magic power code, and yet it still continues to exist. So Alpha realized that if he took all the weapons away, he could finally defeat Hanseo. If he put on the armor of the Heavenly Warrior, he could finally defeat Hanseo. Although he used to think of him as a small insect that could do nothing, he is now racking his brains to come up with something that will help him not to die. Watching Alpha and his actions, Hanseo didn't immediately realize what he was going to do. After all, Alpha can't create a weapon with the arsenal. But in a moment, he realized what Alpha was really going to do. From the magical circle that Alpha had created at the beginning of their fight, in addition to the spheres themselves, weapons began to appear and fly directly at Hanseo. Weapon absorption, so all the weapons that once fell under the force of this armor began to attack their enemy. Alpha decided that he would show Hanseo the true power of weaponry. As he watched Hanseo dodge the weapon, he realized that something was going wrong and felt very uncomfortable in this armor. It was an erosion, and the armor of the Heavenly Fighter was trying to absorb its owner because he used too many weapons. So Alpha realized that he could not resist it, even with his strength. But looking at the nervous Hanseo, Alpha had an idea and decided that he wouldn't be able to take it. Besides, he didn't have time to play with such a strong traveler. So, barely holding on to the pressure of the armor, Alpha reached forward and began to approach Hanseo with a sly smile on his face. He still did not understand what his opponent was trying to do. Guessing that Hanseo would also like to have such armor, Alpha said that if he needed it so much, he would be very kind to give it to him. A moment later, Hanseo began to form the same shape around him as Alpha had when he first began to put on the Heavenly Warrior armor. For an ordinary person's body, they would have been suitable, but not in this case, because since the armor was under the influence of strong erosion, it had to absorb Hanseo's body with incredible speed and destroy him. Instantly, they began to absorb Hanseo, but he still tried to resist their power, because he was no ordinary person, so even such a strong attack could not destroy him in a second. Alpha continued to watch Hanseo try to escape and said that there was no point in it anymore. After all, after receiving the armor of the Heavenly Fighter, the probability of his death is almost 90%, and usually there are no problems with compatibility. But after the armor has absorbed all the weapons from the arsenal, this will be a real challenge for Hanseo. Even though Alpha thought that this Heavenly Warrior armor would swallow Hanseo in an instant, he realized that Hanseo was still trying to escape, and he was holding on pretty well. But Alpha waited until he was dead to take the armor back, and then realized that he wouldn't be able to use it right away anyway. So he thought that he could just leave Hanseo here, and in the meantime, from the very beginning of his journey, he would go to the World Tree. But he did not forget to mock Hanseo, who was already exhausted and barely alive, and said that he would definitely return to take his armor and look at his body together. Meanwhile, Hanseo tried with all his remaining strength to hold on to the pressure coming from the Heavenly Warrior's armor. He realized that it was because of this incredibly intense pain and pressure that Alpha had given him this armor. And Hanseo also realized that a mistake would cost him his life, so it's very dangerous, and any minor mistake would cost him his life. But Hanseo still believes that he can survive if he uses the dragon art to its fullest potential, and that could also lead to his death. So now he focused on using the dragon art to its fullest right now, and the Heavenly Fighter's armor began to glow with red flames. It was an incredible pain for Hanseo, but he had to endure it in order to survive and continue his mission to save humanity from destruction. He knew that right at this moment, when he was once again on the verge of his death, he had to endure all this indescribable suffering in order not to let down all those people who were hoping for him. So, using the full power of the dragon art, Hanseo was able to rise and then raised his arms up, and the armor broke on his body with a huge noise and crack and scattered in different directions. And now for a moment, one could see what the dragon art looked like in its full glory on Han's body. But it was only a second, because using this ability could lead to his death. Finally, Hanseo was able to escape from this life-threatening trap. Completely exhausted, he collapsed and could now catch his breath and realize everything that had just happened to him and regain the strength he had lost. But he had no time to rest for a long time, so he decided that he had to examine his body immediately and understand what damage this fight had done to him. Slowly, he began to climb them and tried to control his movements with trembling hands and feet, but he was still in unbearable pain. Even just getting up at that moment was extremely difficult for him. Every second of every day, he had 100 thoughts in his head. His body still hurt, he was dizzy, and it seemed like an invisible force was still squeezing him. But in a moment, he started to feel sick, not because of the pressure, but because his body could not withstand such a strong stress for a long time. With only his hand to cover it, he saw that blood was actually pouring out of his mouth, but he was still fine. So considering that he almost died, this side effect was a minor problem. Using the dragon art for him was still extremely dangerous, especially at its full strength. Even a short-term use was very harmful to his body. So he still couldn't use it freely. After these injuries, Hanseo realized that he would have to give up using this skill for a while. But when the pain was almost gone and the blood stopped pouring out of his mouth, Hanseo realized that he had almost recovered. So now it was time to think about what he should do next. When Hanseo finally had the time and energy to look around him, he realized that it looked like Alpha had managed to escape. And he must have used the teleportation skill because he saw a fragment of the Divine Stone near him, and Hanseo knew that Alpha would not have left it here just like that. But it was for the best, because now Hanseo could take it back without any problems, and didn't even have to compete with the Alpha. who had apparently regained his strength by now, and he was already well aware of Hanseo's skills. Then Hanseo remembered that he also now had the armor of the Heavenly Warrior, and when he said these words, they rose and flew toward him, joining together. Even though this fight was one of the hardest for Hanseo and he almost died at the hands of Alpha, he still managed to come out on top. But there was one bad fact, and that was that Alpha managed to escape, and now Hanseo will have to go in search of him and try to destroy him. But Hanseo already had an idea of where Alpha would go first. Of course, if he really wants to fulfill his goal and not just escape with his life. When Hanseo put on the armor, he realized that it was now completely subject to his will. In addition to the ability to absorb, they also have another wonderful effect. They provide full protection against weapons absorbed by them. The armor of the Heavenly Fighter has already completed the red evolution, most likely because Alpha fed them all the weapons from the arsenal. So now Hanseo has a fully activated Heavenly Fighter armor, for which he no longer needs to look for any weapons. And that brought a smile to Hanseo's face that he just couldn't hold back, because despite all his shortcomings, he was doing a great job of fulfilling all the points of his plan. Meanwhile, the people who had previously fought with Hanseo against the monsters that the Root had created and continuously released were still there. They realized that it looked like the monsters were not going to appear at this point. But what they didn't understand was where Hanseo had gone. Sophia began to remember and realize that she had seen Hanseo run away during the midst of the fight against the monsters. So when she was trying to understand the reason for his behavior, Li Hong came up to her and asked her if Hanseo had abandoned them too. He did this despite telling everyone to follow him. And now, mocking all those who supported Hanseo's idea, Li Hong began to say that they had done very wrong by trusting such an irresponsible man. Then Mikhail came up and said that even if it was, Li Hong and his clan were still here. But Li Hong said that they had no other choice. And if it weren't for the poisonous water, they would have all called this place a long time ago, despite Hanseo's warnings. After all, Mayak was going to get out of this ridiculous game from the very beginning. And then, looking into Michael's eyes, he asked him if he didn't think his words were true, and if he had something to say against them, he could do so. But while he was saying all this, he didn't notice what was happening behind him. Hanseo was standing behind him. So when he returned, he was quite frightened and began to ask Hanseo how he was and how he got here and where he had been all this time. Hanseo replied that he was dealing with the main body. Mikhail asked if it was Hanseo who managed to destroy him, but Hanseo replied that this time it was not his doing. And then, despite all the other questions, he told everyone to follow him, and then he would lead them to the surface. Still frightened and surprised that Hanseo had somehow managed to stop Root, Li Hyun said he would follow him to get out. But then Hanseo came back and said that they didn't have to follow his orders and listen to him, because he didn't insist at all, and he hoped he wouldn't have to repeat himself. These words made Li Hong even more angry, because he realized that although he did not want to obey Hanseo's words, in this situation he had to do so in order to get his clan out and save himself. But when he turned to Michael, he saw him looking at him with a subtle smile and sly eyes. A second later, Michael began to mimic Li Hong when he was discussing Hanseo and didn't notice that he suddenly turned around. He immediately began to ask him where he had been and how he had ended up here, and he was completely frightened. Li Hong watched Michael's mockery with embarrassment and anger, but he could not say anything because he was ashamed that he could not do anything about the situation. So while Mikhail was mocking Li Hyun and he was getting angry, Hanseo was thinking that the main body was destroyed, and he had already received a fragment of the Divine Stone. But something still worried him, namely the clone called Alpha. It seemed he could use all the power of the king. And if this is true, then everything is very bad. And maybe right now, Alpha is heading straight for the flower. And indeed it was, because Alpha had come to the very place Hanseo had guessed. He was incredibly happy and thought that it was worth the sacrifice of the Heavenly Warrior's armor. And now the power of the king could be in his hands. But then Alpha burst into an indescribable scream and began to say that he did not understand why, even after he had received all the power, the main body was still sleeping. Stopping right in front of the flower, Alpha reflected on the fact that the World Tree had dried up and the Elfenheim were gone. But there are still those who are ready to take their place. And Alpha firmly decided that he would correct all the mistakes of the past and do everything possible to revive his family, which was called Acheron.